Is this the mortal realm? A silver-haired youth stands atop the highest peak of the Ziyun Mountains. The mountains wind like a colossal dragon shrouded in swirling mists and brimming with spiritual energy, resembling a celestial paradise. Vicious beasts abound here, brutal and bloodthirsty, their horrifying roars sending shivers down. The youth gazes into the distance, standing with his hands behind his back, his silver hair cascades effortlessly over his shoulders. His exquisitely refined features, like a painting of spring mountains and drawn brows with eyes as cool and deep as a wintry river, are impeccably handsome. The youth is named Su Chen. 18 years ago, he was reborn into the Su family, and he is the son of the clan leader. Even while in the womb, Su Chen knew he possessed a system. The system is peculiar. Throughout these 18 years, it has never assigned Su Chen any tasks, sometimes merely elevating his realm or bestowing treasured artifacts upon him. This suited Su Chen just fine, for in his previous life on Earth, the relentless grind had ultimately led to his untimely demise. In this life, he resolved neither to contend nor to clamor nor to engage in needless bloodshed. He merely wished to sip modest wines, admire the world's splendor, and indulge in the myriad experiences of mortal life. Since his birth, Su Chen had never pursued cultivation. He had instead immersed himself in feasting, revelry, and the appreciation of celestial vistas, indulging in delicacies from mountain and sea alike. Yet because of this, the Su family's senior members grew displeased, and ultimately they unanimously decided to expel Su Chen to the mortal realm, to return only when he had cultivated to the sage realm. Whether in the celestial realm or the mortal realm, the divisions of cultivation remain the same. They are classified respectively as Tsuadi realm, Lianqi realm, Xiantian realm, Yuandan realm, Shinsang realm, Zifu realm, Xingxi realm, Zun's realm, Banqing realm, Xing realm, Daxing realm, Xinguang realm, Bandi realm, and Di realm. Sage realm. Even the elders find it difficult to attain, which hints at how arduous it would be for Su Chen to reach it. The Su family elders did not hinder him out of ill intent. They alone knew how formidable his innate talent truly was. Roar. A single roar resounded, and a gigantic python, having attained the first level of the Zun's realm, appeared behind Su Chen. Its entire body was encased in golden scales as hard as armor, while its crimson eyes fixed on Su Chen like a predator stalking its prey. This colossal python was the only fierce beast in the Ziyun Mountains to have attained the first level of the Zun's realm, and indeed it reigned as the king of all wild beasts in these mountains. Su Chen turned around, his eyes unruffled, as if nothing in the world could perturb his calm. Whoosh! The giant python opened its abyssal maw and lunged at Su Chen, its powerful Zun's aura sweeping across the heavens and earth. Bang! With a burst of crimson spray, Su Chen shattered the python's head with a single punch. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Su Chen flicked his hand casually and produced a handkerchief to wipe himself, though his hands bore no trace of blood. From now on, I won't have to suffer the nagging of those old cronies. I can wander in peace. If only the mortal realm has places that spark my interest. Circumventing the corpse of the fallen python, Su Chen walked away with his hands behind his back, slowly departing the mountain range. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, a decade had elapsed. Jiangnan City, where the evening's gentle warmth prevailed, teemed with shops and street vendors, their dazzling merchandise complemented by bustling crowds. The river flowed with a clear verdant hue that rivaled the blue of the sky. A painted boat bobbed on the water, and Su Chen sat at its bow, his left hand propping his head, his right clutching a wine pot, as he listened to a gentle melody, occasionally sipping to his delight. Over the course of 10 years, Su Chen wandered through mountains and rivers, witnessing the world's splendor and leaving his footprints in countless places. Though the mortal realm's vistas might not match those of the celestial, its unique beauty delighted him. Su Chen picked up the wine pot and gave it a shake, only to discover it was empty. A flicker of discontent passed through his eyes, and he resolved to refrain from further drinking. He rose, and astonishingly, the painted boat drifted toward the shore on its own. Stepping off, he prepared to head to a tavern in search of wine. With his strikingly handsome features and pristine silver hair, he strolled along the street, capturing the attention of many, especially the women whose hearts raced and faces flushed. At that moment, a small beggar collided with Su Chen Heeden. The little child winced in pain and was not. The little beggar looked up at Su Chen, her face a bit soiled, yet her eyes clear and bright, like noctilucent pearls, while her unkempt hair hinted at long neglect. Name: Yilingxi. Identity: reincarnation of the Empress. Age: 7. Talent: imperial grade. Physique: celestial spiritual body. Mission: recruit Yilingxi as a disciple. Su Chen was taken aback. This was the system's very first task. He gazed intently at the little beggar, astonished that she was indeed the reincarnation of the Empress. After all, throughout history, few have ascended to emperorship, and they all possessed otherworldly talent and unparalleled strength. And yet, by merely wandering the mortal realm, he had encountered a reincarnated empress. Unbelievable, isn't it? Shaking his head slightly, and not dwelling further, he reached out apologetically, saying, I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. Are you alright? Yi Lingxi blinked and shook her head, then took Su Chen's hand and helped him up. Smiling, Su Chen said, I'm glad you're alright. To make amends, may I treat you to sugar-coated haws? Yi Lingxi nodded, yet then, as if realizing that it might not be proper, quickly shook her head. Su Chen gently ruffled her little head, saying, It's alright, if you refuse my apology, it would sadden me. After a brief hesitation, Yi Lingxi nodded. Su Chen smiled, gently took her hand, and walked over to a nearby vendor selling sugar-coated haws, saying, 2 skewers, please. The vendor smiled, certainly. Su Chen handed one of the sugar-coated haws to Yi Lingxi. Yi Lingxi extended her rosy tongue to lick the treat, her face radiating satisfaction. Su Chen looked at Yi Lingxi, a smile curving his lips, then retrieved some silver coins from his bosom and knelt down to place them in her hand. Yi Lingxi regarded Su Chen with a puzzled expression. Su Chen smiled and said, These silver coins are my gift to you. Please do not refuse them. Yi Lingxi blinked silently. Su Chen patted Yi Lingxi's little head and said, I'm off. With that, he rose and departed. He had no intention of taking Yi Lingxi as his disciple, for he knew that as the reincarnation of the Empress, her karmic burden would be immense. To truly accept her would inevitably invite tremendous karmic repercussions, of burden he wished to avoid. He desired not to shoulder such karmic debts. He simply wished to drink modest wines and listen to gentle melodies each day. As for the system's tasks, they held little consequence for him. Suddenly, Yi Lingxi tugged at Su Chen's garment. Pausing, Su Chen looked at her and asked, What is it? Summoning her courage, Yi Lingxi whispered, Thank you. Su Chen smiled, It's nothing. Watching Su Chen's departing back, Yi Lingxi gazed blankly for a long while. Su Chen arrived at a tavern where the shopkeeper, smiling warmly, approached him and said, Young sir, would you care for some wine? Su Chen nodded and the shopkeeper grinned. Then, young sir, you have come to the right place. In all of Jiangnan City, no one can match the quality of our tavern's wine. Su Chen said, Then bring me a few jars of your finest wine. The shopkeeper chuckled. No problem. You there, fetch 5 jars of peach blossom brew. In no time, several waiters arrived, carrying 5 jars of peach blossom brew and setting them down before Su Chen. The shopkeeper asked, Young master, would you like to taste a sip first? Or perhaps take a whiff? Su Chen shook his head without replying, instead drawing out a pouch of silver and handing it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper accepted the pouch, glanced at the amount inside, and hastily said, Young master, these jars are not worth this much. Su Chen said, Then go and count it. Just return whatever is extra. The shopkeeper nodded. Very well, please wait a moment, young master. With that, he turned toward the counter. In the instant he turned his back, Su Chen swept his arm, and the 5 jars of peach blossom brew vanished without a trace. Huh, where did he go? By the time the shopkeeper returned, Su Chen had already left. After leaving the tavern, Su Chen strolled idly along the street for a while. Suddenly his brows knit as he looked ahead. Not far away, a crowd had gathered. A young man was glaring viciously at a small beggar, and that beggar was none other than Yi Lingxi, whom Su Chen had met earlier. The young man spoke harshly. Speak. Why did you steal my money? Yi Lingxi's face turned pale as she stammered, I did not. The young man snapped, Did not? Then what is that in your hand? Yi Lingxi clutched the silver tightly, explaining, Thighs was given to me by a kind elder brother. The young man snorted coldly. Nonsense. That money was clearly stolen from me. Stop quibbling and hand it over, or I won't be polite. Someone in the crowd added, Little girl, if you stole it, then you stole it. No big deal. But since you've been caught, hurry and return the money to him. If a beggar is still a beggar, always up to petty thievery. The onlookers clearly did not believe Yi Lingxi and began to accuse her one after another. Tears welled up in Yi Lingxi's eyes as she stammered, I truly did not steal. A crisp crack, a bright red handprint appeared on Yi Lingxi's cheek. The young man withdrew his hand and roared angrily, Damn it, you still dare to argue. Yi Lingxi could no longer hold back. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, and all she felt was a burning pain across her face. In the distance, Su Chen watched the scene, his expression calm, though a chill flickered in his eyes. He shook his head slightly. Enough. Having someone buy my wine for me doesn't seem so bad after all. With that, he began to walk forward at an unhurried pace. The young man clenched his fists. Are you still not giving it back? Yi Lingxi bit her lip and kept shaking her head. Damn it. The young man, enraged, swung a heavy punch at Yi Lingxi. She squeezed her eyes shut, her small body trembling uncontrollably. At that very moment, Su Chen suddenly appeared before her and lashed out with a kick. With a dull thud, the young man's entire body was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his body twitching as every rib in his chest shattered. The crowd stared at Su Chen in stunned disbelief. Yi Lingxi opened her eyes, and upon seeing Su Chen, she lost all control, throwing herself into his arms and bursting into sobs. Su Chen gently rubbed Yi Lingxi's head and said softly, It's all right now. This is my fault. I feared something like this would happen, so I only gave you a little silver, but I still underestimated human greed. Yilingxi did not speak. She only cried incessantly in Su Chen's arms. Su Chen cast her an apologetic glance, then raised his head to look at the young man lying not far away. Without wasting words, a streak of sword light flashed out and pierced straight through the young man's forehead. Immortal. Everyone shuddered, drawing sharp breaths as they stared at Su Chen in utter disbelief, their eyes filled with reverence and fear. In the cultivation world, cultivators can move mountains and fill seas, summon wind and rain, and enjoy long lifespans. Mortals whose lives rarely exceed 100 years are weak. A cultivator can take a mortal's life with the flick of a wrist. Most mortals grow up hearing tales of cultivators from childhood. Their reverence and fear of such beings is etched deep into their souls. Now that they had witnessed that Su Chen was a cultivator, fear was only natural. Su Chen's gaze swept over the gathered crowd. As his eyes fell upon them, their bodies involuntarily retreated a step. At that moment, another streak of sword light flashed. Up. Several people screamed, clutching their mouths as blood gushed endlessly between their fingers. Each of them had earlier spoken out to condemn Yilingxi. Su Chen said evenly, "Since you are so fond of running your mouths, then from now on do not speak at all." Those who had not voiced accusations against Yilingxi secretly rejoiced, glad they had held their tongues. What happened here? A voice rang out just then. The crowd turned toward the sound and saw a middle-aged man and a black-robed elder slowly walking over. City Lord. Someone recognized the middle-aged man and bowed respectfully. This middle-aged man was Tang Yuan, the city lord of Jiangnan City. Tang Yuan frowned deeply as he looked at the young man's corpse, finding him vaguely familiar. He hurried to the body, and upon seeing the face, clearly a blaze of fury surged into his eyes. Who killed my nephew? Everyone was shocked. None had expected that the young man would be Tang Yuan's nephew. At his words, all gazes instinctively shifted towards Su Chen. Tang Yuan followed the direction of their gazes, his eyes settling coldly on Su Chen. Was it you who killed him? Su Chen replied mildly. And if it was, then what of it? Tang Yuan's brows tightened further, his gaze growing frosty as he said in a low, sinister voice, "You're courting death." He had not expected the man who killed his nephew to be so brazen. At that moment, someone spoke up in warning, "City Lord, he is an immortal." Hearing this, Tang Yuan's heart sank, his eyes narrowing as he asked, "Why did you kill him?" Su Chen answered calmly, "I killed him because I wished to. Why must there be so many reasons?" Tang Yuan fixed his gaze on Su Chen and said icily, "Do you think being an immortal makes you untouchable?" He turned toward the distant black-robed elder. "Kill him for me." A wet crack sounded as sword light flashed. Tang Yuan's head was severed cleanly from his body, blood gushing like a fountain. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned beyond words. The city lord was dead, just like that. They stared at Su Chen in horror, hearts filled with fear. The black-robed elder's expression grew grave. Even he had failed to see clearly how Su Chen had struck. Su Chen looked at the elder and asked calmly, "Do you intend to avenge him?" The black-robed elder said in a deep voice, "Sir, I am an elder of Jiao Long's sect. You killed the father of a disciple of Jiao Long's sect, right before my eyes. Are you not showing utter contempt for our sect?" He sought to pressure Su Chen with the weight of his sect. Though he knew Su Chen was no ordinary man, Jiao Long's sect had many powerful experts. He naturally felt no fear. His intent was to use status and power to overawe Su Chen and make him wary. Su Chen said lightly, "Point me a direction." The black-robed elder frowned in confusion. "What?" Su Chen continued, "Where is Jiao Long's sect? Point me the way." The black-robed elder almost involuntarily pointed toward a certain distant location. Su Chen nodded, then spoke to someone unseen. "From this day forward, Jiao Long's sect has no reason to exist. Go, as you command." A voice from nowhere echoed throughout the entire Jiangnan city. Above the sky, a colossal hand imbued with terrifying power gradually descended upon the Jiao Long sect, shattering the space in its wake. Glaring at the giant hand in the void, the master of the Jiao Long sect roared with a twisted face. "Which scoundrel has provoked such a formidable being? I won't spare you even if I become a ghost." As his voice fell, the giant hand also came crashing down. Bang! The heavens and earth trembled, and the Jiao Long sect was instantly obliterated. Jiangnan City. The old man in black, after hearing Su Chen's words, laughed in rage. Just as he was about to speak, his head shot into the sky. At this moment, everyone had been utterly terrified, too afraid to move, not daring to even breathe. They were just mortals unaccustomed to such scenes. Yilingxi wanted to break free from Su Chen's embrace, but he stopped her gently, saying, "Be good, close your eyes, don't open them, okay?" Yilingxi nodded slightly. Su Chen smiled, faintly, slowly lifting Yilingxi up, then turned. Su Chen carried Yilingxi to a clothing shop. Inside, a woman hurriedly approached, respectfully saying, "Young master." Su Chen instructed, "Give her a bath and then change her clothes." The woman hesitated for a moment and then said, "Young master, our shop sells." Before she could finish, Su Chen tossed out a pouch of silver which the woman quickly caught. Upon seeing the money inside, her eyes lit up as she smiled. "They'll take her to wash right now." Su Chen gently set down Yi Lingxi and softly said, "Go on." Yi Lingxi shook her head, tightly grasping the corner of Su Chen's clothing, unwilling to let go. Su Chen smiled and said, "It's fine, after you wash up I have something to tell you, go on." Yi Lingxi thought for a moment, then nodded, following the woman upstairs. Half an hour later, Yi Lingxi came down from upstairs with the woman. Su Chen looked up and smiled faintly. At this moment, Yi Lingxi appeared transformed. Due to malnutrition, she looked a bit thin, yet she still had a delicate face with a small mouth like a cherry and large clear eyes that sparkled like stars. Her pink long dress swayed gently with her steps, making her look exceedingly adorable. The woman brought Yi Lingxi before Su Chen and smiled. "Young master, your sister is really adorable. Oh, she will definitely grow up to be a great beauty." Su Chen nodded and smiled. "She is beautiful." Yi Lingxi quietly lowered her head, her face turning as red as an apple. Later, Su Chen took Yi Lingxi to an inn, and as she looked at the dishes on the table, her mouth occasionally watered. Su Chen smiled and said, "Eat up, and after you're done I'll tell you something." Yi Lingxi nodded and began to devour the food ravenously. Soon the dishes on the table were cleared, and Yi Lingxi patted her belly, looking satisfied. This was her first time eating such delicious food, and also the first time she felt so full. Previously, she had only eaten discarded food, let alone being able to fill her stomach. She looked up at Su Chen and blinked. Su Chen smiled slightly and asked, "What about your parents?" Yi Lingxi lowered her head and quietly said, "I don't know." Seeing this, Su Chen understood and apologized. "I'm sorry." Yi Lingxi shook her head and did not speak. Su Chen suddenly asked, "Would you like to stay with me and work for me?" Yi Lingxi hesitated for a moment and then nodded, "Okay." Su Chen smiled and gently wiped the food residue off Yi Lingxi's face, saying, "Then you can call me brother from now on." Yi Lingxi nodded and called out, "Brother." Su Chen laughed heartily, unable to resist pinching Yi Lingxi's cheeks. Yi Lingxi pouted, a bit angry that Su Chen pinched her face, finding it quite painful. Seeing Yi Lingxi's angry expression, Su Chen laughed even louder, finding her too adorable. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and inwardly asked, "System, have I completed my task?" The task I issued was to take on a disciple, not to take on a sister. Su Chen nodded, not minding this task was of little significance to him, and he had just casually asked. However, although the host's task hasn't been completed, there is a consolation prize, so I'll reward you with 100 million immortal crystals. Su Chen was taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. This system is really interesting. Time flies, and before long 5 years have passed. Su Chen and Yi Lingxi walked along a small path. Today, Su Chen was dressed in a white robe, his silver hair flowing freely, slightly swaying in the wind. His tall figure exuded an air of scholarly elegance akin to a scholar. He glanced at Yi Lingxi beside him. In the 5 years, Yi Lingxi had somehow remained unchanged, still adorably charming. Su Chen speculated that Yi Lingxi's lack of growth was due to her being the reincarnation of a female emperor. It was fine, as he preferred the younger Yi Lingxi. It wouldn't be as fun to pinch her cheeks when she grew up. Yi Lingxi suddenly said, "Brother, will the starry sacred land accept us?" Su Chen patted her head and smiled. "They will, don't worry." Yi Lingxi nodded excitedly. Soon the two arrived at the entrance of the starry sacred land. The starry sacred land was surrounded by 7 towering peaks, each rising into the clouds like a majestic giant, standing on the earth shrouded in mist, with immortal cranes soaring, making it feel like a celestial realm. These 7 peaks were named Guyu Peak, Dan Peak, Zhen Peak, Qi Peak, Ning Peak, Hong Chen Peak, and Xing Chen Peak. Each peak had a peak master, and every peak master possessed terrifying strength unfathomable to others. At that moment, 2 disciples of the starry sacred land blocked Su Chen and Yi Lingxi, wearing green robes with serious expressions. "Starry sacred land, no idle individuals are allowed to approach. Retreat immediately." Yi Lingxi, frightened, hid behind Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Yi Lingxi and said with a smile, "Lingxi, do you want to fly?" Yi Lingxi blinked, excitement filling her face. "Can we?" Su Chen nodded and smiled, "Of course." Saying this, he lifted Yi Lingxi and soared into the sky. The 2 disciples of the starry sacred land were alarmed. "Not good. Someone is trespassing into the sacred land. Quickly inform the elders." Yi Lingxi was not afraid at all, even feeling a bit excited. "Wow, brother, you're amazing." Su Chen smiled slightly, remaining silent. Yi Lingxi looked down at the starry sacred land, her voice filled with excitement. "This starry sacred land is truly impressive. Bold. Who dares to trespass into my starry sacred land?" At this moment, several authoritative angry shouts rang out from the starry sacred land, followed by dozens of figures soaring into the sky. They stopped in front of Su Chen, led by a woman dressed in a purple gauze skirt, her beauty outshining all. Her brows were like willows, her eyes like autumn waters, and she emanated an ethereal aura like a fairy untouched by the mortal world, captivating anyone who looked at her. The aura she radiated was terrifying, making the space tremble slightly, as if it couldn't withstand the pressure. The people behind her, while not as formidable, still exuded a palpable intimidation. Su Chen calmly gazed at the 7 individuals while Yi Lingxi seemed a bit scared, shrinking closer into Su Chen's embrace. Su Chen gently rubbed her head, smiling and saying, "It's okay." Yi Lingxi nodded, "I believe in brother." The woman looked at Su Chen with a serious expression, puzzled as to why she couldn't see through the man before her. What shocked her even more was that she sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this man. Who is he? She was Murong Shui, the peak master of Hongchen Peak of the Starry Sacred Land, possessing the strength of a 9th-level peak in the venerable realm. Yet now she felt danger from this man before her. How could she not be astonished? At the same time, she was curious about who this man was. He looked quite young, yet he could evoke such a sense of danger. With this thought, Murong Shui looked at Su Chen and solemnly asked, "Who might you be? Why have you trespassed into my starry sacred land?" Su Chen calmly said, "I have heard that your holy land is in need of a peak master." Murong Shui nodded, "Indeed, what of it?" Su Chen replied, "Then may I become the peak master?" Murong Shui and the elders behind her were taken aback. They did not expect that the man before them had come to the starry holy land with such a purpose. Murong Shui nodded, "Of course you may become the master of Guyu Peak, but there is one condition." Su Chen asked, "What is it?" Murong Shui said, "You must defeat me. If you defeat me, you will naturally become the master of Guyu Peak." Su Chen nodded, "All right, let's begin." Murong Shui glanced at Yi Lingxi, who was in Su Chen's arms, and asked, "Are you not going to put her down?" Su Chen shook his head, "No need." Seeing Su Chen's confidence, Murong Shui's expression turned cold and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. She felt that Su Chen was underestimating her. Without further ado, a green long sword appeared out of thin air. At that moment, several strands of terrifying green sword chi shot towards Su Chen, each one horrifically powerful, capable of annihilating all beings below the level of a supreme being. That kid is finished. He is so oblivious to the dangers, daring to challenge Master Murong. He doesn't even know how he will die. Indeed, one must know that Master Murong is the strongest presence aside from the Holy Lord. The elders of the starry Holy Land smirked coldly. At that moment, as the terrifying sword chi approached Su Chen, it shattered instantaneously. Su Chen remained calm, his silver hair dancing wildly, as he slowly raised his right hand and extended 2 fingers. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted, rippling through the void, capable of cleaving the heavens above. Su Chen remained calm, his silver hair dancing wildly, as he slowly raised his right hand and extended 2 fingers. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted, rippling through the void. Murong Shui's sword was actually clamped between Su Chen's 2 fingers. The surroundings fell into silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. They were all stunned. This is too impressive. A storm surged within Murong Shui's heart. At this moment, she was truly shocked. That last sword strike had been executed with her full strength, without holding back at all. Even someone newly entering the half-holy realm would retreat in fear before such a strike, yet the man opposite her had merely used 2 fingers to effortlessly block it. Incredible. She attempted to retract the green long sword, but no matter how hard she tried, it remained immovable. With no other option, she decisively abandoned the sword and retreated 100 zhang. Su Chen twirled the green long sword in his hand, holding the hilt as he nodded, "This sword is quite nice." Saying this, he tossed the sword back to Murong Shui. Murong Shui caught the green long sword, her expression serious, as she stared at Su Chen. At this moment, she could not calm her heart. Su Chen said indifferently, "Does this mean I have defeated you?" Murong Shui tightly gripped the long sword in her hand. Clearly, she was unwilling to accept this, but she also understood that since Su Chen could so easily block her strongest strike, his strength was undoubtedly far beyond her own. Continuing this fight was unnecessary. Losing is losing, if she could accept it. She nodded, "All right." Saying this, she looked towards an elder not far away. "Take him to Guyu Peak." After saying this, she transformed into a beam of green light and vanished. At this moment, she needed to calm down. The blow she had just received was too great. The elder approached Su Chen, his eyes filled with awe. After all, wherever there are strong individuals, they are respected. He respectfully said, "My name is Du Yuan. May I ask how you would like to be addressed?" Su Chen replied, "Su Chen." Du Yuan nodded, "I will take Master Su to Guyu Peak." Su Chen nodded, "All right." The elders exchanged glances, seeing astonishment and excitement reflected in each other's eyes. From now on, their starry holy land would gain another powerful figure. On this day, the news that Su Chen had defeated Murong Shui and become the master of Guyu Peak quickly spread throughout every corner of the starry holy land. Guyu Peak had a lakeside, and by the lake stood a pavilion hidden among ancient trees surrounded by foliage. Notably, the density of spiritual energy here was more than 10 times that of the outside. Du Yuan said, Master Su, this is Guyu Peak. Su Chen nodded and placed Yi Lingxi down. Yi Lingxi curiously observed her surroundings, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Clearly she liked this place very much. Du Yuan said, Master Su, afterwards you need to visit Xingchen Peak to see the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord will give you the token of Guyu Peak's master. The master token represents a symbol of status. Su Chen nodded, then asked, why is there no peak master for Guyu Peak? Not even a disciple. Du Yuan sighed. Originally Guyu Peak did have a master, but that master suddenly disappeared 7 years ago. Since then there has been no one in the starry Holy Land who possesses strength comparable to the other peak masters. Thus the position of Guyu Peak's master has remained vacant. As for why Guyu Peak has no disciples, it is because the former master had a peculiar personality and did not like to accept disciples, so Guyu Peak has no disciples. Saying this, he took out a communication stone and handed it to Su Chen. If you need anything, just use this communication stone to contact me. I have other matters to attend to, so I must leave now. After saying this, he turned and left. At this moment, Yi Lingxi tugged at the corner of Su Chen's clothing and whispered, Brother, I'm hungry. Su Chen smiled, slightly pinching Yi Lingxi's cheek. All right, I will make something for you. An hour later, the entire Guyu Peak was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. Su Chen was currently roasting 2 jade rabbits. Under the charcoal fire, the jade rabbits gradually turned golden brown and fragrant, making one's mouth water. Yi Lingxi watched with wide eyes, occasionally wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Su Chen handed her one of the roasted rabbits, smiling. Eat, but be careful, it's hot. Yi Lingxi nodded, took the roasted rabbit, blew on it, and then took a big bite. The outer skin of the roasted rabbit was crispy, while the inside was tender and juicy. Yi Lingxi was utterly satisfied. Su Chen looked at Yi Lingxi and smiled. After 5 years together, he found that Yi Lingxi was really obedient and very healing, especially when she smiled. It made one want to cherish her. Perhaps this is what it feels like to have a younger sister. Su Chen's reason for coming to the starry Holy Land to become the master of Guyu Peak was that he did not want to continue wandering with Yi Lingxi. Moreover, he had already had enough of wandering in the lower realm. Now he just wanted to find a place to live comfortably for a few years before returning to the immortal realm. At this moment, Yi Lingxi had already finished her roasted rabbit. She could not help but glance at the other roasted rabbit, then seemed to realize that it was inappropriate, and quickly looked elsewhere. Su Chen smiled slightly and handed the other roasted rabbit to Yi Lingxi. Eat this one. Yi Lingxi shook her head. No, you eat, brother. Su Chen rubbed Yi Lingxi's head and smiled. I'm not hungry. Yi Lingxi still shook her head. I don't want it. Su Chen chuckled and shook his head, saying, this little fellow. After a while, he finished eating the half-roasted rabbit in his hand and looked at Yi Lingxi, saying, Lingxi, I need to go out for a while. Wait for me to come back, okay? Yi Lingxi obediently nodded. I will wait for brother to come back. Su Chen couldn't help but ruffle her hair, realizing that he seemed to have developed a habit of doing so. There was no way to change this habit. With such a cute little sister, who could resist it? Who? Su Chen murmured, wait for me to return. After saying that, he turned and left. Even though Su Chen's figure was no longer visible, Yi Lingxi still stared in the direction he had gone for a long time. Eventually, overwhelmed by drowsiness, she lay down on a rock and fell into a deep sleep. As Su Chen walked along the path, many disciples curiously observed him, while some female disciples stared wide-eyed, their legs rubbing together incessantly. A bold female disciple stopped Su Chen, mustering her courage to ask, Young master, are you a new? Due to Su Chen's appearance, only the elders of the Starry Sky Holy Land recognized him, so the disciples of the Starry Sky Holy Land did not know that Su Chen was the master of the ancient Moon Peak. Su Chen smiled slightly like a gentle spring breeze. I am indeed new. The surrounding female disciples blushed like the evening glow at the sight of his smile. Some male disciples, feeling a bit jealous, commented, Humph, isn't he just a bit handsome? What's so special about that? Others echoed, exactly. The bold female disciple shyly said then, Where is the junior brother going? Let me guide you. Su Chen shook his head and softly replied, No need, I know the way. The female disciple felt a bit disappointed, but smiled, saying, Okay. Su Chen nodded, walked around her, and continued on his way. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, many female disciples felt their hearts race, unable to contain their excitement, wishing they could pounce on him right there. Su Chen sighed as he walked, saying, Sai, being too handsome is also a burden. System. Half an hour later, Su Chen arrived at Starry Peak, which was filled with peach trees. Each tree stood about 10 meters tall, with soft yet sturdy branches adorned with alluring peach blossoms, emitting a faint fragrance that intoxicated those nearby. From a distance, it looked like a pink cloud resembling a paradise. At the highest point of the mountain, there was a grand palace. Su Chen pushed open the palace doors, and as he did, a wave of peach fragrance rushed towards him. Su Chen was momentarily stunned because he saw a woman inside the palace who was currently bathing her graceful figure partially obscured. When the woman saw Su Chen, she was also taken aback and the temperature around her gradually dropped. Su Chen lowered his head, quietly closed the door, muttering about not looking at indecency. Outside, Su Chen felt a bit guilty as he recalled the earlier scene, whispering, "Although it was my fault who bathes in a palace. But to be honest, she was quite beautiful. Come in." A cold voice echoed from within the palace. Su Chen straightened his back and pushed the door open again, stepping inside. Having seen it, what was there to be afraid of? If that woman dared to take action, he could always suppress her. And then, inside the hall, the woman sat on a phoenix chair at the highest point, wearing a white dress and a light blue veil that obscured half her face. Yet her extraordinary beauty could not be hidden. Her long hair, as dark as ink, was adorned with a golden hairpin, accentuating her nobility. The woman stared at Su Chen, surprised. This man was extraordinarily handsome. However, remembering what had just happened, a surge of anger filled her heart as she coldly said, "You are the Su Chen who defeated Xiao Shui, right?" Naturally, she could not be unaware of what happened in the Holy Land. Su Chen nodded and said, "Yes, you must be the master of the Starry Sky Holy Land, right? What should I call you?" He hadn't expected the master of the Starry Sky Holy Land to be a woman. He had thought it would be an old man. The woman nodded and said, "My name is Xia Meng. You can just call me Holy Master Meng. You came for the Peak Master token, right?" Su Chen nodded, saying, "That's correct." Xia Meng's lips curled slightly. "To obtain the Peak Master token, you must contribute to the Starry Sky Holy Land. However, I can lower the requirement a bit. If you can defeat me, I will give you the Peak Master token." After hearing Xia Meng's words, Su Chen felt a mix of amusement and resignation. How could he not know that Xia Meng was still angry about what had just happened? As for defeating her to get the token, it seemed she intended to teach him a lesson during the match. And indeed, Su Chen's thoughts were correct. Xia Meng just wanted to take action to teach him a lesson. Su Chen helplessly said, "Holy Master, I really didn't mean to." "Shut up." Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Meng interrupted him coldly, saying, "Just tell me whether you want the Peak Master token or not." Seeing this, Su Chen no longer said anything else, calmly stating, "Just make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Meng's figure vanished, and when she reappeared, she was already behind Su Chen holding a white long sword, and then she thrust it out. At that moment, a 1,000-foot white light illuminated the entire palace, the sword's intent overwhelming, and the terrifying aura of a half-saint realm's fifth layer filled this small space. Bang! Suddenly, a figure was sent flying out, and that figure was none other than Xia Meng. Xia Meng glanced at the long sword in her hand, her face filled with seriousness, for her sword had shattered. Just now, a terrifying power erupted from Su Chen, which directly sent her flying away. She had no time. She looked at Su Chen, her heart sinking. This man was truly terrifying. Su Chen looked at Xia Meng and asked, "Can you give me the Peak Master token now?" To be honest, if it weren't for wanting Yi Lingxi to live a stable life for a few years, he would have turned around and left long ago. Fight with Xia Meng. What a joke. Suffering this humiliation, Xia Meng clenched her delicate hand and coldly said, "No, you haven't defeated." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen suddenly disappeared and reappeared, already gripping Xia Meng's neck. Xia Meng's pupils constricted, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. She never expected Su Chen would suddenly make a move, and she had no ability to resist at all. Su Chen slowly lifted Xia Meng, his eyes cold. He had had enough of this woman. He really couldn't tolerate it any longer. Damn it. Xia Meng looked into Su Chen's eyes, shivering all over her face, pale, for she saw the intent to kill in his gaze. At that moment, Su Chen radiated a red glow, his coldness akin to an ice mountain, extremely terrifying. Xia Meng produced a token from her hand which was engraved with ancient characters, and she struggled to say, "Here you go." Su Chen took the token and then relaxed his grip, turning to walk towards the palace exit. Xia Meng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, looking at Su Chen's retreating figure, filled with trepidation and a hint of excitement. On Gugu Peak, the sun gradually descended, casting a soft glow of twilight upon the earth. A gentle breeze brushed against Yi Lingxi's face as she groggily opened her eyes, glancing at the twilight sky. Worry crept into her heart. It's so late, why hasn't brother returned? As she spoke, she got up and walked down the mountain. Just as she reached the foot of the mountain, she was stopped by a group of 5 people. The leader was a young man in a purple robe who leered at Yi Lingxi. As she spoke, she got up and walked down the mountain. Just as she reached the foot of the mountain, she was stopped by a group of 5 people. The leader was a young man in a purple robe. As she spoke, she got up and walked down the mountain. Just as she reached the foot of the mountain, she was stopped by a group of 5 people. The leader, as he finished speaking, a hint of lewdness flashed in his eyes. Yes, he had a penchant for little Lolas. He was utterly captivated the moment he laid eyes on Yi Lingxi. Yi Lingxi retreated a few more steps, and with each step back, Jiang Hao and his companions advanced a step closer. Tears shimmered in Yi Lingxi's eyes as she pressed her lips tightly together, trying hard to suppress the tears that threatened to spill. Seeing Yi Lingxi's silence, Jiang Hao's expression darkened, losing his patience. He snapped, "Damn it, ungrateful wretch, tie her up and take her to my room." "All right." The few lackeys beside Jiang Hao rubbed their hands and stepped toward Yi Lingxi. Yi Lingxi turned to run, but as she fled she suddenly stumbled and fell, scraping her knees and elbows, blood trickling from the wounds. With reddened eyes, Yi Lingxi bit her lip, holding back her tears. Just as she tried to get up, Jiang Hao and his companions had already surrounded her. Jiang Hao laughed heartily. "Run, keep running." "Huh, brother," Yi Lingxi called softly, unable to hold back her tears any longer. At that moment she felt terrified and desperately wished for Su Chen to appear. Suddenly a flash of sword light appeared, and Jiang Hao and his companions felt a chill around their necks, and the next moment their heads flew off. Yi Lingxi looked up sharply, and upon seeing that familiar figure, tears flowed uncontrollably as she trembled, calling out, "Brother." Su Chen came to Yi Lingxi's side, picking her up and apologizing. "I'm sorry I'm late." Yi Lingxi buried her face in Su Chen's arms, crying continuously, "Wow, brother." Su Chen gently stroked Yi Lingxi's head, saying, "It's okay, brother is here." "Bastard." At that moment an enraged roar echoed throughout the starry sacred land. A terrifying aura of a 7th-level venerable spread across the sky, and then a figure suddenly appeared in the void. This figure was an old man in a black robe, bearing a striking resemblance to Jiang Hao. He was none other than Jiang Hao's grandfather, Jiang Qixing. At this moment his face was twisted in rage, showing signs of losing control. Just moments ago Jiang Hao's soul lamp had suddenly extinguished. How could he not be furious? How could he not lose control? Everyone in the starry sacred land turned their gaze toward Jiang Qixing in the void, their eyes filled with confusion. They didn't understand why Jiang Qixing was so angry. Xia Ming stepped out from the hall, looking up at Jiang Qixing in the void, frowning. "What does this old man want?" Jiang Qixing suddenly fixed his gaze on a spot where Jiang Hao's body lay, then turned his gaze to Su Chen, angrily exclaiming, "Who gave you the guts to kill my grandson?" From his voice one could sense boundless fury. He had been in seclusion and was unaware of Su Chen's identity. The disciples felt a jolt of shock. Someone killed Jiang Hao. Impressive. Su Chen slowly raised his head, looking at Jiang Qixing, his gaze calm, yet the temperature around him dropped, making one feel as if they were in an ice cavern. Only those who understood Su Chen knew just how terrifying he was at that moment. Su Chen gently set Yi Lingxi down softly, saying, "Brother will take care of this, wait for me, be good." After saying that, he stepped into the void, ascending to the sky. Who is this person? The disciples looked at Su Chen with confusion. One disciple seemed to guess something. "This person is likely the Su sect master who defeated the Morong Peak master." "What? He is the Su sect master? So handsome, is he not afraid of death?" The disciples were somewhat astonished. At that moment a male disciple suddenly said, "What is Su sect master planning to do?" Seemingly remembering something, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Could it be that Su sect master killed?" The friend beside this male disciple was also startled. "Now that you mention it, it might really be true. Just look at how Elder Jiang looks at Su sect master. He seems ready to tear Su sect master apart." Su Chen stood in the void with his hands behind his back, his long silver hair swaying in the wind, his handsome face captivating the attention of the female disciples below. Jiang Qixing glared at Su Chen, his thoughts racing as flames erupted from his palm, which he then thrust forward. Between heaven and earth a colossal fire palm surged forth, carrying an overwhelming force as it charged at Su Chen, incinerating everything in its path to ashes. Su Chen waved his hand, and the fire palm dissipated instantly. "Die for me." Just then Jiang Qixing's figure suddenly appeared before Su Chen, killing intent surging as he threw a punch. This punch contained an incredibly terrifying force. At that moment Su Chen sidestepped, dodging the punch, and then suddenly reached out, grabbing Jiang Qixing's arm, following up with a knee strike. Jiang Qixing was taken aback, trying to retreat, but it was already too late. Bang! Jiang Qixing's entire body bent like a bow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Because Su Chen had a firm grip on his arm, he did not fly away. At that moment Su Chen delivered another punch to Jiang Qixing's stomach. "Oh!" Jiang Qixing screamed in agony, his face contorted. At this moment not a single part of his body was uninjured, all his bones were shattered. Su Chen tightened his grip on Jiang Qixing's neck, his gaze icy as he applied more pressure. The disciples below were in shock. "Wow, is this Su sect master really that fierce?" Jiang Qixing struggled with his legs, his face turning pale, while his heart was filled with shock at Su Chen's strength. He never expected Su Chen to be this strong. "Su sect master, please show mercy." At that moment a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far from Su Chen. The middle-aged man was tall and imposing with a solemn demeanor. A disciple looked at the middle-aged man and said, "I didn't expect that the Shadow Peak Master would actually come." Of course the Shadow Peak Master is the master of the Shadow Peak, and Elder Jiang is from the Shadow Peak. How could Peak Master and not show up to protect him? The disciple nodded. That makes sense, but I wonder if Su Sect Master will give the Shadow Peak Master any face. Jiang Qixing glanced at Yuan with a trembling voice. Peak Master, save me. Yuan looked at Su Chen, speaking in a deep voice. Su Sect. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen had already crushed Jiang Qixing's neck. He then turned to Yu and calmly asking, you want to save him? Yuan's heart sank, his fists clenched tightly. He cast a cold glance at Su Chen, said nothing, and just as he turned around, a beam of sword light suddenly pierced through his brow, and a trickle of blood flowed from between his eyebrows. Then his body fell straight down from the void, crashing heavily to the ground. Just as he turned around, a beam of sword light suddenly pierced through his brow, and a trickle of blood flowed from between his eyebrows. Then his body fell straight, and it was a one-hit kill. Impressive. At that moment, 4 powerful figures appeared in the void, standing opposite Su Chen. At the forefront was Xia Meng, and behind her stood 3 others: Chun Hong, the master of Dan Peak, Lu Pingchuan, the master of Array Peak, and Inlan, the master of Weapon Peak. Xia Meng glanced at the lifeless body of Yu and then turned to Su Chen and said, you acted impulsively. Su Chen replied calmly. He had murderous intent in his eyes. If I hadn't killed him, he would have killed me later. I call this emergency evasion. Emergency evasion. Xia Meng frowned slightly, staring at Su Chen in silence. 1,000 horses galloped through her mind. Damn emergency evasion. Chun Hong shouted angrily. You just arrived at the starry sacred land less than a day ago and killed 3 people, including a master and a grand elder. Who gave you the guts? Su Chen looked at Chun Hong without saying a word. Chun Hong trembled all over, unable to help but swallow hard. Now he remembered that Su Chen had just seconds ago killed the existence of Yuan. He shouldn't have spoken, he was too careless. The other 2 masters were also filled with anger, yet dared not speak. Just thinking of what had just happened made their hearts tremble. This youth was too terrifying. Xia Meng suddenly said, Jiang Qixing and you and their families are only slightly inferior to our starry sacred land. If you kill them, the Yu and Jiang families will definitely come to seek revenge on you. Su Chen clasped his hands behind his back and nodded, saying, what you said makes sense, since they will seek revenge on me. As he spoke, he looked towards the horizon and calmly said, come here. As soon as his voice fell, the space suddenly shattered, and terrifying auras emanated from the broken space, filling the sky. The dreadful presence made everyone's scalps tingle and their hearts palpitate. Immediately, several figures flew out from the shattered space and finally stopped in front of Su Chen. All these individuals were clad in black robes and wore masks. The aura they exuded was so overwhelming that even the heavens could hardly bear it, as if they could destroy everything with just a casual move. At that moment, they suddenly knelt on one knee and respectfully shouted, Emperor. Everyone in the starry sacred land, including Xia Meng and the 3 masters, were stunned, their faces pale and bodies trembling uncontrollably. The oppressive feeling from the black-robed figures was too strong. At this moment, they were extremely curious about Su Chen's identity. What kind of being could have such terrifying followers? This is simply absurd. Su Chen calmly said, annihilate the 9 clans of the Jiang and Yu families. His tone was flat, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Understood. All the black-robed figures shattered the space and disappeared. The terrifying aura emitted by the black-robed figures also vanished at this moment, and everyone in the starry sacred land let out a sigh of relief. That was so damn frightening. On this day, the Jiang and Yu families were suddenly annihilated by a group of mysterious black-robed figures without any ability to resist. It was a complete slaughter. Su Chen looked at Xia Meng and said lightly, you don't have to worry about revenge now. Thank you for the reminder. After saying that, he clasped his hands behind his back and flew downwards. Xia Meng's mouth twitched, and she didn't even know what to say. Everyone looked at Su Chen, leaving with awe. At this moment, Su Chen was filled with mystery in their hearts. Su Chen approached Yi Lingxi and lifted her up softly, saying, are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something. Yi Lingxi nodded, then curiously asked, you aren't from some big family, are you? Su Chen laughed heartily and said, just remember that I am your brother, understand? Yi Lingxi blinked and said, got it. Xia Meng and the 3 masters arrived at the main hall of Starry Peak. Lu Pingchuan said solemnly, Holy Master, this Su Chen has only been in the sacred land for less than a day and has already killed 3 people, including a master and a grand elder. Are we just going to let it go? The other 2 masters also looked at Xia Meng. Xia Meng said helplessly, what else can we do? Do you want to expel him from the starry sacred land? If you want to be brave and go ahead, I won't stop you. Don't worry, I'll collect your corpses for you later. The 3 masters fell silent. They truly didn't dare. They feared that by the time they finished speaking, they would be dead already. They were still young and didn't want to die. Xia Meng suddenly said, all right, this Su Chen has a mysterious identity. He is not someone our small sacred land can provoke. I estimate he won't stay for long, and you all should not provoke him. Go back to your peaks. The three masters fell silent for a moment, then nodded and turned to leave. Soon only Xiao Meng was left in the hall. She lowered her head, lost in thought. Suddenly she raised her head and said, "No, I still need to ask the elders about this." As she spoke, her figure disappeared. In the back mountain of Starry Peak, there was a wooden house and a patch of spiritual soil where various precious spiritual herbs were planted. An old man dressed simply and wearing a straw hat was watering the spiritual soil with a kettle. At that moment, Xiao Meng's figure suddenly appeared behind the old man. She clasped her hands in salute and respectfully said, "Elder." The old man paused his actions, turned to look at Xiao Meng, and said calmly, "If he wants to stay in the sacred land, let him stay. Do not concern yourself with him." Xiao Meng remained silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right." After speaking, her figure vanished from the... After Xiao Meng left, the old man let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, if one were to observe closely, they would notice that his hands were trembling and water from the kettle was spilling out. The old man muttered to himself, "How could those black-robed figures be so terrifying? And what exactly is that young man?" As he spoke, he looked up at the void worriedly, saying, "I do not know if this is good or bad." Days later, it was noon, and the warm sun poured down, giving a sense of peace and tranquility. At this moment, Su Chen was lying on a recliner, his eyes slightly closed, leisurely basking in the sun. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxi was cleaning the attic. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely curse. This is utterly unreasonable. How can they make a child who isn't even 10 years old do such dirty and tiring work? After half an hour, Yi Lingxi finally cleaned the attic, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and then came to Su Chen's back to massage him. Su Chen smiled and said, "Come here." Yi Lingxi nodded and approached Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Yi Lingxi and smiled. "Do you really want to cultivate immortality?" Yi Lingxi firmly nodded, "Of course. I want to fly, it's so cool, hee." Su Chen reached out and gently patted Yi Lingxi's small head. "All right, brother, will teach you." Yi Lingxi happily jumped into Su Chen's arms and exclaimed, "Thank you, brother. I knew you were the best." Su Chen looked at Yi Lingxi with affection. "Do you know what the first requirement for cultivating immortality is?" Yi Lingxi thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't know." Su Chen smiled and said that would be body tempering. Body tempering refers to cultivating the body, gradually strengthening oneself. Only when the muscles and bones reach a certain level can one draw spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into their body. If you haven't tempered your body and attempt to draw energy into it, the consequence would be that your body cannot withstand the energy contained in the spiritual energy and could explode. Yi Lingxi turned pale, a bit frightened then. "What should I do?" Su Chen pinched Yi Lingxi's cheek and smiled. "Are you scared?" Yi Lingxi obediently nodded. Su Chen laughed heartily, then a pill appeared in his hand out of thin air. Yi Lingxi curiously asked, "What is this?" Su Chen replied, "This is a body-tempering pill. After you take it, you can strengthen your body." Yi Lingxi's eyes sparkled. "Then does that mean if I eat this body-tempering pill, I can start cultivating?" Su Chen nodded, then handed the pill to Yi Lingxi, pointing to a clear area. "Go sit cross-legged over there." Yi Lingxi quickly nodded, went to the area, sat cross-legged, and without hesitation consumed the body temp. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, it transformed into streams of warm green energy flowing throughout her body. Every inch of muscle and bone within her meridians felt nourished, as if lying in warm water. As time passed, black impurities began to flow out of Yi Lingxi's body. After a while, she suddenly opened her eyes excitedly and looked at Su Chen. "Brother, how is it? Is it working?" At that moment, she wrinkled her nose and frowned. "What is that smell?" She then looked down at her hands, which were covered in black impurities. She was instantly frightened. "Ah, what is this? So disgusting." Su Chen chuckled. "Don't panic, these are just the harmful impurities from your body. It's nothing. Just go wash up and come back." Without needing Su Chen to say it, Yi Lingxi had already dashed into the pavilion. It was really too disgusting. Half an hour later, Yi Lingxi came out of the pavilion, sniffing her arm and frowning. She had scrubbed several times, yet the smell remained. She approached Su Chen looking unhappy. Su Chen smiled. "With time, this smell will naturally disappear. Don't be upset." Yi Lingxi nodded, but still wore a pained expression. Su Chen shook his head with a smile. "Continue sitting cross-legged over there, and I will teach you how to cultivate immortality." Upon hearing about cultivating immortality, Yi Lingxi became excited and quickly returned to the designated. Su Chen smiled slightly, "This girl." Then he looked at Yi Lingxi and said, "After body tempering comes drawing in energy. Draw energy, draw spiritual energy from the heavens and earth." It is difficult to sense the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Most people get stuck at this point, spending their entire lives without being able to sense it. Yi Lingxi asked worriedly, "Can I sense it?" Su Chen smiled, "Of course. And I'll let you in on a secret. Your talent for cultivating immortality is unmatched in this world." Yi Lingxi blinked her eyes. "Really?" Su Chen nodded, "Of course." Yi Lingxi giggled excitedly. "Then I am a genius at cultivation." After a moment, she forcibly calmed her excitement and asked, "Brother, how should I sense the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth?" Su Chen smiled slightly. First you must calm your mind and think of nothing. Once your heart is completely still, you will naturally be able to sense the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Once you sense it, guide that energy into your body. Yi Lingxi nodded and slowly closed her eyes. Time passed minute by minute. Yi Lingxi began to sweat slightly from her forehead. At that moment her mind was very chaotic. She wanted to calm down, but she couldn't. Random memories kept popping into her head. Meanwhile, Su Chen lay back on a rattan chair sipping from a wine jug, seemingly unconcerned that Yi Lingxi wouldn't be able to sense the spiritual energy. What a joke. A supreme talent can't sense spiritual energy. Then no one in this world would be able to sense. Soon Yi Lingxi's heart gradually calmed down and her mind became less chaotic. Suddenly she felt a mysterious mist surrounding her, revealing an enchanting quality. Could this be the spiritual energy that brother spoke of? Yi Lingxi wondered, no longer thinking too much as she directed the mist to merge into her body. The mist flowed through her body, continuously strengthening her bones and meridians. At that moment the mist surged into Yi Lingxi's body at an astonishing speed. Yi Lingxi's body trembled slightly as she felt the spiritual energy gradually gathering in her lower abdomen, ultimately forming a luminous sphere which contained a powerful energy. The mist poured in faster and faster, and the energy contained within the luminous sphere grew stronger. Boom. A powerful energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from within Yi Lingxi. Su Chen pointed his finger, and the energy fluctuation within Yi Lingxi instantly calmed down. After a while Yi Lingxi suddenly opened her eyes and excitedly said, "Brother, did I succeed?" Su Chen smiled and said yes. Yi Lingxi laughed heartily, "I am indeed a genius." Then, as if remembering something, she asked, "Brother, I feel a luminous sphere within me. What is that?" Su Chen explained, "That is where the spiritual energy gathers, commonly referred to as the dantian. Now try to draw energy from the dantian and gather it in your arm." Yi Lingxi nodded, then drew some spiritual energy from her dantian. She guided the energy to her right hand and immediately felt her right hand filled with power, as if she could punch through a cow. Yi Lingxi exclaimed, "Brother, I now feel like my right hand has limitless strength." Su Chen smiled, "Come here." Yi Lingxi hopped over to Su Chen, looking very happy. Su Chen looked at Yi Lingxi and said, "I will pass on." As he spoke, he pointed at Yi Lingxi's brow. Boom. A surge of information suddenly flooded into Yi Lingxi's mind. The Devouring Spirit Sutra. If this sutra is successfully cultivated, it can absorb the surrounding spiritual energy at 100-fold speed, and this sutra has no rank. The higher your realm, the faster you absorb spiritual energy. The most terrifying aspect is that this sutra can purify the absorbed spiritual energy, transforming it into the most refined spiritual energy, which is dozens of times stronger than ordinary spiritual energy. The power is also different. If you fight against someone of the same level while your opponent uses ordinary spiritual energy, you would be using the purest spiritual energy, making it impossible for them to defeat you. Of course, Su Chen cannot possess this sutra, it was given to him by the system. Yi Lingxi was incredibly excited. "Brother, is this sutra particularly powerful?" Su Chen smiled faintly. "It's okay, just average." "The system?" Yi Lingxi felt a bit disappointed. "Really? I thought it was very powerful." Su Chen patted Yi Lingxi's head, smiling. "You should be content. This sutra is indeed quite powerful. I just meant that for me it's average, but for others it's different." Yi Lingxi looked up at Su Chen, blinking her eyes. "Really?" Su Chen chuckled. "Really? When have I ever lied?" Yi Lingxi laughed. All right, you're the best brother. He'll go study this sutra now." With that she ran off. Su Chen shook his head with a smile and said nothing. He slowly closed his eyes, rocking in the rattan chair, leisurely basking in the sun. At that moment the spiritual energy around Yi Lingxi surged toward her at a terrifying speed, and her aura was gradually growing stronger. Su Chen opened his eyes watching this scene and said with a smile, "As expected of a top-tier talent, the understanding comes quickly." Yi Lingxi's aura became increasingly powerful, causing the ground around her to tremble slightly. Su Chen stood up and approached Yi Lingxi. He then pointed at her, and her emanating aura immediately calmed. Yi Lingxi opened her eyes and looked up at Su Chen, puzzled. "Brother, what's wrong?" Su Chen replied, "Your current realm is about at the peak of the Qi induction 9th layer. Improving too fast is not good, understand?" Yi Lingxi blinked and asked, "Why is that?" Su Chen explained, "If you improve too quickly, it will lead to an unstable foundation. If your foundation is unstable, it will be difficult to make further progress. Moreover, when you battle against someone with a solid foundation, even if they are several realms lower than you, they could still defeat you, understand?" Yi Lingxi nodded, seemingly understanding. "Got it." Su Chen smiled. "Next, focus on stabilizing your realm before considering further improvement." Yi Lingxi smiled sweetly. "Okay." Su Chen patted her head, and then turned to continue lying in the rattan chair, basking in the sun. In the days that followed, Yi Lingxi was diligently cultivating. Her goal was to be able to fly in the sky as soon as possible, so she worked extra hard. As for Su Chen, he either basked in the sun or cooked something delicious, or perhaps went fishing, living a leisurely and carefree life every day. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Guyu Peak was already covered in snow. The pure white snowflakes fell like a melodious poem gently drifting in this early winter world. Snowflakes danced in the air like fairies. The distant mountains, rivers, rooftops, and trees all seemed to don a snowy cloak, standing quietly in this silver-white world. Inside the house, Su Chen lay on a wrought-tan chair reading a book. By his feet was a fire pit, the warmth from the pit making the cold weather feel less harsh. Today Su Chen wore white clothing with a white fur cloak draped over his upper body. His silver hair like snow shimmered softly in the firelight. Beside him Yilingxi sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly closed, radiating a powerful aura. Her demeanor was vastly different from before. She now resembled a noble princess, sacred and inviolable. Su Chen put down his book and looked at Yilingxi. Wow, in just 1 year you've gone from the Qi induction realm to the 9th layer of the divine concealment realm. If others knew, how shocked would they be? At that moment Yilingxi suddenly opened her eyes and looked up at Su Chen, asking, "Brother, can I fly now?" Su Chen nodded. "Yes, actually, once you reach the divine concealment realm you can already fly." Yilingxi, upon hearing this, looked at Su Chen with a resentful expression. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Su Chen feigned innocence. "You never asked me." Yilingxi. She stopped bickering with Su Chen and went outside the loft, channeling spiritual energy to her feet. Gradually her feet lifted off the ground and she finally took flight. She was filled with excitement and exhilaration. I did it. Huh. I can fly." As she said this, she accidentally lost control of her spiritual energy and shot straight up into the sky. Up. A scream echoed from the sky as Yilingxi's figure fell from the heavens. Su Chen watched this scene, feeling a bit helpless. This girl really knows how to worry me. After saying that, his figure vanished from the spot and reappeared, already catching the rapidly descending Yilingxi. He then vanished again, and when he reappeared he was already on the ground. At that moment Yilingxi's face was pale, devoid of any color, clearly quite frightened. Su Chen gently patted her head. "Could you please get accustomed to flying before you actually do it? Flying so high all at once, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Yilingxi lowered her head, remaining silent, her eyes glistening as if she was about to cry at any moment. Su Chen sighed. "I really can't do anything with this girl." Alright, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. To make up for it, I'll cook something delicious for you, how about that?" Yilingxi chuckled slyly. "You said it, no backing out." Su Chen. He felt like he had been tricked by this girl. Just then a figure suddenly appeared, and it was Du Yuan. Su Chen turned to Du Yuan. "What's the matter?" Du Yuan clasped his fists and said, "Master Su, the Holy Lord wants to see you at the Star Palace." Su Chen nodded. "All right." Du Yuan said, "Then I'll take my leave now, farewell." With that he vanished from the spot. Yilingxi looked at Su Chen. "Are you leaving?" Su Chen patted Yilingxi's head. "He'll be back soon." Yilingxi pouted, not saying anything. Su Chen smiled slightly. How could he not see that this girl was upset? He gently said, "Be good, wait for me to come back, and I'll make you a particularly delicious dish." Yilingxi nodded. "Okay." Su Chen patted her head again. "Good girl, while I'm away practice flying on your own, and remember, don't fly too high." With that he turned and left. Soon Su Chen arrived at the Star Palace. At this moment Xia Meng and several peak masters were present, and Xia Meng sat in the main seat, dressed in a golden silk long skirt, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Her pair of phoenix eyes were extraordinarily beautiful, and her entire being emanated an aura of a superior, evoking reverence. As soon as Su Chen entered the grand hall, all eyes turned to him. He smiled slightly, found a spot to sit, and then looked at Xia Meng in the main seat. "May I ask why the Saint Master has summoned me?" Xia Meng's expression was not good. She wasn't the only one, as the other peak masters felt the same. She said solemnly, "You should remember the master of Murong Peak with whom you fought previously, right?" Su Chen nodded without speaking. Xia Meng continued, "I just received news that she is currently trapped in a secret realm and cannot escape, and the reason she is trapped is because of the Tianma sect." Su Chen furrowed his brows. "What kind of power is the Tianma sect?" Xia Meng explained, "The Tianma sect is formed by a group of demonic cultivators who practice by relying on human blood. Over the years they have slaughtered at least dozens of cities." As she spoke the last part, a chilling aura emanated from her. Su Chen said, "Then why not eradicate the Tianma?" Xia Meng sighed heavily, saying helplessly, "It's not that we haven't tried to destroy them, it's that the Tianma sect is too strong. Previously, I joined forces with several other major powers, yet we could not eliminate the Tianma sect." Su Chen nodded and asked, "So why is the master of Murong Peak trapped by the people of the Tianma sect?" Xia Meng shook her head. "I only received news that she is trapped. As for the reason, I do not know. The reason I called you here is to have you manage the Holy Land while I and the other peak masters go to rescue." After speaking, she looked at Su Chen. The reason she asked Su Chen to manage the Holy Land instead of going with them to rescue Murong Shui was that she knew Su Chen had no emotional ties to the Star Holy Land. She also realized that Su Chen merely wanted to enjoy a few years in the Holy Land before leaving. Thus, she didn't want to trouble Su Chen and could only ask him to manage the Holy Land. And Lan spoke up, "That's right, and we must set off immediately, otherwise Master Murong may not last much longer." Xiaoming also grew anxious looking at Su Chen. "Is that all right?" She felt somewhat frustrated as the Saint Master unable to command a peak master. But there was no way around it. Remembering Su Chen's terrifying strength and the people behind him made her feel powerless. If Su Chen was unwilling to manage the Holy Land, she would have to find the Supreme Elder to oversee it. Su Chen calmly replied, "I will go, you all stay in the Holy Land." With that he turned and left. Xia Meng and the others were taken aback for a moment, but soon their hearts filled with joy. They knew that if Su Chen went to rescue Murong Shui, then she would surely be safe, as they had witnessed Su Chen's strength. What surprised them was that Su Chen would personally go to save Murong Shui, exceeding their expectations. At this moment Chen Hong seemed to recall something, saying, "Master Su, it seems you haven't asked where Master Murong is trapped, right?" Su Chen paused in his steps, not turning around, after saying that his figure vanished from the spot. And Lan hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Does he really know?" Xiaoming stepped outside the hall looking up at the sky worriedly, saying, "Regardless of whether he knows or not, we can only trust him now." At this moment, she was very anxious, fearing that Murong Shui would not hold on until Su Chen arrived, and would have already. In the ancient moon, peak Yilingxi was still cultivating in the loft when Su Chen suddenly appeared before her. Yilingxi opened her eyes and smiled sweetly. "Brother, you're back." Su Chen patted Yilingxi's head, saying, "Master Murong is trapped in a secret realm. The situation is urgent, so I must go rescue her now." Yilingxi hurriedly replied, "Then go quickly, otherwise Master Murong will be in danger." Su Chen smiled slightly. "You're not angry?" Yilingxi shook her head. "Why would I be angry? If anything happens to Master Murong, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. You must go, brother." Su Chen was taken aback, then smiled. "Then I shall take my leave." With that he vanished from sight. Having such an understanding sister is truly wonderful. Yilingxi sighed in relief worriedly, saying, "I hope Sister Murong is safe." Over the past year she had learned about some matters in the cultivation world, so she knew just how dangerous Murong Shui was at this moment. Outside the Star Holy Land, Su Chen said, "System, where is Master Murong at this moment?" As soon as he spoke, a flood of memories surged into his mind. The Demon Lord's secret realm. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. "Fortunately, I have the system, otherwise the persona I painstakingly built would collapse." With that he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Inside the Demon Lord's secret realm, Murong Shui was currently surrounded by 7 mysterious individuals clad in red robes, led by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man exuded a particularly powerful aura surrounded by demonic energy and wielding a long knife. This man was none other than Li Jing, the 3rd elder of the Tianma sect. Murong Shui's gaze was icy as she looked at Li Jing, saying, "Are you not afraid of retribution from the Star Holy Land?" Li Jing burst into laughter. "Rest assured, the Star Holy Land won't exist for much longer." Murong Shui frowned and coldly replied, "What do you mean by that?" Li Jing sneered, "Guess." Murong Shui snorted coldly, no longer wasting words, and vanished from the spot. Buzz. A sound of a sword ringing echoed. Li Jing's pupils contracted, and he quickly slashed down with his knife. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending both figures flying back, stopping only 100 feet away. Murong Shui's gaze turned cold as she disappeared again, swiftly slicing down with her sword. Li Jing reacted swiftly, hurriedly blocking with his knife, but in the next moment, he was sent flying away. Before he could stabilize his body, Murong Shui charged at him once more. Li Jing's heart sank, his expression twisted. A surge of powerful demonic energy soared into the sky, and then he swung his knife down fiercely. Bang! A wave of demonic energy and sword intent filled the secret realm. The other 6 members of the Tianma sect retreated repeatedly, their expressions grave as they watched everything unfold. At that moment, both Murong Shui and Li Jing flew out simultaneously. Li Jing looked at his body in horror, noticing a gruesome sword scar on his chest. For half a moment, the 6 members of the Tianma sect attacked simultaneously. Upon seeing this, Murong Shui swiftly retreated. Caught off guard, Murong Shui was struck hard by that blade, her back instantly splitting open, blood gushing out. Murong Shui gritted her teeth, her face contorting in pain. At that moment, Li Jing swung his large knife toward her neck, while the 6 Tianma sect members' attacks had already reached her. A strong sense of crisis surged in Murong Shui's heart at that critical moment. With a furious shout, a powerful force erupted from her body. Li Jing and the 6 Tianma sect members were unexpectedly sent flying by this tremendous force. Damn! She actually broke through to the 1st level of half-saint. Li Jing looked at Murong Shui, his expression grim. He never expected her to break through at such a critical moment. Go. Don't let her break through. Li Jing shouted, and then charged toward Morong Shui, while the 6 Tianma sect members unleashed their strongest attacks at that moment. Suddenly Morong Shui disappeared from afar, shocking Li Jing and the others. Ah! A scream rang out. Li Jing turned to look, his heart sinking instantly. He saw Morong Shui had somehow appeared behind one of the Tianma sect members and thrust her sword into that person's heart. At that moment Morong Shui vanished again. Li Jing's pupils contracted as he hurriedly shouted, "Retreat!" The remaining 5 Tianma sect members were startled and quickly retreated, but one person was too slow and had their head severed. Before long, all 6 members of the Tianma sect were killed by Morong Shui, leaving only Li Jing. Damn! Li Jing's anger surged, his face twisted with rage as he glared at Morong Shui, wishing he could tear her apart. Li Jing shouted angrily, "You forced my hand." After saying this, a talisman appeared in his hand, and he shattered it without hesitation. In the next moment, a beam of light shot into the sky, transforming into a knife intent that spanned 1,000 feet. The terrifying aura emitted by the knife intent caused the entire secret realm to tremble, countless mountains collapsing, and then this horrifying knife intent sliced straight toward Morong Shui. Li Jing's face twisted with ferocity. "Dai ha!" This talisman contained the strongest attack of the Tianma sect's leader. Morong Shui could never withstand it. Morong Shui tightly gripped her sword, gazing at the knife intent charging toward her. She slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, she had no spiritual energy left in her body, and she was merely holding on. She knew she could not withstand this knife intent. Bitterly she murmured, "Am I going to die?" Just then a figure in white suddenly appeared in front of Morong Shui, followed by a gentle point of his hand. Crack! The 1,000-foot knife intent shattered instantly. Li Jing, witnessing this scene, had his expression freeze. Shattered. It actually shattered. How is this possible? At that moment Morong Shui opened her eyes, looking at that familiar figure in surprise. "It's you." Morong Shui's face immediately flushed, and she averted her gaze, too shy to meet Su Chen's eyes. "The destructive power is too great. I can't withstand it at all. More beautiful than a pain." Morong Shui's face immediately flushed, and she averted her gaze, too shy to meet Su Chen's eyes. "The destructive power is too great. I can't withstand it at all." Su Chen said with a smile, "It's good that you are fine." As he spoke, he turned to look at the distant Li Jing. Li Jing finally came to his senses, staring at Su Chen, trembling. "You. Who are you?" Su Chen smirked lightly. "Me. I'm just an ordinary person, so don't be afraid." "Li Jing." Morong Shui. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly appeared in front of Li Jing and kicked out. Li Jing hadn't reacted when he was sent flying. As he just stopped, Su Chen appeared in front of him again and promptly kneed him under the chin. Li Jing flew out once more, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing, his body, blood spewing from his mouth, mixed with broken teeth. Su Chen sighed helplessly. "It's been too long since I fought. Finally someone to spar with, but after just 2 moves it's no fun at all." Li Jing, hearing this, rolled his eyes and was infuriated to death. "You think you're so great? You think you're impressive? This is what you call sparring?" Morong Shui also looked speechless, but soon her body went limp and she fainted. Su Chen appeared beside her, lifted her up, and then brought Morong Shui down to the ground. He gently placed Morong Shui on the ground, producing a medicinal pill from thin air, then pinched her face and placed the pill in her mouth. After the pill entered her mouth, a green light radiated from Morong Shui's body, and a powerful life force emanated from her. In an instant her injuries were healed, and her pale face gradually regained color. Tianma sect. Inside the great hall, a middle-aged man sat in the main seat. He wore a black robe, his lips purple, appearing somewhat eerie, with demonic energy swirling around him, the terrifying demonic aura filling the entire hall. This middle-aged man is the leader of the Tianma sect, Luo Sha. Looking down at the elders of the Tianma sect, he rasped, "Li Jing is dead." "What?" All the elders of the Tianma sect were taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. "Li Jing is dead? How is that possible?" The Grand Elder said solemnly. "Li Jing is a 9th-level respected elder. Who could kill him?" The second elder added, "Even if those leaders from the Holy Lands personally made a move to kill him, he could at least escape. How could he die?" Other elders chimed in, clearly disbelieving that Li Jing would die. Luo Sha closed his eyes and said, "Am I capable of deceiving you?" The elders fell silent. Indeed, how could Luo Sha deceive them? Unless he was bored out of his mind. Suddenly Luo Sha opened his eyes and looked at the elders below, saying, "There must be something wrong with the demon sovereign's secret realm. Let's go." After finishing, his figure vanished. The elders were taken aback and quickly disappeared from the spot. In the demon sovereign's secret realm, Morong Shui slowly opened her eyes, somewhat surprised as she looked at her body. Then she glanced at Su Chen, who was sitting on a rock not far away, asking, "How did I recover so quickly?" Su Chen replied calmly, "Just an ordinary holy pill." Morong Shui's eyes widened. You mean you gave me a holy pill?" "Holy pill? In the lower realms, there are no more than a handful of alchemists capable of refining holy pills, making them extremely rare. Even Murong Shui had never possessed one. Su Chen said nonchalantly, "What's the big deal? Holy pills aren't anything rare." Murong Shui twitched her lips. "You might want to consider what you're saying." She was truly speechless. Su Chen glanced at Murong Shui and shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I've never experienced the feeling of being poor, so sometimes what I say might accidentally hurt your pride. You have to understand I don't mean it deliberately." Mu Rongshui was infuriated upon hearing this. What arrogance! It was pure pretentiousness. She decided to ignore Su Chen and began to observe her surroundings. At this moment, they found themselves in a dense forest. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any wind, giving off an unsettling vibe. Mu Rongshui frowned and said, "This secret realm is not simple." Su Chen, however, remained calm. "Why did you come to this secret realm?" Mu Rongshui glanced at Su Chen and replied, "A few days ago, I encountered some sneaky disciples from the Tianma sect. I captured them, and after some intense interrogation, I learned from them that the leader of the Tianma sect is plotting to release a certain great figure, and that great figure is in this demon lord's secret realm. So I came to take a look, but unexpectedly as soon as I arrived, I ran into Li Jing." Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, "It seems this secret realm must have sealed a powerful demonic cultivator." Mu Rongshui nodded. "I think so too." Su Chen asked, "Should we explore this secret realm?" Mu Rongshui hesitated for a moment and then nodded. For the next while the two wandered aimlessly throughout the secret realm. After a quarter of an hour, they stopped outside a grand hall. A chilling aura emanated from within, revealing something sinister. Su Chen looked at Mu Rongshui. "Shall we go in and take a look?" Mu Rongshui nodded. "All right." As they pushed open the great door, a terrifying demonic energy rushed toward them. Mu Rongshui frowned as she gazed at the center of the hall where a coffin lay. The coffin was red, covered in intricate carvings with a chain tightly wrapped around it adorned with countless talismans. Mu Rongshui said gravely, "What is sealed inside this coffin must be the great figure referred to by the Tianma sect." Then she looked at Su Chen. "Should we call for help?" Su Chen smiled slightly. "No need." With that, he took slow steps toward the red coffin. Seeing this, Mu Rongshui said nothing and followed him. Su Chen looked at the red coffin, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Interesting." Mu Rongshui asked, "What do you plan to do?" Su Chen did not respond, but struck the coffin with his palm. With a crack, the coffin instantly shattered. Torrential demonic energy surged from within, darkening the sky and unleashing terrifying thunder. Mu Rongshui's pupils dilated in disbelief. "Are you crazy?" She never expected Su Chen to be so reckless as to shatter the coffin. "Ha ha, after 3,000 years I, the Demon Lord, have finally emerged from my seal. Those old geezers must all be dead by now, right? Who in this world can stop me? Who?" Just then a chilling voice echoed, and a figure slowly appeared in the hall. The figure was clad in a demonic robe with blood-red hair and pitch-black eyes exuding fear. An overwhelming demonic aura surrounded him, causing the entire world to tremble. Mu Rongshui's expression grew serious as she said, "So strong." Faced with this demonic aura, she felt no inclination to resist. The demon lord suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Chen and Mu Rongshui. When his eyes fell upon Mu Rongshui, a lewd glint appeared in his eyes. "You were the ones who broke the seal." Su Chen replied with a smile, "Yes." The demon lord laughed heartily. "Well done. Follow me closely from now on, and I will not treat you poorly." Su Chen feigned surprise and excitedly asked, "Really?" The demon lord sneered, "I am an elder of the sacred land of demon spirits in the immortal realm. How could I deceive you?" Su Chen exclaimed, "Wow, how impressive." The demon lord laughed heartily and then looked at Mu Rongshui. Then he turned to Su Chen. "You leave? No entry without my command." Su Chen's expression darkened, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The demon lord was taken aback. Just as he started to react, Su Chen had already appeared before him and stomped on his face. He couldn't muster even a bit of resistance. Mu Rongshui was in shock. Was he really this strong? The demon lord was dumbfounded. What just happened? How was he being stepped upon by a mere rookie? He could tolerate many things, but this was beyond his limits. Just as he was about to unleash his demonic energy, he was horrified to discover that he couldn't use it at all. Once again, he was dumbfounded. This is not scientific. Wait, what is science? The demon lord swallowed, nervously looking at Su Chen in fear. He thought he was dealing with a rookie, but unexpectedly he encountered a big shot. Oh heavens, I just broke free from my seal, and now I run into a big shot. Am I doomed? Su Chen looked at the demon lord coldly. "Aren't you impressive? Show me how impressive you are now." The demon lord's expression at that moment was more miserable than if his mother had died. He cried out, "Father, my dear father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Please spare me, and I will serve you like a cow." I will work for you," Su Chen responded. Mu Rongshui was also speechless as they both looked at the demon lord on. "What is this thing?" Su Chen pointed out, sealing the demon lord's cultivation before finally lifting his foot. The demon lord sighed in relief and quickly said, "Thank you, Father, for sparing my life." He realized he might not have to die after all. If he did die, it would be truly unfortunate. Su Chen looked at the demon lord in exasperation. "If you call me father again, do you believe I will kill you?" The demon lord looked terrified and quickly replied, "Then shall I call you grandfather?" Mu Rongxue couldn't hold back her laughter any longer and burst out laughing. Su Chen frowned. "I ask you, answer, understood?" The demon lord nodded eagerly, "Yes, yes." Su Chen continued, "Why were you sealed here?" The demon lord seemed to recollect something, a surge of anger rising within him, but upon seeing Su Chen's gaze he immediately quelled it. He said, "Because I obtained a treasure, I was pursued by the top forces of the immortal realm. I had no choice but to descend to this lower realm and seal myself to evade their pursuit." After finishing, he glanced at Su Chen. This guy shouldn't be covetous, right? After all, he was a big shot, so surely he wouldn't be. Su Chen nodded. "Show it to me." The demon lord's face immediately fell. Of course, no big shot is ever a good thing. Su Chen glanced around and smiled. "A day outside, 100 years inside. Interesting. System, what do you think of this small tower?" The system fell silent for a moment. This is not something that should exist in the immortal realm. Su Chen was astonished. "Oh, it seems this small tower has quite the background. If you hadn't appeared, this small tower would likely have fallen into the hands of a child of fortune." Su Chen was once again taken aback. "Are you saying this is a golden finger for a child of fortune?" Su Chen pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Interesting, it seems someone is plotting something." Saying this, he looked up at the void and said, "So, small tower, I know you possess spirit, come out and let's talk." Time passed, and the surroundings remained silent. Su Chen nodded and said, "All right, you want come out, huh? Then this small tower has no need to exist." With that, he spread his palm, and a terrifying power began to gather. The space started to shatter bit by bit, and the entire world began to shake violently. Unbeknownst if the small tower was frightened, a voice suddenly emerged from the void. "No, no, no." The next moment, a streak of light suddenly stopped in front of Su Chen. As the light dissipated, a little girl walked out. She wore a red vest, her face round, and her small mouth resembling a cherry, truly adorable. She looked at Su Chen with trepidation. Su Chen looked at the little girl and retracted his hand, asking, "Are you the spirit of the small tower?" The little girl nodded but did not speak. Su Chen asked, "What do you know? Tell me about it." The little girl shook her head. "I don't know anything." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "You don't know?" Saying this, he extended his hand again. Seeing this, the little girl hurriedly said, "I really don't know. I just know I need to find someone named Lin Fan and assist him in his growth." After saying this, she glanced at Su Chen. Despite being so beautiful, she was being threatened with tower destruction. Where's the justice in this world? It's too unfair to the tower. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel like crying. Su Chen nodded, just as the system said Lin Fan, huh? After a while, he noticed the little girl was about to cry and smiled. "Why are you crying?" The little girl bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, but she remained silent. Su Chen shook his head with a smile, feeling as if he was bullying a child. He looked at the little girl and asked, "Do you want to stay by my side?" Upon hearing this, the little girl stifled her tears and asked, "Can I?" Su Chen smiled, "Of course you can." The little girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "All right." After saying this, she felt secretly delighted. She knew that Su Chen must be a powerful figure, and being by the side of such a handsome, powerful figure made her excited just thinking about it. As for the Lin Fan, she needed to find what kind of person was that. Su Chen smiled and asked, "Do you have a name?" The little girl shook her head, "No." Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "Then he'll call you Duoer." Duoer blinked her eyes. Okay. Clearly she was very fond of this name. Meanwhile, outside the tower, seeing Su Chen disappear, the demon lord finally let out a sigh of relief, but it was only a momentary relief. After all, his cultivation was sealed by Su Chen, and even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't go anywhere with Mu Rongxue watching him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, feeling very complex inside. As a once great demon lord, he had fallen to such a state. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Mu Rongxue frowned upon seeing Su Chen disappear and looked at the demon lord, asking, "Where did he go?" The demon lord glanced at Mu Rongxue, but did not speak. Moi. Mu Rongxue narrowed her eyes slightly, emitting a semi-saint's aura. Seeing this, the demon lord hurriedly said, "He is currently in the small tower." After saying this, a wave of humiliation surged in his heart. Damn it. Truly a tiger falls in the plain and is bullied by dogs. Mu Rongxue retracted her aura, looking puzzled. In the small tower. The demon lord explained, "There is a special space inside the small tower. He is currently in there." Mu Rongxue nodded. "Is there anything special inside the small tower?" The demon lord reluctantly said, "A day outside equals 100 years inside the small tower." He truly did not want to reveal this secret, but there was no choice. His cultivation was sealed, and he couldn't defeat his opponent. What else could he do? Alas, it's a hard life. What? Mu Rongshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? A day outside 100 years inside the small tower. What a joke. The demon lord nodded expressionlessly. Mu Rongxue was shocked for a while before calming her emotions. Is there truly such a divine object in this world? Just then Su Chen's figure suddenly appeared. The demon lord quickly changed his expression, smiling. Sir, are you satisfied with this small tower? Su Chen slightly raised the corner of his mouth and nodded satisfied. As soon as he spoke, the small tower in his hand transformed into a streak of light entering between Su Chen's brows and settling in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Su Chen felt as if he had established some connection with the small tower. Seeing this, the demon lord felt bitter. For that small tower, he had been hunted for 3,000 years, yet in the end the small tower still wasn't his. The true self felt miserable, but he would not voice it. Su Chen naturally saw through the demon lord's thoughts, smiling. Don't worry, now that I've taken your small tower, I will definitely ensure you don't suffer. After saying this, a bottle of pills appeared out of nowhere in his hand. He continued, you are currently at the 3rd level of the Great Saint Realm. The pills in this bottle are enough to help you break through to the Saint King Realm. Really? The demon lord was shocked to hear this. He had been stuck at the 3rd level of the Great Saint Realm for thousands of years without breaking through, and now a bottle of pills could let him break through. He clearly found it hard to believe. Mu Rongxue first glanced at Su Chen, then took a deep look at the demon lord, not expecting this guy to actually be at the Great Saint Realm. Su Chen smiled and said, just pour out the pills and you'll know. Saying this, he handed the pills to the demon lord. The demon lord nodded, took the pills, and at this moment, he could only believe. He cautiously opened the bottle cap and a fragrant aroma of pills suddenly wafted out, filling the entire hall. The demon lord swallowed hard, his heart stirring with waves of excitement. He had only sniffed the aroma of the pills, yet the long silent realm within him stirred with a hint of restlessness. Boom. Just then a powerful force suddenly erupted from Mu Rongxue, and she hurriedly suppressed it, looking bewildered. Because she had broken through. To think she had just barely broken through to the semi-saint realm. This was ridiculous. Mu Rongxue glanced at the bottle in the demon lord's hand, beginning to believe Su Chen's words. The demon lord poured out the pills from the bottle. The pills were crystal clear, intertwining with spiritual light, bright in color, plump, and embossed with exquisite patterns. 9 Revolutions Mystic Spirit Pill. The demon lord exclaimed in disbelief. Mu Rongxue asked, what is the 9 Revolutions Mystic Spirit Pill? The demon lord exclaimed with excitement. The 9 turns Mystic Spirit Pill can forcibly elevate one's level, and more importantly, it can be reused. Don't worry about it losing effectiveness after the first use. The recipe for the 9 turns Mystic Spirit Pill has been lost for countless years, and no one in this world can refine it. After saying this, he trembled with excitement, looking at Su Chen with increasing respect. He knew he had encountered an extraordinary figure. At that moment, he made up his mind to find a way to stay by Su Chen's side. As for the little tower, it was actually of no use to him. Even if given more time, his cultivation level would remain stagnant, making the 9 turns Mystic Spirit Pill far more practical. Mu Rongxue was also shocked. She looked at Su Chen with curiosity, wondering who this person was to possess such a pill. At this moment, Su Chen appeared mysterious in her eyes. She turned to the demon lord and asked, does the 9 turns Mystic Spirit Pill have the same effect on everyone who consumes it? If a person above the Great Sage level were to take the 9 turns Mystic Spirit Pill, she could hardly... The demon lord glanced at Mu Rongxue. Of course, not only those at the Great Sage level can benefit from the 9 turns Mystic Spirit Pill. It is ineffective for those above that level, and for those below, if they consume it, they would be unable to withstand the energy contained within the pill and would explode. Mu Rongxue nodded. Indeed, if anyone could take the 9 turns Mystic Spirit Pill to break through regardless of their level, it would be truly outrageous. Suddenly, the demon lord knelt before Su Chen's, sincerity painted on his face. My lord, please let me stay by your side. After speaking, he bowed deeply. Having lived for so many years, he understood one principle: one must hold tightly to the thighs of great figures. Only by doing so could there be infinite possibilities in the future. Su Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. How could he not see through the demon lord's intentions? After a moment of thought, he realized that having the demon lord by his side might actually be quite good, as he couldn't possibly do all the fighting himself in the future. Wouldn't that tire him out? With that in mind, he looked at the demon lord and said, from now on, call me young master. The demon lord's heart leapt with joy as he hurriedly exclaimed, young master. He knew that Su Chen had agreed to let him stay by his side. From today onward, I, the demon lord, have a strong backing. Let's see who dares to provoke me in the future. Top forces in the celestial realm, You all better watch out. Mu Rongxue looked at Su Chen with a complex expression, as she knew he was extraordinary, but but she had not expected him to be this extraordinary, so easily subduing a great sage-level demon lord. Absurd. At that moment, a group of people suddenly entered the hall, led by the sect master of the heavenly demon sect, Immortal. Immortal looked at Su Chen and the others with a serious expression. Then his gaze fell on the demon lord, and in the next moment, he became excited, exclaiming, "Demon lord." However, he quickly frowned, noticing the demon lord kneeling beside a young man. Something was off. Upon observation, he realized that the demon lord seemed to have no demonic energy within him. Could it be that the demon lord had just broken free from his seal and had not yet regained his strength? It must be so. Thinking of this, he glared at Su Chen with anger. "You audacious one! Who gave you the courage to humiliate the demon lord? Fear not, demon lord, I will come to your rescue." After saying this, a powerful demonic energy erupted from him, darkening the entire world. He turned to the people behind him. "Charge." With that, he charged towards Su Chen, while the others hastily drew their weapons and followed suit. The demon lord was stunned. As he saw Immortal and his group getting closer, he quickly regained his senses and yelled, "Don't come over." Immortal, upon hearing the demon lord's words, became even more resolute. "Demon lord, I know you are being threatened, but please trust me, I will definitely save you." The demon lord was left dumbfounded. "There are traitors trying to harm me." Notably, Mu Rongshui remained calm. How could she panic with someone who treats great sage-level beings like children beside her? Panic? Absolutely impossible. Su Chen looked at Immortal and the others, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly uttered a word, "Kneel." Boom. As soon as the word left his lips, Immortal and his group had not yet reacted before they all knelt down. At that moment, everyone in the hall was petrified. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. They knelt just like that. Mu Rongshui stared at the kneeling Immortal and the others, her face filled with disbelief. The demon lord fixed his gaze on Su Chen, his body slightly trembling. He had just felt an unparalleled power in that single word. Facing it, he could only kneel. At this moment, he completely believed that Su Chen was undoubtedly a big shot and an incredibly powerful. Immortal and the others were now dazed, followed by terror as they trembled and looked up at Su Chen. What kind of existence is this? Just then, Immortal finally understood why the demon lord was kneeling before Su Chen. It was because he had been defeated. Su Chen shook his head, slightly boring. With that, Immortal and the others' heads flew into the air. Until death, their faces wore expressions of confusion. "Had I known, I wouldn't have come." The demon lord's body trembled, swallowing hard as he looked at Su Chen with even more respect. Mu Rongshui was also taken aback, looking at Su Chen with trepidation. At this moment, the only 4 words in her mind were terrifying and mysterious. In just an instant, he had annihilated the heavenly demon sect, a problem that many factions found difficult to resolve. Absurd. Su Chen then turned to the demon lord. The demon lord's body trembled, and he hastily cried out, "Young master." Su Chen smiled, slightly patting his shoulder. "Don't be nervous, I'm not that scary." The demon lord nodded hastily, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Su Chen sighed, "Why don't you trust me?" After saying that, he shook his head and pointed, breaking the seal within the demon lord. A terrifying demonic energy surged out like a tide. The demon lord quickly suppressed the energy within him, his face filled with excitement. "Thank you, young master." Su Chen smiled. "Stay close to me, and there will be many benefits in the future, understood?" The demon lord nodded eagerly. Understood, understood. Being able to stay by Su Chen's side filled the demon lord with immense joy. He knew his future would be. Su Chen turned to Mu Rongshui. "Let's return to the sect." After finishing, he strode out of the hall with Mu Rongshui and the demon lord following closely behind. Su Chen gently rubbed Yi Lingxi's head and smiled. "Did you miss your brother?" Yi Lingxi looked up, blinking, and replied, "I did." Su Chen laughed heartily. "I missed you too." The demon lord looked at Yi Lingxi and whispered, "Is this young master's sister?" Impressive at such a young age, she has already reached the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. Even compared to the prodigies of the Immortal realm, she is not inferior. Yi Lingxi noticed the demon lord at this moment and asked curiously, "Brother, who is he?" Su Chen glanced at the demon lord, who quickly said, "Miss, my name is Demon Lord, you can just call me Old Demon." Yi Lingxi blinked and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly. "From now on, he will be responsible for your safety." After saying this, he turned to the demon lord and declared, "Your task is to protect my sister from now on, understood?" The demon lord respectfully replied, "Understood." Yi Lingxi shook her head and said, "I don't want him to protect me, I only want my brother." Su Chen looked at Yi Lingxi affectionately and said gently, "Silly girl, you must understand I can't be by your side all the time. Having someone to protect you gives me peace of mind, do you know?" Yi Lingxi pouted, not saying anything. Su Chen smiled and then picked her up softly, asking, "I made something delicious, do you want to eat?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxi's unhappiness instantly vanished, and she exclaimed happily, I want to eat. I want to eat. Su Chen chuckled and walked into the loft, but then paused, turning to the demon lord. You come too. After saying this, he entered the loft. The demon lord was delighted and hurriedly followed. This was a great opportunity to deepen his relationship with the big shot. An hour later, the loft was filled with the aroma of hot pot. On the table, there was a large pot surrounded by various ingredients. Su Chen picked up a piece of beef tripe, swirled it in the pot, and then dipped the cooked tripe in sauce before placing it in Yi Lingxi's bowl, smiling. Give it a try. Yi Lingxi obediently nodded, picked up the tripe, and put it in her mouth. The next moment, a glimmer of golden light flashed in her eyes, and her eyes squinted into crescent moons. She exclaimed excitedly, "It's so delicious." Su Chen smiled and said, "If it's delicious, eat more." Then he turned to the demon lord. You eat too. The demon lord nodded and mimicked Su Chen's earlier actions, preparing a piece of tripe for himself. The moment the tripe entered his mouth, his eyes widened. What is this? The flavor is so exquisite. Su Chen smiled slightly, remaining silent. How could he explain this? Should he say it was hot pot from his past life on Earth? That was obviously impossible. In the Star Palace, Morong Shui recounted everything that had happened before. After listening to her words, the hall fell into an extraordinary silence. After a while of silence, Xia Meng spoke up. I didn't expect that Master Su would be so terrifying, effortlessly subduing a great sage-level expert and casually annihilating the Tianma sect. It seems that our star's sacred land has overreached itself. At this moment, Morong Shui said, let's not concern ourselves with Master Su anymore. Such an existence is beyond our imagination. Let's discuss the recruitment of disciples next year. Xia Meng nodded. Indeed. For the rest of the time, Xia Meng and the various peak masters discussed how to arrange the disciple recruitment for the following year. Enlon suddenly said, Holy Master, should we notify Master Su? Xia Meng paused for a moment and replied, in a year, let Du Yuan go tell him. If he wants to accept disciples, he can come. If not, then he doesn't have to. All right. The crowd nodded. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Today, the Star's sacred land was particularly lively, for today was the day of recruiting disciples. The sacred land square was crowded with young boys and girls who had come from various places. Each of them dreamed of joining the Star's sacred land and becoming cultivators. After all, which young person hasn't fantasized about cultivating? They curiously surveyed their surroundings, their eyes filled with excitement. Cultivation. That was something these mortals dared not even dream of. Now the opportunity for cultivation was right in front of them. How could they not be thrilled? A young boy spoke up. Have you heard? A mysterious powerhouse came to the Star's sacred land 2 years ago. I know it is said that this mysterious powerhouse killed a peak master and an elder just one day after arriving at the Star's sacred land. Truly incredible. I also heard that this mysterious powerhouse is now the master of Gyue Peak. I wonder if we will see that master today. If I could be accepted as his disciple, I would be over the moon. More than half of the young boys and girls in the square were discussing this mysterious powerhouse, filled with curiosity. Quiet. At that moment, a voice of authority rang out. The square instantly fell silent, as everyone turned their gaze to the void where a middle-aged man stood. The middle-aged man wore a purple robe, was tall and stout, and had a serious expression. The pressure emanating from him was like a mountain, causing everyone to feel immense pressure. The middle-aged man was none other than Enlon, the master of the weapon peak. Enlon gazed at the crowd below, his expression serious. Next, I will release my pressure. Anyone who can withstand it for a quarter of an hour will be considered qualified. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure of a 9th level venerable descended. Damn, I wasn't ready yet. Immediately, some were pinned to the ground, unable to move. As time passed, some struggled to hold on, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads, while others remained relaxed, unfazed by the pressure. Among them, 3 individuals appeared the most relaxed. 2 boys and 1 girl who could even move freely under this pressure. One of the boys had delicate features, his long hair flowing, exuding a cold and ethereal aura. The other boy had a fair face, sharp features, and a tall stature resembling an eagle in the night, aloof, solitary, yet imposing. The last girl wore a simple dress, her face smooth and radiant, with black hair like ink and skin like creamy jade. Every movement she made revealed her elegance and composure. In the void above, Enlon looked at the 3 below and nodded unconsciously. These 3 are not bad, but... He then looked at the others and couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, Su Chen was fishing while Yi Lingxi watched beside him. Just then, the fishing rod shook slightly, and Su Chen smiled, then suddenly yanked it, pulling a 1-meter-long spirit fish out of the lake. Su Chen gently patted the spirit fish's belly, smiled, and then took the hook out of its mouth before releasing it back into the lake. Yi Lingxi curiously asked, Brother, what fun is there in fishing? I see you always enjoy it, and after catching fish you don't eat them, but release them instead. Why is that? Su Chen looked at her and smiled. Fishing is not merely a pastime, it is a form of cultivation. Catching fish is not necessarily for eating, During the process, we can train our patience, focus, and calmness, while also experiencing the tranquility of nature. Over time, you will realize that your state of mind has been elevated, and you will no longer feel restless facing whatever comes your way with composure. Yi Lingxi listened, nodding with a hint of understanding. Oh. Su Chen smiled slightly, choosing not to speak further, and continued focusing on fishing. At that moment, Du Yuan suddenly appeared behind Su Chen, respectfully saying, Master Su, the Holy Land is recruiting disciples today. Would you like to take a look? Yi Lingxi blinked and looked at Su Chen. Brother, let's go. I want to see. Su Chen, who originally intended to refuse, couldn't help but smile upon hearing Yi Lingxi's words. He then put away his fishing rod, slowly stood up, and said, Since you want to see, let's go take a look. Yi Lingxi hugged Su Chen's arm and shook it happily, saying, You're the best brother. Su Chen gently pinched Yi Lingxi's cheek and then looked towards a bamboo house that had appeared beside the pavilion. He softly called out, Old demon. In the next moment, a figure appeared before Su Chen, looking at him with immense respect. Young master. During this year, the demon lord successfully ascended to the Holy King realm. At this moment, Su Chen appeared as a godlike figure in his eyes. Su Chen said, From now on, no matter where Lingxi goes, you must stay by her side and protect her. Do you understand? The demon lord quickly nodded, understood. Yi Lingxi looked at the demon lord and called out, Grandpa. The demon lord turned to Yi Lingxi, his eyes filled with affection. After a year of interaction, he genuinely liked the girl, treating her like a beloved granddaughter. Su Chen said nothing further, but led Yi Lingxi down the mountain, while the demon lord quietly followed behind them. Watching this scene, Du Yuan looked at Su Chen's back, curious. Who exactly is this Master Su? The Holy Land Square. In the void above, Lan continued to release his pressure, while below thousands had already been eliminated due to the overwhelming pressure. At this moment, fewer than 100 remained in the arena, with those eliminated already sent out of the starry Holy Land. At this time, Xia Meng, Mu Rongshui, and several other peak masters appeared beside Lan. Lan respectfully called out, Holy Master. Xia Meng nodded, her gaze directed downward. Mu Rongshui spoke. It seems there are a few talented youngsters this time. Xia Meng nodded, indeed. Lu Pingchuan said, It's just a pity that fewer than 100 have managed to hold out in the first round. Chen Hong remarked, There's nothing to regret. Disciples are valued for their quality, not quantity. Lan nodded, That's right. Having many disciples is not as good as having one with extraordinary talent. As he finished speaking, he suddenly withdrew his pressure. Feeling the pressure dissipate except for the two boys and the girl, everyone else gasped, panting heavily, sweat beading on their foreheads. At this moment, a boy shouted excitedly, Haha, I made it. I made it. Mom and Dad, I'm successful now. Excitement radiated from the other boys and girls as well. Lan suddenly called out, Silence. Everyone quickly calmed their excitement and fell silent, their gazes fixed on the void. Upon seeing Xia Meng and the others, a hint of confusion appeared in their eyes. Lan said, Let me introduce you. This is Holy Master Xia Meng, and this is Peak Master Mu Rongshui of the Hongqian Peak. Following this, Lan introduced Lu Pingchuan and Chen Hong, and finally introduced himself. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar below, with everyone wide-eyed, constantly sizing up Xia Meng and the others. They had known that before arriving at the starry Holy Land, Xia Meng and the others were like legendary figures to them, individuals they would likely never meet in their lifetime. Now that they saw them in person, how could they not be curious? How could they not be excited? Xia Meng looked at the crowd below and smiled. Next, the Peak Masters, and I will watch your second round of assessments. I hope you will do your best to pass. After speaking, Xia Meng and several Peak Masters went to a high platform where several seats were arranged. Xia Meng sat in the middle with the others sitting on either side. Upon hearing Xia Meng's words, the young boys and girls below were instantly filled with fervor, a newfound fighting spirit surging in their eyes. If they could catch the attention of the Peak Masters. Thinking this, they became even more excited. Lan said sternly, Let me explain the content of the second round of assessments. The second round is also the final round, which is the illusion array. Illusion array. Everyone furrowed their brows. Lan continued, As long as you can break through the illusion array by yourselves, you will pass. As soon as he finished speaking, without giving everyone a chance to react, a golden light enveloped the entire square in an instant, and everyone's vision went dark as they all fell to the ground. Xia Meng looked at Lu Pingchuan and asked, Are you sure they can break this illusion array? Lu Pingchuan laughed, Of course. This illusion array is already the lowest tier. If they can't even break this, they might as well go home. Xia Meng nodded, saying nothing further. Today is indeed lively. At this moment, a voice sounded. The crowd turned to see Su Chen and the others walking slowly towards them. Xia Meng smiled and said, To be honest, your presence truly surprises us. Su Chen smiled slightly. It's good to come out and take a stroll occasionally. Xia Meng nodded, her gaze falling on the demon lord behind Su Chen, her heart tightening. So this is the demon lord. His aura is indeed terrifying. Mu Rongshui looked at Yi Lingxi and waved, Lingxi, come here to your sister. Sister. The crowd glanced at Mu Rongshui, but said nothing. Goodness, a woman who has lived for thousands of years asking a little girl to call her sister, truly shameless. Yet they would never dare to voice such thoughts, but if they did, they would certainly not survive to see the next day. Okay. Yi Lingxi ran to Mu Rongshui, who lifted her up, saying, I'll hold you to watch. After returning from the Demon Lord's secret realm, she would often visit Guyu Peak to find Su Chen, during which she became familiar with Yi Lingxi. Yi Lingxi obediently nodded. Okay, thank you, Sister Mu Rong. Su Chen smiled and shook his head without saying anything, casually finding a place to sit, while the Demon Lord quietly stood behind him. Name Nangong Guyue. Identity Miss of the Nangong clan, a forbidden force in the Immortal realm. Age 18 years. Talent Emperor grade. Physique Ice Phoenix divine body. Realm peak of half Saint 9th layer. Task accept Nangong Guyue as a disciple. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards the woman in the plain dress. After a moment of thought, he suddenly asked, System, why do you always want me to take on disciples? The system fell silent, not responding. Su Chen waited for a long while, and seeing the system remained silent, he ceased to inquire further, saying, what if I don't take her as a disciple? The system still maintained its silence. Su Chen smiled faintly. In truth, he knew there must be a reason behind the system urging him to take on disciples. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the sky, and softly said, System, you know me well. I don't like to engage in troublesome matters. I just want to lead a simple life. After speaking, he smiled faintly. Forget it. If it weren't for you, how could I even talk about a simple life? Since you want me to take on a disciple, then, so be it. As he spoke, he looked down at Nangong Guyue and smiled lightly. Isn't it just cause and effect? I shall take her on. At that moment, Nangong Guyue opened her eyes and slowly rose, her face displaying calmness. Xiaoming said with a smile, I didn't expect someone to awaken so quickly. Mu Rongshui nodded. This little one. After a while, the two young men also awoke. After a quarter of an hour, only a few individuals remained unconscious, while the others had already awakened. Anlan nodded and waved his hand, sending those who had not awakened out of the starry sacred land. He looked at the crowd and smiled. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment. Upon these words, the crowd erupted with excitement. Someone shouted joyfully, I have finally become a disciple of the starry sacred land. I can become an immortal now. Huh. The others also cheered and jumped with joy, their faces flushed with excitement. Cultivating immortality. They could finally cultivate immortality. Among them, the two young men and Nangong Guyue appeared exceptionally calm, as if they had already known the outcome. Xiaoming then stood up, looking at Nangong Guyue, and asked, what is your name? Everyone turned their eyes toward Nangong Guyue, their eyes revealing envy, for they knew that she was surely being eyed by Xiaoming to be taken as a disciple. Nangong Guyue replied, I am Nangong Guyue. Xiaoming nodded. Do you wish to be my disciple? Nangong Guyue resolutely shook her head, remaining silent. She actually rejected it. Has she gone mad? The crowd was astonished, utterly unable to comprehend Nangong Guyue's actions. Xiaoming frowned slightly, but quickly regained her composure, nodding without speaking. Mu Rongshui then asked, would you be willing to be my disciple? Nangong Guyue still shook her head. Mu Rongshui nodded and said no more. Just as Lu Pingchuan and Chun Hong were about to speak, Nangong Guyue shook her head and said, there is no need for the peak masters to say more. I will not become your disciple. Anlan asked, then why did you come to the starry sacred land? Nangong Guyue replied calmly, is it necessary to become a disciple to enter the sacred land? Everyone was taken aback. Indeed, is it necessary to become a disciple to enter the sacred land? At this moment, Su Chen looked at Xiaoming and said, Dream Master, this disciple shall belong to me. Xiaoming glanced at him and then nodded. Su Chen smiled, thank you, Master. He then slowly rose, stepping forward, and his figure instantly appeared before Nangong Guyue. Who is he? The crowd curiously scrutinized Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Nangong Guyue and smiled, come with me. After speaking, he turned and left. Nangong Guyue hesitated for a moment and then followed. The two young men furrowed their brows upon seeing this and exchanged glances. Just as they were about to follow, a voice echoed in their minds, causing them to hesitate and not move further. Su Chen walked ahead, while Nangong Guyue followed behind. At this moment, she curiously examined Su Chen, and soon Su Chen brought her to Guyue Peak. He turned to Nangong Guyue and smiled, think it over. How about becoming my disciple? Nangong Guyue shook her head, remaining silent. Su Chen smiled and said, is it because I am unworthy? A ripple finally appeared on Nangong Guyue's. Su Chen continued, or is it because you are from the Nangong clan of the Immortal realm? Who are you? Before Su Chen could finish, Nangong Guyue had already spoken. At this moment, her expression was serious, and she was taken aback. She didn't expect this man before her to know her identity. It must be said this was truly terrifying. Su Chen smiled faintly, don't be nervous, I won't harm you. I simply want you to be my disciple. Nangong Yue replied, since you know my identity, you must know what kind of force my Nangong clan is, yet you still wish to take me as a disciple. I must say I am truly curious about your identity. Su Chen laughed heartily. Don't worry about my identity. Oh, just tell me if you are willing to be my disciple. Nangong Yue said, even if I want to be your disciple, my Nangong clan will never agree. Su Chen smiled. As long as you want to be my disciple, the Nangong clan won't have anything to say about it. Nangong Yue stared at Su Chen, remaining silent. She truly didn't know whether the man before her was boasting or if he was serious saying such ridiculous things. Su Chen said, all right, if the Nangong clan agrees for you to be my disciple, would you be willing? Nangong Yue decisively said, if the Nangong clan agrees, I will directly become your disciple, without hesitation. Su Chen laughed heartily. Good. Then wait here for a moment. After saying this, his figure vanished from the spot. Nangong Yue remained silent, and after a while she softly said, this guy isn't going to the Nangong clan, is he? The Immortal Realm Nangong clan. The Nangong clan resides in a secret realm where celestial herbs abound, mist envelopes the area, and countless palaces are interspersed, as if one is stepping into a painting. Su Chen looked at the entrance to the secret realm before him and walked straight in. The moment he entered, a chill suddenly rushed towards him. Su Chen smiled faintly, then reached out, and the chill immediately receded. Soon after, the space in the distance shattered, and 10 powerful individuals slowly walked out. They wore golden armor and held long spears exuding an intense aura of killing intent, clearly elite warriors seasoned in battle. The leader looked at Su Chen coldly, saying, you are bold to intrude upon our Nangong clan. Su Chen smiled, I have business with your clan leader, please inform them. The leader snorted coldly, what makes you think you are worthy? At his command, the 10 powerful individuals acted simultaneously, and in an instant the heavens and earth were enveloped by the intent of their spears, with deafening explosive sounds ringing out as numerous spear lights erupted. Su Chen's expression darkened. Why do these powerful individuals always like to fight at the drop of a hat? After speaking, he clenched his right palm, and then threw a punch. Bang! The 10 powerful individuals were sent flying 1,000 feet away by that punch. They steadied themselves, gazing gravely at Su Chen, not expecting him to be so powerful that a single punch. This truly exceeded their expectations. They had thought he was just a rookie to be easily dealt with, but instead, he turned out to be a big shot. However, since they had already made their move, there was nothing left to say. The leader spoke in a deep voice, everyone come out and attack together. Crack! Countless spaces around them shattered, and immediately over 1,000 warriors clad in golden armor emerged, their aura not in the least bit weaker than those 10 strong individuals. Charge! Someone shouted, and thousands rushed forward with terrifying momentum towards Su Chen. Su Chen's mouth twitched. So that's how you want to play, huh? He shook his head slightly, then raised his right hand and slowly pressed down. Boom! Thousands of warriors suddenly knelt down to the ground. Everyone in the arena was petrified, their faces filled with disbelief. They actually knelt. How could this be possible? Su Chen looked in a certain direction and calmly said, aren't you coming out yet? As he spoke, the space in the distance suddenly ruptured, and dozens of figures walked out, led by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore a golden robe, his appearance dignified with sharp eyes that radiated a brilliance of great Tao, his entire being surrounded by golden light. As soon as he emerged, the surrounding space boiled like hot water. Nangong Pa, the patriarch of the Nangong clan. At this moment, Nangong Pa's heart was unsettled, as Su Chen had just casually suppressed his clan's strong warriors. If it were him, he could never achieve such ease. Su Chen looked at Nangong Pa and asked, you are the patriarch of the Nangong clan? Nangong Pa nodded and said, I am indeed. May I ask what brings you to my Nangong clan? Su Chen sneered, your clan's people have quite the temper, attacking without a word. Nangong Pa furrowed his brow, coldly glancing at the golden-armored warriors. The golden-armored warriors trembled silently, lowering their heads, not daring to meet Nangong Pa's gaze. Nangong Pa clasped his fists and said, it is my mismanagement, I apologize. Su Chen nodded, saying, fortunately you're not like these fools, otherwise your clan would be doomed. Suddenly, the thousands of golden-armored warriors raised their heads sharply to look at Su Chen, anger flickering in their eyes, with dozens of them revealing traces of killing intent. Snap! Su Chen snapped his fingers. Bang! 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 Dozens of golden-armored warriors suddenly exploded into a shower of blood. Su Chen calmly said, sorry, I dislike it when others show me killing intent. Upon hearing this, the thousands of golden-armored warriors trembled violently, looking at Su Chen in terror. Nangong Pa was not angry, instead he nodded and said, indeed, they should be killed. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. You're quite a good patriarch. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, sending a streak of light flying toward Nangong Pa. Nangong Pa reached out to catch the streak of light, opening his palm, his brow furrowing. Because it was a seed. Su Chen said, I killed your clan's people. You consider this Tao Enlightenment tree seed as compensation. Tao Enlightenment Tree Seed. Everyone in the arena was taken aback. Such generosity. Just giving away a Tao Enlightenment Tree Seed. It should be noted that there wasn't a single Tao Enlightenment tree in the entire Immortal realm right now. Nangongpa was also shocked looking at Su Chen and saying, "This is too precious." Su Chen disdainfully replied, "It's just a Tao Enlightenment Tree Seed. Oh, what's so precious about it?" Everyone. They suspected Su Chen was putting on airs, but there was no evidence. Su Chen continued, "Alright, I'm here to tell you something. I want to take your daughter Nangongpa as my disciple. Is that alright? Shall you?" Nangongpa furrowed his brow, but then quickly reacted saying, "If you take my daughter as your disciple, it would be her honor." "Sir." Everyone looked at Nangongpa. Su Chen nodded. "As long as you agree, then I'll take my leave." Nangongpa said, "Would you like to stay for a cup of tea before you go?" Su Chen shook his head saying, "No need." As he spoke, his figure vanished from the spot. At this moment, the clan's elder walked up to Nangongpa and said, "Patriarch." He hadn't finished speaking when Nangongpa interrupted him saying, "Don't ask and don't investigate. An existence like him is not something we can pry into. Xiao Yu being his disciple is a fortuitous opportunity." Hearing this, the elder fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Nangongpa added, "Those 10 don't need to exist anymore." After speaking, he stepped out and disappeared. On Gyue Peak, Nangongpa waited for a long time without Su Chen returning, and she was about to leave, but at that moment Su Chen suddenly appeared. He looked at Nangongpa and smiled. "Your father agreed." Nangongpa frowned, agreed. Clearly she did not believe it. Su Chen said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask your father." Nangongpa hesitated for a moment, then took out a communication stone. As she activated the stone, her father's voice immediately came through. "I know what you're going to say, stay close to that gentleman." "Gentleman?" Nangongpa's expression changed, waves of shock surging in her heart as she looked at Su Chen. How could someone make her father call him gentleman? What kind of existence was he? Su Chen smiled. "Do you believe it now?" Nangongpa fell silent, not speaking. Time passed second by second, and Su Chen suddenly said, "Forget it, you can leave." He was tired. Always trying to get someone to become his disciple, and the other party was unwilling. He truly felt disgusted. Since she didn't want to be his disciple, then so be it. If it weren't for the system task, he would have lost his patience long ago. Damn it. Nangongpa nodded and said, "I'm sorry." After saying this, she turned and left. If it weren't for the system task, he would have lost his patience long ago. Damn it. Nangongpa nodded and said, "I'm sorry." The communication stone immediately transmitted Nangongpa's voice. "What's wrong?" Nangongpa asked, "Father, why did you agree to let me be his disciple?" The communication stone fell silent, and Nangongpa waited quietly. After a while, Nangongpa said, "Do you know what he did when he came to our Nangong clan?" Nangongpa asked in confusion. "What?" Nangongpa replied, "He directly suppressed thousands of our clan's strong warriors." Nangongpa was shocked. How is this possible? She knew very well how terrifying the strong warriors in her clan were. Nangongpa said, "Can I deceive you? Moreover, he casually gave me a Tao Enlightenment Tree Seed. Do you know what that means?" "What?" Nangongpa exclaimed. "Tao Enlightenment Tree Seed." At this moment, Nangongpa said, "So you must stay close to that gentleman. This is your opportunity, understand?" Nangongpa fell silent. At this moment, she felt a hint of regret in her heart. Nangongpa seemed to sense something was off with her and asked, "What's wrong?" Nangongpa fell silent for a moment and said, "I rejected being his disciple." "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Nangongpa immediately flew into a rage. At this moment, Nangongpa was extremely furious. He never expected his daughter to be so foolish. After a long while, he finally calmed his emotions. He said in a deep voice, "You must go back immediately and apologize if that gentleman does not forgive you." He paused for a moment and then continued, "Then you no longer need to hold the position of clan leader." As soon as he finished speaking, the communication stone suddenly went silent. Standing still, Nangongpa was truly panicking. She had only recently stabilized her position as the young master of the Nangong clan, and Nangongpa's words were like a thunderclap to her. She never expected that her father would strip her of her position just for not becoming that man's disciple. Without any hesitation, she suddenly turned and ran towards the summit of Gyue Peak. At the same time, Su Chen was lying on a reclining chair feeling angry as he recalled what had just happened. He was not angry because Nangongpa refused to be his disciple, but rather because she had played him. If she did not want to be his disciple, she should have said so earlier. Why say, "As long as my family agrees, I will be your disciple"? After all, she was the young lady of a prominent family, which Su Chen understood. But after he had gone through so much trouble to gain the approval of the Nangong clan, it was infuriating that Nangongpa was still unwilling to agree. At that moment, a commotion came from a distance, but Su Chen did not open his eyes and paid it no mind. Nangong Gyue stood beside him, her expression complex, as her ability to maintain her position as the young master depended on this man's next move. Recalling her previous refusal to become this man's disciple, she felt regret. Initially, she truly looked down on the people from this lower realm. What qualifications did they have to be her master? But she never expected that Su Chen would hold such an important position in her father's eyes. She whispered, "Do I still have a chance?" Su Chen remained silent, and Nangong Gyue quietly waited beside him. After a long while, Su Chen finally spoke, "I am not worthy to be your master. You may leave." Upon hearing this, Nangong Gyue's face turned pale, and she collapsed to the ground. "It's over. It's completely over." At this moment, her face was ashen, as if all her strength had been drained away. She knew that she had completely lost hope for the clan position. "No, there is still hope." Nangong Gyue hurriedly knelt before Su Chen, pleading, "I was wrong. Please forgive me. I truly made a mistake." Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Nangong Gyue, and said, "You wouldn't agree after I asked you so many times. Now you regret it." Nangong Gyue trembled as she said, I was wrong." Su Chen sneered, "Just because you were wrong, does that mean I have to forgive you? It's too late." As he spoke, he lightly waved his hand, and Nangong Gyue instantly vanished from the spot. At the foot of Gyue Peak, Nangong Gyue sat on the ground, her complexion pale, like a blank sheet of paper devoid of color. At that moment, the two young men from earlier suddenly appeared in front of Nangong Gyue. One of the young men looked at her with concern and asked, "Gyue, what happened to you?" The other young man quickly added, "Did that man bully you just now?" Upon hearing this, both young men, Nangong Gyue, suddenly stood up. At this moment, she had regained her color. Looking at the two young men before her, she trembled and said, "Brother Jiang, Brother Chuai." As she spoke, tears suddenly flowed from her eyes. This sight made Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu's hearts race. Jiang Li said, "Gyue, don't cry. Tell me, did that man bully you before?" Chu Feiyu angrily exclaimed, "Yes, tell us. If he did, I won't let him off." Nangong Gyue nodded, and then began to sob uncontrollably. "How dare he?" Jiang Li and the others shouted in unison. Chu Feiyu then asked, "What did he do to you?" Jiang Li also looked at Nangong Gyue. Nangong Gyue struggled to hold back her tears and said, "Earlier he took me to a secluded place, and then he suddenly made advances towards me. If I hadn't run fast, I might have." After finishing, she began to cry again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Feiyu said, "Gyue, don't worry, we will take revenge for you." Jiang Li nodded, "Where is that scoundrel? If I don't slice him into 1,000 pieces, I won't take the surname Jiang." Nangong Gyue hurriedly said, "That person is not simple, you mustn't go." Chu Feiyu nodded, "Of course we know that otherwise he wouldn't dare bully you. So we plan to go back to the clan and find some help." Jiang Li agreed, "That's right. With the strength of my Jiang clan and the Chu clan, no matter how formidable he is, he will die." Nangong Gyue's lips curled slightly, but on the surface, she still appeared pitiful. Looking at Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu, she said, Then I truly owe you two a favor. I don't know how to repay you." Jiang Li suddenly said, You don't need to be so formal. You were bullied. How could we stand by and do nothing?" Chu Feiyu nodded. "That's right. If we stand by, how are we different from livestock?" Nangong Gyue's eyes glistened with tears as she timidly said, "Then how can that be? If you could teach him a lesson for me, I would be willing to share a drink with you." After saying this, a blush spread across her face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li and the others were overjoyed. Happiness came too suddenly. Chu Feiyu immediately said, "Then Gyue, you wait for us here at the starry sacred land. We will go find people in the immortal realm." Nangong Gyue replied, Then be careful on your way." Jiang Li nodded, "We will." As he finished speaking, the two turned and left. Watching the two who had already disappeared, Nangong Gyue's lips curled up, then suddenly turned ferocious as she gritted her teeth and said, "Since I cannot become the clan leader, then you shall die." She knew that she definitely could not contend with Su Chen, so she decided to use Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu. The Jiang clan and the Chu clan were both top forces in the immortal realm, and she did not believe Su Chen could contend with them. She intended to use the hands of the Jiang family and the Chu family to kill Su Chen. In the void above, Su Chen looked down at Nangong Gyue and sighed helplessly. I originally wanted to accept a disciple, but unexpectedly made an enemy instead." He shook his head and vanished from sight. He did not plan to kill Nangong Gyue and the others because he knew that even if he did, the forces behind them would come to trouble him afterward. If the Jiang and Chu families really dared to come, he would not mind annihilating them. As for why he did not kill Nangong Gyue, it ultimately stemmed from the fact that he had proactively asked her whether she wanted to be his disciple, otherwise the subsequent events would not have occurred. Therefore, Su Chen decided to give her an opportunity. If she came to trouble him with the Jiang and Chu families later, then I'm sorry, she can only die. On the road, Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu walked side by side. Jiang Li suddenly said, "Brother Chu, do you believe what Gu Yu said?" Chu Feiyu glanced at Jiang Li and shook his head. "I don't believe it." Jiang Li nodded. "We don't know Gu Yu's identity, but we are aware of her strength. If that man truly intended to insult Gu Yue, how could she not resist? Or even kill him? But Gu Yu neither killed him nor fought." He paused, not saying more. Chu Feiyu calmly said, "So Gu Yu was lying just now." Jiang Li smiled slightly. "Yes, she wouldn't dare to act against that man, which indicates that he is definitely not ordinary. Thus he tricked us into going to kill him." Chu Feiyu's gaze turned cold. "Her scheme is quite clever." Jiang Li chuckled and said nothing. Chu Feiyu looked at Jiang Li and asked, "What should we do next?" "Run away, eh?" Jiang Li shook his head and said, "We will go to the Zui Xianlu." Chu Feiyu raised an eyebrow. "Do you want the people from Zui Xianlu to assassinate that man?" Jiang Li nodded. "Yes, although Zui Xianlu is an assassination organization, its foundation is not weaker than our two clans. Letting Zui Xianlu's people deal with that man is just right. If the assassination succeeds, that's great. If it fails, that man will definitely retaliate against Zui Xianlu. But if he does not retaliate, we can take action ourselves." Chu Feiyu said, "You want to use Zui Xianlu to test that man?" Jiang Li nodded yes. Chu Feiyu frowned. "What if Zui Xianlu finds out that man's identity and refuses to act?" Jiang Li smirked. "I understand Zui Xianlu's nature. If they are to assassinate someone from the celestial realm, they will definitely investigate. But for people from the lower realms, they disdain to investigate." Chu Feiyu stared at Jiang Li. "Is it worth it?" Jiang Li looked at the sky and said calmly, "I have looked into Gu Yu's background, and I found that her background is not just terrifying. If we can gain a favor from her, it would be worth it." He then looked at Chu Feiyu and continued, "But if Zui Xianlu fails to assassinate, it means that man is definitely not ordinary. In that case, we should not bother with that favor. After all, in the end, we would only lose a bit of spirit crystals. What do you think?" Chu Feiyu fell silent after hearing this. After a long time, he looked at Jiang Li and said, "All right." Jiang Li laughed heartily. "Before we go, let's change our appearances, otherwise it will be troublesome later." In the celestial realm at Zui Xianlu, two individuals dressed in black robes and wearing masks entered the establishment. Inside Zui Xianlu, it was quiet with very few guests. The two black-robed individuals approached a window, and one of them knocked on it. An elderly voice came from within, "Information or assassination?" The black-robed man replied, "Assassination." The elder's voice asked, "Who?" The black-robed man replied, "Just the peak master of a lower realm force named Su Chen." The elder's voice fell silent for a moment before saying, "A total of 800 spirit crystals." The masked black-robed man frowned and said in a deep voice, "A person from the lower realm isn't worth that many spirit crystals, is he?" The elder's voice responded curtly, "Then get lost." "You." The two black-robed individuals were infuriated, but in the end they said nothing, paid the spirit crystals, and turned to leave. After leaving Zui Xianlu, the two black-robed individuals took off their masks, revealing Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu, both of their faces pale with anger. Chu Feiyu said coldly, "Isn't Zui Xianlu being too arrogant?" Jiang Li calmed his anger, saying, "As long as they are willing to take action, that's good enough." Chu Feiyu replied, "But I'm still not happy." Jiang Li said, "What can we do if we're unhappy? Destroy Zui Xianlu. Do we have that kind of strength?" Chu Feiyu fell silent. Jiang Li sighed. "All right, let's go drink and wait for news." Chu Feiyu nodded, "Okay." After saying that, the two turned into streaks of light and disappeared. Once they left, an old man emerged from the shadows. The old man had white hair and a weathered face, yet he appeared spirited. If not for the numerous wrinkles, he would not look like an elderly person at all. The old man squinted as he watched Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu leave. "Jiang family, young master. Chu family, young master. Interesting. Come here." As he finished, a black-robed man suddenly appeared beside him. The black-robed man knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Elder Wang." Elder Wang said, "Go to the lower realm and investigate a person named Su Chen." The black-robed man nodded and then vanished like a ghost. Elder Wang returned to Zui Xianlu, waiting for news. A day later, the black-robed man had returned to Zui Xianlu. After listening to the black-robed man's words, Elder Wang fell into a brief silence. After a long time, he finally said, "Send Meiying to test the waters and tell her that if she is at a disadvantage, she should retreat immediately, without hesitation." The black-robed man nodded and then disappeared. At Guyu Peak, Su Chen lay on a rattan chair, leisurely basking in the sun. At that moment, Yi Lingxi hurriedly ran to Su Chen's side, closely followed by the demon lord. Yi Lingxi looked at Su Chen and said, "Brother, I want to go to a secret realm with Sister Moro. Can I?" Su Chen was taken aback, turning to her and asking, "What do you want to go to the secret realm for?" Yi Lingxi replied, "Because staying at Guyu Peak all the time, my realm cannot improve anymore, so I want to go out and experience a bit." Su Chen smiled and shook his head. "Don't I know you? Just say you want to go out to play." Yi Lingxi stuck out her tongue, then hugged Su Chen's arm, and shook it pleading, "Please, brother." Su Chen smiled slightly looking at the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord quickly said, "That is a low-level secret realm, there shouldn't be any problems." Su Chen nodded looking down at Yi Lingxi, and then ruffling her hair saying, "Then you can go." Yi Lingxi cheered jumping up happily then pouted and kissed Su Chen on the cheek. Su Chen smiled helplessly, and then said sternly, "You must remember to listen to Sister Morong when you go out." Yi Lingxi nodded repeatedly, "MHM." Su Chen pinched her cheek, and said, "Go ahead." Yi Lingxi shouted, "Brother, wait for me to come back." After speaking, Yi Lingxi raised her hands behind her and ran down the mountain. She looked incredibly cute. Watching Yi Lingxi's retreating figure, Su Chen smiled, and said, "Protect her well, if she gets hurt." He then looked at the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord trembled slightly, and quickly said, "I will ensure the young lad's safety." Su Chen withdrew his gaze saying calmly, "That is good." The Demon Lord bowed respectfully to Su Chen and then vanished from the spot. Soon the surroundings fell completely silent, and Su Chen slowly closed his eyes, drifting into a deep sleep. Until half the night the silence became terrifying. A surge of killing intent emerged, followed by a flash of blade light. Boom. A torrent of killing intent erupted, and the wind howled, extremely frightening. Su Chen remained in deep slumber, breathing steadily, seemingly oblivious to the changes around him. Just then a blade intent surged towards Su Chen with incredible speed akin to a thunderclap. In an instant it arrived before Su Chen. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated, and a terrifying shockwave swept outwards. Dust and debris billowed. The lake's surface roiled violently, churning up monstrous waves. As the dust settled, a mysterious figure dressed in black robes, wearing a half-golden mask that left only the lower part of their face visible, was seen suspended in midair, holding a dagger. However, the dagger was pinched between two jade-like fingers. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Su Chen had opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the mysterious figure. The figure's pupils constricted sharply, decisively releasing the dagger and turning to flee. "Kneel." Boom. The figure who had intended to escape suddenly dropped to the ground, startled. She tried to rise but was firmly pressed down by a terrifying force, unable to move. Su Chen stood up, one hand resting behind him, his long silver hair flowing with the gentle breeze, as he slowly approached the mysterious figure. The figure looked at Su Chen puzzled. How could this man be so terrifying? Su Chen reached out and removed the mysterious figure's mask, revealing it was a beauty that would make any woman in the world feel inferior upon seeing it, especially those blue eyes that resembled the cosmic starry sky, incredibly beautiful. Even if the woman's beauty was unmatched, it stirred no waves in Su Chen's heart. To him, what did a woman's beauty matter? In the end, weren't they all just flesh and bones? The woman examined Su Chen and swore he was the most handsome man she had ever seen without exception. Su Chen spoke, "Which faction do you belong to?" The woman blinked, but said nothing. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, and then grasped the woman's neck, slowly lifting her. Seeing this, the woman panicked, hurriedly pointing to her mouth. Su Chen released his grip, staring at the woman, and asked, "Are you mute?" The woman collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, she quickly nodded, and then looked at him with a hint of grievance in her eyes. What kind of person is this? Doesn't he understand what it means to cherish a beautiful woman? How could he almost choke me to death? Is he not a man? At this moment, the woman felt a wave of frustration. Su Chen nodded, "You can't speak, but you can write, right?" The woman hesitated for a moment, then brought her fingers together, glowing blue, and began to gesture in the air. Before long, the words "Drunken Immortal Tower" appeared in the air. Drunken Immortal Tower. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at the woman, and said, "Are you really betraying the faction behind you so easily?" The woman wrote two more characters in the air. "Wanna live?" After finishing, she looked at Su Chen and blinked. She knew that if she concealed anything, Su Chen would definitely kill her. She only wanted to earn some pocket money, but she didn't want to die. Moreover, she was still quite angry at this moment. Clearly this man was so strong, yet he wanted her to carry out an assassination. Did he think she was dying too slowly? Su Chen laughed heartily. "Wanna live? Alright, I'll give you a chance. Just take me to the headquarters of the Drunken Immortal Tower, and he'll let you go. What do you say?" The woman blinked, and then wrote, "Are you crazy? The Drunken Immortal Tower is a top-tier faction, very terrifying." Su Chen smiled slightly. "Just lead the way, don't worry about the rest." The woman gave Su Chen a deep look, and then nodded. Though she didn't understand why this man was so confident, she chose to respect him. Su Chen then turned to look at the sky, and said, "You all can go back now, it's fine." In the void above, Xiaoming and a group of peak masters and elders were present. They had rushed over the moment the woman made her move, but upon seeing that Su Chen had subdued her, they did not reveal themselves. After hearing Su Chen's words, Xiaoming nodded, and then disappeared. The other peak masters and elders also dispersed. Su Chen lowered his head and looked at the woman, asking, "What is your name?" The woman wrote in the air, "Gu Qingying." In the immortal realm at the drunken immortal tower, Su Chen gazed at the drunken immortal tower before him with a slight smile, then strode inside. Behind him, Gu Qingying hesitated for a moment before following. As soon as Su Chen and Gu Qingying entered the drunken immortal tower, the patrons inside turned to look at them as if assessing them. At that moment, an elder walked down from upstairs who was none other than Elder Wang. Elder Wang first glanced at Gu Qingying, then looked at Su Chen with a smile, saying, "May I ask what brings you two to my drunken immortal tower?" Su Chen remained silent, instead finding a chair to sit down before looking at Elder Wang and smiling. "Didn't you send someone to kill me? Don't you know why I'm here?" Elder Wang still maintained his smile, saying, "Is there a misunderstanding in this?" "Misunderstanding?" Su Chen smiled, faintly pointing at Gu Qingying beside him. "Isn't she one of yours?" Elder Wang glanced at Gu Qingying and shook his head. "This person is not from my drunken immortal tower." "Oh." Su Chen feigned surprise, "But she told me herself that she is from the drunken immortal tower." Elder Wang shook his head. "Impossible." Su Chen chuckled. "Could it be that I misunderstood your drunken immortal tower?" Elder Wang nodded yes. Su Chen laughed heartily. "Then I will assert that she is indeed one of yours." Elder Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he fell silent. The atmosphere around them became somewhat eerie. Elder Wang suddenly shouted, "Come here." As the words fell, powerful auras surged, and the entire space began to tremble violently in an instant. Thousands of powerful figures rushed out, among them a dozen whose auras were exceptionally terrifying. They surrounded Su Chen and Gu Qingying, a murderous intent thickening the air. Elder Wang looked at Su Chen coldly and said, "Then you shall die." Gu Qingying moved closer to Su Chen, feeling somewhat tense. "Ha ha. Ha ha." Su Chen suddenly burst into laughter. "Interesting, truly interesting." Everyone stared at Su Chen in confusion, wondering if he had been scared silly. Elder Wang's face was grave, his gaze fixed on Su Chen, feeling a vague sense of unease for some reason. Su Chen looked at Elder Wang and said, "Just watch closely." Buzz. A flash of sword light flickered, and the heads of the thousands of drunken immortal tower experts soared into the sky. Drops of blood poured down, and in just an instant the entire drunken immortal tower was stained red with blood. A river of blood flowed. It was truly horrifying. Thud. "Is it over?" Elder Wang's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. At this moment his face was ashen, devoid of color. In the next instant his eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth, fainting, clearly overwhelmed by terror. Gu Qingying, upon witnessing this scene, was also struck by lightning, left dumbfounded on the spot. Thousands of powerful figures were killed just like that. Terrifying. Absurd. Gu Qingying cautiously glanced at Su Chen, her eyes filled with both fear and awe. The strength of the man before her was simply outrageous. An entire first-class power was annihilated like this. Who would believe it if told? Su Chen slowly rose, smiling as he said, "It's rather interesting to kill so many for the first time." Gu Qingying. Su Chen stretched lazily and then walked towards the outside. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Gu Qingying reached out her hand, but ultimately lowered it. She glanced at the unconscious Elder Wang and then lifted him up, disappearing from the spot. On a mountain peak, Elder Wang leaned against a large tree, his eyes vacant, hair disheveled. The recent events had dealt him a significant blow. Beside him, Gu Qingying looked at Elder Wang and said, "It's just good that you are still alive." She could speak. Elder Wang bowed his head, remaining silent. At that moment, a young woman suddenly appeared beside Gu Qingying, respectfully bowing to her. "Miss." Elder Wang then lifted his head to glance at Gu Qingying, his expression filled with confusion. Gu Qingying nodded, asking, "How are the preparations going?" The young woman replied, "Everything is ready." Gu Qingying's gaze turned cold as she said, "My elder brother dispatched so many powerful individuals to hunt me down back then, and now that I return, it's time to settle this score, while also taking control of the entire Gu family." Hearing this, the young woman looked excited. Gu Qingying turned her head to Elder Wang, saying, "You saved me when I was heavily injured during the ambush, so I'm giving you a chance to join me." Elder Wang shook his head, saying, "Forget it, I just want to find a place to enjoy my old age." Remembering the events at the drunken immortal pavilion, he broke into a cold sweat. The cultivation world was far too dangerous, and he just wanted to live out his remaining days peacefully. Gu Qingying nodded, saying, "All right." After saying this, she turned and left with the young woman hurriedly following. Alone, Elder Wang sighed heavily, recalling Su Chen. He muttered, "Is there truly such a terrifying existence in this world?" Inside a grand hall, Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu had remained silent ever since receiving the news of the drunken immortal pavilion's destruction. Jiang Li closed his eyes and said, "Do you think he knows that we were behind the assassination attempt on him at the drunken immortal pavilion?" Chu Feiyu remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know." Jiang Li trembled as he said, "If he finds out, what will happen to our clans?" Chu Feiyu remained silent, not responding. Jiang Li continued, "It seems we have brought disaster to our families." Chu Feiyu tightly clenched his hands, still not speaking. At this moment Jiang Li suddenly looked at him and said, "As long as our two families join forces we need not fear him." Chu Feiyu's gaze sharpened as he asked, "Then how do we explain it to our clansmen?" Jiang Li slowly closed his eyes and said, "Just tell them we have provoked a powerful enemy outside. They will naturally take action. But never let them know that the drunken immortal pavilion was destroyed by Su Chen, or they might not act at all, and could even kill us to appease Su Chen." Hearing this, Chu Feiyu contemplated for a moment before saying, "Understood." Jiang Li nodded, disappearing from the spot. Chu Feiyu's eyes sparkled with determination deep in thought, and after a while he vanished from the hall. A day later at Gua Peak, Su Chen was fishing when he suddenly looked towards a certain spot and calmly said, "Come out." From the shadows a figure stepped forward. It was Chu Feiyu, who had not returned to his clan. Chu Feiyu approached Su Chen and then knelt down saying, "I beg for your forgiveness for my foolish decisions before." Su Chen did not respond, and Chu Feiyu waited quietly, although beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. The reason he came to Su Chen was that he did not dare to gamble. He feared making another wrong decision that would lead to the destruction of the Chu clan, making him the center of the Chu family. Thus he decided to come and apologize to Su Chen. If Su Chen forgave him, it would be the best outcome. If not, he would die to atone for his mistakes. This time he had already gambled his life. At this moment the fishing rod moved. Su Chen gently pulled, and a spirit fish floated to the surface. He then tossed the spirit fish into a nearby basin, this time intending to kill and eat it instead of releasing it. After throwing the hook back into the lake, he turned to look at Chu Feiyu. Seeing Su Chen's gaze, Chu Feiyu trembled and silently lowered his head. Su Chen spoke, "You are quite clever. You may leave as long as you do not seek trouble with me again in the future." Chu Feiyu's heart surged with joy, and he quickly bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." He felt extremely excited, never expecting Su Chen would let him go so easily. He was already prepared to die. Su Chen waved his hand saying, "Go on." Chu Feiyu hesitated for a moment before saying, "That Jiang Li might come to cause you trouble." Su Chen replied indifferently, "If he dares to come, I will annihilate his entire clan." Chu Feiyu's body trembled, and his gaze towards Su Chen turned filled with awe. He knew that Su Chen was not bluffing, as the destruction of the drunken immortal pavilion was a living example. At this moment, he was immensely grateful for the decision he had made. Chu Feiyu respectfully said, "If he comes, I will inform you." Su Chen glanced at Chu Feiyu saying, "Do you want to use me to destroy the Jiang family? And then have your Chu family swallow them?" Chu Feiyu felt his hair stand on end and hurriedly bowed to Su Chen, trembling as he said, I. At this moment his heart was in his throat. He never expected Su Chen would guess his intentions, and a wave of regret surged in his heart. To scheme in front of such a being, am I out of my mind? Chu Feiyu inwardly cursed himself. Su Chen calmly said, "I will take 80% of everything from the Jiang family, you understand." Chu Feiyu was taken aback for a moment before his heart surged with joy. "Understood, understood." Su Chen nodded saying, "When the time comes, deliver the items to the saint of the starry sacred land, understand?" Chu Feiyu hurriedly nodded, "Understood." Su Chen nodded again saying, "All right, go now." "What happens next?" Chu Feiyu stood up, respectfully bowed, and then turned to leave. At this moment he was filled with immense joy. Although he would only receive 20% of the Jiang family's assets, he was already very content. After all, the Jiang family was a first-class power, and even 1% of their wealth was terrifying. In the celestial realm at the Chu clan, "Father, this is what happened." Chu Feiyu knelt on the ground, his gaze directed at the middle-aged man seated in the main position. The middle-aged man was dressed in a brocade robe, slightly plump, with every finger adorned with rings worth their weight in gold, resembling a nouveau riche. He was the head of the Chu family, Chu Yun. After listening to his son's account, Chu Yun fell silent. After a while he spoke, "Is Su Chen truly that terrifying?" Chu Feiyu quickly nodded. The drunken immortal pavilion was destroyed by him. Hearing this, Chu Yun was taken aback. "Really?" Chu Feiyu affirmed, "Indeed." Chu Yun fell silent. He had only recently learned of the destruction of the drunken immortal pavilion and had been puzzled about who could annihilate it. But now his son told him that the one who destroyed the drunken immortal pavilion was previously his son's enemy. At this moment his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Chu Yun fell silent for a long time and said, "Then what do you want me to do?" Chu Feiyu felt a surge of joy in his heart, knowing that his father had agreed. He quickly replied, "First, if our Chu family does not send out a powerful warrior, then the Jiang family will certainly not send out any strong fighters. Therefore, in order for the Jiang family to dispatch all their top experts to trouble Su Chen, our Chu family must also send out our best warriors. Only then will they be willing to send their entire clan's strong fighters. After Su Chen has dealt with the Jiang family's top experts, we will then go to the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun glanced at Chu Feiyu, realizing that his son was quite intelligent. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Then we will do as you say." Chu Feiyu revealed a smile on his face. There's no time to waste. Let's send our clan's strong warriors to the Jiang family now. Chu Yan nodded him. I will go too, you stay behind. Chu Feiyu nodded, knowing that his presence would be of little use. An hour later, all the warriors of the Chu family transformed into streaks of light and disappeared. Jiang family. In the void above, a terrifying aura enveloped the Jiang family, causing everyone to believe that a strong enemy was approaching, and they all prepared for battle. At that moment, a fearsome figure soared into the sky, stopping in midair. It was a middle-aged man, tall and well-proportioned, with the marks of time etched on his face, exuding a sense of steadiness. Jiang Yi, the head of the Jiang family. Jiang Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Chu Yun across from him calmly, saying, it's just a Su Chen. Oh, why would it warrant the Chu family to mobilize all their strong warriors? Chu Yun shook his head and replied, Su Chen is not simple. Jiang Yi looked somewhat surprised. Why? Chu Yun said lightly, it's a gut feeling. Everyone. Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Since your Chu family has dispatched so many strong fighters, then my Jiang family cannot fall behind. With that, dozens of figures emerged from the shadows. Chu Yun remained calm. Let's go. Lower realm starry sacred land. In the void above, a sudden explosion occurred, and dozens of terrifying figures appeared. As soon as they appeared, the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand the terrifying power they emitted, beginning to shatter in a spiderweb pattern. Everyone in the starry sacred land was alarmed. The overwhelming aura made it extremely difficult for them to even breathe, and a sense of fear began to spread. Xia Meng and the various peak masters appeared above the starry sacred land, their expressions grave as they stared at the dozens of figures across from them. They were too strong. Strong enough to instill fear in them. Xia Meng steadied her emotions and said in a deep voice, may I ask what brings you all to my starry sacred land? Jiang Yi across the way furrowed his brow and turned to look at Chu Yun. Are they really that weak? Chu Yun was also puzzled. He ignored Jiang Yi and looked at Xia Meng. Where is Su Chen? Looking for Su Chen. The various peak masters exchanged glances. Just as Xia Meng was about to speak, a figure appeared beside her. He was tall and elegant, dressed in white untainted by dust, and his demeanor exuded an air of nobility. Su Chen glanced at Xia Meng and said, you all go back first, or I will handle this. Xia Meng nodded, said nothing, and led the peak masters back to the starry sacred land. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, staring at Su Chen. You are Su Chen. Su Chen calmly glanced at him, without speaking, merely waving his right hand gently. In the next moment, Jiang Yi's head flew straight into the sky. Silence. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. No one could comprehend what had just happened. Thud. It wasn't until Jiang Yi's headless corpse crashed to the ground that everyone reacted. At that moment, all were driven mad. Instant kill. A top-tier powerhouse like Jiang Yi was killed in an instant. Chu Yun's body trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Su Chen and stammered, Sani. Senior, I am Chu Yun, the head of the Chu family. Su Chen calmly looked at him. Just that one glance sent Chu Yun into a deep abyss, a feeling of suffocation washing over him as he suddenly knelt in midair, repeatedly bowing his head towards Su Chen. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the top experts of the Jiang family. Seeing this, the Jiang family warriors turned and fled without a trace of hesitation. Su Chen remained calm, bringing his two fingers together and gently flicking them. In an instant, whoosh, a beam of sword light flashed by, and then dozens of bloody heads flew off in an instant. They were perfectly aligned. Although their heads flew off, their bodies continued to charge forward, creating a horrifying scene. At that moment, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their eyes wide open, completely dazed. The Jiang family's top experts were gone, just like that. Gone. The Chu family warriors no longer hesitated. Following their clan leader's example, they knelt before Su Chen. What happened today had surpassed their understanding. Below, Xia Meng and the peak masters were also dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally realized just how terrifying this Su peak master truly was. Su Chen then looked at Chu Yun, whose face turned pale in an instant. Senior. Su Chen said calmly, your son has mentioned me, hasn't he? Chu Yun seemed to recall something and quickly nodded. He has mentioned it. Su Chen nodded, then go. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and vanished. The strong warriors of the Chu family breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Chen leave. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Cold sweat had already drenched their backs. Chu Yun bowed his head a few more times in the direction Su Chen had left before looking at the Chu family warriors to the Jiang family. Jiang family inside the main hall. Jiang Li wore an anxious expression. I wonder how my father and the others are doing. Just then, dozens of terrifying auras enveloped the entire Jiang family. Jiang Li's face brightened. Were they back? Without further thought, he hurried outside, looking at the dozens of figures in the void, his brows furrowing as an ominous premonition filled his heart. He looked at Chu Yun and said solemnly, where are my father and the others? Chu Yun glanced at Jiang Li and then struck down with a palm. A massive hand descended toward Jiang Li. Jiang Li's pupils constricted sharply. Oh, without time to think, he turned to flee, but it was too late. Bang! The giant palm instantly turned him into a pulp. Chu Yun said coldly, kill them all, leave not a single one. With that he charged toward the Jiang family below. In the next moment, a series of piercing screams tore through the sky, chilling to the bone. In just a moment, the entire Jiang family was awash in blood with corpses strewn everywhere, not a single survivor. The cultivation world is inherently cruel. One must eradicate the roots when cutting grass. This is a truth understood by all beings in the cultivation realm. If today the entire Jiang family is not slaughtered, then in the future, should even one person from the Jiang family obtain immense fortune, it would spell disaster for the Chu family. Thus not a single warrior from the Chu family showed any mercy. Gazing down at the Jiang family, Chu Yun's expression was cold as he waved his hand. Immediately a fierce blaze erupted from the Jiang family, the scorching flames spread wildly, and in the blink of an eye the entire Jiang family was engulfed in a sea of red, the fire raging fiercely. Chu Yun and the other powerful members of the Chu family glanced coldly, then vanished from sight. On this day the formidable Jiang family was utterly erased from the immortal realm. This time only Chu Yun arrived at the starry sacred land, while the other members of the Jiang family returned to their home. Chu Yun arrived at Gyue Peak looking at the figure in white with awe. He held a ring in both hands, and respectfully said, "Senior, this is all the wealth of the Jiang family." In order to leave a good impression on Su Chen, he decided to give all of the Jiang family's assets to him. Su Chen replied calmly, "Did your son not mention anything to you?" Chu Yun was taken aback and puzzled, asking, "Mention what?" Su Chen glanced at Chu Yun and then looked away, saying, "Deliver this ring to the master of the starry sacred land." Chu Yun nodded and said, "Understood." With that he turned and left. Soon he arrived at the starry hall. Looking at Chu Yun, Xiaomeng's expression turned serious. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Yun interjected, "This is from the senior for you." Saying this, he handed the ring to Xiaomeng, and without further ado, he turned and disappeared. Xiaomeng was puzzled, then looked at the contents of the ring. She fell silent for a moment before heading to Gyue Peak. She took out the ring and said, "The things inside are too valuable, you should take it back." Su Chen glanced at the ring and shook his head, saying, "The items in here are worthless to me, you keep it." Xiaomeng. What a show-off. Really showing off. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, she said. Su Chen smiled slightly. "As the master of a peak, it is my duty." Xiaomeng nodded, thanked him once more, and then turned to leave. At this moment, she was still very excited. The contents of the ring were enough to elevate the starry sacred land to become the most powerful force in the lower realm, even securing a place in the immortal realm. After Xiaomeng left, Su Chen took out a jug of wine, took a swig, and then looked up at the sky, quietly gazing, without speaking, occasionally sipping from the wine. This continued until late at night. A gentle breeze swept through his silver hair, and the jug rattled as it was empty. He put away the jug and suddenly asked, "System, can I return to Earth?" The system was silent for a moment, then its voice echoed, "Yes." Hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly and fell silent, leaning against the rattan chair and falling into a deep sleep. 1 month later. "Brother." A voice as melodious as a bell came from afar. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly as he turned to see Yi Lingxi running towards him. Yi Lingxi leaped into Su Chen's arms, nuzzling against him, and said, "Brother, I missed you so much." Su Chen gently ruffled her hair and smiled. "How have you been this past month?" Yi Lingxi replied with a giggle, "Brother, let me tell you that secret realm was so much fun." As she recounted her experiences over the past month, Su Chen listened quietly, and they shared many laughs, finding it extremely amusing. By the afternoon, as the sky gradually darkened, Yi Lingxi finished her tale. Gurgle. Yi Lingxi's stomach growled, and Su Chen burst into laughter, saying, "I'll go make you something delicious." Yi Lingxi nodded. "Yeah, it's been so long since I've had the delicious food you make him starving." That night, after dinner, Su Chen lay in the rattan chair, while Yi Lingxi practiced nearby. Now Yi Lingxi's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. She listened to Su Chen's advice and did not rush to break through, instead focusing on solidifying her foundation. Su Chen glanced at Yi Lingxi and asked, "System, I remember this girl has a special constitution called the Immortal Spirit Body, right?" "Yes." Su Chen asked, "Has her special constitution not awakened yet?" "No." Su Chen continued, "Then how can I help her awaken it?" The system replied, "You don't need to help her, it will awaken automatically when she reaches the half-emperor realm." But Su Chen hurriedly asked, "But what?" The system paused for a moment before saying, "But once she awakens her special constitution, her past life memories will be restored." Su Chen's heart sank. If she recovers those memories, will she still be herself? "I don't know, but I feel she won't be the same as she is now." After all, every emperor tends to be cold towards emotions and only focuses on the Tao. After hearing this, Su Chen fell silent for a long time. He then looked up at the night sky and softly said, as long as she can live in the way she likes, that's enough. At this moment, Yi Lingxi stopped cultivating, looked at Su Chen, and curiously asked, brother, what are you thinking about? Su Chen looked down at her and smiled, it's nothing. Starry Hall. At this moment, Xiao Ming sat outside the hall gazing at the night sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and looked in a direction, saying, come out. From the shadows, a figure emerged. Xiao Ming looked at the figure and asked, Mu Rong Shui, what brings you here? Mu Rong Shui sat down beside Xiao Ming, saying, what can't I come over to chat? Xiao Ming smiled beautifully, of course not. Mu Rong Shui asked, what were you thinking just now? Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with complexity, and she remained silent. Mu Rong Shui seemed to sense something and directly said, have you taken a liking to Su Chen? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming's cheeks flushed, and she shyly replied, what are you talking about? How could I possibly like him? Mu Rong Shui rolled her eyes at her, saying, don't I know you? Xiao Ming's face turned even redder, but this time she did not retort. Mu Rong Shui then said, actually I like him too. Xiao Ming was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Mu Rong Shui smiled slightly. Don't give me that look, I'm human too, and can feel emotions. Besides, that man is both handsome and powerful. Which woman wouldn't be moved after getting to know him? After hearing this, Xiao Ming fell silent for a moment, and then replied, that's true. Mu Rong Shui looked at the night sky and softly said, but such a man, how could we ever match up to him? Xiao Ming remained silent. Mu Rong Shui continued, Sai, why did we have to meet him? What terrible luck we have. Xiao Ming shook her head and smiled. Indeed, what terrible luck. A gentle breeze blew by like the sound of a zither, stirring the hearts of the two women. Mu Rong Shui suddenly looked at Xiao Ming and said, let's work hard in our cultivation, perhaps we will have a chance. She ultimately did not want to give up. Xiao Ming was taken aback and then smiled brightly, just what I was thinking. Clearly she too was unwilling to give up. In the Ziyun mountain range, a figure continuously traversed through it. After a long while, the figure finally came to a stop, and only then could her face be clearly seen. Nangong Gyua suddenly knelt on the ground, her eyes red as she gazed at the night sky, roaring, why? Why is he so strong? In fact, she had been in the Star Holy Land before, and when she saw Jiang Yi being defeated in an instant, she was completely stunned. She never expected Su Chen to be so terrifying. At that moment, she felt something was wrong and fled in advance, only stopping upon reaching this place. Nangong Gyue roared, a wave of regret flooding her heart. If she had let go of her arrogance back, then would the outcome have been different? She lowered her head, continuously questioning herself. But where in the world are there so many ifs? Nangong Gyue laughed heartily, tears streaming down her cheeks and falling to the ground. At that moment, a strange laughter echoed. Who? Nangong Gyue suddenly raised her head, looking around with a wary heart. Little girl, don't be afraid, I can help you. The strange voice echoed again. Nangong Gyue narrowed her eyes slightly and replied solemnly, what do you mean? You'll know if you come over. The mysterious voice sounded enigmatic. At this moment, a red light flickered in the void, seemingly leading Nangong Gyue. Nangong Gyue stood silently, lost in thought. After a long while, she seemed to make a decision and stepped forward, following the red light, though her heart remained highly alert. After walking for about 15 minutes, the red light led Nangong Gyue into a cave where a chilling wind blew, eerie and sinister. As she ventured deeper, Nangong Gyue's expression grew more serious. After walking for a bit longer, the red light suddenly disappeared, revealing an altar ahead covered in a myriad of intricate runes. Beside the altar, there was a coffin also engraved with inscriptions. You've come. The strange voice sounded again, emanating from within the coffin. Nangong Gyue stared at the coffin and asked solemnly, who are you? The strange voice replied, who am I? I can no longer remember, but everyone calls me the evil god. Nangong Gyue recalled and found no memory of the evil god in her mind. She then asked, what did you mean by that earlier? The evil god said, I can see that you are troubled, but when you possess a power capable of destroying everything, you will have no worries in this world. Nangong Gyue narrowed her eyes slightly. What do you mean? The evil god confidently stated, I can give you power. Nangong Gyue let out a cold laugh. You can give me power. It can't be that simple, right? She still believed the evil god's words because her intuition told her that the evil god was not simple. The evil god responded, you're quite clever, little girl. That's right, to gain power you must agree to one condition. Nangong Gyue asked, what condition? The evil god replied, as long as you serve me for 300 years. During these 300 years you will work for me, and after 300 years you can leave. Nangong Gyue fell silent and did not speak. Of course she did not believe the evil god's words, but what could she do now? The evil god was right. If she had enough strength, who would dare oppose her if she wished to become the leader of the Nangong clan? Nangong Gyue suddenly asked, how strong of a power can you give me? The evil god chuckled softly, but his voice was very low, so Nangong Gyue did not hear. He said, "This power can make you dominate the immortal realm." Nangong Gyue was taken aback. "Are you sure you're not crazy?" Clearly she did not believe him, but it was understandable. After all, the immortal realm was filled with countless terrifying beings, and none of those beings dared to claim dominion over it. How could the evil god? The evil god laughed. "Little girl, broaden your perspective. In this immortal realm, the strongest individuals you perceive are mere trash in my eyes." Nangong Gyue remained silent, staring at the coffin. The evil god then said, "It's pointless to say too much to you since your vision is too limited. It's normal not to believe." Nangong Gyue. This was the first time someone had told her that her perspective was low. The evil god continued, "In one sentence, do you want this power or not?" Nangong Gyue fell silent, feeling conflicted. As time passed second by second, the evil god remained patient, quietly waiting for her response. At that moment, Nangong Gyue seemingly made a decision in her heart. She took a deep breath and said, "Okay. Huh. Good." The evil god laughed heartily, and then said, "Go sit cross-legged on that altar." Nangong Gyue looked at the altar, did not hesitate, and walked straight up, then sat down cross-legged. The evil god said, "Relax, don't be nervous, it will be quick." As soon as he finished speaking, the altar suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, followed by the runes on the ground, and those on the coffin lighting up. At that moment, mysterious powers surged from within the coffin, rushing toward Nangong Gyue. But as soon as the mysterious power entered her body, Nangong Gyue erupted with the power of the holy realm. She had broken through. Nangong Gyue's aura grew stronger, and in just a moment her realm reached a critical point once again. In the next moment, a power beyond the holy realm erupted from her. She broke through again. And this was not the end, her aura continued to strengthen. At that moment, the coffin suddenly opened and a red light shot directly into Nangong Gyue's forehead. Nangong Gyue suddenly opened her eyes blood red, and her face twisted as she roared, "You want to possess me? Ha ha ha." The evil god laughed loudly. "Now you know it's too late." Nangong Gyue suddenly let out a miserable scream, collapsing onto the ground, her face contorted. At that moment, she felt as if her soul was being slowly sliced away with a knife. She had never experienced such pain. It drove her to roar in madness, her entire body trembling. This continued for about 15 minutes before she suddenly sat up, roaring, "My body, how could you take it?" After saying this, she quickly formed seals with her hands. In the next moment, an extremely chilling aura erupted from her bones, and her blood began to boil. At that moment, a frozen phoenix suddenly flew out from within her body. The frozen phoenix let out a cry and spread its noble icy feathers, immediately wrapping around Nangong Gyue. At that moment, Nangong Gyue's pain actually eased somewhat, and she even began to counteract the evil god's power. "You actually possess the frozen phoenix divine body," the evil god exclaimed in shock. He never expected Nangong Gyue to have such a special physique. The evil god felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Nangong Gyue possessed a special physique, making him somewhat troublesome. "Ha ha ha." Nangong Gyue sneered. "You beast didn't expect this, did you?" Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In just a year, the starry sacred land had surged to become the most powerful force in the lower realm, unmatched. All of this was thanks to the ring that Chu Yun had sent. On this day, Su Chen brought Yi Lingxi to the starry palace, with the demon lord following closely behind them. Looking at Su Chen, Xiaoming was somewhat surprised, saying, "Master Su, is there something you need?" Su Chen nodded, saying, "I've come to bid farewell to the dream saintess." Xiaoming was taken aback, then asked, "Are you leaving?" Su Chen replied, "Yes." Xiaoming fell silent, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion, as she hadn't expected Su Chen to leave so soon. Su Chen handed the Peak Master's order to Xiaoming, then said, "I'm off now." After saying this, he took Yi Lingxi's hand and turned to leave. It was decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Xiaoming stared blankly at the back of Su Chen as he departed. Even when his figure had vanished, she still did not avert her gaze. "He really is decisive." A complex voice suddenly came from the shadows, followed by a figure stepping out. It was Murong Shui. Murong Shui approached Xiaoming, saying with complexity, "He ultimately belongs to a different world than us." Xiaoming fell silent, not responding. Seeing this, Murong Shui sighed, no longer speaking. At this moment, both women were filled with endless thoughts, like a gentle breeze brushing through their hearts, leaving deep marks. All encounters and glances are fated. When you fall in love with someone's silhouette and yearn for a certain gaze, it means you have already tied your heart to a romantic destiny. However, whether the fate is deep or shallow, no one can grasp it. The immortal realm, Su Chen and the others arrived at an inn. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Yi Lingxi was drooling. Su Chen smiled, saying, "Go ahead and eat." Yi Lingxi nodded and began to devour the food. Su Chen glanced at the standing demon lord, saying, "You should sit down and eat too." The demon lord bowed respectfully, then sat down and began to eat a piece of meat. In truth, he hadn't eaten much before. At his level, going a lifetime without food was not an issue. However, after following Su Chen for 2 years, he learned to enjoy life. If one's life was solely devoted to the path, how lonely and uninteresting that would be. It is essential to enjoy life during leisure, allowing oneself to relax and find peace, releasing inner pressure and fatigue. Such people often do not become cold and repressed. Su Chen poured himself a glass of wine, gazing at the night scenery outside the second floor, lost in thought. The demon lord put down his chopsticks and suddenly asked, "Young master, what exactly is the Su clan?" "Just a small force," Su Chen replied, looking at him with a blink. The demon lord was speechless, wondering if he... The demon lord was left speechless, but didn't dare to comment, silently lowering his head to continue eating. Half an hour later, the dishes on the table were reduced to mere plates. Yi Lingxi burped, patting her stomach, looking fully satisfied. Su Chen looked at her, smiling. "Soon you'll be meeting your parents. Are you nervous?" "Parents?" Yi Lingxi blinked, her expression confused. Su Chen smiled slightly. "Am I not your brother?" Yi Lingxi obediently nodded. Su Chen continued, "Then what are your brother's parents to you?" Yi Lingxi blinked and chuckled. "Parents." Su Chen smiled, saying, "So are you nervous about meeting your parents?" Yi Lingxi bit her finger, saying, "Now that you mention it, I am a bit nervous." Su Chen laughed heartily, pinching Yi Lingxi's cheek, saying, "Don't be nervous. Your parents are very gentle." Yi Lingxi giggled. 3 days later, Su Chen took Yi Lingxi and the demon lord to a plain. The sunset's afterglow fell on the plain. The originally green grassland dyed a deep red by the golden sunset, the air filled with a fresh, natural scent. The demon lord looked puzzled. He didn't understand why Su Chen would bring them here, but he didn't ask further, knowing that Su Chen wouldn't bring them here without reason. At this moment, Su Chen pointed a finger and tapped at the space before him. The next instant, the space suddenly shattered, and a vast power rushed out from within. The demon lord widened his eyes, sensing a dangerous aura from this power. "Bold, who dares to trespass into my Su clan?" At that moment, terrifying auras emanated from the shattered space, cracks followed by several figures. They wore black armor, their expressions stern, wielding long spears, and a terrifying aura filled this realm. Looking at these people, the demon lord's expression turned grave. Their auras were only slightly weaker than his. Moreover, they appeared to be the guards. He glanced at Su Chen, seeing him calm, and felt relieved while also beginning to feel curious. So these are the people of the Su clan. Truly terrifying. Remembering Su Chen's earlier claim that his family was just a small force, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It is worth mentioning that Yi Lingxi remained very calm. With her brother around, she felt no fear. One of the men in black armor looked at Su Chen and the others, asking, "Who are you? How do you know my Su clan?" Su Chen, with his hands behind his back, replied calmly, "What? Have you forgotten me since I haven't returned in years?" The black-armored man frowned, and the next moment his pupils abruptly constricted, uncertainly saying, "Are you the young master?" "The young master?" The demon lord looked at Su Chen, shocked. He hadn't expected Su Chen to be the young master of the Su clan. Su Chen remained silent, quietly watching the black-armored man. The black-armored man respectfully called out, "Young master, I didn't know your identity before. Please forgive me." Su Chen nodded, still silent, then took Yi Lingxi's hand and slowly walked into the shattered space, with the demon lord quickly following. The black-armored man did not stop them. After all, they were brought by Su Chen, and they naturally did not dare to block them. Once Su Chen and the others stepped into the shattered space, it felt as if they had entered another realm. Here the mountains were continuous, golden light filled the air, auspicious energy flowed, various rare treasures and beasts, the rich immortal energy almost turned liquid, and countless exquisite and magnificent pavilions and halls displayed endless brilliance. "This is actually a small realm." The demon lord spoke, his face filled with disbelief. At this moment, a storm surged within his heart. He couldn't even imagine what kind of person could open a small realm. Terrifying. Su Chen glanced at the black-armored man, who followed calmly, stating, "Don't mention that I've returned, understood?" Upon hearing this, the black-armored man's hair stood on end, a chill swept over him as he looked at Su Chen in disbelief. "Why, young master?" Su Chen held Yi Lingxi's hand and entered a resplendent hall where a middle-aged man sat at the main. The passage of time bestowed a unique charm upon the middle-aged man. His gaze was deep and imposing, as if he could see through everything, his every movement resonating with the power of the Tao. The clan leader of the Su family, Su Yanche. Su Chen looked at Su Yanche and called out, "Father." Meanwhile, Yi Lingxi beside him regarded Su Yanche with curiosity. The demon lord wore a solemn expression. He sensed danger emanating from Su Yanche. After all, he was a Saint King. He could hardly imagine how terrifying the person who could make a Saint King feel such danger might be. This is truly ridiculous. At that moment, he finally understood what kind of terrifying existence the Su family was. Su Yanche looked at Su Chen, a smile appearing on his face. "Have you reached the Saint realm?" Su Chen nodded. "Pretty much. I have the strength of the Saint realm." Pretty much. The demon lord behind him twitched his. I am your Saint King and being pressed and hammered down by you, and you tell me your strength is pretty much at the saint realm. Big brother, can you not be so ridiculous? You're making me feel really awkward. Su Chen laughed heartily. Good. No wonder you're my son. Speaking of which, he turned his gaze to Yi Lingxi, and his expression suddenly became strange as he glanced at Su Chen. It's been years, and you have a child. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression darkened. What are you talking about? How could I have a child? This is my adopted sister. Oh. Su Chen was somewhat surprised, then turned his gaze back to Yi Lingxi, saying with a smile, child, come here. Yi Lingxi felt a bit afraid, and did not move, instead looking at Su Chen. Su Chen rubbed Yi Lingxi's head, and smiled. Go on. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Lingxi walked towards Su Chen. Su Chen looked at her, and asked, what is your name? Yi Lingxi timidly replied, Yi Lingxi. Su Chen nodded, and just then his eyes suddenly radiated a golden light, and his expression turned grave. As the golden light faded, Su Chen looked at Su Chen. This child is extraordinary. Su Chen nodded, and Su Chen smiled, and then turned his gaze to Yi Lingxi. Since you are Xiao Chen's adopted sister, then I can consider myself your father. Call me father, and let me hear it. Yi Lingxi blinked, and then obediently called out, father. Oh. Su Chen burst into laughter. Good. This is truly wonderful. I love daughters. When your mother gave birth to your brother, I was a bit frustrated that it was not a girl, but a boy. Su Chen. Su Chen gently rubbed Yi Lingxi's head, and asked with a smile, do you like swords? Yi Lingxi nodded, I do. Su Chen laughed heartily, then opened his palm to reveal a long sword appearing in his hand. The sword was red, shimmering with a cold light, and its blade was engraved with intricate and profound patterns. The hilt was carved with a fire phoenix, lifelike and fierce, as if it were real. Su Chen looked at Yi Lingxi, and said, this sword is called Falling Phoenix, forged from the bones and blood of the fire phoenix. Upon hearing this, the demon lord below was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening. Forged from a fire phoenix. Who would dare to use a fire phoenix to forge a sword? One must know that the Fire Phoenix clan is one of the most terrifying tribes in the world today. The demon lord took a deep breath. Recalling his earlier choice, the demon lord felt a secret joy in his heart. Thankfully, I was clever and insisted on following the young master back then, haha. Now I have a backing. Su Chen presented the Falling Phoenix to Yi Lingxi, smiling. This sword is... Yi Lingxi did not dare to accept it, and looked back at Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. Take it, this sword is quite good. Yi Lingxi nodded, but did not immediately accept it. Instead, she respectfully bowed to Su Chen, saying, thank you, father. Su Chen laughed heartily. He genuinely liked this girl. He said, quickly accept it. Yi Lingxi nodded, and then reached out to grasp the hilt of Falling Phoenix. In the next moment, the sword's blade suddenly erupted with the terrifying power of a divine beast. Following that, a fire phoenix suddenly flew out of the blade, flapping its fiery wings and flying straight into Yi Lingxi's forehead. At that moment, Yi Lingxi's aura grew stronger, her realm continuously breaking through, and in the blink of an eye she reached the peak of the ninefold of the life and death realm. And that was not the end. Her aura faintly seemed on the verge of breaking through the critical point of the life and death realm, reaching the next realm. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly made his move and pointed out. Yi Lingxi's aura immediately calmed down, and a phantom of the fire phoenix appeared between her brows, gradually dissipating and hiding within. Yi Lingxi was quite bewildered. What just happened? Su Chen looked at her, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. This sword actually recognized you as its master. You must know that many people tried to make this sword recognize them as its master before you, but they all failed. Yi Lingxi blinked and grinned. It must be because of father, which is why it recognized me as its master. Su Chen was taken aback, then laughed again. Ha ha, you little girl, your words are really sweet. Su Chen also shook his head with a smile, then looked at Su Chen and asked, father, where is my mother? Su Chen looked at Su Chen and said, your mother has gone to Ingtian Academy. Ingtian Academy, one of the most terrifying forces in the immortal realm. A gathering place for all the prodigies and geniuses of the immortal realm. And Su Chen's mother is the head of Ingtian Academy. Su Chen added, whenever you have time, go see your mother, as she misses you. Su Chen nodded, I understand. Su Chen nodded and didn't say anything more, but at that moment his gaze turned to the demon lord. The demon lord was quite perceptive and quickly said, I am the young master's servant. Servant? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Chen. You kid can do it. You actually made a Saint King your servant. Even I, your father, don't have such a big face. I must say he was still quite surprised. One must know that a Saint King, even in the immortal realm, is a top-tier powerhouse. And his son actually managed to take a Saint King as his servant. Just how absurd is that? Su Chen smiled. I saved his life back then, and he insisted on following me and becoming my servant. I had no choice but to let him stay by my side. Don't you think so, old demon? As he spoke, he looked at the demon lord, who understood Su Chen's meaning and quickly nodded yes. Su Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. If he were to believe Su Chen's nonsense, then he wouldn't need to mix in the immortal realm anymore. He might as well self-destruct. He indeed wanted to know how Su Chen managed to make a sacred king willingly serve him, but seeing that his son did not wish to speak, he refrained from asking further. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Su Chen, whispering a few words in his ear before Su Chen furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Su Chen asked, "Father, what's wrong?" Su Chen looked at Su Chen and said, "The imperial path will open in 20 years, and the little ones in the clan are already clamoring to become the son of God." The imperial path. This is a unique path containing a special item known as the heavenly heart mark. This heavenly heart mark is like an opportunity or a key to the realm of the emperors, and on the imperial path, there is only one such key. The demon lord frowned tightly. The imperial path was about to open so soon. Su Chen looked at Su Chen and asked, "Do you want me to become this son of God?" Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, saying, "Which parent wouldn't want their child to be outstanding?" This was already quite clear. Su Chen nodded and said, "All right, I'll handle this matter." After saying that, he took Yi Lingxi's hand and turned to leave with the demon lord hurriedly following. Looking at Su Chen's retreating figure, Su Chen felt greatly relieved. As if recalling something, he shook his head and smiled. "I can't even see through this kid. Interesting." At this moment, many young people gathered in the plaza of the Su clan. "I wonder who will become the son of God. I guess it's Su Yun." After all, Su Yun reached the 9th level of the half-saint realm at only 18 years old, and his swordsmanship is extraordinary. If he doesn't become the son of God, who will? Have you forgotten about Su Weiner? She is also at the 9th level of the half-saint realm and possesses the legendary Tying divine physique. I think she would be the most suitable to become the son of God. Just as everyone was arguing fiercely, a young man suddenly said, "Have you all forgotten about Su Hao?" Su Hao. Everyone turned to look at the young man. He nodded and said, "I heard he seems to have broken through to the sacred realm." Sacred realm? How is that possible? Everyone looked incredulous. The number of young people who could reach the sacred realm was extremely limited. They evidently did not believe the young man's words. At that moment, a sword light suddenly swept over their heads. Everyone looked up to see a long sword suspended in the air with a young man standing on it. The young man had long black hair, a straight nose, and a finely featured face with tightly closed thin lips. His eyes were sharp like swords, and the powerful sword intent made everyone shudder. Someone shouted, "Su Yun is here." The crowd immediately erupted, their gazes filled with admiration for Su Yun. Su Yun looked down at the crowd and declared, "I will definitely take this position of the son of God." "Oh, just based on you." At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Su Yun frowned and turned to a woman was walking towards him from a distance, her features resembling a beautiful painting with every detail. Her figure was light and graceful like a dancing butterfly, captivating all who beheld her. Someone exclaimed, "Su Weiner is here too." Looking at Su Weiner, Su Yun felt displeased. "What? Am I not allowed to become the son of God?" Su Weiner smiled. "Of course, but first you must defeat me." Su Yun's sword energy flickered around him as he said solemnly, "Then let's give it a try." In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Buzz. A powerful sword intent swept through the arena. The corner of Su Weiner's mouth lifted slightly as she tightly clenched her right hand, gathering a wave of Yin spirit energy. Then she threw a punch. Boom. Two extremely powerful shockwaves created ripples in the air. Everyone hurriedly retreated, distancing themselves from the combat area. At this moment, two figures shot out simultaneously. As Su Weiner was propelled forward, hundreds of sword energies surged towards her. Su Weiner snorted coldly, and a terrifying wave of Yin spirit energy erupted from her body, directly shattering the hundreds of sword energies. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly appeared above Su Weiner and swiftly slashed down with his sword. Su Weiner met it with a punch. She chose to counter. Boom. Both of them were forced back, and just as they steadied themselves, they charged at each other once more. The two exchanged hundreds of blows, and then Su Yun found an opportunity to thrust his sword. The sword pierced directly into Su Weiner's left shoulder. Su Yun grinned, but in the next moment, Su Weiner suddenly delivered a punch to his stomach. Su Yun let out a cry of pain, and he was sent flying by the punch. Both of their faces paled, their breaths weak. At this moment, neither of them was in good shape. Su Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Su Weiner, sneering, "You're not doing so well either." Su Weiner replied coldly, "Aren't you just the same?" Su Yun's expression darkened as he turned his head, no longer bickering with Su Weiner. In truth, they could still fight. However, as they were from the same clan, there was no need to go all out. "I didn't expect them to reach a stalemate. This is quite unexpected." The onlookers exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a loud laughter echoed, and a figure suddenly appeared between Su Weiner. The figure was dressed in a blue robe, handsome in appearance with long hair flowing somewhat wild, and his gaze caused people to dare not look directly at him. Su Weiner raised an eyebrow. Su, how do you also wish to compete for the position of the Son of God? Su Yun looked at Su Hao, a sense of unease filling him. He couldn't see through Su Hao. Su Hao smiled and said, who doesn't want the position of the Son of God? All right, you two should heal up quickly, and then we can have a match. Su Weiner and Su Yun did not hesitate, simultaneously swallowing a pill and then sitting cross-legged to begin healing. Half an hour later, they had mostly recovered. Su Hao's lips curled slightly. You two can come at me together. So arrogant. The onlookers were astonished. Su Weiner said coldly, I can handle this alone. After saying that, she stepped forward and a vast amount of yin energy spread across the sky. At this moment, she was serious. Suddenly, her figure appeared in front of Su Hao, and she unleashed a punch with all her strength. Facing Su Hao, she dared not be careless. This punch was her full power. Facing this punch, Su Hao remained calm. He suddenly stomped his right foot, and an extremely terrifying spear in tin erupted from his body. Boom. Su Weiner's punch shattered instantly, and she was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood along sacred realm. He really has broken through to the sacred realm. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected Su Hao to truly break through to the sacred realm. Su Hao let out a hearty laugh, twisting his wrist as his spear suddenly shot forth like a bolt of lightning, its radiance stretching 1,000 feet, shattering everything in its path. Bang! As two forces collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted instantly, spreading out for thousands of feet. The onlookers staggered back, their hearts filled with shock. Crack! The sword intent shattered. Su Yun was directly engulfed by the spear intent and was immediately sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. He looked up at Su Hao before losing consciousness. Su Hao turned his gaze towards Su Weiner and smiled. Is there any problem with me being the Son of God? Su Weiner clenched her fists tightly, remaining silent. A smirk crept onto Su Hao's lips as he looked at the surrounding crowd and asked, is there any problem? The pressure was overwhelming. The crowd quickly shook their heads. Su Hao had already become a saint who would dare to defy him. Do you really think you are worthy of being the Son of God? A voice of disdain rang out. Everyone turned to see a group of people slowly approaching, led by a woman. The woman wore a flowing white dress, exuding an aura of coldness that kept people at bay. Her ink-black hair cascaded down, and her stunning features resembled a celestial being, making her seem untouchable. Behind her followed a group of young men and women, all of whom were smirking at Su Hao. Both Su Hao and Su Weiner gazed at them, their hearts feeling unusually heavy. So powerful. Especially that woman who instilled a sense of danger in them. Su Hao looked at her and said solemnly, who are you? We come from the ancient era. Without speaking, it was a young man behind the woman who responded. You are the prodigies of the ancient era. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief etched on their faces. Prodigies of the ancient era. It is said that in ancient times there were some extraordinary prodigies and monsters who voluntarily sealed themselves away, waiting for the path of the emperor to open and then step onto it to become emperors. Now that the path of the emperor was about to open, these prodigies and monsters from the ancient era were gradually emerging. The young man chuckled. Oh, I didn't expect you to know about us. Su Hao said in a deep voice, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? The young man sneered. It means you are not worthy of being the Son of God, understand? Su Hao narrowed his eyes, coldly replying, and you think you are worthy? The young man shook his head and chuckled. We are not worthy either. As he spoke, he pointed at the woman in white. Only Sister Suya is worthy of being the Son of God. Everyone curiously regarded Suya. To have such praise from the prodigies of the ancient era was certainly not simple. Su Hao looked at Suya and asked, shall we have a fight? The young man suddenly retorted, you aren't worthy of Sister Suya making a move, I'll fight you. He stepped forward to face Su Hao. Su Hao stared at the young man. My name is Su Hao. The young man replied, Su Nanxing. Su Hao nodded, then gripped his spear tightly, thrusting it forward with overwhelming might like a thunder dragon. Before the spear reached him, its momentum had already arrived. Su Nanxing smirked disdainfully. He pulled his right hand back and then struck out with a punch. Boom. A terrifying wave of fist intent erupted, instantly shattering Su Hao's spear. And Su Hao was sent flying. The intent of the fist. Instant kill. At this sight, all the onlookers' expressions turned grave. Su Hao clutched his chest, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. At this moment, his chest had caved in and his bones were shattered within. He struggled to look up at Su Nanxing, incredulously exclaiming, peak of the 9th layer of the Saint Realm. What? Everyone gasped, turning to look at Su Nanxing. This Su Nanxing was actually at the peak of the 9th layer of the Saint Realm. What kind of monster is this? As if recalling something, everyone looked at Suya. If Su Nanxing was at the 9th layer of the Saint Realm, then Suya must be even more terrifying. Su Nanxing shook his head and said, you see, you can't even defeat me, yet you still want to be the Son of God. I'm not afraid of losing face, and let me be honest with you, I am the weakest among this group. The weakest? Everyone gasped in shock. Are all the ancient prodigies really this strong? Su Hao remained silent, his expression dejected, clearly feeling defeated. Just then several footsteps approached, and everyone turned to look, seeing Su Chen walking over holding Yi Lingxi's hand. Su Chen stood at about 6 feet tall, his slightly tight white attire perfectly showcasing his physique. His handsome features left no room for criticism. So handsome, a woman instinctively exclaimed. In the next moment, all the women erupted in excitement, throwing flirtatious glances at Su Chen, their bodies inexplicably becoming hot and restless. Even Su Ya and Su Weiner raised their brows. This person was indeed exceptionally handsome. Su Nanqing stared at Su Chen. Who are you? Others also looked on with curiosity, eager to know Su Chen's identity. Su Chen cast a casual glance at him before retracting his gaze, looking up at the void and calmly asking, "How can one become the son of God?" Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. Was he here to compete for the position of the son of God as well? Su Nanqing mocked. Do you really think you are worthy to compete for the son of God? Suddenly a flash of sword light flickered. Up! Su Nanqing let out a heart-wrenching scream, causing everyone to be startled. As they quickly turned to him, their hearts filled with horror. They saw that a large amount of blood was flowing from Su Nanqing's mouth, and at that moment, an unidentified object fell from his mouth. His tongue. Everyone swallowed hard, looking at Su Chen with apprehension. This guy was clearly not to. Among them, only Su Ya had a serious expression, for she had not seen clearly how Su Chen had made his move just now. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying power surged from Su Nanqing's body. He looked at Su Chen, his eyes bloodshot, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him. Su Hao stared at Su Nanqing, fists clenched. Is this his true strength? Stop! Just as Su Nanqing was about to make a move, a thunderous voice rang out, and an old man appeared on the scene. The old man wore a gray Taoist robe. Although his hair was completely white, his gaze was sharp, and his spirit was vigorous, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. The Grand Elder of the Su clan, Su Rong. Grand Elder. Everyone except Su Chen respectfully bowed. Su Rong nodded, his gaze fixing on Su Nanqing. Go and apologize to Xiao Chen. His tone left no room for argument. Xiao Chen. Apologize. Everyone was taken aback. Oh, why was he addressing him so intimately? And why was he asking Su Nanqing to apologize to that young man? At that moment, they grew even more curious about Su Chen's identity. It's not surprising they didn't recognize Su Chen. After all, he hadn't returned for over a decade, and since birth he had rarely interacted with the clan members, leading many to not know him. Why should I? Su Nanqing roared, clearly unwilling to comply. Su Rong coldly replied, there is no reason you will apologize immediately. Otherwise bear the con. Su Nanqing gritted his teeth and said clearly, I am the victim. Su Rong's gaze turned icy, and a murderous intent emanated from him. Su Nanqing's heart jolted in shock. Did this guy intend to kill me? He glanced at Su Chen. Damn it, what is this guy's identity? He forcibly suppressed his inner fury and murderous intent, staring at Su Chen, saying each word with emphasis, you are sorry. Did he really apologize? Everyone was somewhat surprised, thinking Su Nanqing would stand firm. Su Chen looked at Su Rong and calmly said, kill him, he harbors murderous intent towards me. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar, incredulously staring at Su Chen. Has this guy gone mad? He actually wants to kill his own kin. Killing one's own kin is a grave crime. According to the Su clan's rules, it is a life for a life. Moreover, he even commanded the Grand Elder to kill. Has he lost his mind? Su Ya also looked astonished. Even she wouldn't dare to kill a fellow clansman, as the consequences would be dire. Once there was someone with talent comparable to hers, but that person was executed on the spot for killing a fellow clansman. She still remembers that scene vividly. Everyone found it hard to believe that the Grand Elder would kill Su Nanqing for Su Chen. Su Nanqing wore a mocking smile and pointed at his head, saying, are you out of your mind? At that moment, a giant hand carrying supreme, divine might struck down towards Su Nanqing. Bang! Su Nanqing didn't even have time to react before he was smashed into a pulp. Silence. It was eerily quiet around. Everyone's expression froze, looking bewildered. Did he really kill him? The Grand Elder really killed Su Nanqing for Su Chen. Everyone suddenly erupted in chaos, their eyes wide in disbelief. Even Su Ya was taken aback. Then she looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness. Su Rong turned to Su Chen, smilingly asking, little Chen, when did you return? Su Chen smiled slightly. I just got back not long ago. Why didn't you inform us old folks when you came back? It's been over a decade. Have we grown distant? Su Chen replied, how could that be? I was just about to look for you guys. Su Rong said, all right, next time you come back, make sure to tell us right away, understand? Su Chen nodded, understood. Hearing their conversation, the members of the Su family were once again taken aback. Why were these two so close in conversation? Could it be that he is the illegitimate son of the Grand Elder? At this moment, someone seemed to recognize Su Chen and exclaimed, I know who he is. He is the son of the clan leader Su Chen. What? Is it really Su Chen? Everyone was startled, their gazes turning towards Su Chen, filled with curiosity. Since childhood, they had heard a rumor that decades ago the clan leader's wife gave birth to a son, and as soon as he was born, various terrifying phenomena emerged. A purple aura covered millions of miles. Countless celestial and divine shadows all knelt on one knee before him. This caused a stir throughout the immortal realm. Numerous terrifying forces rushed to the Su family, seeking a marriage alliance. The entire Su family was immensely excited, knowing that their family would surely produce a great emperor who would dominate the immortal realm. At this moment, everyone realized they finally understood why the Grand Elder treated Su Chen this way. This guy could very well be a future emperor. How could they not pamper him? Suya and the others saw the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces and were filled with confusion. They had just awakened and were unaware of this rumor, so they were quite puzzled by everyone's reactions. Su Rong smiled and said, "You brat finally decided to cultivate." Su Chen sighed helplessly. "What can I do? You and the elders put me in such a dangerous place. How can I not cultivate?" "What realm are you in now?" Su Rong asked. Su Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "I guess I am invincible among the younger generation." The demon lord behind him twitched his mouth violently upon hearing this, thinking that being invincible among the older generation would be more appropriate. Su Rong laughed heartily. Good. I knew that once you started cultivating you would definitely leave no room for your peers." Su Chen smiled slightly. Fortunately. Su Rong shook his head with a smile and then looked at Su Chen. "Do you want to become the divine son?" Su Chen nodded. "My father wants me to become this divine son." I said, "How could you suddenly want to become the divine son? You should know that when we asked you to become the divine son before, you refused." With these words, everyone was stunned. What does it mean that they begged him to become the divine son, but he refused? Looking at Su Rong's expression, they had no choice but to believe. If anyone else said this, they would never believe it, but Su Rong was different. He was the grand elder of the Su clan. How could he talk nonsense? Su Chen said, "Sai, there's no helping it. I really don't want to become this divine son, but what can I do since my father wants me to?" Everyone's eyes burned with fury upon hearing this. Look at that. Is this even a human remark? He feels wronged about becoming the divine son. Su Rong also looked speechless, shaking his head with a smile. Then he turned to the horizon and declared, "From today onwards, Su Chen will be the divine son of our Su clan." The voice contained immense divine might, and thus the entire immortal realm heard this proclamation. Su clan, divine son. Countless beings in the immortal realm felt unfamiliar with these four words. Only those ancient forces akin to taboos knew the meaning behind them. Nangong clan Nangong shouted, "Come here." In the next moment, a figure appeared beside him, respectfully saying, "Clan leader." Nangong Pa instructed, "Go to the clan treasury and take out some treasures, then send them to the Su clan." The figure nodded and then disappeared. Nangong Pa gazed into the void, murmuring, "Su Chen. Has he decided to cultivate?" Not just the Nangong clan, other forbidden forces also sent people to the Su clan. Su clan at this time, Suya stepped forward looking at Su Chen saying, "Divine son, I would like to spar." Clearly she was not satisfied with Su Chen being the divine son. Why could he be the divine son while she could not? But she dared not question Su Rong's decision, so she decided to challenge Su Chen. Su Rong watched Suya with great interest, not speaking. Su Chen turned to Suya and said calmly, "Go ahead, remember to use your strongest attack, otherwise I'm afraid you won't get the chance." Suya's eyes turned cold, and she did not say a word. In the next moment, she formed seals quickly with both hands, and a terrifying shadow suddenly appeared behind her. This shadow had an expressionless face towering 1,000 feet high, exuding an eerie and mysterious. At this moment, the shadow suddenly struck towards Su Chen. As the palm emerged, the space immediately boiled over, causing countless mountains to collapse in an instant. A destructive force instantly engulfed Su Chen. Great Saint Realm. So strong. The crowd's expressions turned extremely serious. At this moment, they finally realized just how terrifying this woman before them was. No wonder she is a prodigy from the ancient era. They looked at Su Chen, unsure whether he could withstand this attack. Su Chen's expression was calm as he softly uttered a single word, "Annihilate." With that word, the enormous hand and its illusory form were instantly obliterated. Everyone in the arena was petrified. Their breaths had ceased. In that moment, the world fell into an eerie silence. One word. With just one word, a grand saint was defeated. That was a grand saint. A being who could walk freely in the immortal realm. Moreover, it seemed he had held back. Everyone's mouths were agape, disbelief etched across their faces. At that moment, a young man beside him suddenly drew his sword. The person was left dumbfounded and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" The young man replied earnestly, "Does it hurt?" "Damn, try and see if it hurts." The person cursed angrily and raised his hand to slap him. Bang! The young man was sent flying. He got up from the ground holding his swollen left cheek, stammering, I wasn't dreaming. Su Ya's face was pale, her whole being slumped to the ground, her eyes filled with fear. Just moments ago she had felt the breath of death. It was so close to her demise. She swallowed hard and looked at Su Chen. Wasn't this a bit too excessive? At that moment, everyone finally understood why Su Rong doted on Su Chen so much. If it were me, I would indulge him too. Not only indulge, but I would even call him my ancestor. With such strength at a young age, why not get close to him? Su Rong was also astonished, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Just now he had sensed danger emanating from that single word. This little guy couldn't have surpassed me, could he? Where would that leave an old man like me with countless years behind me? Su Chen looked at Suya and calmly asked, "Can you submit?" Suya nodded. "Big brother, how could I dare not submit? I almost died just now." Su Chen nodded, looking at Su Rong. "Uncle Rong, I'm tired and heading back now. Please send my regards to the other elders." "Uncle Rong." Su Rong chuckled. "All right, no problem. You go rest now." Su Chen nodded, then took Yi Lingxi's hand and turned to leave, with the demon lord silently following behind. Soon Su Chen and the two arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard radiated a serene beauty, with blooming flowers lining the stone path and a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. It was tranquil, with only the sound of the gentle breeze making one feel as if they were in a world far removed from the hustle and bustle. Su Chen did not care for the ostentatious grand halls and towers. He preferred this kind of courtyard. Cozy, tranquil. He could sit outside and soak up the sun when he had nothing to do. Su Chen squatted down, looking at Yi Lingxi with a smile. "There are many rooms here. Choose one, and from now on we will live here." Yi Lingxi obediently nodded. Instead of immediately choosing a room, she curiously examined the courtyard. Su Chen stretched and walked toward his room. As if recalling something, he turned to the demon lord. "You should pick a room as well." With that said, he entered his room. He was exhausted recently and just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Time flowed like water, and Su Chen had returned to the Su clan for 7 months already. Today Su Chen sat on a rattan chair, quietly reading a book. Yi Lingxi had gone out to play, and since the demon lord was naturally by his side, the courtyard was left with only Su Chen. At that moment, a figure appeared before Su Chen, kneeling on one knee, respectfully saying, "Divine Son, the clan leader requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Su Chen put down the book, glanced at him indifferently, and nodded, "Got it." The man nodded and then vanished from sight. Su Chen raised his head to glance at the sun. The gentle breeze blew by, bringing a touch of coolness, and his silver hair was lightly tousled. Su Chen arrived at a grand hall where 3 people were present: Su Yanche, a woman, and an old man. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, especially with her captivating eyes that resembled flowing water. Her curves were alluring, making one involuntarily fantasize. The old man was dressed in a black robe, his eyes sharp, exuding a terrifying presence. As he looked at Su Chen entering, the woman's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise, and then, recalling something, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Su Chen calmly glanced at the woman and the old man, then turned to Su Yanche, who was seated in the main position, saying, "Father, you called for me. What is it?" Su Yanche smiled slightly, pointing at the woman and saying, "This is Ji Ning Bing, the 3rd princess of the Great Xia Empire, and your fiancé." Su Chen was taken aback and asked, "When did I get a fiancé?" Su Yanche chuckled, "During your absence, your mother arranged it for you." Su Chen twitched his mouth and shook his head. "I'm not ready to get married yet." Su Yanche smiled. "This isn't about what you want or don't want. This was arranged by your mother. If you can't accept it, go talk to her." He seemed to have anticipated Su Chen's refusal. Su Chen fell silent, then looked at Ji Ning Bing and asked, "You wouldn't want to marry someone you don't like, would you?" Ji Ning Bing smiled sweetly. "I didn't want to before, but after seeing you I reconsidered." Su Chen stared at Ji Ning Bing. "Reason?" Ji Ning Bing replied, "Which woman wouldn't like a handsome man like you?" Su Chen remained silent, still staring at Ji Ning Bing. The old man spoke. "Divine Son, the 3rd princess possesses the greatest cultivation talent in our empire. She is worthy of you." Su Chen was silent. He truly didn't want to enter into a marriage alliance. Ji Ning Bing sighed helplessly. "Being born into a royal family, marriage alliances are not something I can decide." Su Chen said, "As long as you don't want it, I can have your father cancel the engagement." As long as Ji Ning Bing didn't want to marry him, he could find a way to explain to his mother. Ji Ning Bing smiled. "For someone like you to be the divine son of the Su clan, you must be extraordinary. Plus, with your looks and background, I truly find myself attracted to you." Su Chen remained silent. "Damn, being too handsome is also a problem." Ji Ning Bing chuckled lightly, then turned to Su Yanche, saying, "Uncle Su, I'm very satisfied with this alliance." In fact, she had come to the Su clan to see what her fiancé looked like. If he were too ugly, she wouldn't agree to the alliance, even if it meant death. Luckily, Su Chen's appearance had pleased her. "This marriage is acceptable." Good, good, good." Su Yanche laughed heartily, repeating the word thrice. Ji Ning Bing said, "I will come by again later. I'll head back now." As she spoke, she threw a flirtatious glance at Su Chen. My fiancé can come to play with me anytime. Su Chen twitched at the corner of his mouth. Is this girl out of her mind? Ji Ningbing smiled, then gracefully left the grand hall. Su Yanche smiled and said, you might as well accept your fate, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily and left the grand hall. Meanwhile, Su Chen lowered his head, lost in thought. No way. Su Chen lifted his head and murmured, I need to find my mother and have her cancel this marriage. With that, he vanished from the grand hall. In the courtyard, Yi Lingxi had returned at some point, sitting on Su Chen's rattan chair, enjoying a candy. The demon lord stood behind her, as always. At that moment, Su Chen pushed open the courtyard door, and seeing Su Chen, Yi Lingxi quickly got up and ran to him, her palm outstretched, presenting a string of candied hawthorns. She handed it to Su Chen, saying, this is my last candied hawthorn for you. Su Chen smiled slightly, accepted the candied hawthorn without refusal, and then ruffled Yi Lingxi's hair, saying, I have something to attend to and need to go out for a bit. Yi Lingxi blinked and asked, can I go with you? Su Chen replied, I'll be back once I finish my business. Yi Lingxi looked a bit dejected but obediently nodded, saying, all right. Su Chen added, I'll buy you some delicious treats from the immortal realm on my way back. Yi Lingxi's eyes brightened instantly. She had never tasted the delicacies of the immortal realm. She dove into Su Chen's embrace, rubbing against him joyfully, saying, thank you, brother. Su Chen chuckled and then turned to the demon lord. The demon lord promptly said, young master. Su Chen instructed, take good care of her. The demon lord nodded, I will. After bidding farewell to Yi Lingxi, Su Chen left the Su clan. 3 days later, Su Chen walked along a small path, finding himself in a bamboo forest. The bamboo forest was tranquil, with lush green bamboo leaves swaying gently in the wind, producing a melodious sound. The sky gradually darkened, dusk enveloping the earth, and the bamboo forest became hazy. Su Chen glanced at the sky, then found a clearing, started a bonfire, and sat cross-legged. He planned to rest for the night before setting off again. During these days, he had not used any of his cultivation to travel. He relied solely on walking. Perhaps he felt that using his cultivation to expedite his journey would be too dull. In the dead of night, the bamboo forest was dark with only a flickering firelight. Su Chen sat quietly beside the bonfire where a spiritual fish was roasting, emitting a tantalizing aroma that filled the entire bamboo forest. At that moment, a figure suddenly fell in front of Su Chen. It was a woman, slender in figure with a delicate face, her cheeks rosy like flowers, appearing exceptionally charming. However, at that moment, the woman looked somewhat disheveled, her clothes torn in many places, and her eyes filled with terror. Ha ha ha, beauty, you can't escape. At that time, a man approached slowly from a distance. He was bald with a hideous scar on his face, wielding a large knife, and his eyes were filled with lewdness as he gazed at the woman. Seeing the man, the woman turned pale with fright and quickly glanced at Su Chen, pleading, young master, save me. Su Chen looked at her calmly and said, why should I save you? Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned white, and the next moment, she angrily said, aren't you supposed to be a hero saving the beauty? Su Chen remained silent, his eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss. The man in the distance glanced at Su Chen, feeling relieved. From the first moment he saw Su Chen, he sensed that the other party was not ordinary. If Su Chen intended to rescue that woman, it would be quite troublesome. Fortunately, Su Chen did not take action. The man laughed, saying, beauty, be obedient and become my woman. No one can save you. Ha ha. With that, he strode towards the woman. The woman was so frightened that she quickly crawled back, exclaiming in panic, do you know who I am? The man continued forward, laughing heartily. I don't care who you are. Even if your status is noble in this desolate wilderness, if I kill you, no one will know. The woman originally wanted to threaten the man with her status, but seeing that it was ineffective, despair filled her heart. Just as she was about to get up and flee, it was too late. The man had already pounced on her. No, no. The woman struggled desperately, trying to fight back and escape, but it was of no use. Filled with despair, she looked at Su Chen again, pleading, please save me. Su Chen looked on calmly without speaking. I hate you. I hate you. Seeing Su Chen remain unmoved, the woman broke down completely, her eyes filled with deep resentment as she gazed at him. Strangely enough, the woman did not curse the man, but instead cursed Su Chen. You insolent fool. At that moment, an angry shout echoed, followed by the appearance of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dark-skinned and robust, tall, with a square face, wielding a spear and radiating a terrifying aura. Seeing the woman being bullied, he immediately became furious and thrust his spear forward. The terrifying intent of the spear quickly enveloped the man, who was horrified and hurriedly grabbed the large knife beside him, holding it in front of him. Bang! The man let out a miserable cry, flying backwards, the large knife in his hand shattered in the process. His face turned ugly as he turned to flee without hesitation. But just as he turned, the spear had already reached him, piercing through his skull. Thud! The man's body fell to the middle-aged man turned to look at the woman who was now curled up, her face pale and trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, the woman's expression twisted in rage. She looked at Su Chen and venomously said, "Lung Shan, kill him. Kill him." Lung Shan frowned and glanced at Su Chen, feeling a weight of gravity in his heart. Because at that moment Su Chen was leisurely eating the roasted fish, and the more relaxed he appeared, the heavier Lung Shan felt. At that time the woman shouted angrily, "Kill him. Why are you just standing there?" Thud. A flash of sword light passed by, and the woman's voice abruptly ceased. She widened her eyes, filled with confusion, and at that moment her head fell from her body to the ground. Lung Shan's expression turned ugly at this sight. He did not act, because he suspected Su Chen's identity was definitely not simple. Rash action would be an unwise choice. He stared at Su Chen and said solemnly, "She is the daughter of the holy master of the Xian-in sacred land. Are you not worried about trouble if you kill her like this?" Xian-in sacred land. A top-tier force in the immortal realm. Su Chen glanced indifferently at Lung Shan and said calmly, "Can you contact your holy master?" Lung Shan was taken aback, puzzled by what Su Chen meant. He replied, "I can." Su Chen nodded. "Contact him and tell him his daughter has been killed." Off. Lung Shan was completely bewildered. What did he mean? So confident. He inhaled sharply and asked, "Are you sure?" Su Chen nodded, "Sure." Lung Shan looked at Su Chen, no longer hesitating, and immediately took out a communication stone. "What is it?" A voice came from the communication stone. Lung Shan said in a low voice, "The young lady has been killed." "What did you say?" An angry roar immediately erupted from the communication stone. Lung Shan continued, "I cannot defeat that person. I need help. Wait for me." With that, the communication stone went silent. Half an hour later, powerful auras surged forth, causing the entire sky to boil with their immense presence, a sight truly terrifying. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, his aura unfathomable, followed by nearly 1,000 people. This middle-aged man was none other than the master of the Xian-in Holy Land. Without uttering a word, the master of the Xian-in Holy Land charged towards Su Chen, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. The thousands of experts behind him quickly drew their weapons, also heading towards Su Chen. Waves of horrifying auras shattered the very heavens and earth. Lung Shan stared intently at Su Chen, wanting to see what methods he possessed. Su Chen remained seated by the campfire, calmly observing the thousands of experts. Kneel. Boom. Before the many experts of the Xian-in Holy Land could react, they felt as if 1,000 mountains pressed down on their backs and immediately knelt down. Everyone in the scene was completely stunned. Just 2 words. Only 2 words caused them to kneel. There was not even a hint of resistance. At that moment, everyone's expression changed, instantly filled with terror. They knew that the Xian-in Holy Land had provoked an existence they should not have. The master of the Xian-in Holy Land turned ashen, filled with regret. "It's over. Completely over. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Even if my daughter is dead, I could still have survived." At this moment, the master of the Xian-in Holy Land was filled with deep regret. Lung Shan was equally bewildered, kneeling at this moment. He had speculated that Su Chen might have a powerful backing. But who would have known that the backing was himself? Su Chen looked at the master of the Xian-in Holy Land, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, in an instant his head flew off. Until the end, his face was filled with regret. "I was too careless." The experts of the Xian-in Holy Land trembled uncontrollably at this sight, their eyes filled only with fear. The terror of Su Chen left them in despair. Su Chen then turned his gaze towards Lung Shan. Lung Shan trembled as he said, "Elder, please spare me." At this moment he was truly scared. Su Chen was too monstrous, he didn't even have the thought of escaping. Su Chen looked at him calmly and said, "Who are the confidants of the master of the Xian-in Holy Land?" Lung Shan was completely puzzled. What does this mean? The confidants of the master of the Xian-in Holy Land turned pale upon hearing this. They knew. They were doomed. Although Lung Shan did not understand what Su Chen meant, he still trembled and raised his hand, pointing at one person. With a puff, a bloody head instantly flew off. Su Chen looked at Lung Shan and said, "Continue." Lung Shan swallowed hard and pointed at another person. With another puff, yet another head flew off. Just like that, for every person Lung Shan pointed at, one would die. In the scene, heads kept flying. In no time, over half of the thousands of experts were dead. At this moment, those who were still alive dared not even breathe, fearing that they would be the next to be pointed at by Lung Shan. Lung Shan looked at Su Chen and trembled as he said, "There are none left." The surviving experts immediately breathed a sigh of relief, beads of cold sweat appearing on their foreheads. It was too terrifying. Su Chen looked at Lung Shan calmly and said, "Considering your intelligence, from this moment on you will take charge of the Xian-in Holy Land and become its master. Is there a problem?" Lung Shan was stunned for a moment, then filled with joy. Happiness had come too unexpectedly. He quickly clasped his fists and respectfully said, I have no problem, Junior. He originally thought he was doomed, but he never expected that Su Chen would let him go and even make him the master of the Xian in Holy Land. Great. Su Chen nodded and then turned to the experts of the Xian in Holy Land saying, do you have any problems? No problems. The experts of the Xian in Holy Land replied in unison. Problems? Who would dare to have a problem? A single moment of hesitation could cost them their heads. Su Chen nodded, said nothing further, and glanced at the gradually brightening sky before turning to leave. Seeing that Su Chen was leaving, Lung Shan hurriedly bowed and said, I bid farewell to the elder. The experts of the Xian in Holy Land also bowed and said respectfully, we bid farewell to the elder. It was only after Su Chen's figure completely disappeared that Lung Shan straightened up. He turned to the experts of the Xian in Holy Land and said, let's go. We need to build a statue of the elder back at the Holy Land. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. At this moment, he was determined to erect a statue for Su Chen. Even the King of Heaven could not stop him. The Ying Tian Academy was established in the void with many peaks rising above it and countless pavilions on these peaks. Here the scenery was magnificent with frequent miraculous occurrences rich in celestial energy and filled with many seven-colored lights. On one peak, many students of the academy gathered, their eyes fixed on a heavenly ladder that resembled a brilliant rainbow extending from the ground to the clouds, seemingly connecting the sky and the earth tightly. On the heavenly ladder, many disciples of the academy gritted their teeth, their foreheads bulging with veins, struggling to advance. This heavenly ladder is truly not meant for people to ascend. With every step taken, a weight presses down on them, and the more steps they climb, the more terrifying the gravity becomes. Yes, I have only managed to climb 1,000 steps, but it is too difficult. I really don't know how Yi Yuanlong managed to climb to 8,999 steps. It's too outrageous. I heard that there is a mysterious inheritance at the 10,000th step. I don't know if it's true. It should be true. The dean said himself that there is an inheritance up there. I wonder who will obtain this inheritance, but alas, I think I have no hope. Below the heavenly ladder, the academy disciples were bustling with discussion, the atmosphere lively, and Su Chen was among them. He held a candy hawthorn stick in his hand, watching the heavenly ladder with great interest. He had heard of this heavenly ladder in his childhood. It was said that it was created by a terrifying powerhouse to leave behind a part of his inheritance. Anyone who could reach the top would obtain his inheritance, yet so much time had passed, and no one had managed to reach the top. At this moment, a woman approached Su Chen. Her skin was as pale as snow, her features exquisite and three-dimensional, her lips red without the need for paint, and her eyes like autumn water. Just her presence drew countless men's gazes. As for the women, all their attention was on Su Chen. It's Xia Qingyan. Wow, I never expected to have the fortune to meet Xia Qingyan today. She is one of the three beauties of the academy. Hey, why is she going to that guy? The appearance of the woman instantly caused a stir among the students of the academy. Su Chen looked at Xia Qingyan and asked, looking for me? Xia Qingyan blinked and then nodded. Su Chen was taken aback. He did not recognize this woman. I like you. Silence. The surroundings were engulfed in utter stillness. Everyone's expressions were frozen. Su Chen's lips twitched. Is this woman out of her mind? We don't even know each other, yet you come up and say you like me. He even suspected that Xia Qingyan was sent by his mother. A male disciple collapsed to the ground, heartbroken. My goddess, how can you like him? How are we, the loyal admirers, supposed to live like this? I don't believe it. I can't believe my goddess would like him. Is he really just a bit more handsome than me? Why would the goddess like him? I refuse to accept it. I refuse to. Many male disciples also began to weep uncontrollably, unwilling to believe that Xia Qingyan truly liked Su Chen. The male disciples were in tears while the female disciples looked at Xia Qingyan with anger. Damn it, this vixen is trying to seduce my male god. She should take a look in the mirror. Oh, does she really think she deserves my male god? Not even knowing him, she boldly claims to like him. Truly shameless. The female disciples were secretly cursing Xia Qingyan. The reason they only cursed in their hearts was that Xia Qingyan had a powerful background. If they dared to voice their complaints, they wouldn't see the sunrise the next day. Seeing that Su Chen remained silent, Xia Qingyan thought he hadn't heard clearly, so she repeated, I really. Hearing this again, the male disciples felt even more pain in their hearts, while the fury in the eyes of the female disciples intensified, all of them gritting their teeth as they watched the two. How could he possibly deserve your affection? Just then a disdainful voice broke through. Everyone turned to look. A young man was slowly walking over from a distance, his skin fair, his features handsome, with a hint of charm, exuding an air of unruliness and arrogance gleamed in his eyes. Someone recognized the young man and exclaimed, Yi Yuanlong is here. I didn't expect him to show up. I heard he seems to like Xia Qingyan. Now this will be entertaining to watch. The disciples of the academy smirked, showing expressions of amusement. Xia Qingyan frowned coldly, saying, I like him. What business is it of yours? Everyone in the academy knows I like you, and I've always regarded you as my woman. Yet you stand in front of so many people claiming to like someone else. Where do you think that leaves my reputation? His tone was undeniably domineering. Xia Qingjian's gaze turned icy. How shameless of you. Yi Yuanlong chuckled coldly. Say what you will, but I'm here to tell you you are my woman. If you like another man, you'll bear the consequences. Xia Qingyan sneered. Consequences? Based on you? Or your Yi family? Yi Yuanlong's lips curled into a smile. While my Yi family may not be as powerful as your great Xia empire with the academy's support, who knows? Xia Qingyan frowned. On what grounds do you think the academy will aid you? Yi Yuanlong laughed heartily. Originally you would find out tomorrow, but let me tell you in advance, starting tomorrow the academy's higher-ups will announce me as the sacred son of the academy. Upon hearing this, all the disciples were in an uproar, their faces filled with disbelief. The academy's higher-ups decided to make Yi Yuanlong the sacred son. Is this for real, eh? Judging by Yi Yuanlong's expression, it seems true. Xia Qingjian's heart sank. She never expected the academy would actually make Yi Yuanlong the sacred son. This complicates things. She spoke in a low voice. Do you know the price of lying? He isn't lying. At that moment, an elder in purple robes approached from afar. It was the academy's master Song Jingshan. There were 10 masters in the Yingtian Academy, each possessing vast knowledge, and they not only had rich wisdom, but also terrifying strength, all reaching the realm of the sacred king. Moreover, it was rumored that within the Yingtian Academy there existed a mysterious force known as the Cabinet, whose members were even more formidable than these masters. This is also why the Yingtian Academy is considered one of the most terrifying and powerful forces in the immortal realm. One disciple remarked, even Master Song says Yi Yuanlong isn't lying but seems true. Everyone's gaze turned towards Xia Qingyan. Things were getting increasingly interesting. Xia Qingjian's face was grim. She never expected Yi Yuanlong would truly become the sacred son of the academy. No wonder he was so arrogant. Yi Yuanlong wore a broad smile. Looking at Su Chen, he mocked, Kid, what good is being good-looking? In this world, it's all about background, you understand. Su Chen calmly replied, Oh, your background is so powerful, I'm so scared. What a guy with that calm demeanor, are you really scared? At the same time, they began to wonder about Su Chen's identity. They couldn't believe that Su Chen had no background, but even if he did, could it rival that of the academy? A flicker of killing intent passed through Yi Yuanlong's eyes, but vanished quickly as he looked at Su Chen and smiled. I'm not that domineering of a person. Let's have a competition. As long as you can climb more steps than me, I won't bother Xia Qingyan. But if I climb more than you, you'll have to kneel and call me father. Do you dare? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted to Su Chen, their eyes revealing a hint of sympathy. Climbing steps to outdo Yi Yuanlong. That would only be achievable in dreams. Clearly, they did not believe that Su Chen could surpass Yi Yuanlong. Su Chen looked at Yi Yuanlong and calmly said, Did you harbor killing intent towards me earlier? Yi Yuanlong was taken aback. I hit it so well, how did this kid notice? Despite his confusion, he still generously admitted yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden sound of a sword rang out, and Yi Yuanlong's expression froze instantly, his head flying off. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, gasping. He killed him. He actually killed Yi Yuanlong. How dare he? Xia Qingyan was also stunned. She couldn't comprehend how Su Chen could have killed Yi Yuanlong. At the same time, a hint of doubt arose in her heart. How did he kill Yi Yuanlong in an instant? Even she couldn't have done that. Impudent. The recovering Song Jingshan shouted angrily, the terrifying aura of the sacred king sweeping through the area, and then he reached out towards Su Chen. At that moment, a colossal hand appeared out of thin air, lunging towards Su Chen. The crowd's faces turned pale as they hurriedly distanced themselves from Su Chen, while Xia Qingyan hesitated before also retreating. Su Chen had killed the sacred son of the academy. She truly dared not stand by his side, otherwise if the academy pursued this, her backing would be in trouble. As for her previous claims of liking Su Chen, that was simply nonsense. She had only seen Su Chen's good looks and wanted to tease him, but she never expected things to escalate to this point. Su Chen's expression remained emotionless. The next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from where he stood, reappearing right in front of Song Jingshan. Song Jingshan's pupils contracted sharply. He attempted to distance himself from Su Chen, but it was too late. Su Chen had already grasped his neck and was slowly lifting him up. Song Jingshan tried to break free from Su Chen's hold, but to his terror, he discovered that his cultivation seemed to be sealed, and he couldn't summon any power from within. Without having the time to think about what was happening, he looked up into the void and shouted angrily, What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and save me. In the sky, the surrounding space suddenly shattered, and then terrifying auras surged forth like a tide. In the next moment, 9 figures instantly surrounded Su Chen, and one of them stared at him coldly, saying, Let him go, and we can spare your life. Seeing this, the onlookers turned their gazes towards Su Chen. This man is finished. Ha! Ha ha! At this moment, Su Chen let out a hearty laugh. Interesting, truly interesting. He genuinely found it interesting. Was it not amusing to be threatened by his own forces? Everyone frowned. What did he mean? Crazy? Or just scared silly? Su Chen glanced at the 9 people, and then suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Bang! Song Jingshan's neck was instantly crushed. Seeing this scene, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Did he really dare to kill? Impressive. You are seeking death. Once the 9 reacted, they immediately erupted in anger, terrifying auras bursting forth from their bodies as they all attacked. The entire world suddenly trembled, resembling an earthquake, shocking everyone. Su Chen remained calm, looking up at the sky, and helplessly said, "Mother, if you don't come out, I'm in a tough spot here." Mother. Hearing this, everyone frowned, not understanding what Su Chen meant. Haha, Mother just saw you instantly kill a Saint King and thought you could handle them, so she didn't come out. At that moment, a gentle and melodious voice echoed. Upon hearing it, the 9 scholars seemed to realize something and abruptly halted their actions. At this time, a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth pressed down like collapsing mountains, causing the entire space to boil at that moment. Boom. Except for Su Chen, everyone was crushed to the ground by this terrifying aura. Everyone was dumbfounded. What just happened? The heavens and earth shattered, and then a woman walked out. She was dressed in a long gown of golden silk, stunningly beautiful, with brows like delicate moths and red lips revealing white teeth. Her elegance and nobility made it impossible for anyone to look away. This woman was Su Chen's mother, Qian. Dean. The academy disciples recognized Qian and began to exclaim in surprise. At that moment, everyone recalled what Su Chen had said earlier. Mother, that person can't be the dean's child, right? Everyone's eyes widened, and they turned to stone, frozen in shock. They never expected that Su Chen's identity was so extraordinary, being the child of the dean. Who could compare to that background? In the distance, Xia Qinggan clenched her fists, a complex expression on her face, a wave of regret washing over her. If only I had stood by his side just now, would it have changed anything? Thinking of this, she gripped her hands tighter. Regret. She truly regretted it. At this moment, the 9 scholars felt a surge of unease and fear. How clever were they? The moment Qian's voice sounded, they knew Su Chen's true identity. Qian looked at Su Chen with a slight smile and softly said, "I didn't expect that in just over a decade you could kill a Saint King. Not bad, truly, my son." Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Previously they had some doubts, but at this moment they completely believed that Su Chen was indeed the dean's child. Su Chen shrugged. Just lucky, that's all. The crowd. Luck? What the hell is luck? A Saint King. That was a Saint King. Is that something you can defeat just by luck? What a joke. Qian shook her head and smiled. You little rascal. Then she glanced at the 9 scholars. The 9 scholars trembled all over, quickly kneeling and tremblingly calling out, "Dean. Dean." Qian said nothing, instead looking at Su Chen, smiling. "You handle them, and after you're done, come find me. We mother and son need to have a chat." Su Chen nodded, saying, "All right." Qian smiled charmingly and then vanished from the scene. Su Chen turned his gaze to the 9 scholars. The 9 scholars hurriedly called out, "Young master." At this moment, they were trembling, filled with anxiety. Su Chen said calmly, "You have 2 choices. 1, you end your own lives here, and I won't hold your families accountable. 2, you resist a little, and your entire clan will be slaughtered." Upon hearing this, the faces of the 9 scholars turned pale, in an instant devoid of any color. The surrounding crowd fell silent after hearing Su Chen's words. The dean's child is truly ruthless. One of the scholars, unwilling to accept, said solemnly, "Young master, if we die, who will teach the academy's disciples?" Su Chen glanced at him indifferently, remaining silent. Whoosh! A flash of sword light pierced through that scholar's forehead, in an instant his eyes widening before he lost all breath. Gulp! Seeing this scene, everyone swallowed hard, filled with horror. They never expected Su Chen to strike with few, too terrifying. Su Chen calmly called out, "Someone." Boom! A figure flew out from the inner cabinet of the Ingtian Academy, stopping in front of Su Chen. It was an old man. The old man bent over, his face filled with wrinkles, yet the terrifying aura he exuded made everyone present feel suffocated. The old man lowered his head respectfully and called out, "Young master." Su Chen said blandly, "The family behind him has no need to exist anymore." The old man nodded and turned to leave. "Wait!" Su Chen called out at this moment. The old man paused, turning to look at Su Chen. Su Chen pointed at Song Jingshan's corpse, saying, "That Song family also has no need to exist anymore." The old man nodded and then vanished. At this moment, all the surrounding people dared not even breathe, reducing their presence to the minimum, fearing Su Chen might feel uncomfortable and slaughter their families too. There was no other choice. Su Chen's oppressive aura was too strong. Su Chen looked at the remaining 8 scholars without saying a word. The 8 scholars fell silent, having originally wanted to plead for mercy, but seeing the fate of the previous scholar. They sighed in their hearts, then firmly resolved no longer speaking, raising their right hands, and then suddenly slapping them against their foreheads. Boom. They directly erased their own souls. In the end, they chose to end their own lives. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a chill, looking at Su Chen in terror, their eyes carrying deep respect. Su Chen murmured, "Should I also wipe out their families?" Although his voice was low, everyone around still heard it, their faces filled with disbelief. They had already committed suicide, and he still wouldn't spare their family members. He must be a devil, right? At this moment, they all decided to steer clear of Su Chen in the future. Su Chen thought for a moment, and then shook his head. "Forget it, after all they taught at my mother's place. Even without merit, they've worked hard." Hearing Su Chen's words, everyone was taken aback. They didn't expect such words to come from him. This person still has some conscience, albeit not much. At this moment, Su Chen frowned. Seeing this, everyone's hearts once again leaped into their throats, each one wearing a grim expression. "Big brother, what are you doing? Don't scare us, okay? Our hearts can't take it." Su Chen's gaze shifted to the distant corpses of Song Jingshan and Yi Yuanlong as he softly said, "I almost forgot about these two guys. Come here." As the words fell, two terrifying figures shot out from the cabinet, their overwhelming aura suffocating everyone present. The two knelt on one knee, respectfully calling out, "Young master." Su Chen stared at them and pointed to the corpses of Yi Yuanlong and Song Jingshan, calmly saying, "I don't need to say anything, right?" The two nodded, understood. As they spoke, their figures disappeared from the spot. Witnessing this scene, the crowd broke out in cold sweat, their faces pale, as they looked at Su Chen in horror. This young master truly holds a grudge. The crowd decided in their hearts that they would return to the clan immediately and inform others not to provoke Su Chen. They absolutely cannot provoke him. They genuinely feared that someone from their clan would incite Su Chen's anger, which could lead him to order the extermination of their 9 clans. Where would they go to cry then? Just like the current Yi clan and Song clan, they were directly slaughtered because someone from their clan provoked Su Chen. No way. We need to go back and tell them right now. Some individuals decisively slipped away from the crowd and hurriedly left the Yingtian Academy, racing back to their clan in a panic. Su Chen's gaze turned toward the academy disciples in the distance. The disciples immediately trembled, a chill surging from their hearts. They stammered, "Young master." "Young master." Su Chen withdrew his gaze and then looked at the heavenly ladder. He wanted to see what inheritance lay above. Just as he was about to step forward, a voice called out to him. Wait a moment." Su Chen paused, his gaze fixated on Xia Qingyan. Gazing into Su Chen's eyes, which resembled those of the Grim Reaper, Xia Qingyan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her body trembled uncontrollably, fear overwhelming her heart, unshakable. Ultimately, she couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. She knew she was done for. The troubles Su Chen faced were all because of her. If the forces behind her found out about this, she would undoubtedly face severe punishment, even being killed to make amends to Su Chen. Xia Qingyan's face turned ashen, her heart filled not only with fear, but also with endless regret. If only she had chosen to stand by Su Chen, she wouldn't be punished and her status would have even risen. But there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Tears streamed down her cheeks, finally falling to the ground. Regret. Huh. Xia Qingyan laughed wildly, as if driven mad, seemingly struck by a grave blow. The surrounding crowd looked on, their eyes devoid of pity, only cold laughter. Fool. Provoking the young master, but not standing by his side, instead trying to save herself. What else could she be but a fool? The male disciples of the academy were not fools. Their previous flattery of Xia Qingyan was solely because they were drawn to her looks and background. Now that Xia Qingyan had provoked Su Chen, if they continued to fawn over her, they would certainly face immense trouble. They wouldn't be foolish enough to invite such trouble. As for the female disciples, they had long been displeased with Xia Qingyan. How could they possibly feel pity for her? If Xia Qingyan were to die, they might even applaud. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and paid no further attention to Xia Qingyan as he walked towards the heavenly ladder. A male disciple asked, "Is the young master going to climb the heavenly ladder?" "It seems so. The young master is the child of the academy head. I wonder if he can climb all 10,000 steps." The male disciple replied, "That's probably unlikely. The 10,000 steps of the heavenly ladder are incredibly difficult." Su Chen arrived at the base of the heavenly ladder and stepped forward. In that instant, a weight pressed down on him. Su Chen's lips curled slightly, his eyes showing some disappointment. This level of gravity posed no difficulty for him at all. He looked up at the highest point and softly said, "I hope the top can provide me with some pressure." With that, he began climbing the heavenly ladder step by step. Ultimately feeling bored, he started to run up the steps. This scene left the crowd below dumbfounded. How can he be so effortless? Could it be that the heavenly ladder is broken? That's impossible. He accelerated. Incredible. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly accelerated again, shocking everyone. A male disciple with his head down seemingly pondered something, then walked to the heavenly ladder and stepped forward. An immense weight immediately pressed down on him. The male disciple exclaimed in shock, "It's not broken." Someone mocked, "Fool, how could the heavenly ladder possibly be broken?" The male disciple's face turned ugly as he said, "Then how can he climb so fast?" Someone replied, "He's the child of the academy head. His innate talent and strength are undoubtedly terrifying. Are you out of your mind to compare yourself to him?" Someone exclaimed, "Look quickly. He has already reached 9,000 steps. So fast. Is he even human? Ridiculous." The crowd quickly looked over, their eyes wide in disbelief. At this moment, Su Chen had reached 99,999 steps. Looking at the final step, he felt a sense of disappointment. Too uninteresting. At this moment, Su Chen had reached 99,999 steps. Looking at the final step, he felt a sense of disappointment. Glaring at that figure, Xia, Qingyan gritted her teeth, her fists clenched. At that moment, a mouthful of blood spurted from her lips, and glaring at that figure, Xia, Qingyan gritted her teeth, her fists clenched. At that moment, a mouthful of blood spurted from her lips and blood tears streamed from her eyes. Glaring at that figure, Xia, Qingyan gritted her teeth, her fists clenched. At that moment, a mouthful of blood spurted. Su Chen approached the stone table, staring at the two items. At that moment, the scroll suddenly trembled, and a terrifying sword intent surged out from within. Boom. The entire world was enveloped by this terrifying sword intent, thousands of sword lights flickering, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. It was extremely horrifying. What kind of inheritance did the young master obtain? How could it be so terrifying? I feel that if this sword intent were to strike us, we might not even have the ability to resist. Please remove the certainty. Looking at this sword intent, everyone felt a sudden chill in their hearts, gasping in fear. This sword intent was too terrifying. On the heavenly ladder, this sword intent transformed into a figure. A middle-aged man clad in a pure white sword robe, exuding an unyielding aura, his eyes sharp as swords seemingly capable of slicing through all voids. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon Su Chen, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he smiled faintly. "Hello." Su Chen nodded curtly, then turned and walked away. The man's expression froze. Hastily he called out, "You don't wish to receive the legacy?" Su Chen paused mid-step, glanced back over his shoulder, and replied calmly, "Shall I speak honestly?" The man blinked, instinctively nodding. Su Chen spoke with quiet disdain, "A worthless legacy. What use is it to me?" The man stood, utterly rigid, disbelief dawning in his voice. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Su Chen stood with hands clasped behind his back, serene and silent. A muscle twitched at the corner of the man's mouth. Why does this deviate so drastically from my expectations? Wasn't he supposed to beg for the legacy? Is this man unbalanced? Bewildered by Su Chen's conduct, the man ventured uncertainly, "Are you truly refusing this legacy?" Su Chen remained silent and turned once more to leave. "Hey, brother, don't go." Panic flared in the man's voice as he saw Su Chen about to depart. After waiting so long for someone to ascend, how could he possibly let Su Chen walk away? Su Chen arched a brow. "Is there something?" The man inwardly sighed, exasperated. "Brother, I've just emerged to make an impression. Could you at least grant me a modicum of dignity?" He was utterly defeated. With forced cheerfulness he asked, "Might you tell me why you deem my legacy unworthy?" Su Chen's expression remained placid. Then slowly he raised his hand. Index and middle fingers pressed together. In the next breath, he swept them lightly through the air. At that instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying sword intent erupted from his fingertips. The man's own sword intent shattered instantly. The sheer magnitude of Su Chen's intent surged across heaven and earth, reducing all things in its path to absolute stillness and silence. Every scholar within the academy collapsed to their knees, faces drained of color, hearts seized by primal dread. It was unspeakably terrifying. This sword intent dwarfed the previous one 100-fold, no 1,000-fold. Yet in the same breath it dissolved entirely, leaving only stillness as though nothing had ever occurred. Relief washed over them, but their legs continued trembling uncontrollably. One whispered hoarsely, "What manner of being could emanate such an apocalyptic sword intent? What transpired atop the celestial staircase?" None could calm their racing thoughts. The vision replayed endlessly in their minds. Upon the celestial staircase, the middle-aged man had remained speechless since witnessing Su Chen's sword intent. Though outwardly composed, inwardly, he was utterly undone. That sword intent, it's monstrous. Can any mortal truly possess such power? Has it even complied with celestial law? His eyes locked on his Su Chen, filled not with arrogance, but profound wariness and reverence. True strength commands respect. In that moment, he finally understood why Su Chen had scorned his legacy. Had I been in his place, I'd have rejected. Su Chen regarded the man calmly. Do you understand now? The man bowed deeply. This junior disciple comprehends fully. A faint knowing smile touched Su Chen's lips. Then he shook his head gently and turned to leave. Wait! The man suddenly called out. Su Chen lifted a brow, his eyes glinting with unmistakable impatience. The man's heart leapt. He knew patience had worn thin. Hastily he pleaded, "May I ask a single favor of you?" Su Chen replied coolly no. With that he departed. The man's face fell into bitter resignation. Sigh. After so long someone finally reached the summit, only to discover he was a peerless master. He tilted his head toward the heavens, teeth clenched. Cruel heaven, you toy with me, do you? The heavenly Tao remained silent. What concern is this of mine, it might have retorted. One after another, idle, restless, and quick to blame me. Were I permitted to intervene freely, I'd strike you down myself. Su Chen descended the celestial staircase, hands clasped behind his back. All eyes followed him, curiosity shimmering in their gazes. They burned with one question: what legacy had he claimed? Su Chen offered the crowd a gentle smile. At once the male disciples froze, stunned. He smiled. He actually smiled. The female disciples flushed, shifting restlessly, gazing at him with open yearning, as if they longed to rush forward and embrace him. Su Chen said warmly, "I did not claim the legacy above. Your hope remains intact." A stunned hush fell. He didn't take it. Unbelievable. Had he lost his senses? Surely no one could resist such a legacy. Its power had been palpable, undeniable. Someone ventured, "Young master, why did you refuse it?" Su Chen replied simply, "It is too trivial, of no use to me." Their expressions stiffened in disbelief. "Too trivial," someone blurted. "Brother, are you jesting? Didn't you feel that cataclysmic sword intent moments ago?" Su Chen chuckled, "Rest assured, I am the daughter of your academy's dean. Why would she deceive you?" Silence descended upon the crowd. Of course, how could the dean's child lie? To do so would tarnish not only his own honor, but hers as well. They now believed he truly had not taken the legacy. Yet deep bewilderment lingered. Why had he refused it? Could it be he genuinely considered it beneath him? Su Chen smiled again, "Keep striving." And with those words he vanished from sight. As Su Chen disappeared, several academy disciples exchanged glances, then began ascending the celestial staircase. That legacy still beckoned irresistibly. Xia Qingyan stood motionless, biting her lower lip, lost in thought. After a long while she rose and walked away, knowing her life had irrevocably ended. A lifetime presents countless choices. Some lead to fortune, others to irreversible ruin. Su Chen entered a grand hall, where Qin and sat upon the central dais. She looked up, a gentle smile playing on her lips, that soared intent atop the staircase. "Was it yours?" News from the celestial staircase could not escape her notice. Su Chen flushed with mild embarrassment, and nodded. He hadn't expected his mother to sense it. Qin, perceiving his inner turmoil, smiled reassuringly. "You need not explain. Your secrets are your own. I shall not pry." Gratitude welled in Su Chen's chest, and relief too. "Thank you, mother." Qin laughed softly. "Why thank me, child?" Su Chen scratched his head sheepishly. "I'm sorry." Qin shook her head with affectionate amusement, then gestured, "Come here." He nodded and seated himself beside her. She reached out tenderly, ruffling his hair. "You've grown. Tell me, what trials have shaped you these past years?" And so he spoke while she listened in serene, unwavering silence. He omitted the details of his cultivation, knowing they were impossible to articulate. Qin, intuiting his reticence, asked nothing. They spoke for hours, until dusk painted the sky, when Su Chen finally concluded his tale. A soft, warm smile graced Qin's face. "Bring your younger sister to meet me soon." Su Chen nodded slightly and smiled. "All right." He then appeared to be hesitant, as if he had something to say, but was holding back. Qin also noticed this and smiled. "You must have something to discuss with your mother during your visit, right?" Su Chen awkwardly nodded in response. Qin encouraged him, "Go ahead and speak." After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen said, "Mother, have you arranged a marriage for me?" Qin was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly understood, laughing. "Are you thinking of canceling the engagement?" Su Chen nodded silently. Qin sighed helplessly. "You're not a child anymore, it's time for you to get married." Su Chen replied, "But I don't want to get married yet." Qin shook her head, saying, "It's up to you." Su Chen's heart leaped with joy. "Mother, do you agree to my canceling the engagement?" Qin rolled her eyes. "What else? If you don't want to get married, can I force you?" Su Chen laughed heartily. "Mother is so kind." Qin shook her head, saying, "I'm not kind, I just want to hold my grandchildren now." Su Chen's expression stiffened, and after a moment of silence he said, "I promise if I meet a woman who moves my heart, I will marry her immediately." Upon hearing this, Qin finally smiled. "It's good that you think this way." She then continued, "Canceling the engagement is your decision, so go and speak with the emperor of the Great Xia Empire yourself." Su Chen smiled slightly. "As long as mother agrees, the emperor of the Great Xia Empire will definitely agree too." Qin laughed and said, All right, for now stay here with me for a few days, we can discuss the rest later. Su Chen nodded, okay. Time quickly passed, and 6 days flew by. On that day, after bidding farewell to Qin and Su Chen headed for the Great Xia Empire. After 4 days of travel, he finally arrived at the capital of the Great Xia Empire. The capital of the Great Xia Empire was bustling with vibrant scenes, the streets and alleys were filled with lively voices, and the sounds of various vendors calling out were interwoven. Scholars in the taverns were composing poetry, truly enjoying themselves. Su Chen sat on the second floor of a tavern savoring fine wine, while gazing at the scenery outside lost in thought. Not far from him, several young girls were blushing and staring at Su Chen intently. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, accompanied by a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Looking up, a woman slowly ascended to the second floor. The woman's skin glowed like jade, smooth and delicate, with long, slender legs that stirred restlessness within. Everyone on the second floor stared wide-eyed. However, none dared to approach her, as they knew she was no ordinary person, someone they could not afford to offend. The woman walked towards Su Chen, gradually revealing a smile. Soon she arrived in front of Su Chen and naturally sat down across from him. The woman smiled, so what? Have you missed me after a few days? She then added with a hint of melancholy, why didn't you let me know you were coming? Do you not consider me your fiancé anymore? Su Chen glanced at Ji Ningbing with indifference. Guess why I came here? Ji Ningbing blinked. Isn't it to find me? Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Find you? You're overthinking it. I came to cancel the engagement. Ji Ningbing's smile froze, and after a long pause she softly asked, did your mother agree? Su Chen took a sip of wine and nodded without saying a word. Ji Ningbing fell silent, thinking that Su Chen had specially come to find her. A hint of bitterness surfaced in her heart. She stared at Su Chen. Am I not worthy to be your wife? Su Chen shook his head, setting down the wine cup, and said, that's not it. Ji Ningbing asked, then why? Su Chen replied, what else could it be? It's simply because I haven't had enough fun yet. This blunt statement left Ji Ningbing in shock. Su Chen continued, moreover, we've only met a few times, I have no feelings for you. Looking at you. You wouldn't have fallen for me, would you? Ji Ningbing paused for a moment before saying, what you did at the Ying Tian Academy my father has already found out. The Xia clan has been ordered by my father to eradicate your entire family. She did not answer Su Chen's question. Su Chen remained calm. What does that have to do with me? Ji Ningbing stared at Su Chen. They are interested in your talent and background. Do you know what that means? Su Chen took another sip of his drink, remaining silent. Ji Ningbing continued. It means they will never agree to your cancellation of the engagement. Your talent and background are too formidable, they fear you. At the same time, they are grateful for having arranged your marriage with me in the first place. If you want to cancel it now, they will definitely not agree. Su Chen smiled slightly, looking at Ji Ningbing. Do you know why I specifically came to cancel the engagement with you? Ji Ningbing furrowed her brow, puzzled. What do you mean? Su Chen replied, I'm canceling the engagement just to give my mother face. You think it's for the sake of your Great Xia Empire. If I tell your father about the cancellation, would he dare to disagree? If he dared to disagree, I wouldn't mind letting your empire change its emperor. After hearing Su Chen's words, Ji Ningbing fell silent. Indeed, how could the Great Xia Empire dare to disagree with the cancellation of the engagement? Though Su Chen's words were arrogant, he had the capital to be so. The Su clan, Ying Tian Academy, and the Qin clan. This overwhelming background made it impossible for the Great Xia Empire to disagree. If Su Chen truly became unhappy, she couldn't even imagine how terrifying the consequences would be. With that thought in mind, Ji Ningbing looked at Su Chen and pleaded, if my father and the others disagree, could you suppress them without killing them? She knew her father would definitely not agree to Su Chen's cancellation of the engagement, so she was very afraid of provoking Su Chen and bringing disaster upon the entire Great Xia Empire. Su Chen said nothing and began eating pastries. Seeing this, Ji Ningbing's face showed unease, her heart racing, and her entire body tensed up. Suddenly, Su Chen laughed, looking at Ji Ningbing. Why are you so nervous? Ji Ningbing replied. Why do you think I'm nervous? She felt speechless in her heart. At that moment, Su Chen said, don't worry, I won't destroy your Great Xia Empire. If your father acts foolishly, then I'll let you become the empress of the Great Xia. Upon hearing the first half of Su Chen's words, Ji Ningbing felt a sense of relief, but when she heard the latter half, her heart once again sank. She hesitated and said, my father. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen suddenly interjected. If you keep this up, I might just lose my patience with you. His tone was somewhat cold. Feeling the chilling atmosphere around her, Ji Ningbing sighed inwardly and chose not to say anything further. She also realized that she had indeed overstepped. She sighed again in her heart. Father, I've done my best. If you insist on acting recklessly, then I can only ascend to the throne with tears in my eyes. Su Chen and Ji Ningbing walked down the street, attracting the curious gazes of passers-by. A woman sighed, these two are truly a perfect match. Upon hearing this, Ji Ningbing's face flushed red. She quietly glanced at Su Chen, and seeing his calm demeanor, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. The two arrived deep within the imperial palace where they encountered no hindrance. After all, Ji Ningbing was the third princess. Who would dare to stop her? Soon they arrived at a grand hall. The hall was vast, filled with officials dressed in formal attire, all curiously observing Su Chen, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. At the very top of the hall sat a middle-aged man on the dragon throne, clad in a dragon robe and wearing an imperial crown. Despite being middle-aged, he still looked handsome. This man was none other than the emperor of the Great Xia Empire, Ji Yunzhou. Ji Yunzhou looked at Su Chen and smiled, saying, "You must be Su Chen." Su Chen nodded in silence. Ji Yunzhou smiled slightly. "Indeed, you're quite remarkable for your age," exuding an exceptional demeanor. After his praise, he continued, "What brings you to see me?" Su Chen calmly replied, "To annul the engagement." His words were direct, without any circumlocution. The hall suddenly fell silent, only faint breaths could be heard. Everyone furrowed their brows, their expressions turning grim. However, they remained silent, looking towards Ji Yunzhou. Ji Yunzhou fixed his gaze on Su Chen, his voice deepening. "Why?" Su Chen replied coolly, "I am merely informing you." With that, he turned and walked away. Impudent. Seeing Su Chen show no respect, Ji Yunzhou flew into a rage, a terrifying dragon might emanating from him, followed by a sudden grasp of his hand. Boom. A phantom dragon claw appeared above Su Chen's head, instantly locking him with a terrifying dragon pressure. At that moment, the claw lunged towards Su Chen. Ji Ningbing's expression changed drastically. "It's over." Her father was truly courting death. The onlookers in the hall were also in shock. Su Chen halted his steps, gazing at the dragon claw reaching for him. His expression remained calm, but the temperature around him began to plummet. He raised his right hand and pointed. Bang! A deafening sound echoed through the hall, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble violently. The dragon claw and the dragon might were instantly obliterated. At that moment, a terrifying aura of spear intent suddenly spread across the heavens and earth. In the next instant, under the gaze of everyone, a purple spear cut through the sky, transforming into a lightning dragon that charged towards Su Chen. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, the wind billowing his garments. Suddenly, he vanished from his spot and reappeared above the lightning dragon. Expressionless, he punched down. Bang! A terrifying shockwave swept through the heavens and earth, causing the entire hall to collapse. Everyone was thrown back, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. This young man is frightening. With just one punch, he shattered that terrifying attack. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood beside Ji Yunzhou, the one who had just thrown the spear at Su Chen. It was Ji Yun's, his personal guard, Zhou Wei. Both Ji Yunzhou and Zhou Wei looked unusually grave, realizing they had underestimated this young man's strength. At that moment, Ji Yunzhou, filled with rage, suddenly came to his senses, recalling Su Chen's identity. His expression turned dark. Having been an emperor for so long, he was accustomed to everyone showing him respect. Thus, seeing Su Chen's arrogant demeanor, he was exceptionally furious. Now that he was clear-headed, a wave of regret surged in his heart. I acted impulsively. Though he regretted it, as the emperor of the Great Xia, he could not possibly apologize to Su Chen. He fixed his gaze on Su Chen, speaking in a deep tone. "Young man, you are too arrogant." Su Chen remained silent, his hands behind his back, his expression calm, like still water. Seeing this, Ji Yun's expression darkened. He knew this situation could not end well. At that moment, his gaze suddenly turned cold as he commanded, "Kill him." Without hesitation, Zhou Wei summoned a spear to his hand. In that instant, a terrifying spear intent surged from within him, enveloping the entire heavens and earth. Peak of the 9th layer of the Holy King realm. In the next moment, countless beams of spear intent illuminated the skies. Zhou Wei suddenly appeared before Su Chen, thrusting his spear, the immense spear force tearing everything apart. Everyone stared intently at Su Chen. They could hardly believe he could withstand this spear. Ji Ningbing gripped her skirt tightly, worry evident in her eyes. She did not want Su Chen to come to harm. Su Chen's demeanor was calm regardless of the time or place. He remained composed. He slowly raised his right hand and then clenched it. Bang! A sound of explosion resounded, sending waves akin to a tsunami through the heavens and earth, a terrifying shockwave that seemed capable of devouring everything. As Zhou Wei's spear made contact with Su Chen, it instantly turned to ashes, while Zhou Wei himself found Su Chen's grip firmly around his neck. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. With just one hand, merely one hand, had subdued a peak Holy King realm expert. How is this possible? Outrageous. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief, their eyes revealing deep apprehension. Terrifying. At this moment, Su Chen was seen as nothing short of terrifying. Roar. Just then, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the heavens. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying dragon might erupted from Ji Yunzhou. Following that, strands of national fortune began to converge. In just a moment, a colossal dragon formed from the national fortune floated in the void, overshadowing the heavens and earth, turning everything black. The colossal dragon glared at Su Chen, its eyes flashing with ferocity. It then opened its mouth, releasing a deep red dragon breath, and in an instant the heavens and earth fell silent. Bang! Su Chen crushed Zhou Wei's neck, then turned to face the approaching dragon breath. Annihilate. With a simple utterance, the terrifying dragon breath was instantly obliterated. Everyone was left in a daze, and just as they were struck with shock, another word followed. Scatter. Bang! As that word fell, the colossal dragon in the void suddenly became ethereal, and strands of national fortune flew out from its body, dissipating into the heavens and earth. The dragon let out a roar of unwillingness before it completely vanished. At this moment, everyone's breath halted, their expressions frozen, their legs trembling uncontrollably. As fear filled their hearts, they could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. They stared at Su Chen, their eyes brimming with fear. What kind of existence is this? Is he even human? Merely uttering 2 words made the colossal dragon representing the entire Great Xia Empire dissipate on its own. Is this perhaps a bit excessive? At this moment, everyone suddenly realized something, and the fear on their faces intensified. How old is Su Chen? Yet he possesses such power. If another 100 years pass, who in the immortal realm can rival him? A prodigy. Terrifying. Ji Ningbing stared at Su Chen, feeling relieved for a moment, then becoming anxious again. Now she was not worried about Su Chen, but rather about the entire Great Xia Empire, fearing that Su Chen would destroy it directly. Ji Ningbing stared at Su Chen, feeling relieved for a moment, then becoming anxious again. Now she was not worried about Su Chen, but rather about the entire Great Xia Empire, fearing that Su Chen, regretting having made a move against Su Chen. Wouldn't it have been better to agree to the annulment of the engagement earlier? Ji Yun's his face turned pale as he stared at Su Chen and said in a deep voice, I agree to the annulment of the engagement. How about we end this matter here? He was truly afraid. If he didn't admit defeat now, he would really be finished. Su Chen remained silent, hands behind his back, slowly walking toward Ji Yunzhou. He did not emit any aura, yet at this moment everyone in the field felt an invisible pressure. Those with weaker powers began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing Su Chen approach, Ji Yunzhou clenched his hands tightly beneath his sleeves, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He knew he was no match for Su Chen, and as Su Chen drew closer, he suddenly looked up at the void and shouted, Father, save me. Boom. As his voice fell, an imperial might that could only be released by a half-emperor suddenly surged from the void, and shortly after an elder walked out from the emptiness. The elder had a dignified appearance, exuding imperial authority, and as soon as he appeared, the entire world began to fall silent. The Supreme Emperor Ji Wuming. Wasn't the Supreme Emperor supposed to have died hundreds of years ago? How could he suddenly appear? The crowd looked at Ji Wuming with solemn expressions, their eyes filled with doubt. Hundreds of years ago, Ji Wuming had suddenly passed away, and everyone believed he was dead. However, they never expected Ji Wuming to suddenly reappear before them, leaving them bewildered. Someone exclaimed in shock, didn't you notice? The Supreme Emperor is radiating imperial might. That's something only a half-emperor can emit. The Supreme Emperor has actually broken through to half-emperor. Everyone's eyes widened, waves of astonishment surging in their hearts, followed by excitement. Half-emperor. That is the pinnacle of existence in the entire immortal realm. Now that the Great Xia Empire has a half-emperor, who would dare provoke them? They looked at Su Chen, swallowing hard. This young man. Could he possibly defeat a half-emperor? It couldn't be that outrageous, could it? Ji Wuming glanced at Ji Yunzhou and coldly said, waste. Ji Yunzhou lowered his head, not daring to retort. The events that had transpired were indeed his fault. Ji Wuming looked at Su Chen and said, can you show me some respect and spare my useless child? Everyone was astonished. They initially thought Ji Wuming would strike down Su Chen, but to their surprise he didn't. As he softened, Su Chen stopped in his tracks, hands behind his back, looking up at Ji Wuming calmly, and said, show you respect? Who do you think you are for me to show you respect? Is this young man really this tough? Everyone looked at Su Chen in shock. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ji Wuming narrowed his eyes, slightly terrifying imperial might surging from within him. He coldly said, since you wish to die, I shall fulfill your wish. With that, he took a step forward and then suddenly hurled a punch. Boom. The force of the punch was overwhelming. The space of heaven and earth instantly shattered. The terrifying punch, containing supreme imperial might, made everyone in the field feel like mere ants. Looking at that punch, Su Chen also threw out a punch, an even more terrifying force surging from his fist. Bang! A 10,000-foot punch light shone brightly. Two terrifying forces swept outward, the howling winds stirring up towering waves. At that moment, Ji Wuming's figure was sent flying, and during his flight his body began to crack, as if it would explode at any second. Ji Wuming was shocked, a sense of deadly crisis overwhelming him. At that moment his expression suddenly twisted, and then he quickly formed seals with his hands. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying imperial might surged from his body, and at that instant his entire being shattered, leaving only a strand of his soul in the void. At this moment his face was extremely grim. Just now, if he hadn't used the supreme secret technique to protect his soul, he would have been dead by now. Simultaneously, he was immensely shocked, unable to believe how terrifying Su Chen was. He was a half-emperor, and yet even a punch from a young man was something he couldn't withstand. He stared at Su Chen, his expression incredibly serious. A prodigy. This was the first time in his long life that he had encountered such a prodigious talent without exception. In the field, everyone had been stunned long before Ji Wuming's body shattered. What did they just witness? A half-emperor was actually defeated, and it was a young man. Shock was no longer sufficient to describe their feelings at this moment. Ji Yunzhou was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected that Su Chen would kill a half-emperor in an instant. Regret. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of regret. He wished he could slap himself twice. Ji Wuming took a deep breath to calm his emotions, staring at Su Chen. I must say you really astonish me, but it's just astonishment. Come out now. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around them instantly shattered, and then terrifying auras that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth surged forth. In the next moment, 7 figures suddenly appeared in overwhelming imperial might radiating from them. They were all half-emperor powerhouses, and one of them had even reached the 6th level of half-emperor, extremely terrifying. These people are the emperors of the Great Xia Empire throughout the ages. They haven't died. Everyone looked at the 7 with astonishment, their eyes displaying disbelief. Ji Yunzhou looked at the 7 and suddenly let out a sinister laugh. This is the foundation of the Great Xia Empire. The Great Xia Empire fears no one. He glared at Su Chen fiercely and sneered, this time let's see if you can still be arrogant. As the word fell, an unparalleled force suddenly surged through the heavens and earth, instantly overwhelming everyone in the field to the ground. As the word fell, an unparalleled force suddenly surged through the heavens and earth, instantly overwhelming everyone in the field to the ground. Even the half-emperors had no ability to resist. Silence. At this moment, everything around was incredibly quiet. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Everyone in the field, including those several half-emperors, felt as if they were dreaming, as if everything was unreal. They knelt. They actually knelt down. Even the powerful half-emperors knelt. Those were 7 half-emperors. They looked at Su Chen with trembling bodies, pale faces, the fear in their eyes nearly solidifying. Ji Wuming and the 7 semi-emperors were utterly dumbfounded, staring at Su Chen with eyes filled not with gravity, but with profound fear. What kind of monster is this? Is this still a human? With just a single word, he suppressed them. Absurd. In this moment, Su Chen appeared to them like an emperor, terrifying beyond measure. What the hell? What kind of being is this current emperor of the Great Xia? How could he attract such a terrifying existence? Unbelievable. Heaven wants to destroy Great Xia. Ji Wuming and the 7 emperors were inwardly cursing Ji Yunzhou like mad. At this moment, Ji Yun's face had drained of all color, collapsing to the ground, his spirit dazed, his body uncontrollably trembling. He never expected Su Chen to be so against the heavens. Ha ha ha. Suddenly he laughed maniacally. I am a fool, the biggest fool in the immortal realm. At this moment his thoughts were chaotic, his speech slurred, and he seemed somewhat delirious, as if he had suffered a At this time Su Chen looked at Ji Yunzhou, slowly raising his right hand, and then a mysterious power surged from his body. In the next moment, this mysterious power enveloped Ji Yunzhou completely. The crowd looked on in confusion, not understanding what Su Chen was doing. Just then Ji Yunzhou suddenly let out a terrible scream, and then strands of national fortune power separated from his body. Seeing this scene, Ji Wuming and the 7 semi-emperors' pupils constricted sharply, as if they suddenly understood what Su Chen intended to do. A quarter of an hour passed, and Ji Yunzhou had already fainted, while in the void a golden dragon floated. This dragon represented the national fortune of the entire Great Xia. If the dragon perishes, then the entire Great Xia will also perish. Ji Wuming and the 7 semi-emperors felt their hearts lodged in their throats, fearing that Su Chen would kill this dragon. If that truly happened, Great Xia would be doomed. At that moment, the dragon let out a roar, and then it suddenly transformed into a beam of golden light, rushing directly into Ji Ningbing's body. Ji Ningbing was in shock, but before she could react, a terrifying dragon might erupted from her, and soon her own realm began to soar wildly. In just a short moment, her realm reached the peak of the Saint King realm, and she was about to break through to become a semi-emperor. Boom! A terrifying semi-emperor aura spread from her, and a giant dragon shadow appeared behind her. At this moment, she radiated golden light, noble and sacred, like a queen looking down upon the world. Who is this woman? The 7 semi-emperors looked at Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming frowned tightly. He had been hiding in the shadows, so he did not recognize Ji Ningbing. but he could feel a special connection of bloodline with her. After a moment of silence, he said, "She should be my granddaughter." Upon hearing this, the 7 semi-emperors breathed a sigh of relief. Great Xia should not perish now. They could see that Su Chen knew Ji Ningbing, otherwise how could he allow this national fortune power to fuse with her? In short, as long as Ji Ningbing was here, Great Xia would not fall. At this moment, Ji Ningbing had returned to her senses from her shock, feeling the national fortune power within her in her own realm. It felt somewhat surreal, and she looked at Su Chen with gratitude in her eyes. She knew that Su Chen spared the Great Xia Empire out of respect for her, and she felt extremely fortunate that she had visited him when he first arrived at the Great Xia Empire, otherwise the entire empire would surely have perished. At this time, Su Chen looked at Ji Wuming and the 7 semi-emperors calmly saying, "From today on, she will be the emperor of Great Xia. Do you have any objections?" Ji Wuming and the 7 semi-emperors quickly shook their heads. No. Brother, how dare we have any objections? If we did, we would meet our ancestors in the next second. Su Chen did not speak further, his gaze turning to the officials. The officials understood, immediately kneeling before Ji Ningbing and collectively shouting, "We pay our respects to your majesty." Ji Ningbing was not a little girl. Her expression was serious as she nodded, "Get up." The officials stood up and quietly remained in place. Su Chen glanced at Ji Ningbing, then turned to leave. He did not say anything to her and walked away decisively, as if there was nothing here worth his lingering. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Ji Ningbing reached out wanting to say something, but in the end she found her throat choked with endless sadness. She quietly watched the figure of Su Chen, leaving her heart inexplicably aching. She knew very well that in Su Chen's eyes they were merely fleeting passers-by crossing paths briefly before parting ways. He would have no thoughts of her, yet she had already developed feelings, deeply trapped and unable to extricate herself. Su Chen's figure would forever remain unerasable in her heart. Su Chen paused on the road, raising an eyebrow as he took out a communication stone. The stone flickered with light, and then Su Yanche's voice came through, "Son, have you returned?" "I'm about to head back, what's up?" Su Chen replied. Su Yanche said, "Don't come back yet. 3 days ago a celestial mine appeared in Lingzhou, and it's filled with top-grade celestial crystals. Find a way to claim that mine for yourself." Su Chen fell silent for a moment, then replied, "All right." Su Yanche asked, "Can you handle it alone? Do you need me to arrange some people for you?" Su Chen replied, "No need, I can manage by myself." Su Yanche nodded. "All right, by the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Lingxi wants to go out and train, so she left the Su clan, and that demon lord is with her." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's brow furrowed. The immortal realm is not the lower realm. The strength of the demon lord might not be enough. Su Yanche seemed to sense Su Chen's concerns and said, "Don't worry, I have people protecting them in secret." After hearing Su Yanche's words, Su Chen felt relieved. "Thank you, Dad." Su Yanche said discontentedly, "Why are you thanking me, kid? Lingxi is not just your sister, she is also my daughter. How could I not worry about her going out to train? All right, I have things to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer." With that, the communication stone went silent. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. He hesitated no longer and headed straight for Lingzhou. Lingzhou is a resource-rich state where countless spiritual and celestial mines have been discovered. Recently, another celestial mine was found, and it is entirely filled with top-grade celestial crystals. Top-grade celestial crystals. They are the most supreme cultivation resources in the entire immortal realm, but they are extremely rare, only available to major powers. The sudden emergence of this celestial mine instantly attracted the attention of countless major powers. When these powers learned of the mine's appearance, they all sent out their strongest to compete for it. At this moment, many powerful figures from various major forces gathered outside the celestial mine, some of whom emanated an exceptionally strong aura. Just then, a middle-aged man in a gray robe stepped forward and domineeringly declared, "This celestial mine belongs to the Tian Sha Hall." The Tian Sha Hall is a superpower in the celestial realm. In the celestial realm, forces are categorized into third-tier, second-tier, first-tier superpowers, overlord forces, and forbidden forces. The third-tier forces are the weakest, while the forbidden forces are the strongest. The former Xia Empire was an overlord force. "How dare you, Tian Sha Hall, covet this celestial mine?" A voice filled with disdain rang out. Hearing this voice, the middle-aged man's brows furrowed tightly. He turned to see a young man not far from him whose handsome face was clad in a black robe. At that moment, the young man stared at him with utter disdain in his eyes. Behind the young man stood 5 elderly figures who were extremely terrifying. The aura they inadvertently exuded caused the surrounding space to start boiling, an utterly fearsome sight. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes at the young man and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The young man revealed an arrogant demeanor as he replied, "I am Chu Mo, the holy son of the Jiu, you sacred land." He is actually the holy son of the Jiu, you sacred land. The Jiu Sacred Land is an overlord force. I didn't expect them to come, and it's the holy son of the Jiu Sacred Land. How interesting. No kidding, this is a celestial mine, and it's not just any celestial mine. How could the overlord forces not be tempted? I just wonder if the forbidden forces will send someone here. The forbidden forces probably won't, right? After all, they don't lack celestial mines. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. The crowd looked at Chu Mo in astonishment, their eyes sparkling with thoughts unknown. The middle-aged man's face darkened. He hadn't expected Chu Mo to be the holy son of an overlord force. He shot a cold glance at Chu Mo before stepping aside. He wasn't foolish. No matter how displeased he was, he wouldn't dare provoke someone from an overlord force. Chu Mo's lips curled slightly as he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "What? Are you unconvinced?" The middle-aged man remained silent, lowering his head, but a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. He concealed it well, yet it was still caught by Chu Mo. Chu Mo coldly stated, "He harbors killing intent towards me, kill him." As soon as he spoke, one of the elderly figures behind him sprang into action, appearing before the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man was alarmed. Just as he intended to flee, it was already too late. Bang! The elder's fist struck the middle-aged man's head, causing it to explode on the spot, and all of this happened in an instant. Peak of the 9th layer of the Saint King realm. The onlookers, having regained their senses, wore grave expressions, their eyes reflecting deep apprehension. Chu Mo's lips curled upward as he scanned the crowd, saying, "Aren't you all going to leave? Do I need to invite you to leave? Can't you be a bit more self-aware?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned extremely somber. How arrogant. Chu Mo, you're still so arrogant, huh? You really need to change your arrogant personality. Otherwise, one day you might provoke a big shot, and then you'll be in serious trouble. At this moment, a woman slowly walked over from a distance. Although her appearance was not stunning, she exuded a pleasant demeanor. Following the woman was an elderly lady who appeared calm, radiating no aura, as if she were an ordinary person. Looking at the woman, Chu Mo's smile gradually faded. He fixed his gaze on her and coldly said, "Shiru Shui, what does my arrogance have to do with you? You're really a meddler." Someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, "Shiru Shui? Could she be the young master of Baihua Valley?" Baihua Valley is also an overlord force. I rather want to see if Chu Mo can continue to be arrogant. Shiru Shui sneered, "I just dislike you. Are you unconvinced?" Chu Mo narrowed his eyes. "Do you want to fight?" Shiru Shui's eyes sparkled with hostility. "Are you afraid of me?" As she spoke, a long sword suddenly appeared in her hand, and a powerful sword intent surged from her, instantly charging toward Chu Mo. Chu Mo coldly watched Shiru Shui charge at him, swiftly forming hand seals. At that moment, a soil escape technique suddenly erupted from the ground to shield him. Someone gasped. "I didn't expect them to reach the peak of the 9th layer of the semi-saint realm at such a young age. They are simply monsters." Bang! Shiru Shui's sword struck the soil escape technique, shattering it in an instant. The moment the soil escape technique was destroyed, Chu Mo's figure had already retreated 1,000 zhang away. At that moment, Shiru Shui suddenly sensed a chill. She turned to see an ice spike attacking her from behind. Without hesitation, she spun around and slashed down with her sword. Bang! The ice spike was shattered by the slash, but at that moment a sea of flames suddenly surged around Mu Rong Shui, the blazing inferno akin to an enraged beast devouring everything nearby. Shiru Shui immediately felt a sense of danger. Expressionless, she slowly closed her eyes and then positioned the long sword in front of her. Buzz! A sword's cry resonated through heaven and earth as Shiru Shui suddenly opened her eyes. Terrifying sword intent coiled around her long sword, and at that moment, she fiercely slashed down. Boom! The terrifying sword intent spread out in all directions, and the sea of flames was utterly unable to withstand this sword intent, instantly dissipating into the heavens and the earth. Shiru Shui's eyes glinted with fierce light as she charged straight at Chu Mo. Chu Mo's face twisted with rage. With a thought, countless ice spikes surged from behind him, and in the next moment these ice spikes shot toward Shiru Shui. The two exuded overwhelming momentum, neither willing to back down. But at that moment, an elder from the Jiu Sacred Land and the woman from Baihua Valley suddenly appeared. With a wave of their hands, the attacks from Shiru Shui and Chu Mo instantly dissipated. The woman looked at Shiru Shui and said softly, "Now is not the time to fight." Shiru Shui nodded, then coldly glanced at Chu Mo before retreating to the side with the woman. Meanwhile, Chu Mo's face was extremely dark. He snorted coldly and similarly retreated to the side. The woman then turned to one of the elders from the Jiu Sacred Land. This elder, with a weathered face and full head of white hair, emanated a slightly stronger aura than the other four elders. Wang Xianji, the supreme elder of the Jiu Sacred Land. The woman looked at Wang Xianji and said, "How about we split this celestial mine 5,050? They were both overlord forces and could not monopolize this celestial mine, splitting it evenly was the only option. Upon hearing this, everyone in the crowd sighed inwardly. With the Jiuyu sacred land and Bai Hua Valley present, this celestial mine was no longer related to them. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged from the horizon, followed by the appearance of dozens of figures in the arena. The woman and Wang Xianji's expressions turned grave, their hearts heavy. 2 more overlord forces have arrived. This celestial mine won't be easy to divide. The people in the crowd were astonished, exclaiming, the members of the Gui Ming sect and the Blood Moon Villa have also arrived. They never expected that so many dominating forces would desire this celestial mine. They understood that this was a celestial mine. Moreover, it was filled with high-quality celestial crystals. How could these dominant forces not be tempted? An elder from the Gui Ming sect gazed at Wang Xuanzi and the woman, his terrifying aura radiating imperial might. The elder spoke, I want 30% of this celestial mine. At the forefront of the Blood Moon Villa stood a middle-aged man who also emanated imperial might, declaring, I also want 30%. Wang Xuanzi and the woman's expressions darkened. They exchanged glances and then nodded. In the next moment, they took action, a half-emperor aura emanating from their bodies. The elder and the middle-aged man remained indifferent, directly confronting them. Boom. For powerful imperial auras erupted from the sky, causing countless people to retreat in panic. Those with slightly weaker strength were instantly killed beneath this terrifying imperial might. In this battle, the heavens and earth collapsed, countless mountains instantly flattened, and loud booms resonated through the sky. The 4 half-emperors unleashed their most powerful trump cards, yet they still could not gain the upper hand, battling fiercely for 3 entire days. Stop! At that moment, the elder from the Gui Ming sect suddenly shouted in anger, his face pale, and his body covered in wounds, his right arm reduced to a mist of blood during the fight. The other 3 half-emperors heard the elder's words and also came to a halt. Like the elder, they had sustained severe injuries. Wang Xuanzi and the woman stared at the elder in silence. The elder's expression was grim as he said, Our Gui Ming sect demands 20% of this celestial mine, but we are willing to offer some treasures in exchange for an additional 10%. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before replying, I agree with him. Wang Xuanzi and the woman exchanged glances. The woman transmitted a message to Wang Xuanzi, this seems to be the best solution. It appears pointless to continue fighting. The celestial mine is valuable, but we can't risk our lives. Wang Xuanzi pondered for a moment, and then looked at the elder and the middle-aged man, saying, Then it shall be as you propose. Upon hearing this, the elder and the middle-aged man felt relieved. They too were exhausted from fighting and feared that Wang Xuanzi and the woman might fight to the death, which is why they were willing to step back. It seems they are no longer fighting. The battle between half-emperors is indeed terrifying. If I get any closer, I would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Everyone stood at a distance, watching the 4 half-emperors with lingering fear in their eyes. Boom. At that moment, an incredibly terrifying imperial might spread across the sky. Everyone was taken aback, looking up to see a woman slowly walking through the void. The woman wore a purple dress, her figure graceful, and her face exuded an unparalleled beauty, radiating an imperial might even more terrifying than that of Wang Xuanzi and the others. From afar, she resembled a peerless empress. Wang Xuanzi and the others looked at the woman with grave expressions, their instincts warning them that she was no ordinary person. The woman glanced at Wang Xuanzi and the others coldly, stating, I want this celestial mine. Leave. Oomph. The elder from the Gui Ming sect snorted coldly, his terrifying aura radiating from him. What are you even? Dare you command me to leave? The woman shot a frosty glance at the elder from the Gui Ming sect, then raised her hand to unleash a sword. Boom. A torrent of sword intent surged forth. The elder's pupils shrank suddenly, and he hurriedly punched out. Bang! The elder was sent flying by the sword strike, and as he flew, his body exploded. Just as his soul was still in shock, another wave of terrifying sword intent surged toward him. The elder immediately felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Without thinking, he turned and fled. Bang! The elder's soul was directly obliterated by this sword. He was ultimately a step too slow. In the arena, everyone was petrified, frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief. A half-emperor was killed just like that. How could this be possible? The other 3 half-emperors swallowed hard, likely realizing the woman's identity at this moment. This woman came from a forbidden power. Only a forbidden power could possibly possess such a terrifying powerhouse. The woman turned her gaze to the remaining 3, her eyes icy. The 3 half-emperors trembled all over, hurriedly cupping their fists, saying, We will leave now. As they spoke, they disappeared from the spot. They did not leave the area, but instead moved to 100,000 miles away. They looked at the woman from a distance, filled with reluctance. They fought for 3 days. Yet in the end, they received nothing. How infuriating. The middle-aged man said coldly, I refuse to believe there are no other forbidden powers coming. Wang Xuanzi and the woman remained silent, quietly watching the woman in the distance. Though they felt reluctance, they found themselves at a loss. It was not their fault that she came from a forbidden power. If they were to blame, it could only be that they were too weak. Just then, the sky suddenly changed dramatically as a colossal palm containing unfathomable power reached toward the woman. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. I knew there were others from forbidden powers. The woman remained expressionless, looking up at the giant palm, then swiftly slashed down with her sword. Bang! The two terrifying forces met, unleashing a dreadful shockwave that shattered the entire heavens and earth in an instant. Yimeng, your strength is still as formidable as ever. At that moment, a young man walked through the void. The young man was tall and slender, dressed in clean azure robes with handsome features and an indifferent expression. Yimeng glared at the young man coldly, saying, "You Lei Yuning are still as disgusting as ever, always resorting to sneak attacks." Lei Yuning looked at Yimeng without wasting words, channeling the celestial energy within him. Then his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing in front of Yiling, and he immediately threw a punch. Yimeng let out a cold snort. Waves of sword intent surged toward the long sword in her hand, and then she thrust it out. A myriad of light flashed. A loud explosion echoed, and the heavens and earth shattered in an instant. Both Yimeng and Lei Yuning retreated simultaneously. During Lei Yuning's retreat, Yimeng had somehow appeared above him and did not hesitate to slash down. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying force erupted from Lei Yuning's body, sending Yimeng flying, but she quickly stabilized herself. Her expression remained cold as she charged toward Lei Yuning once more. The battle between these two was even more terrifying than that of the previous 4 half-emperors. Everyone watched the two battle, not daring to breathe. It was terrifying. This was the most fearsome fight they had ever witnessed. Is this the terror of forbidden powers? Indeed, it is not something ordinary forces can compare to. Among the crowd, Su Chen stood there holding a Tonghalu, looking at Yimeng and the others with a hint of disappointment. Is this really all there is at the peak of the half-emperor realm? Boring. In a small secret realm, Yilingxi emerged, her aura exceptionally powerful, radiating with a holy might. Through the trials in this secret realm, she successfully broke through to the half-saint realm. Beside her, the demon lord looked at Yilingxi in shock. He knew of her immense talent, but he never expected such a ridiculous breakthrough to the half-saint realm in such a short time. A prodigy. Yilingxi's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, revealing her delight. Grandpa Demon, do you know of any other secret realms? The demon lord pondered for a moment and nodded. I do. Yilingxi smiled sweetly. Take me there. The demon lord hesitated for a moment, then said, Miss, we have been out for quite a while. Oh, we should return. Yilingxi pouted, dissatisfied, but I haven't had enough fun yet. The demon lord chuckled and shook his head. All right, I'll take you to the next secret realm, but you must promise me that once we finish exploring that realm, we will return. Yilingxi's face gleamed with a smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Okay. Grandpa Demon is the best. The demon lord smiled, truly unable to resist this little girl, and could only indulge her. Afterward, the demon lord took Yilingxi to the next secret realm. In the holy land of demon spirits, within the main hall, a middle-aged man in a red robe sat at the head seat. This person was Su Chen, the lord of the holy land of demon spirits. In the center of the hall sat a figure in black robes who was currently reporting something to Su Chen. After a while, the figure in black fell silent, while Su Chen lowered his head, lost in thought. Su Chen looked at the figure in black and asked, Did you truly see the demon lord? The figure in black nodded, saying, How could I dare to deceive the holy lord? I saw him with my own eyes, bringing a little girl into a secret realm. Su Chen fell silent, not speaking further. After a moment, he suddenly said, Go summon the leader of the Burning Moon sect and the holy lord of the Burning Sun Holy Land. Understood. The figure in black vanished from the spot. Half a day later, 2 figures entered the main hall, one of whom was a man with purple hair, holding a fan, a smile on his face. The leader of the Burning Moon sect, Hua Wuhui. The other was an old man hunched over, his face covered in wrinkles, yet exuding a powerful aura. The holy lord of the Burning Sun Holy Land, Yang Xiao. The two sat down without any pretense. Hua Wuhui looked at Su Chen and spoke. I wonder, Holy Lord Zhou, why have you called us here? Yang Xiao also looked at Su Chen, but he remained silent. Gazing at the two, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. The demon lord has returned. Moi. Hua Wuhui and Yang Xiao both narrowed their eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within, pondering in silence. After a moment, Yang Xiao suddenly asked, Really? Su Chen nodded without speaking. Yang Xiao looked at Su Chen and said, The demon lord is an elder of your holy land. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly. An elder cannot compare to that artifact. The two fell silent. At this moment, Hua Wuhui suddenly said, What do you intend to do? Su Chen's lips curled upward. To speak frankly, the demon lord is currently within a secret realm. Hua Wuhui and Yang Xiao stared at Zhou Qian, remaining silent. Zhou Qian continued, "We can lie in wait outside the secret realm waiting for him to emerge. At that time we can take that artifact, and the three of us can use it in turns. Of course we must establish a heavenly Tao oath." Hearing this, Hua Wuhui and Yang Xiao fell silent once more. A heavenly Tao oath. Swearing to the heavenly Tao if violated one would suffer backlash. Yang Xiao suddenly asked, "Then who gets to use it first?" Zhou Qian grinned, "Of course it's me." Hua Wuhui stared at Zhou Qian, saying solemnly, "On what basis?" Zhou Qian replied, "Because I know where the demon lord is." Upon hearing this, the two fell silent for a moment before nodding. Zhou Qian smiled, "There is no time to waste, let us depart now." 3 days later, within a secret realm, Yi Lingxi sat cross-legged in a grand hall, her aura growing stronger, yet she did not break through. Instead, she was stabilizing her foundation. After a while, Yi Lingxi opened her eyes and exhaled, then looked at the demon lord beside her, smiling, "Grandpa Demon, let's go." The demon lord smiled slightly, "All right." The two then left the secret realm, but at that moment, an unexpected change occurred, and 3 terrifying forces surged toward Yi Lingxi and the demon lord. Yi Lingxi's face turned pale, while the demon lord looked grave. Without time to think, he directly shielded Yi Lingxi and unleashed a punch. Bang! The terrifying might instantly swept outward, shattering the entire world in an instant. At that moment, 3 figures appeared in the void, and they were none other than Zhou Qian and his companions. Hua Wuhui looked at the demon lord in surprise, a hint of greed flickering in his eyes. "I didn't expect you had actually broken through to the Holy King realm. Is it due to that artifact?" The demon lord's expression darkened, feeling heavy in his heart. He stared at Zhou Qian. "I never thought the Holy Lord would act against me for an artifact. To be honest, I am truly disappointed." Zhou Qian remained indifferent, calmly saying, "That artifact is coveted by everyone in the immortal realm, not just me." The demon lord clenched his hands tightly, remaining silent. He suddenly transmitted to Yi Lingxi behind him, "Miss, I will hold them off for a while. You find the right opportunity to escape first." Yi Lingxi shook her head, transmitting, "How can I leave Grandpa Demon behind and run away alone?" The demon lord conveyed, "Miss, don't worry about me. As long as you escape, I will naturally find a way to leave." Yi Lingxi bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then transmitted, "All right." She knew that staying would be of no use and would only become a burden. Leaving here was the best option. In the distance, Zhou Qian seemed to see through the demon lord's thoughts and laughed, "Don't worry, you won't escape." As his voice fell, the sky suddenly shattered, followed by terrifying auras spreading out, and in the next moment, tens of thousands of warriors in purple armor appeared in the scene. Most of these individuals were powerhouses of the Holy Realm, with dozens of great Holy Realm experts among. Zhou Qian and his companions smiled. They had come here to encircle and kill the demon lord, and they were definitely well prepared. They did not wish to let the demon lord escape again, as he did 3,000 years ago. The demon lord's face turned extremely grim. He truly did not expect that Zhou Qian and his companions would mobilize such a large number of powerful figures. He suddenly turned to Yi Lingxi solemnly, saying, "Stay here and don't move." Saying this, a holy king-level aura surged from within him, a monstrous demonic energy erupted, and in the next moment, he charged directly toward Zhou Qian and his companions. Zhou Qian and his companions did not hesitate and attacked simultaneously. They decided to end this quickly. For terrifying auras enveloped this realm, and the sounds of explosions echoed, terrifying beyond measure. Lingzhou. Boom. The might of the emperor swept across the heavens, and 2 figures simultaneously retreated several tens of thousands of meters. Yi Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and Lei Yuning did the same from afar. Lei Yuning stared at Yi Ming. "How about we split the celestial mine 50-50? Yi Ming coldly replied, 50-50. I want the entire celestial mine." Upon hearing this, Lei Yuning's expression darkened immediately. He snarled, "Then let's battle." Boom. The two clashed once more. Lei Yuning's face was twisted in rage as he suddenly appeared above Yi Ming. A terrifying force erupted from within him, and then he joined his hands together, striking down violently. The mountains and rivers began to tremble. Buzz. At that moment, a sword cry resonated across the sky, with countless sword intents swirling around Yi Ming. Yi Ming's expression was icy as he swung his sword. The power of a single strike was terrifying. Bang! A horrific shockwave swept outward, shattering the world in an instant. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock, their faces filled with fear. The battle between these two was simply terrifying. Wang Xian and the other two wore grave expressions, their hearts filled with immense shock. If they faced Yi Ming and Lei Yuning, they would probably be instantly defeated. Bitterness filled their hearts. How could the gap be so vast, even though they were all half-emperors? Boom. The heavens resounded with terrifying explosions as neither Yi Ming nor Lei Yuning showed any mercy, both unleashing their strongest trump cards. Among the crowd, Su Chen shook his head. He had no interest in watching children fight. He slowly walked towards the celestial mine. Some noticed Su Chen and frowned. Is this person insane? Can't he see that two half-emperors are fighting? How dare he approach? Sigh. He looks quite handsome, but what a fool he is. Soon Su Chen got closer to the celestial mine, and as a result more and more people noticed him. Everyone was puzzled by Su Chen's actions. Looking for death. At this moment the battling Yi Meng and Lei Yuning also noticed Su Chen, and their fury erupted. How dare an ant covet the celestial mine? They both charged towards Su Chen, overwhelming murderous intent surging forth. Su Chen stopped looking calmly at the two approaching him. With one hand behind his back, he slowly raised the other hand and pressed it down. Kneel. Boom. Not only did Yi Meng and the others feel this, but the spectators also felt a suffocating pressure as the two words fell, followed by an unfathomable force instantly pressing them to the ground. At this moment the sky fell silent. Everyone held their breath, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. What just happened? At this moment they were all dumbfounded. Yi Meng and Lei Yuning felt as if they were struck by 5 thunders, standing there in a daze, as if petrified. They knelt. The powerful half-emperors at the pinnacle of the 9th realm just knelt like that. How could this be possible? They looked at Su Chen, waves of shock rising in their hearts, and at that moment they trembled violently. Only a great emperor could compel them to kneel without resistance. This person before them was a great emperor. The aura of death left the two, gasping for air. The world was silent, only the sound of the wind could be heard. At this moment a sense of fear surged in everyone's hearts. They widened their eyes, wanting to gasp for breath, but the fear choked them, preventing any intake. Who the hell is this big shot? He said to kneel, and they kneel. Absurd. This is beyond ridiculous. At this time Su Chen looked at Yi Meng and Lei Yuning. Yi Meng and Lei Yuning immediately felt the aura of death closing in on them, and they trembled as they stammered, "Senior, spare us." At this moment they felt immense bitterness. Given their strength, they could walk freely in the celestial realm, for they were half-emperors at the 9th level, invincible in the entire celestial realm. However, they never expected that upon stepping out they would encounter such a powerful figure. Damn it. What? Su Chen, with his hands behind his back, calmly said, "There are 10 forbidden powers. Which one are you from?" "I come from the Yi clan." "I come from the Lei clan." Yi Meng and Lei Yuning did not hesitate, and Su Chen nodded and continued, "You may leave." As soon as he spoke, the mysterious power pressing down on the two vanished. Hearing Su Chen's words, Yi Meng and the others were taken aback. "Are you really letting us go?" They were a bit dazed. They had originally thought they would be doomed, but they never expected Su Chen would let them go. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, and Yi Meng and Lei Yuning trembled all over. "We will leave right away. Farewell, senior." With that, their figures vanished. Su Chen looked up at the horizon, remaining silent. The reason he let them leave was not due to fear of their background, but because it was unnecessary to provoke 2 enemies when he could simply have 2 fewer. While he was not afraid, he also did not want to be constantly troubled by ants in the future. At this moment, Su Chen cast a faint glance at the distant crowd, causing them to tremble, holding their breath and not daring to speak. Only Wang Xian and the other 2 half-emperors forcibly calmed their fear and respectfully clasped their fists, saying, "Senior." They were half-emperors, and their state of mind was naturally not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the celestial mine. Then with a wave of his hand, the entire celestial mine was drawn into his system space. Seeing this scene, everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape in disbelief. What kind of operation is this? Where did the celestial mine go? Gone. But the celestial mine was over 100,000 zhang tall. And just like that it vanished. Ouch. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, turning to leave. As they watched Su Chen's departing figure, everyone felt a sense of awe, not daring to show any disrespect. At this moment the woman spoke. "Who exactly is this senior? Why do I have no memory of him?" Wang Xian shook his head and said, "There are countless powerful beings in the celestial realm. How could we possibly know them?" The middle-aged man said nothing and turned to leave. On the spot, Wang Xian and the woman lowered their heads, their minds replaying the earlier events, feeling an immense weight in their hearts. Bang! The demon lord had no way to resist. A heavy palm struck his back, distorting his face as his body flew out once again. At that moment, Hua Wuqia's figure suddenly appeared, a slight smirk on his lips as he swung the fan down violently. No. Seeing this scene, Yi Lingxi below had tears in her eyes. She wanted to help, but she couldn't even get close, utterly helpless. At this moment, she felt like a waste. Just then, a mysterious person suddenly stood in front of the demon lord, and then he threw a punch. Bang! With a loud noise, Hua Wuhui was sent flying, and at that moment the mysterious person turned to support the demon lord before vanishing from sight, appearing far away from Zhou Qian and the others. The demon lord glanced at the mysterious person, confused, and asked, "Who are you?" The mysterious person replied, I am Su Moran, sent by the clan leader to secretly protect the young lady. Upon hearing this, the demon lord understood. Su Moran then asked, can you still fight? The demon lord nodded, saying yes. Good. Su Moran nodded and looked towards Su Chen and the others in the distance. Su Chen squinted and asked, who are you? Your father. Without further ado, Su Moran charged towards Su Chen and the others. The aura of a peak 9th layer holy king emanated from him, shocking Su Chen and the others. They had never expected that Su Moran was actually a peak 9th layer holy king, while they themselves were only below the 5th layer. The three of them had no time to think, as Su Moran had already arrived before them. Su Chen threw a punch while Wu Hui thrust with a fan, and Yang Xiao slapped out a palm. Three terrifying forces erupted, shaking the entire world as waves of horrifying pressure swept around, overwhelming everything. The momentum was formidable and terrifying. A flash of ferocity crossed Su Moran's eyes, and then a long spear suddenly appeared in his hand as he swung it fiercely, unleashing thousands of spear lights. Bang! In an instant, the attacks of Su Chen and the others were all destroyed by Su Moran's spear, and at the same time Su Moran directly thrust the spear towards Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao's pupils constricted as he crossed his hands in front of himself, and then a shield formed from celestial energy appeared before him. Crack! The shield shattered, and he was sent flying. Along the way his hands gradually cracked, resembling it. At that moment Su Moran suddenly appeared, his expression cold as the power of the spear surged. He thrust the spear forward fast as lightning, and Yang Xiao had no way to defend. The long spear pierced through Yang Xiao's heart, instantly his pupils widening in disbelief. He never expected to die so easily. Bang! Su Moran's spear shook violently, causing Yang Xiao's body to explode on the spot, and then Su Moran turned his gaze towards Su Chen and the other two in the distance. Su Chen and the other two were alarmed and quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Su Moran. At that moment they were truly frightened. This person was terrifying. Su Chen and the other two looked pale. Su Moran's sudden appearance had completely disrupted their plans. Just then Su Moran suddenly vanished, and Hua Wuhui's expression changed. A sense of crisis surged in his heart. Damn it! I'll fight back. His face contorted, a tremendous might erupted from him as he raised the fan in his hand and swept it. The entire world erupted in chaos. But his sweeping fan missed completely. Su Moran had. At that moment Hua Wuhui's hair stood on end as an extremely intense aura of death enveloped him. He wanted to escape, but a long spear pierced through his head. Su Moran remained expressionless, blood dripping from the spear as he turned his gaze towards Su Chen. Su Chen's face was extremely grim. Su Moran was too powerful, and there was no way he could win. As for why he didn't run, the events that had just unfolded were over in an instant. Run! At this moment the thousands of purple-armored warriors around were already petrified with fear. They dared not stay any longer and turned to flee. For them their own lives were the most important. If the Holy Master died, so be it. It didn't matter as long as Su Chen took a deep breath and produced a golden token from his hand. Looking at the token, a complex and reluctant expression appeared in his eyes. This was his last trump card. In the distance, Su Moran watched Su Chen with the token, his expression changing before he charged towards Su Chen. Bang! But he was still too late, because Su Chen crushed the token directly. In the next moment, a terrifying imperial might surged from the heavens and the earth, and Su Moran was hurled away by a dreadful power. Just then a phantom slowly appeared in the arena, gradually becoming solid. Soon the phantom became completely clear. It was an old man, expressionless, dressed in a black robe with a terrifying imperial might swirling around him, exuding an extremely pure demonic aura. Ancestor. Su Chen looked at the old man with awe in his eyes, cupping his fists. Indeed, the old man was the ancestor of the demon spirit, Holy Land Han Laodao. With the strength of a half-emperor, Han Laodao had left the demon spirit Holy Land countless years ago, rumored to have received a tremendous fortune and had been in secluded cultivation since. Han Laodao looked at Su Chen and calmly asked what happened. Su Chen's heart sank. If he revealed the secret of that divine artifact to Han Laodao would definitely covet that treasure. Han Laodao snorted coldly, a powerful imperial might crashing down on Su Chen, causing him to fly out severely injured. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Chen sighed inwardly. If he didn't tell Han Laodao this secret today, he would surely die. Though the treasure was great, his life was even more important. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly sent a voice transmission to Han Laodao recounting the entire incident. After listening to Su Chen's transmission, Han Laodao's eyes slowly narrowed, while his heart filled with shock. In the outside world, a day equals 100 years inside the small tower. A divine artifact against the heavens. Greed flickered in his eyes as he was not worried Su Chen would deceive him, for Su Chen did not dare. His gaze turned to the demon lord, revealing a cruel smile. At that moment, a streak of spear light cut through the sky, and then a terrifying power of the spear erupted. The next moment, a long spear shot towards Han Laodao. Before the spear arrived, its might had already reached. The terrifying intent of the spear enveloped Han Laodao. "Oomph! Ant!" Han Laodao snorted coldly and waved his hand, unleashing a world-destroying power from within him. Bang! The long spear shattered in an instant, and Su Moran was sent flying, his body starting to crack. A single strike was all it took to annihilate him. Su Moran's consciousness began to blur as he fell towards the ground. At this moment, the figure of the demon lord suddenly appeared, catching Su Moran and bringing him to the ground before gently placing him down. After doing all this, he looked up at Han Laodao, his heart heavy. A half-emperor. He had no idea how. Old Taoist Han stared at the demon lord, his eyes glinting with greed. Without wasting any words, he reached out and then tightened his grip fiercely. Boom. A terrifying demonic aura erupted from within the demon lord, but at that moment a gigantic black hand suddenly appeared, emitting an overwhelming pressure that shattered the demon lord's demonic energy, and then the hand reached directly for him. The demon lord let out an angry roar, his robe billowing, as an even more terrifying demonic energy exploded forth, and then he shot into the sky. But at that moment, the black giant hand suddenly appeared before him. The demon lord's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity as he extended his hand, and then clenched it tightly, followed by a punch that unleashed a torrent of punch intent from his fist. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated, and the demon lord was sent flying while that giant hand remained completely unscathed. The giant hand suddenly grasped the demon lord and slowly applied pressure. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face twisted. At that moment, he felt his bones within slowly fracturing, a strong sense of death enveloping him. Old Taoist Han looked at the demon lord coldly and said, "Hand over the item, and I can spare your life." Huh. The demon lord suddenly laughed maniacally, his expression fierce. "What do you think you are to dare call yourself this emperor? Fool. Presumptuous." Old Taoist Han was instantly enraged, and the giant hand exerted even more force at that moment. How many years had it been? How many years had no one dared to speak to him like that? At that moment, old Taoist Han was extremely furious, but he did not kill the demon lord immediately. Instead, he chose to torment him. The demon lord's expression was one of extreme pain. His body was nearly at its limit, and all his internal organs felt crushed together. He could only feel death drawing closer. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Lingxi, gritting his teeth, using the last of his strength to utter two words: "Run." No. Yi Lingxi shook her head wildly, her eyes red and swollen, tears streaming down her face, revealing pain and helplessness. She felt such hatred, hating the cruelty of those people, hating her own helplessness, only able to watch helplessly without being able to do anything. Buzz. The sound of a sword echoed as the phoenix fallen sword appeared in Yi Lingxi's hand. Her eyes turned red and a powerful aura surged from her. Then, holding the long sword, she charged directly at old Taoist Han. She knew very well that there was no way she could escape. Rather than resigning to fate, it was better to fight with all her might. Even if it meant death, she would have no regrets. At this moment, a fire phoenix suddenly emerged between her brows. The fire phoenix let out a cry and transformed into a beam of fire that directly merged into Yi Lingxi's body. Boom. At that moment, two powerful forces erupted from Yi Lingxi. One was her own power, and the other was the power of the fire phoenix. The two terrifying powers spread outwards, and at that moment, Yi Lingxi's realm instantly ascended to the peak of the 9th layer of semi-saint. Yi Lingxi appeared above old Taoist Han, gripping the long sword tightly, and then she brought it down. The powerful sword intent contained the strength of the semi-saint realm and the power of the fire phoenix. The two forces merged together, unleashing an even more terrifying power. This strike could obliterate any saint-level powerhouse. Old Taoist Han merely cast a cold glance at Yi Lingxi and did not move. Just then, Zhou Qian's figure suddenly blocked in front of old Taoist Han, his expression icy as he punched out. The terrifying force of the punch instantly swept outwards. Boom. A fearsome explosion rang out, and Yi Lingxi's figure was sent flying. Along the way, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body began to crack, forming a terrifying spiderweb pattern. Yi Lingxi fell heavily to the ground, her breath weak, her consciousness gradually fading. At this moment, she was severely injured. She struggled to show a faint smile, somewhat tragic, as a figure appeared in her mind. That figure was so gentle and caring, no matter how mischievous she was, he could never bear to reprimand her. "Brother," she softly called out, using the last of her strength. "I am here." Suddenly someone actually responded, the voice not loud, but everyone present heard it. Old Taoist Han's brows furrowed, a sense of unease rising in his heart. How could this be possible? I am a half-emperor. He was utterly shocked. At that moment, the entire sky suddenly surged, and then it shattered. A figure in white stepping on the galaxy walked down from the heavens. His features were exquisitely beautiful, his skin as white as snow, as if no dust from the world could taint. He approached Yilingxi, gently embracing her. At that moment his hands trembled, a tear rolled down his face, and he smiled slightly softly, saying, "Silly girl." But no one responded, for Yilingxi's life force had already vanished. "Who are you?" Old Taoist Han's face was grave, and the sense of crisis within him grew stronger. Su Chen felt a sinking sensation in his heart. His instincts told him that the man before him was... Su Chen ignored Old Taoist Han, gently wiping the blood from Yilingxi's lips, then looking at Old Taoist Han and Su Chen with calm eyes revealing no signs of joy, anger, or sorrow. "Die." With that single word, Old Taoist Han, Su Chen, and the tens of thousands of powerhouses who had fled earlier all vanished in an instant from this world. They died without even knowing how it happened. As the giant hand disappeared, the demon lord fell from the void, staring at Su Chen in horror. He had thought Su Chen was impressive, but he never expected him to be this formidable. A half-emperor. A single word eliminated them. Su Chen maintained a blank expression, slowly extending his right hand, breaking through countless spaces and times, arriving at a small island. Then he brought his right hand down toward the island, and wherever he passed, the surrounding area, within 1,000,000 miles, instantly turned to nothingness. How is this possible? The voice of Old Taoist Han came from within the island, filled with disbelief and endless terror. He wanted to flee, but an incomparably terrifying force firmly locked him in place, making it impossible to escape even an inch. At this moment, Old Taoist Han was filled with despair. Regret. If he had known such a terrifying existence existed, he would never have acted. But it was already too late. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded, and a radius of tens of millions of miles was instantly silenced. Irrecoverable. Su Chen withdrew his right hand, looking at Yilingxi in his arms. He gently stroked her cheek and softly said, "I'm sorry. But how could I let you die like this?" He smiled gently, then looked up at the sky and calmly called out, "Heavenly Tao." This voice instantly pierced through the clouds, resonating throughout the entire immortal realm. All within the immortal realm, whether ordinary people or those who were like taboos, could hear this voice. They were all deeply shocked. Who was this voice? The power contained within it was terrifying. Moreover, how dare he call upon the heavenly Tao? Are you crazy? That is the heavenly Tao that governs the immortal realm. The Tao of heaven did not respond, but not far from Su Chen, strands of the essence of the great Tao began to converge, ultimately coalescing into the figure of a woman. The woman had flowing white hair, as poetic and picturesque as the drifting snow of winter, embodying a pure and elegant beauty. Her features were like jade, exuding an otherworldly grace, ethereal as an immortal, untouched by the mundane world. Every move she made could draw upon the great Tao, exuding an aura of terror. This woman was none other than Wanqing, the Tao of heaven from the celestial realm. Wanqing gazed at Su Chen, her eyes revealing deep apprehension. Wanqing was well aware of Su Chen's actions. Even as the Tao of heaven, she could still sense the dangerous aura emanating from him. She was certain that if she dared to strike at Su Chen, he would undoubtedly possess the strength to kill her. This instinct had developed over her long tenure as the Tao of heaven. Therefore, when Su Chen called out to her, she chose to reveal herself. However, had anyone else dared to call her in such a manner, she would have unleashed a divine punishment to smite them. But in the face of Su Chen, she did not dare. Wanqing opened her jade-like hand, revealing a glowing orb within her palm that contained the divine soul of Yilingxi. Long before Yilingxi's death, she had sensed something amiss. If Yilingxi were to die, she truly did not know what Su Chen would do, so she had protected Yilingxi's divine soul. Wanqing extended her hand and pointed. 3 immense flows of life essence transformed into streaks of light, merging into the bodies of Yilingxi, the demon lord, and Su Mo Ran. At that very moment, their injuries instantly healed. The demon lord was taken aback. Is this really a recovery? Incredible. Wanqing handed Yilingxi's divine soul to Su Chen and then turned to leave. Wait a moment. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly called out to her. Wanqing paused, turning her head to look at Su Chen, her expression one of confusion. Su Chen looked at Wanqing, then flicked his fingers, sending a stream of purple energy toward her. Wanqing's pupils constricted as she exclaimed in shock, "Primordial purple qi." Primordial purple qi. Primordial purple qi is a powerful primordial energy that existed at the dawn of the universe, containing terrifying power. Anyone who absorbs a strand of primordial purple qi will experience a qualitative enhancement. In the celestial realm, it is utterly impossible for primordial purple qi to be born. As the Tao of heaven in the celestial realm, Wanqing had never encountered it. Her knowledge of it came from ancient secrets. Wanqing glanced at Su Chen, swallowing hard. She had suspected that Su Chen was a reincarnated powerhouse, and the appearance of the primordial purple qi only solidified that suspicion. She exhaled softly and said, "Thank you." Su Chen glanced at Wanqing without speaking, then turned to the demon lord, saying, "Let's go." As he spoke, he cradled Yi Lingxi and turned to leave. The demon lord hastily followed, recalling something. He paused, lifted the still unconscious Su Imo, ran, and then continued after Su Chen. In the same spot, Wan Qing remained silent for a long time, taking one last glance at the direction Su Chen had left before her figure vanished. At the Su clan in the courtyard, Yi Lingxi lay on the bed, still unconscious. Su Yanxie looked at Yi Lingxi, filled with self-reproach, saying, "It's my fault. I should have had a half-emperor protect her." Su Chen shook his head. "Don't blame yourself, father. No one expected a half-emperor to intervene." Sigh, Su Yanxie sighed deeply, still feeling guilty. He looked at Su Chen and said, "I have matters to attend to. Let me know when Lingxi wakes up." Su Chen nodded, saying, "All right." Su Yanxie glanced at Yi Lingxi once more, sighed internally, and then, as the patriarch of the Su clan, he had many affairs to manage and couldn't remain by Yi Lingxi's side waiting for her to awaken. If she woke up, he could come back to see her. It would be the same. 3 days passed, and Su Chen had been at Yi Lingxi's bedside. On this day, her eyelashes fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Su Chen looked at Yi Lingxi and smiled gently. "You're awake." Yi Lingxi blinked. "Brother, I'm not dead." Su Chen chuckled. "What are you talking about, silly girl? How could I let you die?" Yi Lingxi giggled. "Brother, you're the best." Su Chen ruffled Yi Lingxi's hair, speaking softly. "This time it's my fault. I shouldn't have left your side." Yi Lingxi shook her head. "I don't blame you, brother. You once said that you can't always protect me. Moreover, after that incident, I've come to understand a lot. Once I recover, I'll train hard. I don't want to always hide behind you." Her gaze was exceptionally resolute. After hearing Yi Lingxi's words, Su Chen smiled faintly. "You've grown up." Yi Lingxi smiled and seemed to recall something, asking anxiously, "What about grandfather demon? Is he okay?" Su Chen replied, "He's fine, and don't worry." At this, Yi Lingxi sighed in relief. "That's good." Then she added, "Brother, I'm hungry." Su Chen pinched Yi Lingxi's cheek, gently saying, "All right, I'll go make you something. You just rest well for now." Yi Lingxi obediently nodded. Su Chen went to the courtyard and called out, "Old demon." As soon as he spoke, the demon lord's figure appeared suddenly, respectfully saying, "Young master." He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Miss?" Su Chen interrupted, "She's fine." The demon lord nodded, saying nothing further. Su Chen looked at the demon lord. "You performed well this time. Here's a reward for you." As he spoke, the primordial purple chi floated before the demon lord. The demon lord gazed at the primordial purple chi, puzzled. Although he did not know what it was, he could sense a powerful force contained within this purple energy. Su Chen said, "Absorb it, and you can break through to the half-emperor realm." "What?" The demon lord's eyes widened, gasping in disbelief as he looked at the primordial purple chi before him. "This purple energy can allow me to reach the half-emperor realm." "Incredible." Su Chen remarked, "Don't be so surprised. Just protect Lingxi well. There are plenty more good things to come in the future." The demon lord was filled with excitement. "Thank you, young master." At that moment, he was truly exhilarated, his hands trembling with anticipation. A half-emperor. That was a realm he could never hope to reach in his lifetime. And now the opportunity was right before him. How could he not be thrilled? Su Chen then said, "Go absorb it, and stay away. Don't disturb Lingxi." The demon lord quickly nodded, bidding farewell to Su Chen before leaving the Su clan, seeking a quiet place to break through. The next day, Yi Lingxi woke up early to practice her swordsmanship. Su Chen pushed open the door, looking at Yi Lingxi, raising an eyebrow. "Why aren't you resting properly? What are you doing?" Yi Lingxi stopped her movements, looking at Su Chen with a sweet smile. "Brother, I'm fine now. Don't believe it. Look." As she spoke, she seemed worried. Su Chen wouldn't believe her, deliberately bouncing in place. Su Chen rolled his eyes. "You silly girl." Yi Lingxi chuckled, then suddenly became serious and asked, "Brother, what path do you think I should cultivate?" Su Chen cast a glance at Yi Lingxi, but did not reply immediately, instead sitting down in a rattan chair. Yi Lingxi hurriedly moved behind Su Chen and began to knead his shoulders. Su Chen slightly lifted the corner of his mouth and said, "How would I know what path you want to cultivate?" Yi Lingxi furrowed her brows tightly, remaining silent. Su Chen then asked, "What is your purpose in cultivating?" After a moment of thought, Yi Lingxi replied, "Initially, I wanted to fly, so I cultivated. Now, well, I want to protect you, brother, so I cultivate." "Oh, protect me?" Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Yi Lingxi nodded, saying, "Yes, because I don't want you to always protect me. I want to protect you too." Upon hearing this, Su Chen laughed heartily, feeling gratified. He said, "If you want to protect me, then you must work hard. Your brother is quite strong." Yi Lingxi said, "I know brother is strong, so I will work even harder in my cultivation from now on." Su Chen smiled, saying, "Then you must first prepare to be invincible." "Invincible?" Yi Lingxi asked curiously, then thought for a moment and said, "Is it the invincible immortal realm?" Su Chen replied, "It's not just about being invincible in the immortal realm." Yi Lingxi blinked, remaining silent. Su Chen continued, "Being invincible in the immortal realm is just the beginning. In this world, there are many who can be invincible in the immortal realm. Some powerful beings may only need a single thought to erase the entire immortal realm. After hearing this, Yilingxi was stunned. Does such a being really exist in this world? The thought that a single thought could make the entire immortal realm disappear was something she dared not imagine. Su Chen nodded. Of course, and there may be even more terrifying existences than that. Yilingxi fell silent at this. Su Chen's words completely overturned her understanding. She had always thought the Great Emperor was the strongest, yet there were even more fearsome existences in this world. Su Chen said seriously, remember there is no strongest in this world, only stronger. Yilingxi fell silent again, and after a while she asked, is there anyone in this world who can defeat you, brother? Su Chen smiled slightly. There should be no one who can defeat me, but I can't be certain. Yilingxi had a complicated expression, realizing how foolish her previous thoughts were. Su Chen laughed. What? Are you lacking confidence now? Yilingxi nodded. Su Chen chuckled. If you're lacking confidence, then how can you be invincible? Upon hearing this, Yilingxi fell silent. After a long time, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with fierce determination. She said, if brother can be invincible, why can't I be invincible? I want to surpass you, brother, and become someone even stronger. At that moment, a powerful sword intent erupted from Yilingxi, soaring into the sky. This sword intent possessed an invincible aura, and the terrifying sword might directly tore through the heavens, incredibly shocking. Boom. At that instant, a terrifying holy might suddenly burst forth from Yilingxi. This was not the holy might of a half-saint, but true holy might. She had broken through to the holy realm. But that wasn't all. Her aura was still growing stronger, faintly on the verge of breaking through to a small realm. Observing this, Yilingxi quickly retracted her sword intent and forcibly suppressed her realm to prevent further breakthroughs. Previously, she had forcibly raised her realm, leading to an unstable foundation. If she didn't know to suppress it now, her foundation would be completely ruined. After a long while, Yilingxi let out a long breath, finally stabilizing her realm. At this moment, she exuded a sharpness and an invincible aura with an invincible sword intent swirling around her. Su Chen looked at Yilingxi and nodded. Not bad, Lingxi is truly amazing. Yilingxi revealed a smile, saying, hee, it's because brother taught well. Su Chen smiled slightly. You little girl, your words are so sweet. I wonder who you learned that from. Yilingxi replied, but I'm just speaking the truth. Ha ha ha. Su Chen laughed heartily, then shook his head and looked at Yilingxi. Cultivate well. I look forward to the day your strength surpasses mine. Yilingxi's gaze was resolute as she nodded heavily. Su Chen smiled, then extended his hand, revealing a seed in his palm. Yilingxi stared at the seed, curious. What is this? Su Chen said, this is a seed of the Tao tree. If you merge with this seed, you won't have to worry about depleting your immortal energy during battles, as this seed can continuously provide you with immortal energy. What? Yilingxi exclaimed in disbelief. Continuously providing immortal energy. Unbelievable. She had never heard of anyone possessing such a miraculous item. Su Chen handed the seed to Yilingxi. Go merge with it. Yilingxi nodded excitedly, took the seed, and hurriedly sat down beside her. Then she looked at the seed, her expression stiffening, and turned to Su Chen awkwardly, saying, how do I merge it? Su Chen chuckled. You little girl, I thought you knew how to merge it. Why are you so anxious? Yilingxi awkwardly stuck out her tongue. Su Chen shook his head with a smile. You nourish it with your immortal energy, and then it will actively merge. Yilingxi nodded, then began to input her immortal energy into the seed. After 2 hours, Yilingxi was sweating profusely, her face slightly pale. Brother, why hasn't this thing reacted yet? Su Chen smiled. Just hold on a little longer. Yilingxi nodded, no longer speaking, her gaze fixed on the seed. An hour later, just as she was about to give in, the seed suddenly transformed into a stream of light and merged into her body, quietly settling next to her dantian. Boom. At that moment, the seed erupted with an extremely rich and pure immortal energy, instantly replenishing the immortal energy Yilingxi had previously lost. Yilingxi sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly closed. After a while, the realm that had previously settled once again broke through. This time she could no longer suppress it and could only break through. Yilingxi slowly opened her eyes, excitement written all over her face. She quickly got up and rushed to Su Chen, leaping into his arms. Brother, this seed is truly amazing. It's even more pure than the immortal energy I absorb. Afterwards, she looked up at Su Chen, curious. Brother, where did you get this? Does such a divine item really exist in the immortal realm? Su Chen smiled slightly. It's a secret. Yilingxi nodded. All right. She understood that Su Chen must have a reason for not telling her, otherwise he wouldn't keep it a secret. Su Chen smiled, reaching out to ruffle Yilingxi's hair. You're really obedient. Yilingxi chuckled. Su Chen looked at Yilingxi, seemingly recalling something, his eyes flashing with seriousness. He reminded, don't raise your realm too quickly, okay? Yilingxi blinked, asking why. Su Chen smiled slightly. You'll understand in the future. Yilingxi nodded. All right. Time flows like a river. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. During this time, Su Chen has led a leisurely life, mainly staying in the courtyard and occasionally visiting Qinan. During these 2 years, the demon lord successfully broke through to the semi-emperor realm, achieving the pinnacle of the 9th level of semi-emperor with a surge of primordial purple energy. Furthermore, his cultivation aptitude received a tremendous enhancement. This increase in aptitude allows him to advance further on the path of cultivation. He was particularly excited at the time, repeatedly expressing how correct his choice had been. After lunch, as the sun shone warmly, Su Chen reclined on a rattan chair, savoring this tranquil. Not far from him, Yilingxi was wielding her long sword, the blade darting like a swimming dragon, moving gracefully and lightly, like a swallow, sometimes leaping up with a flick of her sword, and at other times striking down like a flash of lightning, causing leaves to scatter. At this moment her eyes glinted, and she soared into the sky, her peak at the 9th level of the holy realm erupting around her. Then she stabbed her sword fiercely towards the heavens. Boom! The might of her sword intent swept across the land, and the surrounding space began to boil. With this strike she tore the entire sky apart with an overwhelming force. Strangely, the members of the Su clan merely glanced at the void, and then lost interest as if they had long grown accustomed to it. Yilingxi's hands behind her back stood in the void, holding the fallen phoenix sword. She glanced at the sky that she had just torn apart, her eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction. With her head lowered, she murmured, "Why do I always feel like something is missing?" After a moment of silence, she approached the ground and walked up to Su Chen, kneading his shoulders. Su Chen smiled, opening his eyes. "If you have something to say, just say it." Yilingxi chuckled. "Brother, how did you know I have something?" Su Chen shook his head with a smile. "If you didn't have anything, you wouldn't be kneading my shoulders." Yilingxi's face flushed, looking a bit embarrassed. Su Chen said, "Go ahead, what's on your mind?" Yilingxi replied, "I feel like my sword is missing something, but I don't know what it is." "Do you know, brother?" Su Chen replied directly, "What you lack is combat." "Combat?" Yilingxi was puzzled. Su Chen nodded. "Since you began your cultivation, you have never truly fought, even once, nor experienced life and death battles with peers. If you were to fight, you would merely rely on your brute strength without any technique. If you were to encounter someone rich in battle experience of the same level, the only outcome would be defeat. What you currently lack is combat experience. You must engage in battle and learn from it. This way your swordsmanship will become more complete rather than just staying in the courtyard swinging your sword, which is of no use." After hearing Su Chen's words, Yilingxi fell silent for a moment before asking, "Then who should I fight?" "The young talents of the Su clan." Su Chen shook his head. "If you fight the younger generation of the Su clan, they certainly won't go all out. Such battles are meaningless." Yilingxi made a distressed face. "Then what should I do?" At this moment a figure appeared in the courtyard. It was the demon lord, who respectfully bowed to Su Chen and said, "Young master, someone has just come to invite you to the Young Talents Conference." The Young Talents Conference is organized by a prodigy from a forbidden force named Yun Yao. She invites all the talented geniuses from the Immortal realm every year to participate in this event. The conference mainly involves exchanges among the talented geniuses, and whoever secures first place will receive rewards from Yun Yao. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's lips lifted slightly. This Young Talents Conference couldn't have come at a better time. He looked at Yilingxi and said, "Let's go. This conference will give you a good opportunity to fight." A few days later in the Southern Prefecture. Today, countless talented geniuses have come to the Southern Prefecture, all to participate in the Young Talents Conference. In a vast courtyard, many talented geniuses gathered, chatting and laughing with one another. "I heard that Wu Mingxiao will also be here this time." "Wu Mingxiao? That is an impressive figure. It is rumored that he has broken through to the 6th level of the Holy Realm and faced 3 great Holy Realm powerhouses simultaneously without defeat. This person is indeed terrifying, but I have heard that many ancient prodigies have emerged recently, and their strength is incredibly formidable. Even Wu Mingxiao would retreat in the face of these ancient prodigies." As the crowd discussed, a woman slowly walked into the courtyard. She had a slender figure, a beautiful face, skin as smooth as cream, and wore a flowing purple dress exuding an air of nobility. "Miss Yun." Upon seeing her, the talented geniuses in the courtyard all bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with admiration. Yun Yao nodded, remained silent, sat in the main seat, and closed her eyes to rest. After a while, a man entered dressed in a red robe. His hair was as dark as ink, and he was exceptionally tall, far larger than the average person, resembling a giant. "Wu Mingxiao is here." The crowd recognized him. Wu Mingxiao ignored them and walked up to Yun Yao, smiling, "Long time no see." Yun Yao slowly opened her eyes, glanced at Wu Mingxiao, and a fleeting look of disgust crossed her face before she nodded and closed her eyes once more. Seeing this, Wu Mingxiao's expression darkened slightly, but he said nothing more and sat beside Yun Yao. Yun Yao, with her eyes closed, furrowed her brows, but remained silent. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye an hour had gone by during which many talented geniuses arrived one after another. At this moment a figure in white and a little girl walked into the courtyard. The man was handsome with starlit eyes that resembled flowing clouds in the wind, exuding an elegant and ethereal aura drawing the attention of the talented geniuses present. The little girl had a delicate and exquisite face, and the most striking feature was her clear and bright eyes resembling the stars. The appearance of the two instantly attracted the attention of all the talented geniuses who curiously examined them, pondering who they could be. At this moment a male genius seemed to recognize the man and exclaimed, "It's Su Chen, the son of the forbidden force." "What? It's him." Upon hearing this the crowd stirred, gazing at Su Chen with a hint of fear in their eyes. They were well aware of the deeds Su Chen had done at the Academy of Heaven. It is rumored that this person is ruthless, killing without hesitation when displeased, a true killing god. Yin Yao opened her eyes, gazed at Su Chen, and smiled sweetly. "Young Master Su, and this little sister, please sit here." As she spoke she pointed to the two seats beside her. Nearby Wu Mingxiu's eyes gradually turned cold upon witnessing this scene, a glimmer of killing intent surfacing in his gaze as he looked at Su Chen. At this moment Su Chen's gaze turned towards Wu Mingxiu, his eyes calm as water. With a flash a sword light cut through the space, causing Wu Mingxiu to widen his eyes, a look of confusion, unwillingness, and fear reflected within. The crowd in the scene widened their eyes in disbelief, their gazes towards Su Chen filled with fear. This guy really kills without hesitation. He killed someone without provocation. Truly he is the god of death. Incredible. Everyone swallowed hard and averted their eyes, not daring to look at Su Chen any longer. They were genuinely afraid that if Su Chen was displeased he would kill them too. The main reason being that even if Su Chen did kill them, their backing wouldn't seek revenge against him. With Su Chen's terrifying background, who would dare to seek revenge? Unless they wanted to be exterminated or their sect destroyed, they wouldn't dare confront Su Chen. If someone were to be killed simply for displeasing Su Chen, that would be truly tragic. Yin Yao furrowed her brows, looking at Su Chen in silence. Su Chen calmly stated, "He had murderous intent towards me just now, though I killed him only for self-defense." Hearing this the crowd twitched at the corners of their mouths. What a way to justify self-defense. "You're impressive." Yin Yao rubbed her forehead, feeling speechless, and slightly shook her head. She looked at Su Chen. "Please have a seat." Su Chen nodded, taking a seat next to Yin Yao along with Yilingxi. Yin Yao glanced at Wu Mingxiu's corpse, unsure of what to say. Killed as soon as he appeared. What a disaster. Not wanting to dwell on it any longer, she waved her right hand, and Wu Mingxiu's corpse instantly turned to ashes, vanishing from sight. She then looked at the crowd about to speak when a figure descended from the sky. This person had golden hair, wore a golden robe, and was exceptionally handsome, exuding an air of arrogance. He looked at Yin Yao and smiled. "I hope I'm not late." Shen Lang. The crowd recognized the golden-haired man and was shocked. Yin Yao glanced at Shen Lang. Shen Lang grinned, then looked at Su Chen, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes, deep in thought. Yin Yao suddenly said, "It seems no one else has arrived. Who would like to spar first?" As she spoke she scanned the crowd below. "I'll go first." At that moment a young man stepped forward, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Su Chen glanced at Yilingxi. "Go ahead, I'm not interested in watching these weaklings fight." Yilingxi nodded, then stood up, looking at the young man. "I will fight you." Everyone's attention turned to Yilingxi, then back to Su Chen, their foreheads covered in black lines. "Miss, who would dare to spar with you? If you get hurt, Su Chen would wipe us all out, wouldn't he? Please don't stir up trouble." The young man also looked embarrassed, feeling helpless about how to proceed. Su Chen looked at the young man and smiled. "Give it your all. Even if you injure her, I won't hold it against you. But if you don't go all out, I might have to intervene." The crowd was left speechless. "Can we trust you to keep your word? That Wu Mingxiu was killed without doing... How can we believe what you say?" The young man fell silent, regretting why he had stepped forward first. He vowed never to do so again. "What should I do now?" After a long silence the young man gritted his teeth. "Damn it, if I'm going to die, then so be it. I don't care anymore. It's just a worthless life." The young man looked at Yilingxi. "Let's fight in the sky. It's not appropriate here." Saying this he shot up into the sky, standing in midair. Yilingxi did not hesitate and appeared in the sky as well. The young man's gaze hardened, emitting the aura of a peak half-saint. Suddenly he vanished, and at that moment a giant palm filled with terrifying might struck towards Yilingxi. Buzz! A sword-ringing sound echoed, and a sword light flashed across the scene. Just as the sword light appeared, the giant palm was shattered in an instant. The young man was sent flying. He steadied himself, but at that moment he was shocked to see Yilingxi had already appeared before him with her sword pressed against his forehead. Everyone below watched this scene, their eyes widening in shock. This little girl is so strong. This is too much. The young man forced a smile. "I admit defeat." Yilingxi nodded, sheathed her sword, then turned her gaze to Shen Lang below. She felt that aside from Shen Lang no one else was her opponent, so she simply decided to challenge Shen Lang. The crowd followed Yi Lingxi's gaze, their brows furrowing. Is she crazy to challenge Shen Lang? He is a grand saint. How could she possibly win? Shen Lang below smiled faintly, then vanished from sight, appearing in midair. He looked at Yi Lingxi. If you want to fight me, I'll oblige. As he spoke, a large blade appeared in his hand, and immediately the aura of a grand saint spread from him, instantly filling the entire sky. At that moment, a terrifying blade intent surged from the heavens and the earth, causing the entire ground to tremble violently. The next moment, Shen Lang's figure suddenly appeared before Yi Lingxi, a cruel smile on his face as he slashed down. Yi Lingxi was startled. She hadn't even seen how Shen Lang had appeared. Without time to think, she raised her sword to block. Bang! A terrifying explosion echoed through the skies, and Yi Lingxi was sent flying. However, at that moment, she suddenly vanished. Buzz! The sound of the sword rang out as Yi Lingxi reappeared before Shen Lang, then thrust her sword forward, an invincible sword intent erupting from its blade. Shen Lang smiled, then swiftly slashed horizontally. Boom! A powerful shockwave swept outward, sending Yi Lingxi flying again. At that moment, Shen Lang's figure suddenly appeared, showing no hesitation as he slashed down. Yi Lingxi's pupils constricted sharply. At this critical moment, a terrifying power erupted from within her. Shen Lang, caught off guard, was sent flying, stabilizing himself, but his expression turned serious and dark. At that moment, a fire phoenix suddenly flew out from between Yi Lingxi's brows, instantly rushing into her body and merging with her. Following that, two terrifying powers erupted from her. An invincible sword intent surged into the sky. The next moment, Yi Lingxi charged at Shen Lang, thrusting her sword forward. The might of her sword was terrifying. Two terrifying forces locked onto Shen Lang, who then roared in anger, unleashing a terrifying blade intent from within him. 10,000 feet of blade intent shone in the firmament. Bang! The horrifying shockwave shattered the space, the surrounding area of 10,000 miles collapsing in an instant, extremely terrifying. At that time, both of them retreated simultaneously, then charged at each other once more. The crowd below gasped in shock, their faces displaying astonishment. They never expected that Yi Lingxi could actually match Shen Lang. She was facing a grand saint. And not just any grand saint, but a monstrous talent among grand saints. Absolutely extraordinary. Yin Yao was equally shocked, as she had not expected Yi Lingxi to be so formidable. At that moment, she noticed the sword in Yi Lingxi's hand, and her brows furrowed tightly. She glanced at Su Chen, but quickly averted her gaze again, her eyes flashing with brilliance. To forge a sword using the body of a fire phoenix. What a grand endeavor. Could it be that he is not afraid of the revenge from the Fire Phoenix clan? The Fire Phoenix clan is also a forbidden power. Boom. In the void above, a series of terrifying explosions echoed as Yi Lingxi and Shen Lang had already clashed over 100 times. Shen Lang continuously defended against Yi Lingxi's attacks, his face dark and grim. At this moment, the celestial energy within him was on the verge of depletion, and if he did not find a way out, he would surely be defeated. Meanwhile, he was puzzled. It seemed that Yi Lingxi had an endless supply of celestial energy which he could not exhaust. He suspected that she had some divine object assisting her. Damn it! How the hell am I supposed to play this? At that moment, Yi Lingxi stopped attacking Shen Lang and stood still, her eyes tightly shut. Shen Lang felt a wave of unease. He dared not hesitate and charged directly at Yi Lingxi. At that moment, Yi Lingxi suddenly opened her eyes wide. She raised her long sword in front of her, and an overwhelming invincible sword intent swept out in all directions, thousands of sword lights shimmering behind her. She looked at Shen Lang with a cold expression and then slashed down with her sword. Shen Lang's hair stood on end as an intense sense of danger surged in his heart. He dared not be careless and hurriedly crossed his large blade in front of him, an overwhelming blade intent forming a shield around him. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated through the heavens and earth, a cataclysmic force spreading out in all directions, causing mountains and rivers to collapse in an instant. Watching this scene, everyone held their breath, their eyes filled with horror. Is this truly the power that can be unleashed by a sacred realm? At that moment, a figure was sent flying out. It was Shen Lang. He crashed heavily to the ground, his breath weak, his face pale, with a ghastly sword wound on his chest deep enough to see the bone. He lay motionless on the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. I lost. I actually lost to someone from the sacred realm. No. If I lose, how many people in this world will laugh at me? I cannot lose. His expression twisted as a red pill suddenly appeared in his hand, and without hesitation he swallowed it. Even if it means ruining my foundation, I cannot lose. Boom. At the moment Shen Lang consumed the red pill, a terrifying power erupted from his body. His realm instantly broke through to the first stage of the Sacred King. And it didn't stop there. In the blink of an eye, his realm had reached the fourth stage of the Sacred King. He took a pill. Watching this scene, everyone was not foolish. They quickly understood what was happening they did not expect Shen Lang to actually resort to taking pills. Truly despicable. Yun Yao glanced at Su Chen, seeing him calm and unperturbed without any intention to intervene. She asked, "Aren't you going to help? That little girl might be in danger." Su Chen shook his head, calmly replied, "Without experiencing life and death, how can one speak of invincibility?" Invincibility. Yun Yao furrowed her brows and gave Su Chen a deep look before averting her gaze. Invincibility is not that easy to achieve. There are countless powerful beings in this immortal realm. Who dares to claim invincibility? At this moment, Shen Lang soared into the sky, his eyes bloodshot, a monstrous killing intent enveloping the area. He intended to kill Yi Lingxi to wash away the humiliation he had suffered earlier. In the next moment, wielding a terrifying aura and overwhelming killing intent, he charged directly at Yi Lingxi. Yi Lingxi's expression turned grave. She dared not be careless and thrust her sword forward. Bang! The clash of sword and blade created shockwaves tearing through the heavens and earth. Both of them staggered back and then rushed to battle again, exchanging blows hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. Gradually, Yi Lingxi began to falter and fell into a disadvantaged position. At this moment, Shen Lang's expression twisted as he gripped his large blade tightly and then brought it down with all his might. This was a strike that gathered all the celestial energy within him. He intended to decide life and death with this one strike. A terrifying force instantly locked onto Yi Lingxi. Yi Lingxi immediately sensed an unprecedented sense of crisis. She could not withstand this blow. Suddenly, her eyes flickered with ferocity as she shouted angrily, "I want to be invincible. I want to surpass my brother. How can I lose?" Boom. A terrifying invincible sword intent swept across the world, thousands of sword lights illuminating the sky. Yi Lingxi gritted her teeth, her eyes radiating overwhelming fighting spirit. In the next moment, she thrust her sword forward. Bang! An incredibly terrifying shockwave surged into the air, creating monstrous waves. At that moment, both Yi Lingxi and Shen Lang were sent flying. Yi Lingxi fainted directly, while Shen Lang, in the moment of being thrust out, was smashed by an invincible sword intent. At this moment, Su Chen's figure suddenly appeared. He caught Yi Lingxi and smiled slightly, saying, "Well," as he spoke, he placed a pill into Yi Lingxi's mouth. In the next moment, her injuries instantly healed, though her breath still felt somewhat weak. She slowly opened her eyes, looking at Su Chen and softly asking, "Brother, did I win?" Su Chen smiled and said, "You won. Lingxi is truly amazing." Hearing this, Yi Lingxi chuckled and said, "Brother, I'm a bit tired. I want to sleep for a while." With that, she fell asleep, already snoring. She was truly exhausted. Su Chen nodded, saying, "Okay. Who dares to harm a genius of the Shen clan?" At that moment, an angry shout echoed across the sky, heard by all. In the next moment, an elder descended from the sky, his hair white, his expression imposing, radiating an imperial might. He was a formidable being at the 9th stage of the half-emperor. It was also the clan leader of the Shun family, Shenwan. Everyone looked at the elder with grave expressions, then turned to Su Chen, revealing expressions of anticipation. What will Su Chen do now? The Shun clan is also a forbidden power. Are two forbidden powers about to clash? Shenwan looked at Su Chen, his eyes narrowing. "You are that divine child from the Su clan, right?" Su Chen held Yi Lingxi without saying a word. Seeing this, Shenwan's expression darkened ominously. He coldly said, "Your people killed the ancient genius of my Shen clan. Will you not give me an explanation?" Su Chen calmly replied, "Explanation? What do you think you are that I owe you an explanation?" Wow. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in shock, secretly giving Su Chen a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly the god of death. Just standing firm. You insolent fool. Shenwan was furious, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. "Are you not afraid that my Shen clan will go to war with your Su clan? Then let it be war." At that moment, a domineering voice echoed through the void, and then a middle-aged man appeared. This middle-aged man resembled Su Chen by 8 points. It was Su Chen's father, Su Yanche. Shenwan looked at Su Yanche, his expression fluctuating between anger and calm. He coldly said, "Is your Su clan really going to war?" Su Yanche directly retorted, "What are you talking about? If you want war, then let it be. Do you really think I fear you? You?" Shenwan's expression was furious, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. He had never been so insulted. Su Yanche retorted, "What about me? You useless fool." Humph. Shenwan snorted coldly and turned to leave. He was not a fool, going to war with the Su clan. What a joke. If it was just a war with the Su clan, it would be fine, but the Su clan has the backing of the Yingtian Academy and the Qin clan. Could this possibly lead to war? He had merely been boasting earlier. As everyone saw Shenwan turn to leave, they exchanged glances. He actually ran away. But thinking about it, the Su clan is not just the Su clan. They could not afford to offend them. "Father, if he wants war, then we shall grant him his wish." Su Chen stood in the void, his expression calm, his silver hair billowing in the wind, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. What did they hear? Su Chen was going to war with the Shen clan. Incredible. Truly domineering. He never imagined that Su Chen would actually dare to go to war with the Shen clan without regard for the consequences. At this moment, he felt immense regret. Just one ancient prodigy would die. Why did I come out to show off? Shen Wan's face was grim as he constantly pondered countermeasures in his mind. Damn, what to do now? If the Su clan really goes to war, the Shen clan will surely be annihilated. Ha ha ha. Su Yanchen laughed heartily, saying, since my son has said, so then let's fight. With his voice falling, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted throughout the heavens and earth, followed by the space instantly shattering, and in the next moment hundreds of thousands of armored warriors appeared. As soon as they appeared, the entire universe began to tremble violently, and a terrifying pressure spread across the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone gasped, their faces filled with fear. At this moment, they truly realized the terror of the Su clan. So many terrifying powerhouses. Unbelievable. And this is just the Su clan. If we add the Yingtian Academy and the Qin clan, they could hardly imagine. Everyone's face paled, fear engulfing them. Shenwan, seeing this scene, was also completely stunned. Is it really necessary to play like this? A wave of regret surged in his heart. At this moment, he truly regretted it, his face worse than having lost his own mother. He originally just wanted to show off, never expecting things to develop to this extent. At the same time, he was shocked. There were so many powerhouses in the Su clan. Even his Shen clan did not have this many powerhouses. What to do? With so many powerhouses, the Shen clan simply could not compete. Su clan leader, please do not be angry. My Shen clan has no intention of going to war with the Su clan. At this moment, an extremely ancient and hoarse voice resounded. Old ancestor. Hearing this voice, Shen Wan was shocked. He never expected the old ancestor of the Shen clan would step forward. It was known that the old ancestor rarely involved himself in worldly affairs, but unexpectedly appeared this time. And at this moment, he truly realized the seriousness of the situation. The old ancestor's voice echoed again. This was all decided by Shen Wan alone. It has nothing to do with our Shen clan. From this moment on, Shen Wan is no longer the clan leader of my Shen clan. Su clan leader, please take note. After hearing this, Shen Wan felt as if struck by lightning, standing rigidly in place, seemingly hit by an extremely serious blow. He never expected that the old ancestor of the Shen clan would decisively abandon him. In the crowd, everyone exchanged glances, their eyes revealing shock. They also never imagined that the Shen clan would simply abandon Shen Wan. But thinking about it, if they did not abandon Shen Wan, the entire Shen clan would surely face utter destruction. They could not possibly contend with the Su clan. Only by abandoning Shen Wan could they preserve the entire Shen clan. Ha ha ha. Su Yanchen laughed heartily, looking at Shen Wan. Oh, your Shen clan has abandoned you. Shen Wan's face darkened, looking extremely grim. At this moment, he was truly afraid. He was terrified. If all the powerhouses of the Su clan attacked him, he would surely die. Even if he was at the peak of the half-emperor ninth layer, it would be useless. He was silent for a moment, then looked at Su Yanchen, saying in a deep voice, I was wrong before. How about letting me go? Su Yanchen wore a cold smile, ignoring Shen Wan, and instead looked at Su Chen, saying, son, this brat is scared. Should we let him go? Su Chen calmly replied, kill him. Su Yanchen nodded, smiling. All right. At this moment, Su Chen looked at him, asking, Dad, can you handle him? Su Yanchen scoffed, just a little karami, I can kill him with a wave of my hand. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and at that moment the space within 100,000 miles shattered instantly, followed by a terrifying sword intent that made even the heavens tremble, rushing straight towards Shen Wan. Shen Wan's pupils shrank sharply, panic surged within him. At this moment, he felt an extremely intense aura of death enveloping him. His expression twisted, the terrifying power of the half-emperor ninth layer erupted from him, and the overwhelming pressure swept across 10,000 miles. Then he roared angrily and punched out. He did not dare to be careless and used all his strength. The immense fist light illuminated the sky. Although this punch was extremely terrifying, as soon as it made contact with the terrifying sword intent, it was shattered in an instant. How is this possible? Shen Wan roared angrily, his tone filled with disbelief and resentment. His strongest attack had been so easily defeated. The sword intent pierced through Shen Wan's head, and then the heavens and earth exploded, the terrifying shockwave shattering countless stars. Seeing this scene, everyone's face turned pale. Those of weaker strength were so scared they almost wet themselves, looking at Su Yanchen with eyes filled with fear and awe. One strike to kill a half-emperor ninth layer powerhouse. Terrifying. Unbelievable. At this moment, they all suspected that Su Yanchen was a true emperor. This is just too damn frightening. Su Yanchen laughed heartily, and then looked at Su Chen, saying, see, this kind of trash can be eliminated easily. His voice was loud, and everyone present heard it. Everyone. Half-emperor ninth layer is trash. Perhaps only you could say that. Su Chen glanced at Su Yanchen saying, Dad, you've been hiding quite deep. Su Yanchen grinned, of course. If you can kill an emperor, how can your old man not do it? Su Chen's eyes flashed with surprise, then he shook his head and smiled. He wondered what he had done that his father seemed to know about. But then again, Su Chen was Su Yanchen's own son. How could he not pay attention to his own child? If Su Chen did something, and he knew nothing about it, then as a father he would be too derelict in his duties. Su Yanchen then said, All right, I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Saying this, he disappeared without hesitation. After he vanished, the hundreds of thousands of strong warriors also disappeared, and the terrifying pressure vanished at that moment. In that place, Su Chen smiled, then glanced at Yi Lingxi in his arms, and took a step forward, vanishing from sight. Seeing Su Chen leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What happened today truly exceeded their understanding. And today they finally realized just how terrifying the Su clan was. In the future, they must never provoke anyone from the Su clan. At worst, they would die, or at worst, their entire clan would be wiped out. Yun Yao stood in silence, not knowing what she was thinking, and after a while she too disappeared. She needed to go back and remind her clan members not to provoke anyone from the Su clan in the future. The Su clan is too terrifying. Even if they were a forbidden force before the Su clan, they were merely ants. 3 days later, Su Chen and Yi Lingxi were walking on the road. Yi Lingxi then asked, Brother, where are we going now? Su Chen replied calmly, to the Netherworld Forbidden Area. The Netherworld Forbidden Area? This is a forbidden place that has existed since the birth of the immortal realm. It is said that anyone who dares to step into the Netherworld Forbidden Area will never return, not even an emperor. Yi Lingxi was taken aback. She had seen this Netherworld Forbidden Area in ancient texts before. Curious, she asked, What are we going there for? Su Chen replied, You have just fought a real battle, but that is far from enough. I heard there is something fun in the Netherworld Forbidden Area that can help you enhance your combat awareness. Yi Lingxi nodded. Oh. She seemed completely unbothered by the potential consequences of entering the Netherworld Forbidden Area. After all, she had an invincible brother. Without a hint of fear. Soon the two arrived at the Netherworld Forbidden Area, a forest where the trees reached thousands of feet high. The place was shrouded in gloom and eeriness. Upon closer inspection, it appeared pitch black, devoid of any light. As Su Chen led Yi Lingxi into the Netherworld Forbidden Area, a chilling wind blew, as if invisible eyes were watching them, bringing with it a cold, hollow, and endless terror. Yi Lingxi swallowed hard, feeling a bit scared as she had little experience, and fear was normal. However, when she clutched Su Chen's hand, the fear in her heart vanished. With her brother by her side, what was there to fear? The two walked for a long time, and the surroundings grew increased. At that moment, an incredibly terrifying force locked onto Su Chen and Yi Lingxi. Immediately, an eerie giant hand appeared from the void, aiming to strike the two. Su Chen stood calmly with his hands behind his back, gazing indifferently at the giant hand. Bang! The giant hand was instantly obliterated. Huh! A voice of confusion came forth, and the next moment a man appeared in the void. He had purple hair and wore a black robe, exuding an eerie aura. The man stared at Su Chen, somewhat astonished, yet he did not speak. A terrifying imperial might emanated from him, infused with a strange power. In the next moment, he vanished from his original spot, reappearing right in front of Su Chen, and then he unleashed a punch, with a terrifying intent surging forth, instantly shattering the heavens and earth. Su Chen's expression remained calm as he slowly raised his hand. Bang! A dreadful shockwave instantly spread outwards, obliterating the surrounding giant trees. The man's pupils constricted sharply, for Su Chen was currently grasping his hand. He attempted to retract his right hand, but found himself utterly unable to move. A hint of malice surfaced in his eyes, and then using his left hand as a blade, he directly severed his own right hand. In that instant, his figure rapidly retreated, creating distance between himself and Su Chen. He glanced at his empty right shoulder, and then at Su Chen, his expression grave. Who was this person? How? Not daring to be careless, he turned to flee, but just as he did, a terrifying force enveloped him, rendering him unable to take a step forward. His heart felt heavy, yet he remained silent. Su Chen and Yi Lingxi approached the man, and just as Su Chen was about to speak, the man's internal power suddenly surged, causing his body to swell. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and a massive mushroom cloud appeared in the heavens, terrifying to behold. The man's self-detonation did not harm Su Chen or Yi Lingxi in the slightest. Su Chen's eyes were as calm as water. He could have stopped the man's self-detonation, but he felt it unnecessary. What could someone who chose self-detonation possibly say? Su Chen led Yi Lingxi deeper into the forbidden area. Along the way, they encountered many individuals similar to the previous man, but all were killed by Su Chen. These were merely minions. He was directly seeking the boss. Soon Su Chen reached the deepest part of the Netherworld Forbidden Area, where a grand hall stood, pitch black and extremely eerie. Interesting, are there reckless individuals coming again? At this moment, a voice that sent chills down the spine echoed from within the hall. At that instant, the hall's door opened, revealing a woman dressed in black. Her black attire accentuated her exquisite figure, and her beautiful face revealed a hint of allure, surrounded by mysterious power. The woman looked at Su Chen, a slight smirk appearing on her lips. "Oh, you look quite handsome. Why don't you stay and keep your sister company?" As she spoke, a terrifying black power surged from her. The woman extended her hand, and then clenched it tightly. The next moment, the mysterious black power coalesced into a giant hand reaching for Su Chen, emanating a terrifying aura even more dreadful than an emperor at the peak of the 9th level. Su Chen remained calm as he slowly uttered a single word. "Annihilate." As the word fell, the giant hand instantly dissipated. The woman's eyebrows raised in surprise as she fixed her gaze on Su Chen. Interesting. With that, a black longsword floated in front of her. Realizing Su Chen was not to be underestimated, she grasped the sword and slashed towards him. A sword intent spanning tens of thousands of feet surged towards Su Chen, containing that mysterious power. Countless star rivers shattered under the cover of this sword intent. The might of a single sword swept across 100,000 miles. Annihilate. Even though the sword intent was incredibly terrifying, it still dissipated after that word was uttered. In the distance, the woman's brows furrowed, her expression grave. At that moment, a terrifying imperial might surged from her, causing the area within 100,000 miles to boil. She was an emperor. The woman appeared in the void, her feet treading upon 3,000 paths, her expression cold, and the terrifying pressure was exceedingly daunting. She raised her right hand and pointed at Su Chen. Instantly, 1,000,000 sword intents appeared behind her, each capable of annihilating any half-emperor powerhouse. Buzz. A piercing sound echoed, and 1,000,000 sword intents trembled before descending like a torrential rain, exuding a grand momentum that instilled a sense of helplessness. Annihilate. As another word fell, the 1,000,000 sword intents dissipated in the sky. The woman's pupils constricted sharply, fear filling her heart. How could this man be so terrifying? Kneel. Boom. The woman suddenly fell from the void, her knees crashing heavily to the ground. Even an emperor had to kneel before Su Chen. The woman was stunned at that moment. She felt as if thousands of stars were pressing down on her back, unable to move. A mysterious and terrifying force locked her in place, and if she dared to resist, that power would erase her instantly. The woman swallowed hard, feeling as if she had been struck by lightning, her eyes filled with disbelief. She, a mighty emperor, actually knelt down just like that. Moreover, she had no ability to resist at all. She stared at Su Chen, and a trace of fear finally appeared in her eyes. She never expected that this was actually a big shot. How do I fight this? This person is beyond the standard, completely beyond. A single word made her kneel. Oh, what else could that be but extraordinary? Su Chen looked at the woman, his eyes calm as a deep pool. As she gazed at him, the woman's complexion turned pale, and fear spread deep within her heart. This man is terrifying. Su Chen then said, "Speak." The woman swallowed hard, forcing herself to suppress her fear, and softly said, "My name is Mou, and I come from the true celestial realm." "Isn't this place the true celestial realm?" Yi Lingxi asked curiously. Mou glanced at Yi Lingxi. Although she was reluctant to explain to this little brat, she had no choice. With a big shot present, she dared not refuse to explain. Alas, an emperor has fallen so low, rendered useless. Mou shook her head inwardly and explained, "This is not the true celestial realm, but rather a false celestial realm." "False celestial realm?" Yi Lingxi asked in confusion. Mou nodded. "That's right, this can only be considered a false celestial realm. The true celestial realm is not here." Yi Lingxi blinked. It seemed she had discovered an unknown secret. Mou looked at Yi Lingxi and continued, "In this great hall there is a teleportation array, which is the entrance to the true celestial realm. To enter the true celestial realm, one must reach the realm of the emperor. Only those who are emperors are qualified to enter the true celestial realm, and I am here to guide those emperors." After listening, Yi Lingxi asked, "Are there beings in the true celestial realm that are even more terrifying than emperors?" Mou replied calmly, "Emperor is merely a threshold to the true celestial realm." Yi Lingxi fell silent, suddenly recalling what Su Chen had said before, "There are no strongest in this world, only stronger ones." Just how strong is that brother of mine? Can I surpass my brother? At this moment, her heart wavered, and the invincible sword intent began to tremble violently. At that moment, Su Chen patted Yi Lingxi's shoulder, smiling, "Don't overthink it, believe in yourself. If you don't even believe in yourself, how can you be invincible?" Hearing this, Yi Lingxi was silent for a moment, then looked at Su Chen, nodding firmly, "I understand." Su Chen smiled, "That's good to know." He then looked at the woman and said calmly, "The 10,000-layer tower, give it to me." Mou was taken aback. She didn't expect that Su Chen's purpose for coming here was this. She glanced at Yi Lingxi and immediately understood. Without hesitation, she took out a small tower which astonishingly had 10,000 layers. At that moment, the small tower suddenly grew larger, reaching up to the clouds. The enlarged small tower emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. Yi Lingxi curiously examined the small tower. Mou explained this tower is called the 10,000-layer tower. Each layer inside contains a wisp of divine soul left by a top-tier monstrous genius. Once you enter, your strength will undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. Yi Lingxi looked at Su Chen blinking. Do I really need to go in? Su Chen smiled. That's the purpose of bringing you here, go on in. Yi Lingxi nodded and walked towards the 10,000-layer tower. Su Chen watched Yi Lingxi's back, then flicked his fingers, and a golden light instantly merged into Yi Lingxi's body. Mou glanced at Su Chen, but said nothing. At this moment she was contemplating. She was quite familiar with this false celestial realm, but she had no memory of Su Chen. She was puzzled. Who exactly is Su Chen? His strength is so terrifying that with just one word he suppressed her. She had to admit that when she knelt down at that moment she was quite bewildered. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this big shot does not kill. If he had killed me, where would I go to seek justice? No way. After this, I must return to the celestial realm. This false celestial realm is too frightening. When Yi Lingxi stepped into the small tower, she was instantly transported to a starry sky. Just as she curiously observed her surroundings, a phantom of a young man slowly appeared. At this moment, the young man's phantom erupted with the peak strength of the 9th layer of the Great Saint Realm, and then he charged directly towards Yi Lingxi. A tremendous fist light surged forth. Yi Lingxi's expression grew serious. She did not dare to be careless. The fallen phoenix sword appeared in her hand, and then she thrust it forward, the terrifying invincible sword intent instantly shattering the young man's fist intent. The young man's phantom was forced back, distancing himself from Yi Lingxi, but at that moment Yi Lingxi's figure suddenly appeared. Stab! The long sword pierced between the young man's brows, and the next moment the young man's phantom vanished, and where he had just been a teleportation array appeared. Yi Lingxi took a deep breath and stepped onto the teleportation array. When she arrived at the next layer, a terrifying sword intent swept towards her. Yi Lingxi hurriedly dodged, successfully avoiding the strike, but at that moment several more sword energies attacked her. A hint of ferocity flashed in Yi Lingxi's eyes as she similarly unleashed several sword intents. Bang! The two sword intents collided and canceled each other out. At that moment, a female phantom suddenly appeared above Yi Lingxi, then fiercely slashed down with a sword. Yi Lingxi was alarmed and raised her sword to block. Bang! The terrifying sword intent spread out, and a figure was sent flying. It was none other than Yi Lingxi. Yi Lingxi felt an overwhelming sense of gravity, as she had not expected the people on this second layer to be so fearsome. What about those after this? She did not dare to think. Yi Lingxi took a deep breath and charged directly at the female phantom. No matter how strong, I shall remain invincible. Yi Lingxi appeared before the female phantom and slashed down with her sword. In an instant, an invincible sword intent surged forth, tearing the space apart. The female phantom had yet to react when she was cut in half by that sword, then vanished, revealing a teleportation array. Yi Lingxi's gaze was resolute as she stepped onto it. Outside the tower, Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the 10,000-layer tower. At that moment, Mou bitterly said, Senior, could you allow me to stand up? At this moment, she was still kneeling. Simultaneously, her heart felt extremely bitter. Damn it, I guess I am the most pathetic emperor, right? It's too difficult. Alas, I won't come here again. Damn. Su Chen glanced at Mou, but said nothing. Just then the terrifying force pressing down on Mou vanished. Mou breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. She looked at Su Chen. Thank you. Su Chen remained silent. Mou did not mind and began to scrutinize Su Chen. This man is truly handsome and possesses such terrifying strength. I just wonder how he is in bed. With that thought, Mou's face instantly turned crimson. What am I thinking? Seriously. At this moment, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and a sound transmission stone appeared in his hand. The voice of Du Yuan transmitted from the stone master. Su, please save the starry holy land. Su Chen's expression was calm as he said, take your time to explain. Du Yuan, anxious, said, Chief Su, do you remember what I told you before about the previous chief of Guyu Peak? At this moment he has returned. Su Chen replied calmly. Du Yuan continued, somehow he has reached the Saint King realm. Now that he is back, he intends to take over the entire star holy land, and he also wants to force the Holy Lord to marry him. Su Chen replied calmly, I understand. As he spoke, he directly shut off the communication stone. Su Chen glanced to his left, then brought his fingers together and slashed towards the void. Buzz. A terrifying sword intent surged from his fingers, and then this sword intent pierced through time and space, flying towards the lower realm. Above the star holy land stood a middle-aged man clad in a red robe, his eyes radiating golden light, exuding an aura of the Saint King realm. The former chief of Guyu Peak, Yanghua. Opposite him, Xia Meng and Murong Shui stared at him with icy gazes, their expressions grave. Yanghua looked at the two women, licked his lips, and leered. You too should not resist. Just obediently become my women, or else if I hurt you, I would feel heartbroken. Buzz. Buzz. Two terrifying sword intents soared from the two women, their expressions icy, holding long swords as they charged at Yang Hua. Yang Hua's lips curled in disdain. One at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, and the other at the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm, yet you dare to strike at me. He waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying force towards the two women. The two women felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, and then simultaneously struck down with their swords. A terrifying shockwave swept outwards in all directions, and Murong Shui was directly sent flying. At that moment, Xia Meng suddenly appeared in front of Yang Hua, decisively swinging her sword towards his head. Yang Hua did not dare to be careless. He raised his right hand, then punched out the fist, light, soaring, shattering everything. Bang! When fist and sword collided, a terrifying wave of energy erupted instantly, spreading out 1,000 zhang. Crack! The sword intent shattered. Xia Meng was directly consumed by that fist intent, then flew out, spitting a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale instantly. At that moment, a terrifying sword intent surged from the void, reaching thousands of zhang high. Yang Hua snorted coldly, and a terrifying force surged towards the sword intent, causing the entire world to boil. This terrifying force directly shattered the sword intent, and at that moment Yang Hua suddenly appeared in front of Murong, then punched out. Murong Shui's pupils constricted as she hurriedly raised her sword to defend. Boom! Murong Shui was directly sent flying by this punch, and as she flew, her body cracked like a spider web, blood slowly oozing out, a horrific sight. At this moment she was seriously injured. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and charged towards Yang Hua once more. Looking at Murong Shui, Yang Hua's brows furrowed. He did not want to kill Murong Shui. After all, he intended to take her into his harem. However, he did not expect that even in death Murong Shui would not submit to him. His expression darkened as he waved his sleeve, and Murong Shui was suddenly swept away by a terrifying force, her bodhi's level of fragmentation becoming increasingly horrific. At this moment, Xia Meng positioned her sword horizontally in front of her, and at that instant her aura surged wildly, the energy radiating from her causing the surrounding space to shatter piece by piece. Boom! The aura of the Saint King realm erupted from her, and she forcibly broke through her realm. Buzz! A sound of a sword echoed as a terrifying sword intent surged towards Yang Hua. Yang Hua's eyes showed a hint of seriousness, but it was only a hint. His aura trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying force that swept out like a tsunami, breaking through hundreds of thousands of miles. Boom! The terrifying shockwave shattered space for hundreds of thousands of miles. Both Xia Meng and Yang Hua were sent flying, Yang Hua landing 1,000 zhang away, while Xia Meng flew 10,000 zhang. Xia Meng stabilized her body, glaring at Yang Hua, her overwhelming killing intent surging, and then she charged at Yang Hua again. At that moment, Yang Hua suddenly vanished, transforming into a bolt of lightning, crashing directly into Xia Meng, the immense force shattering countless spaces around them. Boom! A series of deafening explosions echoed throughout the sky as the two fought fiercely, exchanging thousands of blows. Gradually, Xia Meng began to fall into a disadvantage. At this moment, Xia Meng shouted angrily, her aura surging once more. She forcibly broke through another small realm. Looking at Yang Hua, Xia Meng took a step forward and thrust her sword out, instantly locking Yang Hua in millions of sword intents. Yang Hua furrowed his brows, not expecting that Xia Meng could last this long against him. He did not dare to hesitate and punched out, unleashing a terrifying fist intent. Ultimately, Xia Meng was at a disadvantage due to her realm. Even if she forcibly raised her realm, she could not compete with Yang Hua, and she was directly sent flying thousands of zhang by this punch. Yang Hua stared at Xia Meng and smiled. I must say I am truly surprised that you could fight me to this extent. You are indeed the woman I have my eye on. Xia Meng forcibly swallowed the blood about to spew forth and coldly gazed at Yang Hua. At this moment her hair was disheveled, and she looked somewhat disheveled, but her overwhelming killing intent had not diminished at all. Yang Hua sneered. I know you are unwilling, but once we are in bed you will naturally submit. Oomph. Xia Meng coldly snorted, her eyes filled with killing intent as she transformed into a beam of sword light, charging at Yang Hua. The terrifying sword intent radiated out, causing mountains and rivers to collapse. Yang Hua's expression turned cold. He was becoming angry. At that moment a divine statue emerged from his body, emanating an extremely terrifying aura. When Xia Meng reached Yang Hua, the divine statue moved directly, slapping towards Xia Meng. In an instant her sword intent shattered, and she was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. She felt weak, her face pale, her eyes revealing despair and a sense of helplessness. I can't win. I simply can't win. At this moment the power within her was completely exhausted, and she could no longer fight. At this time Murong Shui's figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Hua, thrusting her sword out, 1,000 zhang of sword light erupting. The divine statue behind Yang Hua suddenly turned around and then slapped down. Bang! Murong Shui was directly smashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. As the dust settled, she had already fainted. Yang Hua looked at Murong Shui, a lecherous gleam appearing in his eyes. He then stepped into the void, approaching Murong Shui, but at that moment Xia Ming suddenly blocked in front of Murong Shui. Yang Hua did not stop his steps and continued to walk. Xia Ming gritted her teeth and charged at Yang Hua. However, this time, there was no fluctuation of power from her body. Yang Hua coldly smirked and reached out to grasp Xia Ming's neck. Xia Ming struggled continuously, her gaze fixed on Yang Hua. If a look could kill, Yang Hua would have died 1,000 times. Yang Hua gently caressed Xia Ming's face, a lewd smile creeping across his lips, so beautiful. As he spoke, his hand slowly descended. Xia Ming panicked, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Then she managed a tragic smile, a figure in white surfacing in her mind. If he were here, would it all be fine? Just as Yang Hua was about to succeed, the myriad spaces of heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, followed by a devastating sword intent descending from the sky. Yang Hua's hair stood on end, a wave of deathly aura surged towards him. He wanted to flee this area, but that sword intent pierced through his skull directly. Confusion and boundless terror were evident in his eyes. He could not comprehend where this sword intent came from, nor why it was so terrifying. He found himself powerless to resist. His breath completely dissipated as he fell backward. Xia Ming stood dazedly in place, her face showing shock. After a long time, she looked up towards the sky and murmured, "Is it him?" In the celestial realm, the abyss, forbidden land, you looked at Su Chen, her heart trembling. Killing across time and space. What kind of technique is this? At this moment, you felt more and more that Su Chen was terrifying. She had never seen such a method, even in the celestial realm. There was a hint of wariness in her eyes. This person probably could compare with the top powers of the celestial realm, right? How could such a figure appear in this pseudo-celestial realm? But if he is from the celestial realm, why do I have no memory of him? Who exactly is this person? At this moment, Su Chen glanced at the Tower of 10,000 Layers and then looked at Mou. Seeing Su Chen looking at her, Mou suddenly felt a chill. She hurriedly said, "Senior." Su Chen calmly replied, "I am leaving now." Off. Mou was taken aback and then asked, "What about the little girl? Won't you take care of her?" Su Chen said lightly, "If she comes out, you will teach her to cultivate." "You want me to teach her to cultivate?" Mou was stunned. Why should she? The last 3 words she dared not say out loud, only daring to scream in her heart. At this moment, she felt quite wronged. "I want to return to the celestial realm. I don't want to teach her to cultivate." Su Chen stared at Mou and said calmly, "She can endure some hardships, but cannot be seriously injured. If she is seriously injured, even if you return to the celestial realm, I will still strike you down with a sword." As he spoke, he turned and left without looking back. In place, Mou was on the verge of tears. This was really too much to bear. Not teaching myself, yet making me teach. I refuse to accept this. And what does it mean by not allowing her to be too seriously injured? How the hell am I supposed to know what level of injury is considered too serious? If she only suffers a little skin injury, how do you define too serious? Where am I supposed to argue this? Boo-hoo, this is too bullying. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. In the celestial realm 7-star city, Aden and Su Chen sat on the 2nd floor, holding a wine cup, gazing outside. At this moment, downstairs, a group of young people surrounded a boy, their faces filled with ridicule continuously. Name: Lin Fan, identity son of fortune, age 17, talent imperial, quality physique ancient, divine body. Su Chen was taken aback, then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After a moment, he asked, "System, why aren't you letting me take disciples?" After a long time, the system did not respond. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more, instead focusing on the boy downstairs. This boy seems to be the one Doer is looking for, right? Interesting. He is actually a son of fortune. Time is really running out. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, but it was very faint, and Su Chen did not hear it. Downstairs, a young man kicked Lin Fan, who sidestepped and avoided the kick. The young man was instantly furious. "You dare to dodge." Saying this, he slapped Lin Fan across the face, leaving a red handprint on his cheek. He said nothing, keeping his head down, his hands clenched tightly. At this moment, the young man kicked Lin Fan again, and Lin Fan was a moment too slow to dodge. The young man stepped directly on Lin Fan's face, sneering, "You useless waste, do you still think you're a former genius?" Bystanders watching this scene showed a hint of pity in their eyes. Someone asked curiously, "Why are they bullying this boy?" Someone explained, "You can tell you just arrived in 7-star city. This Lin Fan is an adopted son of the Yi family, not well regarded. However, because of his extraordinary cultivation talent, no one in the Yi family dared to disrespect him. But unexpectedly, 3 years ago, his realm suddenly fell to the body refinement realm. Since then, he has completely fallen out of favor with the Yi family." That person understood, then looked at Lin Fan and shook his head. "This boy is also pitiful. Lin Fan's expression was blank, unfazed by the young man's words. In these 3 years, he had endured humiliation and disdain from the Yi family. He had long since become accustomed to this level of ridicule. The young man and his friends continued to beat Lin Fan, while Lin Fan's face twisted slightly, yet he did not utter a single sound. After a long time, the young men seemed to tire from beating him. One of them spat on Lin Fan and then left. Lin Fan endured the pain and stood up. At this moment, he was covered in injuries, his face bruised, and as he gasped for breath, he limped towards the city outskirts. Su Chen glanced at Lin Fan's back and then left the inn. Lin Fan limped to a cliff where there was no one, only a willow tree. Leaning against the willow tree, Lin Fan touched his face, and a sharp pain surged through him. He looked up at the sky, eyes filled with confusion and unwillingness. From a once heavenly genius to a cripple, it was unimaginable how devastated he had been back then. He stared at the sky for a long time before finally managing a sarcastic smile. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, the sound of footsteps reached Lin Fan's ears. Lin Fan frowned and turned to look, only to see a figure in white slowly approaching. Seeing this figure, Lin Fan was taken aback. How can this person be so good-looking? Coming back to his senses, Lin Fan looked at Su Chen and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Su Chen did not answer immediately, but sat down beside Lin Fan, then said, "Su Chen." Su Chen. Lin Fan's expression was puzzled. He had no memories of Su Chen in his mind. He asked, "Is there something you want?" Su Chen looked up at the sky and said flatly, "Do you want to know why you can't cultivate?" "You know?" Lin Fan turned sharply to Su Chen and asked urgently. Su Chen slightly curled his lips, looking down at the ring on the boy's finger. "You should ask him about that." "Him?" Lin Fan frowned deeply, then followed Su Chen's gaze to the ring, asking, "What about him? And why are you staring at my ring?" "This is a ring I accidentally picked up. I felt it was extraordinary, so I have been wearing it ever since." Su Chen focused on the ring, ignoring Lin Fan's question. "Aren't you coming out?" Lin Fan was puzzled. Who was he talking to? After a long while, no one responded. A smile suddenly appeared on Su Chen's face as he brought his 2 fingers together and flicked them. At that moment, the ring erupted with a blinding light, and shortly after, a figure stepped out from within it. It was an old man with a head full of white hair, looking energetic in a white robe. Lin Fan widened his eyes in shock. Was there a person living in that ring? Damn. The old man stared at Su Chen, a hint of caution in his eyes. "Who are you, sir?" Su Chen ignored the old man and turned to Lin Fan. "The reason you can't cultivate is that he has been absorbing your celestial energy." "What?" Lin Fan was taken aback at first, then filled with rage. He glared at the old man, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "No wonder every time I absorb celestial energy, it mysteriously disappears. It's all because of you." At this moment, he was exceptionally furious. 3 years. A full 3 years. Because of this old man, he had suffered humiliation for 3 whole years. How could he not be angry? This old man truly deserved to die. The old man seemed to realize he was in the wrong, awkwardly saying, "I was weak at that time, and I had no choice but to absorb your celestial energy. It'll kill you." Lin Fan could no longer hold back his anger, standing up and punching the old man. However, his fist passed right through the old man's body. He was first confused, then not believing it. He punched again, throwing a dozen punches before finally tiring out, panting heavily. The old man chuckled. "I am currently in a spiritual state. You can't hit me." "Damn it." Lin Fan roared, his eyes turning red as he glared at the old man. The old man looked at Lin Fan and said, "It was wrong of me to absorb your celestial energy. To make it up to you, how about I become your master? I will teach you how to cultivate, and your future realm will never be lower than half emperor." "You're dreaming." Lin Fan's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth. This shameless thing had made him suffer humiliation and still had the face to take him as a disciple. He was truly despicable. Su Chen smiled slightly and looked at Lin Fan. "Do you want to kill him?" "Yes." Lin Fan nodded without hesitation. Su Chen nodded and then turned to the old man. The old man felt a sinking sensation in his heart, his expression fluctuating. "I am from the Zixiao sacred ground in the true immortal realm." A flash of sword light passed by, and the old man's voice abruptly cut off. He widened his eyes before dissipating into the void. Lin Fan watched this scene with extreme excitement. He then turned to Su Chen and directly knelt down, saying, "Please, senior, accept me as your disciple." He was not foolish. Upon seeing Su Chen kill the old man without concern for his identity, he knew that Su Chen must be an extraordinary figure. So he decisively sought to become a disciple. Opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. Su Chen looked at Lin Fan and smiled slightly. "Why do you want to become my disciple?" "I want to hear the truth." Lin Fan fell silent for a moment before revealing a murderous intent in his eyes. "I want to become stronger and then wipe out the entire Yi family." He held no goodwill towards the Yi family, but rather an overwhelming rage. Su Chen nodded. "Good, from this moment on you are my first disciple." Lin Fan was thrilled and hurriedly bowed his head saying, "Master." Su Chen smiled slightly, and a mysterious force lifted Lin Fan up. Following that, Su Chen flicked his fingers, and a stream of light flew into Lin Fan's mouth. Lin Fan did not panic because he knew Su Chen would not harm him. At that moment, Lin Fan's injuries instantly healed. He gratefully said, "Thank you, Master." Su Chen gazed at Lin Fan and asked, "Do you know what path you are walking?" Lin Fan fell silent. What path was he walking? He truly did not know and had never thought about it. He only knew about the cultivation realm before. Su Chen asked again, "Do you want to kill everyone in the Yi family?" Lin Fan nodded without hesitation, saying, "Yes." Su Chen calmly replied, "Then you shall walk the path of killing." Lin Fan was taken aback. The path of killing. Su Chen nodded. "Yes, with killing to prove the path, eliminate all enemies in the world. As long as you strike, your enemies will surely die." Lin Fan lowered his head deep in thought. After a long while, he suddenly raised his head and exclaimed excitedly, "The path of killing. What a path of killing, I like it." Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from Lin Fan, soaring into the sky. At that moment, his realm was rapidly rising, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of the 9th layer of life and death realm. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan laughed maniacally, a more terrifying killing intent erupting from him, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. After a while, he retracted his killing intent and looked at Su Chen saying, "Master, let's go to the Yi family now." "I can't wait." Su Chen nodded saying, "Good." Su Chen and Lin Fan soon arrived at the entrance of the Yi family. Coincidentally, the young man who had bullied Lin Fan before and his friends were currently at the entrance. The young man looked at Lin Fan and grinned. "You dare to come back." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fan suddenly appeared in front of him and pierced his heart with one hand. The young man's face was filled with disbelief as he trembled, saying, You. Before he could finish, he lost all signs of life. Lin Fan slowly retracted his hand, blood dripping from his fingertips. At that moment, his eyes gleamed red. He sniffed the blood in his hand, his face filled with excitement. I finally killed the one who humiliated me. Excitement. I am so excited. This feeling is exhilarating. At this moment, he turned his gaze towards the young man's friends, a cruel smile appearing on his face. The young man's friends were already terrified and paralyzed. One person's face turned pale, trembling. "How dare you?" Before he finished speaking, Lin Fan charged at him. The man was startled and turned to flee, but just as he turned, a hand pierced through his body. Immediately after, Lin Fan rushed towards the others. Excitement. An indescribable thrill. "Head of the family elders, help!" One person shouted loudly at that moment. As soon as his voice fell, several figures flew out from the Yi family, led by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a dignified appearance and an imposing demeanor, exuding the aura of someone in power. The head of the Yi family, Yi Yanxiu. Yi Yanxiu looked at the scene below and frowned tightly. "Damn you, Lin Fan. You dare to kill my Yi family's disciples." The elder behind Yi Yanxiu looked at Lin Fan and instantly erupted in anger. Yi Yanxiu's gaze gradually turned icy, and the aura of the first stage of the Holy King realm suddenly enveloped the heavens and earth. Lin Fan glanced at Yi Yanxiu, and the void above swallowed hard, and turned to Su Chen, saying with a bitter smile, "Master, I can't defeat them." Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, calmly nodding, then looked at Yi Yanxiu and the elders of the Yi family. Yi Yanxiu and the elders immediately felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, they felt as though they were being watched by an ancient ferocious beast, the aura of death pervading their hearts. Buzz. A sword cry echoed, followed by a flash of sword light in the field. Yi Yanxiu and the elders stared blankly, their faces revealing endless terror and disbelief. In the next moment, their heads shot up into the sky. Blood spilled into the void. It was utterly horrifying. Seeing this scene, all the members of the Yi family felt as if struck by 5 thunderbolts, their legs trembling uncontrollably, their faces filled with fear. Instant kill. The clan leader and the elders were just killed instantly. How could this be possible? They looked at Su Chen, their eyes filled with fear that seemed almost tangible. A big shot. This is a big shot. It's over. Despair filled everyone's hearts. Lin Fan looked at Su Chen, his expression immensely excited. Master is so powerful. He actually killed all the top warriors of the Yi family in an instant. Terrifying. Choosing Master as my teacher was truly the best decision of my life. Su Chen looked at Lin Fan and said lightly, "Go ahead, kill to your heart's content." "Yes." Lin Fan's hands trembled with excitement as he turned to the Yi family disciples, a strange smile appearing on his face. Seeing Lin Fan looking at them, all were terrified. Without hesitation, they turned and ran. If they didn't run, they would really be finished. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly disappeared, darting through the crowd, and wherever he went, death was sure to follow. As Lin Fan's kills increased, his aura became increasingly terrifying, the murderous intent almost solidifying. At this moment, he resembled a demonic god. Screams, "Please for mercy." echoed constantly within the Yi family. Everyone was filled with despair. Before long, the entire Yi family was awash in blood, countless corpses lying on the ground, a sight too gruesome to behold. Lin Fan stood in place, covered in blood, and overwhelming murderous intent radiating from him, causing the surrounding heavens and earth to tremble in fear. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying blood light erupted from Lin Fan, instantly dyeing the entire sky red, the boundless murderous intent sending chills through everyone in the city. And just then Lin Fan's aura suddenly surged, and in a moment a holy might mixed with intense murderous intent burst forth from him. First stage of the holy realm. Lin Fan raised his head, tears welling in his eyes. 3 years. He had longed to slaughter everyone in the Yi family at all times. And now he had finally achieved it. He turned to Su Chen and suddenly knelt, his head touching the ground. Master, he knew that without Su Chen he would never have been able to slaughter the Yi family. It was Su Chen who gave him a ray of light during the darkest moments of his life. Therefore he felt immense gratitude towards Su Chen. Even if Su Chen asked him to die at this moment, he would do it without hesitation. At that moment, a mysterious force lifted Lin Fan up. Su Chen looked at Lin Fan and smiled slightly. There's no need to thank me. You are my disciple, and I will naturally help you. Saying this, he looked up at the sky. I cannot always be by your side. Lin Fan hurriedly said, Master, are you leaving? His tone was filled with reluctance. Su Chen looked at him and nodded, saying, Yes, you must walk your own path. I can't help you with anything. He knew that a person like Lin Fan, who was fated for greatness, was better off on his own rather than kept close. Lin Fan fell silent for a moment, and then said, All right. Su Chen nodded, fixing his gaze on Lin Fan. You must remember, you can walk the path of slaughter, but only against those who harbor killing intent towards you. I do not stray from your path. Lin Fan said, Are you worried I will kill indiscriminately? Su Chen nodded. You are on the path of slaughter. I fear you may become addicted to killing and unable to extricate yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression firmed. Master, rest assured, I will only kill enemies. I will never harm the innocent. Su Chen smiled with relief. Good master believes in you. Before I leave, let me give you 2 gifts. Lin Fan asked in confusion, What gifts? Su Chen smiled, but did not speak. Instead, he looked up at the sky, and with that gaze he pierced through endless space and time. Far away in the divine realm, a man wandered through the universe. The aura he emanated caused the cosmic space to boil, countless stars exploding under the pressure. At this moment, the man seemed to sense something looking towards a direction, just in time to make eye contact with Su Chen. He squinted and said, Who are you? Su Chen replied calmly, I want to send a gift to my disciple. Your sword is just perfect for it. Give me the sword, and you may live. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the man couldn't help but laugh uproariously, and at that moment a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Oh, as soon as the sword appeared, a terrifying, murderous intent swept across billions of miles. At this moment, a destructive power erupted from the man, directly shattering billions of stars. He sneered, What are you? Dare to take my sword to give to someone else? Buzz. Just then a sword cry resonated throughout the universe, and a terrifying sword intent instantly shattered the power emanating from the man. The terrifying sword intent instantly locked onto the man, his pupils constricting in panic as the aura of death enveloped him. He roared, How is this possible? How could there be such a terrifying existence in this world? As his voice fell, the horrifying sword intent instantly devoured him. After a moment, only a long sword floated in the universe, while the man completely vanished. The long sword seemed to sense fear, its body trembling incessantly. At this moment, the voice of the sword's spirit emerged. Predecessor, spare me. This voice was filled with terror. At this moment, it never expected that its master would be instantly killed. Absurd. Su Chen said flatly, Fly over yourself. Yes. The sword spirit transformed into a stream of light, piercing through time and space, and in the blink of an eye it arrived before Su Chen. At that moment, a terrifying, murderous intent enveloped the entire celestial realm. Everyone in the celestial realm was utterly stunned. Whose murderous intent is so terrifying? Can it be even more exaggerated? Su Chen tapped the sword body. If you keep pretending, I will destroy you. The long sword trembled violently, hurriedly retracting its aura, and that murderous intent vanished at that moment. The sword spirit was truly afraid of Su Chen. At this moment, the sword spirit was examining Su Chen. Why is this person so terrifying? What is such a terrifying existence doing in this corner? Is he hiding away to show off? Su Chen stared at the long sword, asking what's its name. The sword spirit answered honestly, Bloodthirsty. Su Chen nodded and pointed his finger on the sword's body, causing the bloodthirsty sword to tremble violently for a moment before calming down. Su Chen tossed the bloodthirsty sword to Lin Fan and said, I have sealed this sword. From now on, the strength of this sword will match your own. Thank you, master. Lin Fan hugged the bloodthirsty sword, feeling an overwhelming excitement in his heart. He knew that this sword was surely a divine weapon. Wow, Master is truly impressive. Su Chen glanced at Lin Fan, then a small tower appeared in his hand. Lin Fan looked at the small tower with a puzzled expression, feeling an inexplicable familiarity that he could not articulate. Su Chen handed the small tower to Lin Fan, saying, "Research this tower on your own. I am leaving now." Saying this, he turned and walked away. Watching Su Chen's figure, Lin Fan's eyes turned red. From childhood to adulthood, only Su Chen had treated him this well. He hurriedly knelt down and knocked his head on the ground several times towards Su Chen. Inside the main hall of the Shen clan, an old man sat in the main seat. His face was lined with wrinkles, but his eyes were exceptionally deep and sharp, radiating an imperial aura that shook the sky. The ancestor of the Shen clan, Shen Li. An elder looked at Shen Li and said solemnly, "Ancestor, we have truly lost face in the immortal realm this time. For a whole year, the entire immortal realm has been mocking our Shen clan." The other elders also wore ugly expressions. Shen Li's face was extremely gloomy as he looked at the elder below, saying, "I have already contacted the great emperor of the Shen clan in the true immortal realm. The reason why the forbidden powers are considered forbidden is that they have produced great emperors. Only those forces that have produced great emperors can be called great emperors. However, in the current pseudo-immortal realm, there are almost no great emperors willing to remain here. They have all gone to the true immortal realm." Upon hearing Shen Li's words, the elders' expressions brightened. If there is a great emperor present, then they need not fear the Su clan. One elder furrowed his brow and said, "But the Su clan also has a great emperor." Hearing this, all the elders in the hall fell silent. Yes, the Su clan also has a great emperor. Even if they had a great emperor stationed, what of it? Did the Su clan not have one? They were not afraid at all. Shen Li smirked and said, "Of course I know the Su clan has a great emperor, but what if they fail to contact their great emperor in time?" The elder seemed to realize something, and his pupils constricted sharply. "You mean we should launch a surprise attack?" The other elders also looked enlightened. "A surprise attack? That's a good idea." Shen Li nodded. "I will have that great emperor of the Shen clan return quietly. When the time comes, we will directly ambush the Su clan, leaving them unable to contact their great emperor." At that moment, Shen Li's brow furrowed and he vanished from the spot. The other elders, seeing this, were first puzzled, then also disappeared from the hall. Shen Li appeared in the void above, and a group of elders also materialized behind him. At this moment, their expressions were grave as they gazed at a figure opposite them. Not far from them, a figure in white was walking through the void. The person had a face so beautiful that it took one's breath away. His eyes sparkled like stars, and his nose was high and straight, exuding an exceptional calmness. An elder stared at Su Chen and said solemnly, "May I ask what business the son of the Su clan has with our Shen clan?" Su Chen glanced at the elder, who looked bewildered before suddenly falling from the void, his life force ceasing at that moment. Seeing this scene, the group of elders were frozen in place. They did not expect Su Chen to strike suddenly. Once they reacted, they were instantly filled with rage and were about to voice their questions. A flash of sword light instantly swept through the area, and all the elders' heads flew up into the sky. Even in death, their faces wore the expressions they had in life. They never expected to die so quickly. Below, all the disciples of the Shen clan watched this scene, their hearts filled with immense shock. This is outrageous. Shen Li's face was extremely dark, and his heart was filled with shock. He never expected Su Chen to be this strong. It should be known that all the elders of the Shen clan were half-emperors. Yet they were still instantly killed by Su Chen. What does this mean? It means Su Chen's strength surpassed that of a half-emperor. Su Chen was a great emperor. But how could he possibly be a great emperor? The path to the emperor had yet to be opened. At this thought, a wave of fear spread in his heart as he stared at Su Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief. He forcibly suppressed the fear within him and looked at Su Chen gravely, asking, "May I ask why?" Su Chen glanced at him calmly and replied, "I kill without needing a reason." Huh, what a good statement, killing without needing a reason. Suddenly, Shen Li burst into a sinister laugh, his face contorted. The aura of a half-emperor at the pinnacle of the ninth realm surged from his body, causing the space to shatter under the weight of this terrifying aura. In the next moment, he vanished from the spot, and between heaven and earth, an overwhelming fist aura erupted, sweeping across 1,000,000 miles. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, as if nothing in the world could stir even the slightest ripple within him. Boom! The terrifying shockwave spread out instantly, obliterating countless star rivers. At that moment, Shen Li was greatly startled, for Su Chen had firmly grasped his hand. Just now, that punch had not inflicted any damage on Su Chen. How is this possible? At this moment, he was truly shocked. That punch had been delivered with all his might, without holding back at all, yet Su Chen had effortlessly blocked it, remaining completely unscathed. Just like that, Hedon. Terrifying. The disciples of the Shen clan below were already dumbfounded with fear. What did they just witness? A powerful half-emperor had failed to inflict even the slightest harm on that man. If that punch had landed on them, the residual force alone would likely have killed them. Must it be so against the heavens? Shun dared not think any further and tried to retract his fist. Just then Su Chen suddenly grabbed Shun Li's neck, smiling, contacting the Great Emperor to ambush my Su clan. That's indeed a good plan. Shun Li's pupils constricted sharply as he incredulously asked, "How do you know?" He had only discussed this matter with the elders of the Shin clan, and it hadn't been long since. At this moment, no matter how he thought about it, he could not comprehend how Su Chen knew. Su Chen smiled slightly. "Go to hell and think slowly." Boom. Saying this, he directly crushed Shun Li's neck, and the scene was extremely bloody. Upon witnessing this, the disciples of the Shin clan were terrified, feeling a surge of fear. At this moment, Su Chen looked at the disciples of the Shan clan below, his gaze as calm as water. When the disciples of the Shun clan met his gaze, they were utterly terrified, their legs going weak as they collapsed to the ground. "Spare my life, please, Su Chen, spare my life. I beg you, Su Chen, please don't kill me. Su Chen, I still have use. I can warm your bed, please don't kill me." All the disciples of the Shun clan desperately knocked their heads, begging for mercy, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, they were truly afraid. They feared that Su Chen would directly kill them. They prayed in their hearts, praying that Su Chen would not kill them. Su Chen gazed at the disciples of the Shun clan below, his eyes devoid of any ripples. At that moment, a terrifying sword intent, carrying unparalleled sword, might slash downwards. "You beast! We are weak, what can we do to you? Why must you drive us to annihilation? Devil!" Countless disciples of the Shun clan saw that Su Chen was unwilling to spare them and began to curse vehemently. But as the sword intent descended, their voices vanished from this realm. "Bastard!" At that moment, a dozen figures suddenly flew out from the ancestral land of the Shin clan. All of them were elderly men, each possessing terrifying strength, all at the peak of the 9th layer of half-emperor realm, yet their life force was exceptionally frail, as if they would perish at any moment. These individuals were the foundation of the Shun clan, all half-emperor powerhouses nearing the end of their lives. Aware that their lifespans were limited, they had all sealed themselves within the ancestral land, awakening only when the Shun clan faced disaster. The elders of the Shun clan looked at their clan, which had been obliterated by a single sword, their expressions extremely grim as they fixed their gaze on Su Chen, a towering, killing intent unabashedly evident. "Kill!" One of the elders roared in fury and charged at Su Chen. The other elders hesitated not and followed suit, all rushing towards Su Chen. Boom. Terrifying imperial might surged forth in an instant, locking onto Su Chen with multiple overwhelming auras. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, suspended in midair, his silver hair dancing wildly, a calm gaze that sent chills down one's spine. "Kneel!" At the utterance of a single word, the world fell silent. Those terrifying auras instantly shattered, and all the elders of the Shun clan knelt in midair. The elders were completely dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened as they found themselves kneeling. Once they realized, they gazed at Su Chen with terror in their eyes, filled with rage within. "Damn it! Which bastard provoked this big shot? You could have provoked anyone, but you had to provoke someone like this. No wonder the Shin clan was destroyed. How could they not be annihilated after provoking such a powerful being? Damn it!" Su Chen glanced at the group of elders, and with just one look, all the elders of the Shun clan vanished from this realm. Until their deaths, they cursed the one who had provoked Su Chen. Su Chen slowly closed his eyes, standing in midair as if waiting for someone. A day passed. At this moment, Su Chen opened his eyes, looking into the distance. There he saw a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, dressed in a golden robe, yet he emitted no aura, appearing just like an ordinary person. The middle-aged man glanced at the Shun clan below, and then turned to Su Chen, calmly asking, "Did you annihilate the Shun clan?" Su Chen remained expressionless and said nothing. Just then, a long spear sliced through the air towards Su Chen like a thunderbolt, with a vast spear light surging forth, the terrifying power of the spear enveloping Su Chen in an instant. Su Chen stepped forward, followed by a powerful punch that shattered the long spear. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared, the terrifying imperial might shaking the heavens as he thrust a spear towards Su Chen. This thrust contained a terrifying power only an emperor could possess. Su Chen slowly extended a finger and then pointed. Boom. The long spear instantly disintegrated under that point. The middle-aged man's heart surged with tumultuous waves, not daring to hesitate. He hurriedly retreated 100,000 zhang, looking at Su Chen with an expression of grave seriousness. He could only use 2 words to describe Su Chen. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Even his thrust as a fellow emperor, he dared not face heed-in. Yet Su Chen merely pointed, and it was blocked. Besides terrifying, he truly had no other words to describe him. He took a deep breath to calm the shock within him, then stepped forward, the might of the emperor surging from his body. He transformed into a long spear, charging straight at Su Chen. With a wave of Su Chen's hand, a mysterious supreme power instantly sent the middle-aged man flying. The middle-aged man steadied himself once again, shocked and incredulous. Strike. He dared not be careless anymore and shouted in anger. As his voice fell, an elder suddenly appeared behind Su Chen. The elder formed seals with his hands, and a giant divine statue appeared behind him, radiating terrifying imperial might. At that moment, the divine statue slammed towards Su Chen. This palm was vast enough to cover the sky, truly terrifying. Just then, Su Chen's figure suddenly vanished, and the divine statue's palm struck nothing but empty air. At that moment, the elder's hair stood on end as an intense sense of crisis washed over him. He roared in fury, unleashing terrifying power from within him. Yet even so, that sense of crisis did not diminish. Just then, Su Chen silently appeared in front of the elder and directly seized the elder's head. Boom! The elder's head was crushed by Su Chen. Su Chen shook his hand and then looked at the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man stood frozen in place, his eyes wide open, his expression filled with terror. An emperor just got eliminated like that. The middle-aged man dared not hesitate and turned to flee. Damn, what am I supposed to do now? Is killing an emperor as easy as killing a chicken? How do you expect me to play this out? I don't want to die. Just as the middle-aged man turned around, a mysterious power instantly enveloped him, rendering him unable to move. At that moment, his face turned ashen and a wave of regret surged within him. It's over. Completely over. I should have known better than to come. Now look what I've gotten myself into. At this moment, Su Chen approached the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Su Chen in terror, his body trembling incessantly, his fear evident. This man is too terrifying. Who can save me? I really don't want to die. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man, saying, I can spare you. The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then filled with joy, saying, Senior, what do you wish to say? At this moment, he was immensely excited, never expecting Su Chen would actually spare him. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that he could avoid death. But he also understood that Su Chen must have a purpose for sparing him, otherwise how could he possibly let him go? Su Chen said nothing but opened his palm, and a mysterious power coalesced into the form of Lin Fan. Su Chen stated, remember this person's appearance. If he goes to the true immortal realm in the future, target him mercilessly. After all, Lin Fan is the child of fortune, and as his master Su Chen felt it necessary to put some Lin Fan. If Lin Fan knew Su Chen's thoughts, he would surely say, thank you so much, master. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Fan's form, then looked back at Su Chen, hurriedly nodding. All right. No problem. Just then a sword, chi suddenly pierced through the middle-aged man's brow. The middle-aged man forced a bitter smile. His life was probably no longer his own. Su Chen stated, what happens here? You will return and explain yourself. Saying this, he turned and left. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, the middle-aged man sighed deeply. Sigh, why is my life so miserable? But at least I'm safe for now. The news of the destruction of the Shun clan spread rapidly, reaching the entire immortal realm in less than a day. When the people of the immortal realm learned of this news, they were all in an uproar, speculating about who had annihilated the Shun clan. Some speculated it was the Su clan, for the Shun clan had only had grievances with them before, and only the Su clan possessed the strength to eradicate the Shun clan. Thus, the entire immortal realm developed a new understanding of the Su clan. All factions warned their disciples not to provoke anyone from the Su clan, or they would be executed on the spot. This news stirred the realm for 2 full years before gradually fading. On this day, deep in a mountain range, Lin Fan's figure darted back and forth, closely pursued by over 100 powerful individuals, all of whom were fixated on him, relentlessly chasing with fury in their eyes. One cannot deny that Lin Fan truly was a child of fortune. In just 2 short years, he had provoked such a multitude of powerful beings, leaving me to utter a single remark. Incredible. At that moment, an elder gritted his teeth and said, damn it, Lin Fan daring to kill my sect's disciple, I demand your life. The expressions of the others were equally fierce, wishing they could tear Lin Fan apart. I wonder what Lin Fan did to incite such rage. Lin Fan suddenly turned to face the elder, roaring, it was they who harbored murderous intent towards me. I merely defended myself. Do you have any sense of reason? As he spoke, his speed intensified. The elder's face darkened ominously upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Reason? I've never known what reason is in my life. You killed my sect's disciple out today, I will certainly kill you. In this cruel world of cultivation, only those with equal strength and background were deemed worthy of discussing reason. Lin Fan chose to ignore the elder this time and fled desperately. After about a quarter of an hour, dozens of figures suddenly appeared ahead, blocking his escape route. Lin Fan's heart sank as he turned left to flee, only to find more people blocking him there. He then tried to escape right, but that route was also blocked. At this moment, the elder and his pursuers caught up, leaving Lin Fan trapped in the middle with no way to escape. Huh. The elder locked his gaze on Lin Fan and laughed heartily. Let's see where you run to now. Lin Fan's eyes were as cold as a blade's edge, his right hand gripping the bloodthirsty sword tightly, a palpable aura of killing intent pervading the air emanating from his peak ninth layer of the sacred realm. At that moment his figure suddenly vanished from sight. The elder narrowed his eyes, sensing a terrifying killing intent locking onto him. Not daring to be careless, a large blade appeared in his right hand, and he swiftly turned, slashing down with a wave of countless blade lights. Bang! The clash of sword and blade generated a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward, causing nearby powerful beings to hastily retreat, their expressions grave and eyes filled with astonishment. They never expected Lin Fan to be such a prodigy, able to contend with a peak ninth layer of the sacred realm powerhouse at such a young age. A prodigy indeed. At that moment the elder and Lin Fan were both forced back, stopping only after retreating 1,000 meters apart. The elder stared at Lin Fan, shock evident on his face. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan could withstand his blow without defeat. But that was not the crucial point. The crucial point was how old Lin Fan was. He could not be more than 20 if given Lin Fan a bit more time. He dared not think further. At this thought a hint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. This boy cannot be left alive. Otherwise, if one day Lin Fan grows stronger, his faction would gain yet another enemy. He held nothing back any longer, and the terrifying aura of the sacred realm instantly locked onto Lin Fan. Then he suddenly appeared above Lin Fan, following which a single slash descended. Lin Fan was startled and quickly raised his sword to block in front of him. Bang! With a loud explosion, Lin Fan was sent flying, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Just then he suddenly felt a sense of impending danger. Lin Fan's expression turned fierce, and overwhelming killing intent surged from him. He stepped forward and unleashed a sword strike that tore through the heavens, shattering countless mountains and rivers. Boom! The terrifying shockwave instantly spread out for 100,000 miles, sending the elder flying beneath that sword strike. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with shock and fear. How outrageous! The elder steadied himself, gazing at Lin Fan with unprecedented gravity on his face. Had he not reacted swiftly and retreated the moment he sensed impending danger, he would have been severely injured. Is this guy truly from the sacred realm? He didn't have time to ponder further, as dozens of terrifying red sword energies surged towards him from a distance. The elder snorted coldly, his figure flashing as he dodged these dozens of sword energies. At this moment Lin Fan's figure suddenly appeared behind him, thrusting a sword towards the elder's head. The elder's hair stood on end as he realized he had no time to turn around and block. He could only cross his large blade over the back of his head. Bang! The elder was sent flying, his large blade shattering in an instant, but fortunately, he had managed to block this fatal strike. Seeing Lin Fan continue to charge at him, the elder's pupils abruptly constricted, and then he turned to the surrounding powerful beings, roaring, "What are you all doing, just standing there? Quickly take action." The onlooking powerhouses snapped back to reality at this shout, no longer hesitating. Their figures vanished from their spots, and terrifying auras swept across the heavens. At this moment Lin Fan felt the aura of death closing in on him. Suddenly his eyes emitted a red glow and his body trembled violently as the aura of the sacred realm erupted from within him. He forcibly broke through to the sacred realm. Lin Fan's eyes turned crimson, his body enveloped in overwhelming killing intent. Then he swung his sword, causing the surrounding space to boil, and thousands of sword intents burst forth, unleashing a torrent of killing intent. Boom! The powerful beings rushing towards Lin Fan were immediately sent flying by this sword strike. Those with lesser strength were directly consumed by the sword intent. All the powerful beings retreated for 10,000 meters before halting, staring at Lin Fan with disbelief on their faces. How could this sword be so terrifying? Unbelievable. Only when they truly engaged Lin Fan in battle did they realize how terrifying he was. Some had eyes filled with killing intent. This boy must die today. The talent and strength displayed by Lin Fan frightened them. If he were to survive today, they would have no choice but to live in endless fear from now on. All the powerful beings no longer held back, launching hundreds of attacks towards Lin Fan. A glint of ruthless intent flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, his expression slightly savage. He transformed into a red light and charged forward. He would confront 100 powerful beings hidden. If he did not die today, he would ensure that all their clans would face annihilation. The terrifying sounds of explosions echoed through the heavens. After all, Lin Fan was just one person facing these 100 powerful beings, which was still somewhat challenging. He could only retreat while seeking an opportunity to strike. Time passed second by second, and everyone grew increasingly alarmed, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. They never expected that Lin Fan could hold out against them for so long all by himself. The term genius was uttered in their hearts countless times. The more extraordinary Lin Fan became, the more terrified they felt. No matter what, Lin Fan must die today. At that moment a man suddenly appeared behind Lin Fan, who unleashed a palm strike, causing the very fabric of time and space to boil. Lin Fan, facing over 100 powerful foes, had no way to resist this blow. Bang! This palm strike hit Lin Fan directly, sending him flying. Midway, he coughed up a mouthful of blood just as the attacks from the 100-strong opponents reached him. Oh! Lin Fan let out a furious roar as the blood within him surged violently, a terrifying bloodline aura sweeping forth, sending the 100-strong opponents flying. The power of the bloodline. He actually possessed bloodline power. Those with bloodline power surely had terrifying ancestors. This person has a background. In that moment, everyone panicked. If Lin Fan died, the person behind him would undoubtedly retaliate against them fiercely. They hesitated. Should they attack Lin Fan or not? At this moment, the previous elder shouted angrily, "You fools! If you let him go today, you will definitely face his revenge in the future." Hearing this, everyone's gazes flickered, no longer hesitating as they charged towards Lin Fan once more. Lin Fan's eyes glinted with ferocity, resembling a frenzied beast, extremely terrifying. Suddenly, he vanished from his spot, reappearing before a powerful opponent. Startled, the opponent barely had time to react before Lin Fan pierced through his head with a sword. Afterward, Lin Fan disappeared again, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines as they hurriedly retreated. However, one person was still a step too late, directly pierced through the heart by Lin Fan's sword. In quick succession, his figure vanished from the scene again. Witnessing Lin Fan's disappearance, fear filled everyone's eyes, and they dared not continue fighting, fleeing in panic. Lin Fan was too terrifying. They had completely lost the will to continue fighting. In truth, if they had not been so filled with treacherous thoughts and had all exerted their full strength, Lin Fan would undoubtedly have been defeated. However, they were now utterly frightened, losing all desire to continue. One after another, powerful opponents fell to Lin Fan's sword, and his aura grew increasingly formidable, radiating boundless killing intent. The elder's expression darkened. He never expected that over 100 powerful opponents could not kill Lin Fan. Damn it, how could such a terrifying genius appear in this world? He swore Lin Fan was the most monstrous talent he had ever seen without exception. The elder's face darkened, and he took out a communication stone. The communication stone flickered with light as the elder spoke into it. After a moment, the stone turned off. He looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with killing intent. About half an hour later, the very fabric of the heavens and earth shattered, and a terrifying aura surged from the void. Lin Fan stood in the void, his eyes narrowing as he gazed into the distance. A middle-aged man in a green robe slowly approached, emanating the aura of a peak 9th-level Saint King. Among the remaining strong opponents in the arena, they gazed at the middle-aged man with deep trepidation. The elder looked at the middle-aged man and respectfully said, "Elder Lu." Elder Lu nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Lin Fan, his expression calm. He did not waste words. He suddenly appeared before Lin Fan and unleashed a fist, a terrifying force of fist Dao sweeping forth. Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Everything was happening too quickly for him to react. Bang! This fist struck Lin Fan's abdomen, directly twisting his expression in an instant as his body bent like a bow before being sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. He clutched his abdomen, cold sweat beating on his forehead. At this moment, his bones shattered, his organs ruptured. After Elder Lu unleashed that fist, he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and calmly said, "To withstand my punch without dying, you are indeed a genius, but not many." Hearing this, the crowd's lips twitched. Truly pretentious. Elder Lu slowly approached Lin Fan, an overwhelming pressure radiating from him. He calmly stated, "In this lifetime, few have made me feel the need to act. Your death will be something to boast about." "Oh, who in this world could kill my disciple? Who dares to kill my disciple?" Suddenly, a deep and magnetic voice echoed, resonating in everyone's ears. Elder Liu's brows furrowed as he looked in a direction where a silver-haired man was walking towards them. The man was refined and elegant, donned in white garments, exuding an air of grace. Everyone looked at the man, their brows involuntarily knitting together. This person is not simple. Looking at the man, Lin Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. He gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted, "Master." Su Chen glanced at Lin Fan, giving a slight nod, then turned to Elder Lu and said flatly, "Do you think you're worthy to kill my disciple?" Elder Lu narrowed his eyes, coldly replying, "Arrogant." Buzz. At that moment, a flash of sword light streaked through the arena. Elder Lu froze in place, terror evident in his eyes, and then his head was sent soaring into the sky. Silence. The surroundings fell into a terrifying quiet. Only the sound of the gentle breeze could be heard. Everyone held their breath, their faces filled with disbelief. Did he just die? He was killed just like that. Was the disciple's master this formidable? The crowd trembled, gazing at Su Chen, their eyes brimming with endless fear and terror. If the master of this young man found out we were beating him up, it's over. We are done for. At this moment, someone's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope, and they quietly began to retreat. At this time, those attempting to escape had their heads severed. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned pale and the fear in their eyes intensified. They had just wanted to run. But witnessing the fate of those who tried to escape, they no longer dared to entertain any thoughts of flight. Whether they ran or stayed, it was death. At this moment, despair filled everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was full of excitement, shouting, "Master is amazing." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he shook his head, then turned to the elder. The elder was so frightened by Su Chen's gaze that he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. This man was too terrifying. A Saint King was killed in an instant. Isn't this terrifying? Su Chen fixed his gaze on the elder and calmly asked, "Do you enjoy calling for help?" Hearing this, the elder hurriedly shook his head, his face pale. Su Chen smiled and said, "No worries, keep calling. If you call one, it'll kill one. If you call a group, it'll kill a group." Everyone's lips twitched at these words. Such confidence. Aren't they afraid of overestimating themselves? Just because they have a bit of strength, they act so arrogantly. Clearly, they all thought Su Chen was boasting. The elder was taken aback for a moment, then looked incredulously and asked, "Are you sure?" Su Chen smiled and nodded. "Shout as loud as you can, gather as many people as you wish. If I can't defeat the ones you call, I will take my own life." Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Arrogant. Lin Fan was a bit worried, but he said nothing. He believed. The elder was silent for a moment, then nodded. Soon a communication stone appeared in his hand. He whispered a few words into it, then closed it, and looked at Su Chen. "You will pay the price for your confidence." Su Chen smiled slightly and remained silent. Half an hour later, a terrifying imperial might enveloped the heavens and the earth, and then a man stepped through the void. A half-emperor. The crowd looked at the man, some in shock, and then turned to Su Chen with cold smirks. "Arrogance. Let's see you continue being arrogant." The elder looked at the man and respectfully said, "Elder Jean." Seemingly feeling uneasy, he reminded, "Do not underestimate him. This person is not simple." Elder Jean nodded, then turned to Su Chen, his eyes revealing seriousness. The moment he saw Su Chen, he sensed that Su Chen was definitely not simple, hence he did not dare to be careless. "Come out." With the words spoken, terrifying auras swept in from all directions, and in the next moment, tens of thousands of powerful beings appeared surrounding Su Chen and Lin Fan. The oppressive aura was overwhelming. Looking at the tens of thousands of powerhouses, everyone in the arena shuddered. These people are terrifying. Lin Fan swallowed hard, feeling tense. Su Chen glanced at the surrounding powerhouses, then looked at the elder calmly and asked, "Is that all?" Upon hearing this, the elder's brows furrowed tightly, a bad premonition stirring in his heart. Elder Jean coldly declared, "Arrogance attack." Buzz. Just as the tens of thousands of powerhouses were about to act, a sword light streaked across the sky and the heads of the powerhouses soared into the air. Blood poured down like rain, instantly dyeing the heavens and the earth red. Tens of thousands of heads fell to the ground, followed by their corpses. This scene was extremely horrifying. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was rendered numb as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. A single sword intent. Just a single sword intent had instantaneously slain tens of thousands of powerhouses. In the distance, the elder trembled uncontrollably. The earlier scene had left him utterly dumbfounded. Elder Jean was equally filled with shock. If it were him, it would be impossible to instantly slay tens of thousands of powerhouses. His brows were tightly knitted, his expression extremely grave. This person is terrifying. Lin Fan looked at Su Chen's back, his heart racing. Is Master really this powerful? Killing these powerhouses is like killing chickens. Su Chen looked at the elder and the others, smiling. Is there anyone else? The elder swallowed hard, looking at Elder Jean. He couldn't call for anyone else. Only Elder Jean could still summon someone. Elder Jean took a deep breath, staring at Su Chen. Just wait. Saying this, he directly took out the communication stone to transmit. A quarter of an hour later, several terrifying imperial auras appeared in the heavens, and then several figures materialized in the arena, exuding terrifying imperial might. They were all half-emperor level powerhouses. The crowd glanced at those half-emperors, then looked back at Su Chen. This person can't possibly kill half-emperors just like that, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But then again, it's not entirely out of the question. At this moment, they no longer felt as certain as before. Die. With that single word, those newly appeared half-emperors instantly vanished from this world, leaving no trace of their presence. Seeing this scene, the world fell into dead silence, and everyone's breath halted at this moment. One word, and they were killed. Those were all half-emperors. Everyone felt not only shock, but also fear, and indescribable fear. In their understanding, a half-emperor was the pinnacle of the immortal realm, yet at this moment one person had effortlessly slain several half-emperors with a single word. Lin Fan was so excited that his hands trembled. He looked at Su Chen with eyes full of admiration. The elder and Elder Jean were now blank-minded. Several half-emperors were just killed with a word. Did he really treat half-emperors like chickens? Half-emperors like ants. At this moment both of them felt hopeless, their eyes filled with despair. How can one play like this? Is this the kind of person who should exist in the immortal realm? A great emperor. Elder Jin's pupils constricted sharply as he said in disbelief, "You are a great emperor." In the arena, upon hearing Elder Jin's words, everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, only a great emperor could so easily slay half-emperors. But then confusion appeared in their eyes. However, didn't great emperors appear one after another and then disappear? How could there be a great emperor here? Moreover, which era's great emperor is he from? There was not a shred of memory about him. Great emperor. Su Chen scoffed. What kind of trash is that? Everyone's lips twitched as they gasped, the shock on their faces never fading. A great emperor is trash. Could this person be at a realm above that of a great emperor? At this thought, everyone widened their eyes, disbelief filling their gaze. Elder Jin and the elder were also dumbfounded. They had no idea what to say at this moment. Su Chen looked at the two calmly, stating, "Is there anyone else?" Upon hearing this, Elder Jin and the elder's expressions turned grim. "Anyone else? What else is there? You've killed them all. How can you still ask?" "Damn." Su Chen shook his head, boring. With that, everyone except Lin Fan vanished from this realm. Su Chen turned to Lin Fan and smiled slightly. Lin Fan looked at Su Chen excitedly, saying, "Master, you are so amazing." At this moment, he truly felt that Su Chen was incredible. A half-emperor can kill with just a word. He even said, "What trash is a great emperor?" in such a domineering manner. Is there any other word to describe him besides amazing? Su Chen laughed heartily. "Stay low-key." Lin Fan excitedly replied, "I swear with just 1/10 of Master's strength, it would be impossible to stay low-key." Su Chen laughed out loud, then shook his head, saying, "You little rascal." Lin Fan asked again, "Will I be able to become as strong as Master in the future?" Su Chen pondered for a moment, then replied, "You should be able to write." "Should be able to?" Lin Fan felt somewhat disappointed at this. Su Chen patted Lin Fan's head, smiling. "I believe that one day you will be as strong as I am." Lin Fan looked up at Su Chen, asking, "Really?" Su Chen smiled. "You must believe in yourself." Lin Fan was silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right. I will definitely become as strong as Master." Su Chen chuckled. "That's the spirit." Lin Fan grinned, then seemed to remember something, and asked, "Master, how did you end up here?" Su Chen smiled. "Someone bullied my disciple, so of course I had to come and support him." Lin Fan's eyes were filled with emotion as they turned red. "Master is so kind." Su Chen smiled. "You little brat are quite something. In just 2 years you've managed to attract so many forces. I have to say I'm impressed with you." Lin Fan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Oh, come on, I can't help it. There are too many fools looking for trouble. If I don't kill them, I'll feel uneasy." Su Chen shook his head with a smile and said nothing. As expected of the child of fate, if someone displeases him, he doesn't care about their background and simply kills them. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and then said, "Master, I fell in love with a girl in a secret realm before." Su Chen showed a surprised expression. The child of fate's love interest appeared so soon. Su Chen stared at Lin Fan and asked with a smile, "To what extent has it developed?" Lin Fan's face turned red upon hearing this, shyly replying, "Master, can you be a bit more serious? It's not that fast." "Ha ha ha." Su Chen laughed heartily. "Are you shy, little brat?" Lin Fan lowered his head, remaining silent, his face visibly flushed. "Master really is not serious at all. Who wouldn't be shy when you ask such questions?" Su Chen chuckled. "When will you bring her to show me?" Lin Fan raised his head, looking at Su Chen with hesitation, as if he wanted to say something, but held back. Su Chen immediately tapped Lin Fan's head, causing him to cover his head in pain and gasp. "Why does Master's tap hurt so much?" Su Chen said with a smile. "If you have something to say, just say it. Stop being so hesitant." Lin Fan awkwardly smiled, took a deep breath, and said seriously, "Her family thinks I lack strength and background, so they don't agree with us being together." Upon hearing this, Su Chen understood. The child of fate's initial strength and background were indeed low, while the female lead had extraordinary talent and a powerful background. Truly the child of fate. Su Chen looked at Lin Fan and smiled. "Since you like that girl, you must show enough talent. Tell me, do you have the confidence to defeat the younger generation?" Lin Fan nodded without hesitation, yes. This single word was filled with confidence. Su Chen smiled. "Good, then take me to her family now." Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and said, "Her family is really something else." Su Chen laughed. "Don't worry, as long as you have the confidence to defeat the younger generation, I will be your background." Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled. "All right." That day the two of them arrived at the top of a mountain. Su Chen smiled slightly and then pointed out. Boom. A terrifying force directly shattered the heavens and earth, revealing a secret realm before. Suddenly, countless terrifying auras surged from the secret realm, followed by thousands of terrifying experts flying out. They hovered in the air, exuding overwhelming power, their eyes filled with anger as they stared at Su Chen and Lin Fan. The leader shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you act recklessly in the territory of the Shangwan clan? Su Chen looked at the man and calmly replied, call your clan leader out. I have something to discuss with him. Ridiculous. The leader sneered, what are you? You dare to see the clan leader? Lin Fan felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. He turned to look at Su Chen and saw his calm expression, which made his inner anger dissipate significantly. He sighed helplessly. Alas, I still have to learn from my master. Even when looked down upon, I must remain calm as water. I must continue to work hard. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura spread from Su Chen, and with the emergence of this pressure, the entire world trembled, as if in fear. Moreover, the intensity of this pressure caused all the people present to change their expressions, and just then they could no longer withstand this terrifying pressure and knelt down on the spot. No one could resist it, including Lin Fan. At this moment, everyone felt as if countless stars were pressing down on their backs. Even when they unleashed their powerful strength, it was still utterly futile. As time passed, they found themselves unable to harbor even the thought of resisting. At this moment, everyone looked at Su Chen with wide eyes filled with astonishment and fear. Who the hell is this big shot? Just the pressure he exudes leaves them with no ability to resist. So terrifying. The leader's expression suddenly turned bitter, and a deep sense of regret surged in his heart. It's over. He knew that he had definitely provoked a terrifying figure, and even if Su Chen was willing to let him go, the Shangwan clan would not. At this time, more than a dozen terrifying imperial auras erupted from the secret realm. However, when this imperial pressure came into contact with the terrifying aura emanating from Su Chen, it was instantly dispersed. Seeing this scene, countless experts' pupils shrank suddenly, their hearts stirred with turmoil. Even semi-imperial experts cannot withstand this terrifying pressure. It's over. This is truly a big shot. Everyone stared at Su Chen with faces filled with fear. Divine Sun Su, please do not be angry. This time it was indeed our Shangwan clan's fault. I apologize to you, Divine Sun Su. At this moment, more than a dozen semi-imperial experts walked out of the secret realm, led by a middle-aged man, wearing a blue robe, who despite being middle-aged still looked handsome. The clan leader of the Shangwan clan, Shangwan Jingang. Behind him were the elders of the Shangwan clan, all of whom possessed semi-imperial strength, extremely terrifying. At this moment, Shangwan Jingang and the other elders had serious expressions. Su Chen glanced at Shangwan Jingang and the others, speaking softly. Kneel down. Boom. With these two words, Shangwan Jingang and the elders immediately knelt down. At this moment, everyone was left in a daze, all shocked into speechlessness. Even semi-imperials kneel. Shangwan Jingang looked at Su Chen with a face full of fear, his heart immensely shocked. He never expected that Su Chen would make him kneel. This is simply absurd. As if recalling something, he felt even more shocked in his heart. Could Su Chen be an emperor? No way. The moment this thought emerged, it startled him. Su Chen is an emperor. How is that possible? How old is he? Moreover, the path to becoming an emperor has not yet opened. How could he become one? At this moment, Shangwan Jingang was entirely focused on whether Su Chen was an emperor. If so, that would truly be too extraordinary. Lin Fan tugged at Su Chen's sleeve awkwardly, saying, Master, I'm still kneeling here. Su Chen was taken aback, then looked at Lin Fan and smiled. Sorry, I forgot you were here. Lin Fan? Master, am I still your beloved disciple? Do I not have any dignity? Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and said, Can you dispel the pressure on me? Su Chen looked at Lin Fan and asked, What? You are my disciple. Is it too much to kneel for me? You're so eager to get up. Do you not regard me as your master? Damn it. I'm wronged by the master. After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Fan shouted in grievance, feeling extremely wronged at that moment. Su Chen nodded, saying, You do seem to be truly wronged. So continue kneeling for a while longer for your Su Chen looked at Shangwan Jingang and said, Your Shangwan family has quite a temper, huh? Hearing this, the thousands of strong practitioners lowered their heads awkwardly, especially the one at the forefront, who felt quite uneasy at this moment. At first, he indeed looked down on Su Chen and the others, which made him particularly arrogant. But he never expected Su Chen to be so terrifying. Shangwan Jingang cast a cold glance at the thousands of strong practitioners, then looked at Su Chen with a slight smile, saying, It is my Shangwan family's fault, and on behalf of all the strong practitioners of the Shangwan family, I apologize to you. As he spoke, he slightly bent his body. The thousands of strong practitioners felt even more ashamed upon witnessing this. Su Chen smiled slightly. That's more like it. As he spoke, he dispersed his terrifying power. Everyone felt a wave of joy in their hearts, but did not stand up, instead looking towards Shangwan Jingang. Shangwan Jingang took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and clasped his fists towards Su Chen, saying, Apologies. Su Chen shook his head. It's fine, I just hope your Shangwan family will not act like this in the future. Shangwan Jingang glanced at the thousands of strong practitioners, then withdrew his gaze, nodding. It definitely won't happen again next time. Su Chen nodded. Curiously, Shangwan Jingang asked, May I ask what brings you Su Chen to our Shangwan family? Su Chen glanced at Lin Fan, then directly pulled him in front of himself looking at Shangwan Jingang, and said, My disciple has feelings for a girl from your clan, but you all forced them apart, due to his lack of strength and background forbidding them to meet. I am here this time to seek justice for my disciple. Hearing this, Shangwan Jingang furrowed his brow, turning his gaze to Lin Fan, as if recalling something. After a while he looked shocked. It's you. Not long ago his daughter said she liked a young man. After sending someone to investigate, he found that the young man had an ordinary background and mediocre strength, so he forcefully separated them. But he never imagined that this young man was actually Su Chen's disciple. Looking at Lin Fan, he forced a smile, and said, You should have said you were Su Chen's disciple sooner. Lin Fan felt helpless upon hearing Shangwan Jingang's words. I didn't expect my master to be so powerful. Shangwan Jingang looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, you know how our major forces operate. You don't need to waste time talking, just say whether you agree to this marriage. Before he could finish speaking, Shangwan Jingang quickly nodded, agreed. Disagree. What a joke. If his daughter married Lin Fan, their Shangwan family would reap a huge benefit. Shangwan Jingang turned to an elder and said, Go bring Wenya here. The elder nodded, and then turned back to the secret realm. After a while the elder walked out from the secret realm accompanied by a young woman with an oval-faced skin as smooth as cream, a graceful figure, and exuding an air of elegance. When the girl saw Lin Fan, her eyes immediately turned red. Xiao Fan. Lin Fan also looked excited, rushing to the girl and embracing her, softly calling Wenya. Shangwan Wenya quietly nestled in Lin Fan's arms, saying nothing but continually sobbing. Witnessing this scene, Shangwan Jingang's face darkened and veins bulged on his forehead. He swore that if it weren't for Su Chen being here, he would have kicked them apart. He sighed helplessly. Truly one cannot keep a growing girl. Seemingly recalling something, Shangwan Wenya looked up at Lin Fan, puzzled. What is happening here? Lin Fan gently stroked Shangwan Wenya's hair and recounted what had just occurred. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Shangwan Wenya's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Su Chen, pondered for a moment, then detached herself from Lin Fan's embrace and respectfully bowed to Su Chen, saying, Thank you, Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly. From now on you and Lin Fan can both call me master. Upon hearing this, everyone in the area was stunned, then filled with joy. If Shangwan Wenya became Su Chen's disciple, their Shangwan family would further strengthen their ties with the Su family and Su Chen. Lin Fan tugged at the still-dazed Shangwan Wenya, whispering, Quickly call him. Shangwan Wenya came to her senses and bowed to Su Chen again, saying, Master. Su Chen smiled slightly. Good. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear, shimmering blue, surrounded by the power of the spear technique, clearly not an ordinary item. Su Chen looked at Shangwan Wenya and smiled. This spear is called Ice Cold, and it is a fine weapon. As a meeting gift, I'll give this spear to you. He then directly tossed the ice-cold spear to Shangwan Wenya. She received it with a delighted expression, clearly very fond of this weapon. She immediately knelt before Su Chen, gratefully saying, Thank you, master. A mysterious force lifted Shangwan Wenya up. Su Chen smiled slightly. You are the wife of my disciple, and also my disciple, so it is only right. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Wenya smiled sweetly. Su Chen then turned his gaze to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, then looked at Shangwan Wenya, softly saying, In order to avoid others saying I relied on my master to marry you, I need to prove myself. Before Shangwan Wenya could respond, Lin Fan stepped into the void, looking down at Shangwan Jingang, boldly declaring, Today I have come here with my master for another purpose, which is to challenge the younger generation of your Shangwan family. Hearing this, all the strong practitioners of the Shangwan family frowned. What is this kid doing? Shangwan Jingang remained silent for a moment and murmured, Want to prove yourself, huh? He then looked at Su Chen, and seeing him nod, he turned to an elder nearby, saying, Go bring all the young talents of the Shangwan family here. The elder nodded and turned to walk into the secret realm. Shortly after, all the young talents of the Shangwan family emerged from the secret realm, startled by the scene before them. What is going on? So many strong practitioners. Is someone planning to go to war with our Shangwan family? But it seems that isn't the case. Shangwan Jingang looked at the young prodigies seriously, saying, This young man wants to challenge you. You decide how to handle it. He pointed at Lin Fan, who was above in the void. All the prodigies turned their gazes to Lin Fan, scrutinizing him closely. They were not fools and understood that Lin Fan was not simple. Lin Fan stared at the young prodigies below and calmly asked, Who will fight me? I will. With his words, a prodigy soared into the air. Lin Fan stared at the prodigy, and then his figure suddenly vanished. The prodigy's pupils constricted in shock, frozen in place, afraid to move even an inch, for a long sword was pressed against his brow. Witnessing this scene, the group of prodigies below furrowed their brows tightly. Instant kill. At this moment, they truly realized Lin Fan's extraordinary prowess. Lin Fan retracted his long sword and stood with his hands behind his back, the gentle breeze tousling his ink-black hair. The prodigy let out a sigh of relief, and then clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you for your mercy." After saying this, he flew directly back to the secret realm. Being instantaneously killed left him with no face to remain there. Lin Fan looked down at the prodigies. "Is there anyone else?" As soon as he spoke, a figure appeared in midair. It was a woman, beautiful in appearance, with a well-proportioned figure holding a long sword. The woman wasted no words and struck directly. Her figure moved swiftly, appearing before Lin Fan in the blink of an eye, and thrusting out a sword infused with a terrifying swordsmanship power. Lin Fan remained calm, seeing him merge his two fingers and then point them out. A terrifying sword intent surged from his fingers, instantly engulfing the woman. Bang! The woman's figure was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground before losing consciousness. All the prodigies watched this scene with unprecedented solemnity. They never expected Lin Fan to be so powerful. He could kill in an instant. They could not afford to be careless. Meanwhile, the strong members of the Shangwan clan remained calm. As a disciple of Su Chen, if Lin Fan lacked any ability that would truly surprise them. At this moment, a young man suddenly appeared before Lin Fan, a sturdy figure with a square face, staring at Lin Fan with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Someone recognized the young man, exclaiming in surprise, "Shangwan Xiong." Shangwan Xiong ranks among the top 10 of the younger generation in the Shangwan clan. This is getting interesting. I wonder if this kid can defeat Shangwan Xiong. We'll find out soon enough, won't we? That's true. Everyone watched the two with great interest. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly radiated from Shangwan Xiong as he grinned, and then appeared before Lin Fan in an instant. He threw a punch, and a terrifying fist intent surged forth, instantly enveloping Lin Fan. Lin Fan showed no fear, raising his hand to unleash a sword strike. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept across miles, shaking the very earth. At that moment, Shangwan Xiong's fist intent shattered, and he was sent flying. He steadied himself, glancing at his bloodied fist, his brows furrowed. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he felt a terrifying sword intent locking onto him, a strong sense of crisis flooding his heart. His face grew somewhat grim as he roared in anger, unleashing his holy realm aura, yet even then the sense of crisis did not diminish. At that moment, Lin Fan's figure suddenly appeared behind him, and a swift sword thrust followed. Shangwan Xiong had no time to react. He merely felt a cold wind brush past his head. Cold sweat beaded on Shangwan Xiong's forehead, his back soaked with perspiration. He swallowed hard, not daring to look back, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes as he sighed, "I am defeated." Seeing this scene, the prodigies of the Shangwan clan were somewhat surprised and serious. Shangwan Xiong was also killed. Lin Fan retracted the sword pressed against Shangwan Xiong's nape, his expression calm. Shangwan Xiong took a deep breath, turned around, and said gratefully, "Thank you." He then directly returned to the... Lin Fan looked somewhat displeased as he stared at the group of prodigies below, calmly stating, "If it's really necessary, you all can come at me together." Arrogant. Upon hearing this, anger flared in the eyes of the prodigies. As prodigies themselves, when had they ever endured such humiliation? Lin Fan's words completely infuriated them. At that moment, a young man stepped forward, standing opposite Lin Fan. Shangwan Yunqing. The crowd looked at Shangwan Yunqing in shock. Shangwan Yunqing was the #1 prodigy of the Shangwan clan, an ancient prodigy whose realm had reached the terrifying 8th stage of the Great Sage with an immensely powerful strength. Someone coldly glared at Lin Fan, saying, "I refuse to believe this kid can defeat Shangwan Yunqing." Another person remarked, "If he manages to beat Shangwan Yunqing, he'll eat shit." Everyone was shocked at this declaration, looking at the person in disbelief. This guy is really going all in. He's something else. Incredible. Even the strong members of the Shangwan clan cast unusual glances at him, their lips twitching. Who is this guy? What a talent. Lin Fan stared at Shangwan Yunqing, his expression somewhat grave. Shangwan Yunqing gave him an oppressive feeling. This person was no simpleton. He needed to take this seriously. Shangwan Yunqing looked at Lin Fan with a slight smile, and then a long spear appeared before him. The moment he touched the spear, a terrifying spear intent surged outward, causing the space around them to crack. He gripped the spear tightly, and then vanished from his spot. The terrifying spear intent instantly locked onto Lin Fan, the spear's radiance illuminating the entire world. Lin Fan's brows furrowed tightly as he gripped his long sword, then thrust it forward, unleashing thousands of sword intents that violently surged toward the spear intent. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the void as both Lin Fan and Shangwan Yunqing were sent flying, barely stopping after retreating for miles. Shangwan Yunqing's eyes revealed solemnity, his heart filled with shock. Lin Fan's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Not daring to be careless, he suddenly appeared before Lin Fan, and the terrifying spear intent surged throughout the area. He then thrust his spear, and the power of the spear shattered the space for miles around. Lin Fan's hair stood on end as a sense of crisis enveloped him. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike, countless killing intents bursting forth from his long sword. One spear, one sword. Under the gaze of all, they collided together. Boom. A destructive force instantly spread out 10,000 zhong. Lin Fan and Shangguan Yinqing were both sent flying, then charged at each other again. Two beams of light continuously clashed in midair, both using their full strength, without holding back, both equally matched, neither weaker than the other. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Lin Fan was only at the first stage of the great sage, yet he could fight Shangguan Yinqing to such a degree. A prodigy. Shangguan Jinggang was also shocked, staring at Lin Fan with a sigh. He never expected to. This youth was worthy of Wenya. In the crowd, only Shangguan Wenya watched Lin Fan with a worried expression. Boom. In the void, Lin Fan and Shangguan Yinqing were sent flying once more, their eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. They hadn't fought so fiercely against the younger generation in a long time. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly appeared above Shangguan Yinqing, thrusting down with his sword, the terrifying sword, intent directly tearing apart this world. Shangguan Yinqing's expression changed dramatically as she gripped her spear tightly, then thrust it forward. Boom. A terrifying shockwave spread outwards and Shangguan Yinqing was directly sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood along the way. His face turned pale, shock flooding his heart. Lin Fan's sword was too terrifying, he couldn't withstand it. Just then Lin Fan suddenly appeared, his eyes crimson, surrounded by an overwhelming killing intent. He grinned eerily, and then thrust his sword forward, the dreadful sword intent instantly enveloping Shangguan Yinqing. Shangguan Yinqing's expression twisted into a grimace, then he shouted in rage as a terrifying and powerful aura swept from his body, shattering thousands of mountains and rivers. Lin Fan was directly blasted away by this terrifying aura, regaining his balance with a furrowed brow. At that moment, a beam of spear light illuminated the sky, appearing exceptionally piercing. The spear light carried an incomparably terrifying intent, causing the entire world to boil. Lin Fan's body shook violently. This spear even made him feel a twinge of fear. At that moment, a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he charged forward. In this world, apart from my master, whom should I fear? Let's do it. Facing this spear, Lin Fan thrust his sword forward. As the sword came out, the sound of its ringing echoed through the heavens. Boom. As the spear and sword collided, the surrounding space turned to ashes in an instant, and the terrifying shockwave swept through like a tsunami, devouring everything in its path. Under everyone's gaze, Shangguan Yinqing's spear intent shattered in an instant, and he was sent flying, only stopping after retreating several thousand meters. At that moment, a gruesome sword mark appeared on his chest. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Just now he had almost died. Fortunately, Lin Fan had held back in the end, otherwise he would have surely perished. At this moment, everyone stood frozen in place, their minds blank. Defeated. Shangguan Yinqing was actually defeated. Moreover, he was defeated by someone 7 minor realms lower than him. They looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. This young man was truly a prodigy. Shangguan Jinggang looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes. He had underestimated this youth. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by Su Chen. At that moment, someone suddenly looked at the previously arrogant genius and said, "Eat it." All eyes turned toward that genius, filled with anticipation. The genius' face turned red instantly, and he turned to flee. As he ran, he used a forbidden technique to increase his speed, but the cost was a mouthful of blood. However, he seemed unfazed and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Everyone. Lin Fan twitched the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and approached Su Chen. He grinned, "Master, I didn't embarrass you, did I?" Su Chen smiled slightly. "It's fine." Even those simple 2 words made Lin Fan extremely happy. To receive Su Chen's acknowledgement was already enough for him. Shangguan Wenya walked up to Lin Fan and said softly, "You've become stronger again." Lin Fan directly embraced Shangguan Wenya, his eyes full of tenderness. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's expression darkened. This kid was showing off his affection in front of his master. He truly was asking for it. No. He had to find an opportunity to punish this kid, or else he wouldn't learn his lesson. He pretended to cough twice. Shangguan Wenya seemed to realize something was amiss, her face turning red, and hurriedly broke free from Lin Fan's embrace. Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had truly gotten carried away just now. At that moment, Shangguan Jinggang seemed to sense something, his expression suddenly changing, and he rushed back into the secret realm. Everyone frowned at this sight. An elder from the Shangguan clan seemed to have understood something, his expression also changing, and he quickly vanished from the spot. Everyone looked on in confusion. Even the prodigies didn't care about what happened following into the secret realm. As for the powerful members of the Shangguan clan, they stood in place. They had just made a mistake. Without Shangguan Jinggang's permission, they dared not return, only waiting at the spot for Shangguan Jinggang to come back to see how to resolve it. Su Chen looked at the entrance of the secret realm and said to Lin Fan and Shangguan Wenya, "Let's go and take a look." With that, he stepped into the secret realm. Lin Fan and the others quickly followed. Inside the secret realm, Shangwan Jingang and the elders arrived at a courtyard. They entered a room where a woman lay. The woman had a stunningly beautiful face, her skin smooth like warm jade. However, at that moment, she had her eyes tightly shut, her face pale, and her expression pained. Shangwan Jingang looked at the woman, worry etched on his face. Ruoyo's condition seems to have worsened. The elders sighed in unison, remaining silent. At that moment, Su Chen and the others walked in. Shangwan Wenya hurried to Shangwan Ruoyo's side, tightly, holding her hand, her expression filled with concern. Lin Fan stared at Shangwan Ruoyo, puzzled, and asked, "Who is she?" Shangwan Jingang glanced at Lin Fan and said, "She is my youngest daughter." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. What happened to her now? Hearing this, Shangwan Jingang sighed lightly. A year ago, for some unknown reason, Ruoyo suddenly fainted. It seems she contracted some illness, but I searched countless healing sages and couldn't determine what illness she had. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan frowned, remaining silent for a moment before looking at Su Chen. "Master, do you have a way to discern what illness she has?" The others in the room all turned their gaze to Su Chen. Su Chen shot Lin Fan a glance. "You really know how to get your master into trouble." Lin Fan chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Chen shook his head helplessly, then said, "Not only do I know what's wrong with her, but I also know how to make her better." Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Su Chen truly had a solution. Shangwan Wenya trembled all over, hurriedly coming to Su Chen's side and kneeling down, pleading, "Master, please save my sister." In the area, Shangwan Jingang and the others snapped back to their senses. Shangwan Jingang bent down, clasping his fists. "Please, Su Shensi, save my daughter." Seeing this, the elders also hastily bowed. Su Chen sighed helplessly, feeling regretful inside. If he had known, he shouldn't have come. There were indeed too many matters. But after all, she was his disciple's sister, so he might as well save her. He looked at everyone and said flatly, "Everyone please leave." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of joy. Su Chen was willing to help. They didn't hesitate, quickly moving to exit. Outside the room, everyone appeared anxious and worried. Shangwan Wenya hesitated for a moment, then turned to Lin Fan and asked, "Master, is there really a way to save Ruoyo?" Lin Fan held Shangwan Wenya's hand, smiling gently. "You must trust Master." Shangwan Wenya remained silent for a while before nodding. Lin Fan embraced Shangwan Wenya tenderly. She did not resist and quietly nestled in his arms. Over to the side, Shangwan Jingang watched this, seeing his body trembling uncontrollably, a surge of anger rising in his heart. After a long time, he sighed. "Forget it, I want care. Just let it be." He looked into the room, filled with worry. Inside the room, Su Chen looked at Shangwan Ruoyo, slowly closing his eyes. He then pointed at her forehead, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself in an endless, dark, starry void. Su Chen remained calm as he slowly began to walk. After a long time, he stopped, and before him was a massive cage. Inside the cage was a woman. Upon closer inspection, the woman was none other than Shangwan Ruoyo. At this moment, Shangwan Ruoyo curled up her body, her face pale, trembling uncontrollably, seeming to be in great pain. Su Chen walked to the front of the cage, his gaze fixed on Shangwan Ruoyo, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Seemingly sensing him, Shangwan Ruoyo endured the pain in her body and looked up at Su Chen. Upon seeing him, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly shouted, "Run!" As her voice fell, a surge of evil power suddenly erupted behind Su Chen. This power was terrifying, causing the space around them to boil violently. At that moment, the power transformed into a long spear, piercing straight towards Su Chen. Su Chen was as calm as water. He slowly turned around, and then pointed his finger, a mysterious force instantly bursting forth from that fingertip. Boom! That mysterious force directly devoured the long spear formed from the evil power, and at that moment the spear vanished into silence. The surroundings returned to calm. Seeing this scene, Shangwan Ruoyo's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, a soft sound of surprise echoed, and then a figure cloaked in black robes emerged from the shadows. This person hovered in the air, shrouded in black, making it impossible to discern his appearance. Upon seeing this person, an endless fear surfaced in Shangwan Ruoyo's eyes, her body trembling even more violently, as if she were terrified of him. The figure in black fixed his gaze on Su Chen, seemingly assessing him. After a moment, he asked, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Su Chen smiled slightly. "I am your father." Silence. The surroundings fell into a terrifying quiet. Shangwan Ruoyo was stunned by Su Chen's words. Is this person so bold? The mysterious figure remained silent, appearing quite strange at that moment. Huh. Suddenly the figure in black burst into laughter, grinning maliciously. "You brat, you will definitely die today, mark my words." As he spoke, he suddenly began to dissipate, and at that moment the space became eerie and sinister, the air thick with a sense of danger. Su Chen's lips curled upwards, unperturbed. He slowly raised his right hand, and then clenched it tightly. In that instant, a scream rang out, and the figure in black appeared in front of him, now being tightly grasped by a jade-like hand around his neck. Su Chen brought the figure in black closer, his expression calm. The figure in black, however, was now terrified, looking at Su Chen with fear in his eyes. This is a big shot. I'm doomed. Moreover, this is not how I imagined it would be. Even if I couldn't defeat him, I should at least have been able to exchange a few blows. But he just killed me instantly. How am I supposed to play this? No way to play. Shangguan Royale in the cage was utterly stunned. This person is so strong. He just killed the figure in black. I can't believe it. Su Chen looked at the figure in black and said calmly, "Speak." The figure in black swallowed hard. He naturally understood Su Chen's intent. Forcing himself to calm the fear within, he said, "My name is Lu Wei, a person from 50,000 years ago." What? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Royale exclaimed in shock. 50,000 years. This person has actually lived for 50,000 years. How terrifying must his strength be? Lu Wei ignored Shangguan Ruoyo's astonishment and continued, "I was sealed by the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm for committing a minor offense in a place called Tianyuan." Minor offense? Su Chen sneered. Lu Wei felt a bit awkward and continued, "This Tianyuan sealed many powerful beings, and I was trapped there for a full 30,000 years. I tried countless methods, but could not escape. For some reason, in recent years, the seal of Tianyuan has been gradually weakening. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I forcefully broke through the seal and finally escaped, but my physical body was destroyed in the process, leaving only a wisp of my soul." At this point, he fell silent. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, gradually increasing the pressure of his right hand. Seeing this, Lu Wei hurriedly said, "Although I managed to escape, I also consumed a large amount of power. To prevent this wisp of my soul from dissipating, I randomly found someone to merge with her consciousness, intending to seize her body. However, I never expected that this person would be so tenacious. For a whole year, I was unable to take over her." After hearing this, Su Chen remained silent for a moment, then smiled wickedly. Bang! He directly crushed Lu Wei's soul. Seeing this, Shangguan Royale was stunned. The Lu Wei who had tormented her for a year was killed just like that. She looked at Su Chen, curiosity filling her eyes. Who is this person? I didn't notice before, but he is so handsome. Su Chen turned to Shangguan Royale and then pointed at the cage. Instantly, the cage shattered and the two of them disappeared at that moment. Su Chen opened his eyes, glanced at Shangguan Royale lying on the bed, and then turned to leave the room. As he stepped out, everyone's gaze turned towards him, filled with apprehension. Shangguan Wenyas hastily asked, "Master, how is Ruiyao doing?" Su Chen smiled. "She's fine, just a bit weak now. After some rest, she will wake up." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present brightened, their eyes filled with surprise. At first, they did not believe that Su Chen could cure Shangguan Royale. They only allowed him to try as a last resort, but they never expected that he would actually succeed. At this moment, Su Chen became even more mysterious in their eyes. Shangguan Wenya's eyes brimmed with tears as she knelt down. "Thank you. Thank you, Master, for healing my sister." The two sisters had played together the most in their childhood, so she was naturally very happy that Shangguan Royale was healed. Shangguan Jingang was also extremely excited, bending down to thank him. "Thank you, Su Shensi." The elders also hurriedly bent down, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Su Shensi." Lin Fan gave a thumbs up and smiled. "Master is amazing." Su Chen smiled slightly. "You can go in and take a look." "Okay." Everyone nodded eagerly and then walked into the room. Lin Fan wanted to follow in, but was grabbed by Su Chen by the arm. He looked at Su Chen, puzzled. "Master, what's wrong?" Su Chen smirked with an impish glint. "In a couple of days, I'll take you out for some training." "Training?" Lin Fan frowned, feeling an inexplicable bad premonition in his heart. He tentatively asked, "Is it possible not to go?" Su Chen decisively replied, "No." Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "All right." He still believed that his master would not let him down. Su Chen nodded him. "You should also go see Shangguan Royale." "Okay." Lin Fan nodded and then walked into the room. Watching Lin Fan's retreating figure, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. "Kid showing off in front of your master, it'll show you what cruelty is." 2 days later, Su Chen and Lin Fan left the Shangguan clan. On the way, Lin Fan curiously asked, "Master, where are we going?" Su Chen glanced at him. "You'll know when we get there." Seeing that Su Chen was unwilling to say more, Lin Fan no longer pressed for answers. However, he felt increasingly uneasy, shaking his head and dismissing it as a figment of his imagination. How could Master possibly harm me? Thus, Su Chen and his companion traveled for 3 days. By the afternoon, the setting sun gradually descended, casting a dim light around them. The two entered an inn which was strangely located in a desolate area. As soon as Su Chen and his companion stepped inside, the waiter greeted them with a smile. "Good day, gentlemen." Ignoring the waiter, Su Chen found a stool to sit on. Lin Fan looked at the waiter and said, "Please arrange 2 rooms for us, and also bring out your signature dishes." "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." The waiter nodded and turned to leave, but in that instant, a strange smile appeared on his face. "Enjoy your meal, gentlemen." Time passed quickly, and the waiter placed the last dish on the table before leaving. At this moment, the table was filled with various meat and vegetable dishes, each emitting an enticing aroma. Do not eat the meat dishes. Lin Fan was already extremely hungry and was just about to pick up a piece of lean meat when Su Chen stopped him. Lin Fan was taken aback and asked in confusion, Why not? Su Chen poured himself a cup of wine and smiled, you can eat if you want, just don't regret it later. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan silently withdrew his chopsticks. He had already guessed that there might be something wrong with these dishes, yet he felt puzzled as he had not detected any issues. Su Chen drank his cup of wine in one gulp and slowly said, the vegetable dishes are fine, go ahead. All right. Half an hour later, all the vegetable dishes were finished while the meat dishes remained untouched. The waiter walked out from the kitchen and glanced at the untouched meat dishes with a hint of surprise in his eyes. With a smile, he said, gentlemen, are you dissatisfied with our meat dishes? Su Chen and Lin Fan remained silent. The waiter's smile gradually turned cold. In that case, please settle the bill. It amounts to 5 million spirit crystals. Just a reminder, our inn does not offer credit. Lin Fan burst into laughter at this. Is this an extortionate inn? He felt no surprise. Su Chen's earlier warning had already indicated that this inn was definitely not ordinary. The waiter replied calmly, sir, please do not defame our inn. We have operated with integrity for so many years. How can this be called an extortionate inn? So you are not planning to settle the bill? Lin Fan smiled and asked, what if we don't? The waiter frowned, eyeing Su Chen and Lin Fan, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. These two are dangerous. No. He focused his gaze on Su Chen, slightly narrowing his eyes. This person is particularly dangerous. It seems like I have encountered a tough opponent. With this thought, the waiter's smile immediately returned, gentlemen, it was just a misunderstanding. To express my apologies, today's meal and room charge will be waived. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. This person changes his tune so quickly. He had already considered a fight, yet this guy backed down. He shook his head and remained silent. At this moment, Su Chen stood up and walked towards the second floor. Seeing this, Lin Fan hurriedly followed. Watching the two leave, the waiter's sense of crisis dissipated. His expression grew serious. These two fellows are indeed not simple. Fortunately, I didn't confront them. On the second floor, Lin Fan arrived at Su Chen's room and asked, Master, why didn't you let me eat the meat dishes? Su Chen smiled slightly, that was human flesh. What? Lin Fan's eyes widened. But why didn't I feel it was human? Su Chen explained he used some special methods to mask the taste of the human flesh, so you naturally couldn't perceive it. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan understood, so that's how it is. After a moment, he asked, are we not going to kill him? Su Chen replied lightly, why should we kill him? Lin Fan said, this is an extortionate inn. If we don't kill him, who knows how many people will suffer in the future. Su Chen laughed, he hasn't provoked us. Besides, the people he kills afterward have nothing to do with us. How many such people are there in this world? Can we kill them all? Can we manage them all? Lin Fan fell silent upon hearing this. After a long while, he said, but I feel this is wrong. Su Chen smiled, then why don't you go kill him? By the way, that person is at the Saint King level. Lin Fan frowned, the Saint King is doing this. Su Chen said, if he didn't have some strength, would he dare to do this? In the cultivation world, killing and robbing is the simplest way to obtain cultivation resources. Do you understand? After listening, Lin Fan fell silent again. Indeed, exhausting oneself to obtain some cultivation resources is not as practical as killing and robbing. Lin Fan sighed in his heart, Master, I'm going back to my room. He really wanted to kill that waiter, but there was no way. He was at the Saint King level, and if Su Chen didn't act, he wouldn't stand a chance. In the morning, Su Chen and Lin Fan went downstairs to have breakfast. The breakfast was rather light, consisting of 2 bowls of porridge and 2 plates of pickles. Lin Fan did not touch his chopsticks, staring blankly at his bowl of porridge. That night, he had trouble sleeping. No matter how hard he tried to fall asleep, Su Chen's words from the previous night kept echoing in his mind, leaving him unable to find peace. Su Chen drank from his bowl of porridge, completely unconcerned about Lin Fan's current state. I didn't expect there to be an inn in such a remote place. At this moment, a clear bell-like voice came from outside the inn. The waiter looked towards the door, his eyes suddenly lighting up, a hint of lewdness fleeting across his face. Outside the inn, a woman walked in. She was tall and slender, with silky black hair flowing like a waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance. The waiter approached the woman with a smile, welcome to our inn. What would you like to order? The woman replied, bring me the best dishes you have. Certainly. The waiter's mouth curved upward as he turned and went into the kitchen. The woman surveyed the inn and soon noticed Su Chen, her face instantly lighting up with admiration. Wow, so good looking. She sat down close to Su Chen and smiled, hello, I'm Meng Yu, nice to meet you. Su Chen looked at her and smiled. Su Chen. This smile left Meng Yu stunned. After some time, as if realizing something was amiss, her face flushed red. To ease the awkwardness, she turned to Lin Fan, hello. Lin Fan looked at her and nodded. Lin Fan. Meng Yu nodded and glanced at the 2 bowls of porridge on their table. You guys are eating so simply. When my dishes arrive, let's eat together. Su Chen shook his head. No, we are already full. Upon hearing this, Meng Yu said nothing more, returning to her seat, and soon her table was filled with dishes. Do not eat the meat dishes. Just as she was about to start eating, Lin Fan reminded her. Meng Yu raised an eyebrow and asked why not. Lin Fan shook his head and remained silent. Seeing this, Meng Yu's expression darkened. If you're going to speak, then say it all. What's the meaning of saying only half? In the end, she still listened to Lin Fan and did not eat the meat dishes. After all, she had heard a saying, one should heed advice and eat a good meal. Lin Fan wouldn't stop her from eating meat for no reason. There must be a reason behind it. Meng Yu took a few bites of the vegetarian dish, feeling it was tasteless. She looked at Lin Fan and asked, why don't you let me eat meat? This is human flesh. What? Meng Yu exclaimed in shock, a wave surging within her, and she couldn't help but vomit, expelling everything she had just eaten. After a while, she finally calmed down and glared at the waiter angrily, saying, you dare serve human flesh in your inn? The waiter coldly glanced at Lin Fan, then turned to Meng Yu and calmly replied, isn't human flesh just meat? Bastard. Meng Yu was infuriated upon hearing this, and the aura of a peak fifth stage of the great saint realm burst forth from her. A sword cry reverberated through the skies as Meng Yu's figure suddenly appeared in front of the waiter, and then with a thrust of her sword, a terrifying sword intent tore through the heavens and the earth. Before the sword could arrive, its momentum had already reached. The dreadful sword aura instantly enveloped the waiter. The waiter remained expressionless, raising his right hand, then unleashed a punch, sending a vast punch radiance sweeping forth. Crack! The terrifying fist intent instantly shattered the sword intent, and caught off guard Meng Yu was sent flying by the punch. Bang! She fell heavily to the ground from midair, her face pale and her mind a bit dazed. She hadn't expected that this waiter was actually a powerful figure at the Sacred King realm. She looked at the waiter in disbelief and said, you, a Sacred King, dare to run a black market here? It had to be said that a Sacred King running a black market was quite a rarity. The waiter stared at Meng Yu and smiled. I used to fight tooth and nail for a bit of cultivation resources until one day I killed a genius from a great power. At that moment I glanced at his spatial ring. Do you know what I saw? I saw that his spatial ring contained an endless amount of cultivation resources. At that moment I realized, why should I struggle for that little bit of cultivation resources? Why not just rob you geniuses instead? Since that day, I've been killing you geniuses like crazy, and my strength at the Sacred King realm comes from the cultivation resources I've taken from you. Upon hearing the waiter's words, Meng Yu frowned. Did the forces behind those geniuses not retaliate against you? Of course there was retaliation, but they couldn't find me. Every time I kill a genius, I run far, far away. For instance, if I kill you today, I will immediately change my location. So even if the people from your background come to investigate, who would know it was me? At this moment, Meng Yu suddenly disappeared from where she stood and reappeared behind the waiter. Without hesitation, she decisively slashed down with her sword, and countless sword intents surged forth like a tidal wave from the sword. The waiter narrowed his eyes. No wonder you're a genius from a great power. Your strength is indeed terrifying, but still a bit lacking. As he spoke, he stepped forward, and a terrifying power erupted from his Sacred King realm, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, and the inn was instantly turned to ashes. Bang! Crack! Meng Yu's long sword shattered under the overwhelming force, and at that moment, she was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her aura instantly weakening and becoming faint. She gritted her teeth against her injuries and looked at the waiter, her heart heavy and bitterness in her eyes. I just sneaked out and encountered such a powerful being. I'm really done for. No wonder Mother said the outside world is unsafe. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. The waiter approached Meng Yu with a lewd grin. Beautiful lady, don't resist. You can't defeat me. In that moment, Meng Yu was truly frightened. She turned to run, but just as she turned, a terrifying pressure bore down on her, freezing her in place. It's over. She knew that if she fell into the waiter's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Despair filled her eyes as tears streamed down her face. She cried, Mom and Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneaked out. Please come and save me. The waiter soon stood in front of Meng Yu, grinning. Call for help. No one will come to rescue you. As he spoke, he reached toward her waist. Meng Yu's face turned as pale as paper, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair. At that moment, she wished someone could save her. Suddenly, a sword intent, filled with murderous intent, soared into the sky as Lin Fan appeared beside the waiter, his eyes glowing red. Then he thrust his sword, and the heavens instantly boiled over, only to be extinguished. The terrifying sword strike made the waiter raise an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared 1,000 zhang away. At that moment, he looked coldly at Lin Fan and said grimly, Kid, what do you mean? As the pressure on Meng Yu disappeared, she immediately softened and fell towards the ground. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly caught Meng Yu, preventing her from falling. Meng Yu looked at Lin Fan, gratitude in her eyes. Thank you. She hadn't expected Lin Fan would save her at such a critical moment. She had almost given up hope. At this moment, she felt extremely touched. Lin Fan shook his head, saying nothing. He gently released Meng Yu, and then turned to the waiter. Without any unnecessary words, he charged forward, the long sword in his hand, radiating terrifying sword power, and in the blink of an eye he appeared before the waiter, then thrust his sword. As the sword was unleashed, the heavens and earth instantly changed color, and intense killing intent engulfed everything. Humph! The waiter coldly snorted, raised his right hand, and in an instant a terrifying power converged like a tide towards his fist. Then he stepped forward and unleashed a punch. Boom! In an instant the surrounding space turned to ashes and the entire world trembled violently, while Lin Fan was directly sent flying back tens of thousands of zhong. Seeing this scene, Meng Yu felt worried and prayed that Lin Fan would be okay. Just as Lin Fan stabilized himself, the waiter suddenly appeared again and threw another punch. In many fantasy novels, those terrifying powers rarely use weapons. Why is that? Because the author's skill is limited and they simply can't write anything else. Lin Fan was shocked and hurriedly raised his sword to block. Boom! Lin Fan was sent flying again tens of thousands of zhong away. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At this moment his internal organs were severely injured, but there was no fear in his eyes, only a strong fighting spirit. So what if it's the Sacred King realm? I can still fight. Wham! Countless sword intents mixed with horrifying killing intent erupted from Lin Fan, dyeing the entire world red in an instant. Fight! Lin Fan roared angrily, then suddenly slashed out with his sword, instantly tearing apart the heavens and the earth. The innkeeper squinted his eyes, gripping tightly with his right hand. A terrifying power surged forth, and then with a punch countless fist lights swept out. Bang! With a deafening explosion, both Lin Fan and the innkeeper were violently pushed back. Lin Fan retreated for 100,000 zhong before stopping, while the innkeeper halted after 1,000 zhong. The innkeeper stared at Lin Fan in horror. He was actually pushed back. He was a Saint King. Yet Lin Fan was merely at the Great Saint level. Unbelievable. At this moment, he was genuinely shocked. In the distance, Meng Yu watched all of this in astonishment. She never expected that Lin Fan could contend with a Saint King. It should be noted that Meng Yu possessed the strength of the 5th layer of Great Saint, yet she was still no match for the innkeeper. And Lin Fan, he was merely at the 1st layer of Great Saint, yet he could actually push back the innkeeper, which spoke volumes of his monstrous talent. At this moment, the blood-red sword intent on Lin Fan's body soared into the sky, gathering at an astonishing speed, and in an instant formed a sword intent of 10,000 zhong. Lin Fan gripped his sword tightly, and then struck down fiercely. The 10th Sanshang sword intent also slashed towards the innkeeper. At this moment, the terrifying power of the sword path instantly shattering countless mountains and rivers, truly horrifying. The innkeeper was taken aback, sensing a hint of danger from this sword intent. How could this be possible? There was no time for him to think further, as the 10th Sanshang sword intent was already before him. He raised his hand and threw a punch. Boom! The world fell silent. In an instant, the area within 100,000 miles was reduced to rubble. Lin Fan was directly blasted back for tens of thousands of zhong. At this moment, the innkeeper suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan dared not be careless. Countless sword intents gathered on the sword, and then he thrust out his sword. With this sword, he exerted all his strength. Facing the innkeeper, he could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. Carelessness would mean death. Boom! The terrifying shockwave swept outward like a tsunami, engulfing everything in an instant. Lin Fan was also swept away, and along the way his flesh began to crack, forming a spider web-like pattern, extremely horrifying. He ultimately could not defeat a Saint King. Yet for a great saint to fight a Saint King to such an extent was already quite remarkable. At this moment, Meng Yu's figure suddenly appeared behind the innkeeper, decisively thrusting out her sword, pouring all her strength into this strike. The innkeeper snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura directly blasted Meng Yu away, as she fell heavily to the ground, losing consciousness on the spot. The innkeeper's expression was cold as he stood in the void, gazing at Lin Fan lying on the ground. He spoke. At such a young age you possess such strength. I must admit you truly astonish me. However, no matter how monstrous you are today, you will still die at my hands. Saying this, he stepped forward and appeared before Lin Fan. Then with a palm strike, the earth shook and the heavens trembled. Lin Fan lay quietly on the ground, his eyes tightly closed. Am I going to die? Am I really going to die? No. How can I die like this? I have yet to become as powerful as my master. How can I die? I cannot die. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying bloodline power erupted from his body. What? The innkeeper was shocked. His entire being was directly blasted away by this bloodline power. He steadied himself, his expression grave. Bloodline power. This person actually possesses bloodline power. His heart sank. those with bloodline power must have powerful ancestors. At this moment, he couldn't help but regret his attack on Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan soared into the sky, standing in the void. His hair gradually turned red and the overwhelming killing intent radiating from him nearly solidified. Boom. Suddenly his aura began to surge violently, and in the blink of an eye he reached the 4th layer of Great Saint. Not good. The innkeeper's pupils constricted sharply. Without hesitation, he vanished from his spot, and 10,000 zhong of fist light shone in the heavens, the terrifying fist intent instantly enveloping Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes were blood-red, his vitality surging. Facing this punch, he showed no signs of fear. His face suddenly twisted, and he transformed into a red light charging straight towards that punch. Bang! A terrifying explosion echoed in the void, overwhelming killing intent enveloped the heavens and the earth. The two were pushed back simultaneously, then charged towards each other again. As time passed second by second, the innkeeper became increasingly alarmed, for he discovered that Lin Fan was actually growing stronger with each exchange. Can it not be so absurd? I am a Saint King. Give me some face. Anger flickered in the innkeeper's eyes. I am really angry. At that moment, a force capable of destroying the heavens and the earth surged from the innkeeper. Lin Fan quickly held his sword in front of himself, and his entire being was blasted back for 100,000 zhong. The innkeeper's expression remained unchanged as he formed seals with his hands. At that moment, a massive statue appeared behind him, exuding an unparalleled divine might. The innkeeper looked at Lin Fan as if he were a dead man and slowly raised his hand to strike at Lin Fan. The statue behind him also struck out at that moment. This palm contained a terrifying might, and the surrounding heavens and earth surged at that instant. Run! The already awakened Meng Yu quickly shouted, her eyes filled with worry, feeling a bit guilty. If it weren't for Lin Fan saving her, he wouldn't be in danger. Lin Fan also sensed danger at this moment. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted, and he charged directly towards that palm. In the blink of an eye, he reached the giant palm, and then gripped his sword with both hands, striking down fiercely. Boom! Crack! The sword intent shattered. Lin Fan was directly hit by this palm, flying away, and along the way his body began to crack, his vitality diminishing to the extreme. No! Meng Yu cried out in anguish, her face covered in tears. At that moment, a figure in white suddenly appeared beside Lin Fan, catching him and preventing him from crashing to the ground. Lin Fan's eyes were somewhat blurry as he looked at that familiar face. Forcing out a smile, he stammered, "Master, I tried my best. It's all right." Su Chen smiled slightly and said softly, "I saw it." Lin Fan replied, "That's good." As his voice fell, he directly lost consciousness, his life force slowly dissipating. Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, then took out a pill and fed it to Lin Fan. As the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current that merged into his body, and at that moment Lin Fan's injuries instantly healed. His life force, which had nearly vanished, became robust again. However, even though his injuries had healed, he still remained unconscious, though his breathing was extraordinarily steady, even snoring. This guy actually fell asleep. Su Chen's face darkened, and with a flick of his right hand, Lin Fan's body plummeted rapidly. With a loud bang, Lin Fan crashed heavily to the ground. Up! Lin Fan let out a cry of agony, then gasped in shock as he looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with resentment. "Master, I am your beloved disciple." Su Chen glanced at him and chuckled. "Hey, you still remember you are my disciple? You find trouble for me every..." Lin Fan awkwardly chuckled, scratching the back of his head. He really had no way to refute Su Chen's words, as he had indeed caused a lot of trouble for him. Looking at Lin Fan, Meng Yu let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lin Fan was unharmed, otherwise she would truly feel guilty. She looked at Su Chen with a hint of confusion in her eyes. For some reason, Su Chen's presence made her feel at ease. The waiter looked at Su Chen with trepidation, and the sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger. This person is definitely not simple. Strike first. At that moment, his figure suddenly disappeared, and an earth-shattering power of fist intent shattered the heavens and the earth in an instant, enveloping Su Chen with terrifying force. Meng Yu immediately felt a suffocating sensation. That punch was too terrifying. "Be careful," she shouted loudly, filled with concern. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the air, his silver hair swaying in the breeze. He slowly raised his right hand and pressed it downwards. "Kneel." Boom. As the word was spoken, that terrifying punch along with that statue was instantly obliterated, causing the world to surge with chaos. Bang! The waiter fell from the void, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. As the smoke cleared, his figure revealed itself kneeling on the ground as if struck by lightning. He looked at Su Chen in disbelief, his eyes revealing confusion and fear. What's wrong with this person? Is it really this ridiculous? At that moment, he was truly dumbfounded. A Saint King realm expert knelt due to a single word. Meng Yu's mind went blank, her eyes glazed over. She had considered that Su Chen might have some strength, but she never expected him to be so astonishing. Suppressing a Saint King realm expert with a single word. Only a half-emperor could achieve such a feat, right? She looked at Su Chen with curiosity and awe in her eyes. She felt that Su Chen was not very old, yet possessed the cultivation of a half-emperor. Incredible. Are the younger generation in this world all this terrifying? No way. I must return and tell my mother to continue hiding from the world. It's too frightening out here. Mengyu nodded, her heart already making a decision. Lin Fan looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with admiration. When will I be as awesome as master? Kneeling with a single word so cool. At this moment, the waiter's expression was worse than losing his mother. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Su Chen, desperately pleading for mercy. Senior, spare me, please. Buzz. A flash of sword light cut through the air, and the waiter's pleas were abruptly silenced, his face showing unwillingness. His head flew into the sky, blood gushing like a fountain. Su Chen glanced indifferently at the waiter's corpse, then turned to Lin Fan helplessly, saying, "Can you have some strength before trying to be a hero?" Lin Fan lowered his head, not daring to speak. Su Chen continued, "You can save people, but the premise is that you must have enough strength. With your current Great Sage Realm cultivation, fighting a Saint King expert is just asking for death, isn't it? This time I am here, but what if I am not next time? Have you thought about the consequences? In the future, think before you act." Lin Fan fell silent. He truly acted impulsively this time. If Su Chen had not been present today, he would have surely died. Su Chen sighed, helplessly shaking his head. Then he said, "You have a heart of gold, and I am very gratified. However, I hope that next time you encounter such a situation, you will first check if you have that ability. If you do, then save them. If not, then run as far as you can." Lin Fan looked up at Su Chen and nodded, understood. At that moment, Mengyu limped over to the two first, cupping her fists towards Su Chen and respectfully saying, "Senior." Su Chen cast her a glance, but said nothing. Mengyu didn't mind looking at Lin Fan and apologizing. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you almost died." Lin Fan shook his head. "My actions to save you were my own doing. It has nothing to do with you." "That won't do." Mengyu shook her head, then took out a spatial ring, handing it to Lin Fan. "You almost died saving me. This is my small token of appreciation. Please do not refuse it." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the contents of the ring, his heart jolting. So many treasures. He looked deeply at Mengyu. This girl is quite the wealthy one. He did not refuse and happily accepted the spatial ring. He looked at Mengyu and said, "Thank you." Seeing Lin Fan accept the ring, Mengyu sighed in relief. If Lin Fan had refused, she would have felt guilty. She shook her head. "I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for your intervention, I would probably be done for." Recalling what happened earlier, she felt afraid. Lin Fan nodded and said nothing further. Su Chen then looked at Lin Fan and said, "Let's go." With that, he turned and walked away. Lin Fan did not hesitate and quickly followed. On the spot, Mengyu watched Su Chen and Lin Fan's departing figures, fell silent for a moment, then followed them. After walking for a while, Su Chen suddenly stopped, turning to Mengyu and asking, "What are you following us for?" Lin Fan also looked at Mengyu in confusion. Mengyu felt a bit embarrassed and said softly, "Actually, I snuck out from my clan." Su Chen calmly replied, "What does it have to do with us?" Mengyu said, looking a bit shy, "I ran out from the clan and got lost. Right now I don't know where to go, so I can only follow you." Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling speechless. A great sage realm expert can get lost. Truly a remarkable talent. Su Chen glanced at Mengyu, then turned around and continued on his way. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, and then said, "The place we are going this time might be dangerous." Mengyu shook her head. "It's okay, I'm not afraid." She had a sense that following Su Chen and Lin Fan would be safe. Lin Fan nodded. "Then let's go together." Mengyu smiled sweetly. "All right." Tianyuan. Tianyuan is actually just a bottomless abyss. Looking down, one cannot see the end. It is pitch black inside, eerily quiet, with only gusts of cold wind surging out. Lin Fan glanced at Tianyan, a sense of fear creeping into his heart. He swallowed hard and looked at Su Chen. "Master, why did you bring me here?" Su Chen smiled wickedly. "You'll find out once you go down." With that, he kicked Lin Fan down into the abyss. "Ah!" A scream echoed from within Tianyuan. Upon witnessing this scene, Mengyu involuntarily took a step back, her face filled with fear and confusion. She now doubted whether Lin Fan was indeed Su Chen's disciple. So ruthless. Su Chen cast a glance at Mengyu, then jumped directly into the abyss. Mengyu bit her lip, feeling very hesitant. She was considering whether to jump down as well. Her intuition told her that it was very dangerous inside. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and jumped down as well. Although she knew it was dangerous, she felt that if she followed Su Chen, she wouldn't be in danger. The bottom of the abyss turned out to be a desert stretching endlessly before her eyes, with waves of sand rolling like a golden ocean. However, apart from sand, there was nothing else here, and the temperature around was exceptionally hot. If an ordinary person were here, they probably wouldn't survive half a day. Bang! Lin Fan fell from the void, crashing into the sand below, while Su Chen and Meng Yu landed safely. Lin Fan crawled out from the sand pile, looking quite disheveled. In fact, if it weren't for Su Chen's sneak attack, he wouldn't be in such a mess. He looked at Su Chen with a resentful expression, saying, "Master, I feel that something is off with you." Along the way, he had already noticed that something was wrong with Su Chen. Su Chen blinked as it. Lin Fan's expression darkened. At this moment, he seemed to realize that he might have offended Su Chen somehow. He felt troubled, because he didn't even know where he had offended Su Chen. Just then, a terrifying divine sense swept across the area, and both Lin Fan and Meng Yu became alert. Lin Fan said solemnly, "Someone is actually here." "What is this place?" he asked Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at him and said, "You can understand this place as a prison specifically for detaining some heinous criminals." Prison. Lin Fan furrowed his brows, feeling an increasing sense of unease in his heart. He felt that he was going to be betrayed by Su Chen. It has been many years since I have seen newcomers, and there's even a little girl very nice." At that moment, a strange voice echoed. "Who?" Lin Fan and Meng Yu were startled and quickly drew their weapons, cautiously observing their surroundings. At that moment, a figure approached from a distance. It was an old man with murky eyes, a few strands of white hair on his head, and a face that seemed to have weathered countless years. The aura emanating from him put unprecedented pressure on Lin Fan and Meng Yu. This person was formidable. Lin Fan stared at the old man, squinting and asking, "Who are you?" "Huh?" The old man laughed heartily, looking at Lin Fan with a wide grin. "You aren't worthy to know my name." "Huh?" As he spoke, he laughed again, and the aura of a half-emperor spread from him, the terrifying imperial might sweeping towards Su Chen and the others. Half-emperor. Meng Yu's face turned pale, despair filling her heart. This old man was a half-emperor. How to fight this? It's over. What are you pretending for? At that moment, Su Chen suddenly vanished and reappeared right in front of the old man. The old man's pupils constricted sharply. He was just about to retreat from Su Chen when Su Chen reached out and firmly grasped his neck. The old man had no ability to resist. He was completely stunned, his face filled with disbelief. A half-emperor was defeated in an instant. He looked at Su Chen in terror, his hands trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, he was truly panicked. An existence capable of killing him in an instant was definitely not an ordinary person. Meng Yu watched this scene, her body frozen like a statue. When she came to her senses, she widened her eyes and looked at Lin Fan in disbelief, saying, "Your master can even kill a half-emperor." Lin Fan scoffed, "Just a half-emperor? My master can destroy him with a mere gesture." Meng Yu swallowed hard. "Just a half-emperor? Are you serious?" Lin Fan smiled with a single word, "My master can make even a peak half-emperor kneel." "Do you believe that?" Upon hearing this, Meng Yu's mind went blank. "Big brother, I know your master is powerful, but you can't brag like that. To make a peak half-emperor kneel with a word, do you think your master is an emperor?" Clearly, she did not believe Lin Fan's words and thought he was just boasting. Lin Fan shook his head with a smile and said nothing. In fact, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that anyone could make the pinnacle of the celestial realm kneel with a single word. The old man looked at Su Chen in fear. "Senior, I was blind and offended you. Please spare my life." Su Chen remained calm as water, one hand behind his back, while the other tightly gripped the old man's neck. He said lightly, "Tell me, who is the strongest here?" The old man did not dare to hesitate, and quickly said, "There are 3 strongest individuals here, named Nan Yun, Jian Wu Hen, and Luo Lan. These 3 are extremely terrifying. No one dares to provoke them in this abyss." Bang! As soon as the old man finished speaking, Su Chen crushed his neck. Simple. Direct. At that moment, hundreds of terrifying imperial auras suddenly surged around and hundreds of figures appeared in the void. Without exception, all of them were half-emperor-level powerhouses. Leading them was a woman, tall and enchanting, emanating a captivating fragrance. She revealed no aura at all, appearing just like an ordinary person. Looking at these hundreds of half-emperors, Meng Yu's face turned as pale as paper. This time it was really over. At this moment, she regretted jumping into the abyss with Su Chen. Mainly, she did not expect that this place would be filled with half-emperors, and not a single one of them was below the half-emperor level. Lin Fan, on the other hand, remained calm, showing no signs of panic. "A bunch of trash daring to provoke my master. They won't even know how they died." He was filled with confidence in Su Chen. At that moment, a half-emperor looked at Su Chen and coldly said, "Kid." Buzz. A sword cry echoed, and before the half-emperor could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his body. Until his death, confusion remained on his face. Did I just die like that? Upon witnessing this scene, all the half-emperors were shocked, their expressions a mix of anger and astonishment. They were angry that Su Chen dared to kill and astonished that they had no idea how that half-emperor had died. "Let's all attack together." One half-emperor took the lead and charged at Su Chen. The others were about to join in, but were stopped by the leading woman. They exchanged glances filled with confusion, but said nothing. The half-emperor who rushed out looked back in shock, seeing his companions standing still with no intention to attack. He was completely bewildered, and once he realized, he shouted angrily, "You traitors, how dare you sell out your teammate?" Buzz. At that moment, a sword light swept through, and the head of that half-emperor flew off as well. All the half-emperors looked at Su Chen with trepidation, their eyes filled with fear. This is a big shot. Su Chen's gaze was calm, his hands clasped behind his back as he quietly observed the woman before him. The woman furrowed her brows, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. Su Chen gave her a sense of danger. This shocked her greatly. After all, she was already half a step into the realm of the emperors. Yet she could still sense danger from Su Chen. At this moment, her pupils suddenly constricted, her expression grave. This person could very likely be an emperor. But how could an emperor be imprisoned here? At this moment, her heart was filled with doubt. She shook her head slightly, not wanting to think further. Looking at Su Chen, she said in a low voice, "My name is Luo Lan, and you are?" Su Chen did not answer Luo Lan's question, but calmly said, "Have Jian Wuhan and Nan Yun come to see me." As soon as these words were spoken, the half-emperors behind Luo Lan were instantly enraged. "Kid, don't go too far. You dare to order Lady Luo Lan around. Who do you think you are? Don't think that just because you killed a few half-emperors we are afraid of you." Su Chen remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on those half-emperors. They all trembled violently, a sense of fear flooding over them. Buzz. A sword's whistle echoed throughout the area. When all the half-emperors heard this sound, their hair stood on end, engulfed by the aura of death. At that moment, the heads of hundreds of half-emperors shot into the sky. In that instant, blood rain began to fall from the sky. In an instant, the desert was dyed a brilliant red. The bodies and heads of those half-emperors fell to the ground, creating a gruesome scene. Seeing this scene, Luo Lan and Meng Yu were completely stunned. Hundreds of half-emperors were killed in an instant. Those were half-emperors, the highest existence in the immortal realm. Yet they were still killed in an instant. They had no ability to... Coming back to her senses, Meng Yu looked at Su Chen in disbelief, her eyes filled with fear and horror. Recalling what Lin Fan had said, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. What Lin Fan said might be true. He wasn't bragging. Luo Lan's face turned pale as paper, fear enveloping her heart. When Su Chen ordered her, she felt displeased and did not stop those half-emperors from speaking. However, she never expected Su Chen to be so incredible to kill those half-emperors just like that with a single strike. A single strike. Even she could not achieve that. At this moment, she truly realized the terror of Su Chen. Trembling, she approached the ground, looking at Su Chen and respectfully bowing, her voice trembling. "Elder. Senior." She was genuinely afraid that Su Chen would kill her too, so she decisively submitted. Because she did not want to die. Su Chen, hands behind his back, calmly looked at Luo Lan. "I do not wish to repeat myself." Luo Lan trembled violently. "I will go call those two to see the elder now." As she spoke, she vanished from the spot. After Luo Lan left, Lin Fan approached Su Chen, his eyes filled with admiration as he excitedly said, "Master, you were so cool just now." Meng Yu was still in shock from what had just happened, quietly standing to the side, not daring to speak. Su Chen looked at Lin Fan, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This kid probably still doesn't know what he will experience in a little while. "Little Fan, I am doing all this for your own good. You must not blame me later. If you want to blame me, I can only helplessly teach you a lesson to let you know what it means to respect your teacher." Luo Lan arrived outside a stone house made entirely of rocks. "Oh, what wind has blown you here?" At that moment, a deep voice came from within the stone house, followed by a burly man stepping out, his muscular body emanating an overwhelming aura. Luo Lan stared at the man and said solemnly, "Nan Yun, there is an elder who wishes to see you." Hearing this, Nan Yun narrowed his eyes. "Elder? In this realm, it's just you, me, and Jian Wuhan who are the strongest. Where could an elder come from?" Luo Lan replied, "This elder has just arrived." Nan Yun raised an eyebrow. "A newcomer? Is he strong?" Luo Lan nodded. "Very strong. I certainly cannot defeat him." Nan Yun fell silent. After a moment, he said, "What does he want me to do?" Luo Lan shook her head. "I'm not clear. He also wanted me to call Jian Wuhan as well." Nan Yun's brows furrowed tightly before relaxing. "Fine, I will go meet him. I am curious to see just how strong he is to make you so afraid." Luo Lan said, "I advise you not to do anything foolish. That elder is not someone you can provoke." Nan Yun's eyes flashed with displeasure. "I have never been afraid of anyone in my life unless he is an emperor." Luo Lan said, "What if he really is an emperor?" "Impossible." Nan Yun shook his head firmly. "In this false immortal realm, unless it is a newly ascended emperor, it is impossible for there to be an emperor. If you say he is a newly ascended emperor, that is also impossible, as the path to becoming an emperor has yet to open." Luo Lan gave Nan Yun a deep look, then said, "Let's go find Jian Wuhan." After all, she had already warned him. If Nan Yun still did not know how to back down and provoked Su Chen, she could not be blamed. Nan Yun frowned. With Jian Yuan's temper, will he go see the elder you mentioned? Luo Lan replied. It's up to him whether he wants to go or not. We've already called him. Nanyun shook his head. Don't add that senior title. The elder you mentioned is your elder, not mine. He does not have the qualification to order me around. Where is he? I will go find him. Luo Lan said nothing further but informed Nanyun of Su Chen's location. Nanyun nodded and then vanished without a trace. Watching the place where Nanyun disappeared, Luo Lan shook her head, truly unaware of his own limits. As she spoke, she turned to leave. Soon Luo Lan arrived outside a cave. Get out. Just as she was about to speak, a cold voice came from within the cave. This voice contained terrifying sword power, extremely frightening. Luo Lan shot a cold glance at the cave before vanishing from the spot. Meanwhile, Nanyun had already found Su Chen. Glancing at the corpses around, a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes, but just a trace, as he could also kill these half-emperors. He fixed his gaze on Su Chen, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. You are the elder mentioned by Luo Lan. You don't seem that impressive. Meng Yu looked on speechless. Did these people really like to court death so much? Didn't Luo Lan tell the elder about his strength? Su Chen looked at Nanyun, remaining silent. At that moment, Nanyun suddenly vanished from his spot. He wanted to see just what strength Su Chen possessed. The terrifying might of an emperor swept across the land, and the immense fist aura erupted with an extremely terrifying power. Su Chen stood with hands behind his back, then waved his sleeve. A mysterious force surged forth like a giant wave towards the front. Crack! The surrounding space shattered instantly, unable to withstand this mysterious power. Boom! As the force of the fist collided with the mysterious power, it was instantly dispersed, yet that enigmatic force did not dissipate. In a flash, it engulfed Nanyun. In the next moment, Nanyun was sent flying, his flesh cracking in a web-like pattern, blood splattering all over him. At this moment, he resembled a being made entirely of blood. He looked at Su Chen, bewildered and confused. A casual strike left me grievously injured. At this moment, he recalled what Luo Lan had said, and he completely lost his mind. This is truly an emperor. He hurriedly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Senior, I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. Please do not be angry. To him, being alive in this world was the most important thing. He had to acknowledge his defeat. Just returned. Luo Lan happened to witness this scene, sneering coldly in her heart. Didn't you refuse to listen to me? Now you're cowering, huh? Fool. Su Chen ignored Nanyun and turned to Luo Lan. Luo Lan, seeing Su Chen looking over, hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, Senior, that Jian Wuhan is ungrateful and refuses to meet you. Su Chen calmly replied, Take me to him. Luo Lan nodded, Please follow me. After saying that, she turned and walked in a certain direction. Su Chen glanced at Nanyun. Keep up. Okay. Nanyun quickly nodded, got up from the ground, and silently followed behind Su Chen. Watching Su Chen's back, he was perplexed. Why is there an emperor in this pseudo-immortal realm? That shouldn't be possible. Could it be that he is an emperor returned from the true immortal realm? But what purpose could he have in coming back? Forget it. The matters of a big shot are beyond my comprehension. Nanyun shook his head and ceased to ponder further. Soon Luo Lan brought Su Chen and the others back to the entrance of the previous cave. You dare to return? Do you seek death? At this moment, a man slowly walked out of the cave. His hair was grizzled, yet his appearance was handsome. Standing there, he resembled a sharp longsword. Luo Lan looked at Jian Wuhan. I am not looking for you, it is this senior who is seeking you. Saying this, she quietly stood behind Su Chen. Jian Wuhan gazed at Su Chen without any unnecessary words. A long sword appeared in his hand, and instantly a terrifying sword intent surged from him, tearing apart the heavens and earth. Luo Lan and Nanyun looked at Jian Wuhan with grave expressions. At this moment, they realized that Jian Wuhan was even stronger than the two of them. A piercing sword cry echoed through the arena, and at that moment Jian Wuhan suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen, then slashed down violently with his sword. The terrifying sword force instantly locked on his Su Chen. Bang! A deafening explosion resonated through the heavens and earth. The terrifying shockwave spread out instantaneously over 100,000 zhong, causing everyone to retreat, hastily distancing themselves from the area, their brows furrowed and faces grave. That sword was truly terrifying. If they had been any slower, they might have been caught in its wake. As the dust settled, everyone stood frozen in place, their minds blank. For they saw that Su Chen had actually blocked that sword with just 2 fingers. Unbelievable. Nanyun swallowed hard, his legs shaking uncontrollably. So this big shot is this formidable. Thank goodness I acknowledged my defeat quickly, otherwise I might have already been done for. Luo Lan was equally astonished. That earlier sword, even she dared not confront Hedon. Had she done so, she would have been severely injured. She felt fortunate that she had not attacked Su Chen earlier. Seeing that he could not retrieve his longsword, Jian Wuhan decisively abandoned it and swiftly created distance from Su Chen. He looked at Su Chen, equally shocked. He never expected that Su Chen was so terrifying, blocking his sword with just 2 fingers. To think even an emperor would not dare to confront that sword directly. Yet Su Chen not only dared to do so, but emerged unscathed. Terrifying. I must not be careless. With that thought, he took out another longsword. He placed the sword horizontally before him, then slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of sword light radiating from them. A terrifying sword intent spread from him, and then he transformed into a beam of sword light charging towards Su Chen. At this moment, he was the sword, and the sword was him. Unity of man and sword. The terrifying sword intent soared into the clouds. Everyone in the arena gasped in shock. That sword they could not withstand. Su Chen's gaze was as tranquil as water. He slowly grasped the longsword Jian Wuhan had discarded. Just as he grasped the longsword, the very fabric of heaven and earth transformed into a sea of swords. A sword intent that surpassed everyone's comprehension erupted from Su Chen. As soon as this sword intent emerged, Jian Wuhan's sword intent shattered in an instant. The 2 sword intents were on completely different levels. Jian Wuhan's face turned pale as paper. He seemed to have lost all strength, collapsing to the ground. He looked at Su Chen, terror taking over his entire gaze. What kind of existence is this to possess such terrifying sword intent? An emperor? Could they truly be this formidable? So my sword path is so fragile. He lowered his head, his eyes dim and devoid of light. At this moment, his Tao heart was gradually shattering. Nan Yun looked at Su Chen, swallowing hard, and tremblingly said, "Senior, you are truly terrifying." Luo Lan dazedly nodded, not saying a word. At this moment, the 2 of them had been thoroughly frightened. Su Chen was far too terrifying. Terrifying to the point of exceeding their comprehension. Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly, agitation coursing through him. One day in the future, I will be as powerful as my master. Meng Yu stared blankly at Su Chen. Is there truly such a terrifying person in this world? I originally thought that my father was the strongest in the world, but it seems I was just a frog in a well. Creak. At that moment, the longsword in Su Chen's hand suddenly shattered. Su Chen looked at the broken sword, slightly shaking his head. Such a sword could not withstand his sword intent. Its shattering was only to be expected. At that moment, Su Chen voluntarily dissipated his sword intent, and the world instantly returned to calm. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at Jian Wuhan in the distance. Jian Wuhan seemed to sense something. He looked at Su Chen, his eyes devoid of spirit, not a trace of brightness to be seen, and he no longer possessed the sharpness he had before. Upon witnessing Su Chen's sword intent, his Tao heart had completely shattered. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Luo Lan and Nan Yun. The 2 of them trembled at Su Chen's glance, hurriedly bowing and clasping their fists. Senior. Now they did not dare to show any disrespect towards Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and asked, "Do you wish to leave?" Hearing this, Luo Lan and Nan Yun were momentarily stunned, then their expressions brightened. Luo Lan exclaimed, "Senior, can we really leave?" Nan Yun was also exceptionally excited. The 2 of them had dreamed of leaving. Jian Wuhan also looked at Su Chen, a glimmer of expectation hidden deep in his eyes. Though his Tao heart had shattered, that did not mean he did not want to leave. Su Chen's lips curled up, glancing at Lin Fan out of the corner of his eye. "Kid, your nightmare is about to begin." Lin Fan's body trembled, confusion filling his eyes. "Why do I have such a bad premonition?" Su Chen nodded. "Of course we can go out." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were extremely excited. They had been imprisoned in Tianyuan for countless years, and during this time, they had longed to escape. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, how could they not be excited? Luo Lan hesitated for a moment, then said, "But will the heavenly Tao allow us to leave?" Nan Yun and Jian Wuhan fell silent. They had almost forgotten about the heavenly Tao. Ah, the heavenly Tao? That is the heavenly Tao of this pseudo-immortal realm, the most terrifying power in the entire immortal world. They had been imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years because they had committed crimes. Initially, they had also resisted, but the heavenly Tao was terrifying. It suppressed them with a mere hand. Although they trusted Su Chen, they still felt worried in their hearts. After all, they had witnessed the terror of the heavenly Tao. Su Chen's expression was as calm as water as he said, "Don't worry, she wouldn't dare to stop us. If she does, I will slash her down with a single sword." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked. Slashing the heavenly Tao with a single sword. "Big brother, do you think the heavenly Tao is an ant? Is it really something that can be cut down with one sword?" If Su Chen said he could fight against the heavenly Tao, they might still believe him. After all, they had just witnessed his terrifying sword intent. However, for Su Chen to claim he could slay the heavenly Tao with a single sword, how was that possible? The heavenly Tao was the strongest existence in the entire immortal world. How could it be defeated in an instant? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing that everyone did not believe him, Su Chen did not explain further, but said, "When the time comes, I will let you out, and you will see if she dares to show up." Everyone's expression tightened. So confident. Could it be that what he said was true? At this moment their hearts wavered. Su Chen said, "If you want to go out you must agree to one condition of mine." The three of them replied in unison, "Please speak, senior." They still believed that Su Chen had the strength to let them appear. Su Chen's lips curled up as he looked toward Lin Fan in the distance. Lin Fan suddenly shivered, swallowing hard. "This is bad. Master is coming for me." Su Chen pointed at Lin Fan. "His combat experience is too low right now. You all need to practice sparring with him for a year. After a year, I will let you out. Remember, as long as he doesn't die, I won't blame you for injuring him severely." After hearing what Su Chen said, Lin Fan jumped up in disbelief and stumbled back several steps. He said incredulously, "Master, you want me to fight against a half-emperor?" Su Chen nodded. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Lin Fan trembled as he said, "Master. Master, that's—" Su Chen said, I know. What's the matter?" Lin Fan was almost in tears. "I can't beat him." Su Chen calmly replied, "It's fine, they won't kill you. Master, I am your real disciple." Lin Fan stared at Su Chen, trying to awaken the last bit of conscience. Su Chen shook his head and sighed. "Alas, Xiao Fan, this is for your own good. Sparring with a half-emperor will definitely lead to significant improvement. You must understand my good intentions." As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Luo Lan and the others seriously. "As long as you don't kill him, that's fine." The three of them quickly clasped their fists. Understood. Lin Fan felt bitter. At this moment, he was even doubting whether he was really Su Chen's disciple. After all, what kind of master would set such traps for his disciple? So difficult. Su Chen looked at the three of them. "Let's start now." The three nodded and slowly walked toward Lin Fan with smiles on their faces. Without thinking, Lin Fan turned around and ran. If he didn't run now, it would really be the end. But as a great sage, how could he outrun a half-emperor? Suddenly, Nan Yin appeared in front of Lin Fan, and without hesitation kicked Lin Fan in the stomach. Lin Fan's body bent like a bow, and he flew out directly. At that moment, Luo Lan suddenly appeared, followed by a palm strike on Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan's expression twisted as he flew out again, feeling as if his bones were falling apart and in extreme pain. Buzz. At this moment, a sword sound echoed, and a sword chi rushed straight toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and a sense of crisis surged in his heart. His face twisted in rage. A terrifying sword intent spread from him, and then he gripped the bloodthirsty sword, aiming at the sword chi, and slashed fiercely. As the sword was unleashed, thousands of sword intents intertwined, instantly tearing apart the heavens and the earth. Yet even so, Lin Fan still couldn't withstand that sword chi, which shattered his strike and shot straight at him. Lin Fan was horrified. In a moment of desperation, he directly placed the bloodthirsty sword in front of himself. Bloodthirsty sword. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, Lin Fan was sent flying. During the flight, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He steadied himself, gasping in shock. Such terrifying sword chi. He glanced at the bloodthirsty sword in his hand, seeing it completely unharmed, and sighed in relief. At that moment, another wave of crisis surged in his heart. His expression changed. "Master, you are truly my dear master." In this manner, the cries of Lin Fan echoed throughout the heavens and earth. At this moment, he felt like a ball being kicked back and forth with occasional sword chi launching sneak attacks. Seeing this scene, Meng Yu covered her face. Too brutal. Simply unbearable to watch. Su Chen glanced for a moment before turning his gaze elsewhere. At this moment, he was pondering whether he had gone too far. After a while, he shook his head. "Forget it, young people should endure some hardships. Although he hates me now, I believe he will be grateful to me later." At this time, Luo Lan and the others suddenly appeared. In Nan Yun's hand, he was holding the already unconscious Lin Fan, who was now battered and bruised, bleeding from his mouth, and his breath extremely weak. Truly a sight that was hard to bear. Luo Lan felt a bit embarrassed. "Did we go too hard?" Su Chen shook his head. "What do you mean too hard? If he doesn't endure these hardships now, even more hardships await him later, so you must not hold back. Beat him to your heart's content." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Su Chen with strange expressions. Is this Lin Fan? Really his disciple? So tragic. At this moment, they all felt pity for Lin Fan. Suddenly, Jian Wuhan said, "Should we wait until he recovers to continue?" Su Chen replied, "Wait for what? Is there so much time to wait for him to recover?" Saying this, he took out a pill and fed it to Lin Fan. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, Lin Fan's injuries instantly healed. Su Chen said calmly, "Continue. Everyone." Too perverse. Lin Fan, who had been pretending to be unconscious, twitched at the corner of his mouth, roaring in his heart. How did I end up with such a perverse master? Lin Fan no longer pretended to be confused. He looked at Su Chen with a face full of grievance. "Master, please spare me. I truly cannot withstand such torment." Hearing this again, Lin Fan's face was filled with despair. "It's over. Completely over." Su Chen ignored Lin Fan and turned his attention to Luo Lan and the others. He then took out a spatial ring and handed it to Luo Lan, saying, "Inside are many healing pills. If my disciple faints during the sparring, please give him one of these pills. Upon hearing this, everyone in the arena fell silent, looking at Su Chen as if he were a devil. Is this really something a person can do? People shouldn't, at least they shouldn't. Luo Lan fell silent for a moment, put away the ring, and then grabbed the already pale Lin Fan, disappearing from sight. Jian Wuhan and Nan Yun shook their heads simultaneously before vanishing from their spots. Too cruel. And just then Lin Fan's scream echoed once more. Su Chen smiled slightly. Disciple, you mustn't hate me, okay? Mengyu. Not hate you. I bet you're even thinking of burying him. Su Chen then looked at Mengyu. Let's go. Saying this, he slowly flew. Seeing this, Mengyu hurriedly followed. The two flew for a while, when suddenly everything around them turned pitch black. A unique barrier flickered, and a massive imperial formation surrounded them. However, neither the barrier nor the formation attacked Su Chen and Mengyu. Soon Su Chen and Mengyu flew out of the Tianyuan. Gazing at the surrounding scenery, Mengyu took a deep breath and her tense nerves finally relaxed. Su Chen did not pay attention to Mengyu, but walked toward a certain direction. Watching Su Chen's back, Mengyu felt a complex mix of emotions. Throughout this journey, she truly didn't know how many times she had been shocked. Su Chen was too mysterious, repeatedly breaking her understanding. It's truly absurd. Boom. At that moment, countless terrifying auras spread across the sky, including the presence of Imperial Realm experts. Following that, over 1,000 terrifying powerhouses appeared in the void. Leading them was a young man with golden hair and a handsome face, standing tall, exuding an aura that... Looking at the young man, Meng Yes' face darkened. Weijin, you really are like a lingering ghost. I can be found by you even here. Weijin smiled. You are my fiancé, of course I must keep an eye on you. Saying this, he looked at the departing Su Chen. Stop. As soon as he spoke, countless terrifying auras instantly locked onto Su Chen. If Su Chen dared to move another step, they would not hesitate to attack. Su Chen paused, looking at Wei Zhen with calm eyes. Seeing this, Mengyu felt uneasy and hurriedly said, Wei Zhen, let him go. Hearing this, a hint of anger arose in Wei Zhen's heart. He looked at Mengyu coldly and said, I want to ask you, knowing you are my fiancé, why are you with another man? What do you mean? Mengyu hurriedly said, I have nothing with him really. You mustn't provoke him. Ooh, I will go back with you. Enough. Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Zhen could no longer control his anger. Any man who has come into contact with you must die. Saying this, he suddenly looked at Su Chen with icy eyes and commanded, kill him. As his voice fell, a terrifying imperial might enveloped Su Chen, and then a colossal hand descended from the void. It's over. Meng Yes' face turned pale, and she angrily said, Wei Zhen, you're finished. Not only are you finished, but the entire Wei family is also finished. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhen sneered. Are you trying to say he has a background? So what if he has a background? My Wei family fears no one. Fool. Mengyu could no longer hold back and scolded him angrily. She had truly never seen someone so foolish. Wei Zhen wore a blank expression, ignoring Mengyu as he looked at Su Chen. Fool. Mengyu could no longer hold back and scolded him angrily. She had truly never seen someone so foolish. Wei Zhen wore a blank expression, ignoring Mengyu as he looked at Su Chen. Troubles keep. He shook his head slightly, then slowly extended a finger and pointed at the void. Boom. At that moment, the giant hand suddenly vanished from this realm as if it had never existed. At this moment, his eyes were filled with seriousness and confusion. Just then, an old man appeared beside him with white hair full of energy, surrounded by imperial light. At this moment, his eyes were filled with seriousness and confusion. Just then, an old man appeared beside him with white hair full of energy, surrounded by imperial light. The old man said gravely, Young master, this person is not simple. Wei Zhen nodded but said nothing, staring at Su Chen, and said in a deep voice, Who are you? He was indeed a bit flustered. If Su Chen had this kind of strength, then his background must be extraordinary. If his father found out he had provoked a strong enemy, he would definitely face severe punishment. However, he was only flustered, not afraid, because the Wei family feared no one and no force. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching Wei Zhen without speaking. Wei Zhen's gaze gradually turned cold. Kill him. The old man nodded, then stepped forward. A terrifying aura erupted from him, and then he launched a fierce punch at Su Chen. As this punch was thrown, the heavens and earth instantly boiled. The intent of the punch was overwhelming. This punch was delivered without holding back. He used all his strength, because for some reason facing Su Chen, he felt a sense of crisis, so he dared not be careless, and used all his power. Wei Zhen's expression was indifferent. I don't care who you are. Today you must die. Su Chen's expression was calm, his robe billowing, his silver hair flowing. He raised his right hand, and then delivered a punch, unleashing an overwhelming force that shattered the space within 1,000,000 miles. Su Chen's punch was infinitely more terrifying than that of the old man. What? The old man was astonished. There was no time for him to react, and the terrifying force of the punch instantly engulfed him. Boom. The terrifying sound echoed, and the sky was directly shattered by Su Chen's punch. In this realm, there was no longer any trace of the old man's presence. Silence. The surroundings were completely quiet. Everyone was frozen in place, their gazes blank, their minds empty. A half-emperor was killed in a single punch. Killed in a second. Everyone felt like they had been struck by lightning, their minds blank. Wei Zhan looked at Su Chen in disbelief, his eyes wide open, trembling as he said, Damn it. He never expected that Su Chen could be this terrifying, killing a half-emperor with a single punch. At that moment, he finally realized that he had provoked a terrifying powerhouse. It's over. His face turned as pale as paper. He knew that even if his father spared him, the elders of the Wei family would not let him off. He had caused a disaster. Wei Zhan swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm his emotions. Just at this moment, his expression suddenly turned grim as he raised his hand and pointed at Su Chen, ordering the thousands of powerful beings behind him. You all together. Boom. Before he could finish his words, a sound of sword humming resonated, and in an instant over 1,000 heads soared into the sky. Wei Zhan's expression stiffened, his face pale, and he trembled uncontrollably, fear almost filling his heart. Did thousands of powerful beings just get eliminated in an instant? In fact, he had just wanted those thousands of powerful beings to hold Su Chen back for a while. Only by stalling Su Chen could he have a chance to escape. But he never expected that those thousands of powerful beings would be eliminated by Su Chen in such a manner. Not even a second of delay. Looking at everything, Meng Yu sighed inwardly. When Wei Zhan attacked Su Chen, she already knew this would be the outcome. What a fool. Meng Yu shook her head slightly, looking at Wei Zhan as if he were an idiot. She knew that the Wei clan was finished this time. If Su Chen truly became angry, then the Wei clan could only face one result: extermination. There was only one outcome that could spare the Wei clan, and that would be if today's events never happened. But she felt that was unlikely, as the more powerful a faction, the more they cared about their reputation. Today's events had humiliated them. How could they possibly let it slide? They would definitely come to trouble Su Chen, and if they did, extermination would be inevitable. Wei Zhan's heart raced, his back already drenched in cold sweat, as regret surged within him. At this moment, he deeply regretted not listening to Meng Yu's advice to let Su Chen leave. Had Su Chen left, none of this would have happened. But there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. He took a deep breath, staring at Su Chen. Do you dare let me call for help? With that, his whole body tensed, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. If Su Chen agreed, he would no longer be anxious, but if Su Chen refused, then he would surely die today. Even if the Wei family later sought revenge on Su Chen, it would be meaningless. Because everyone would already be dead. What use would it be to take revenge on Su Chen? He could not be resurrected because of that. Su Chen chuckled at Wei Zhan's words, looking at him and saying, Then I will let you live a little longer, go ahead and call. Hearing this, Wei Zhan was overjoyed. He had thought that Su Chen would refuse and then eliminate him, but he never expected Su Chen would actually agree. Without hesitation, he took out a communication stone. Meng Yu suddenly said, You should remind your father not to provoke Su Chen rather than calling him to save you. Wei Zhan paused, shooting a cold glare at Meng Yu. Are you suggesting that if someone tries to kill me, I can't seek revenge? Meng Yu replied, Do you really want the Wei clan to be exterminated? Enough. Wei Zhan suddenly roared, his face contorted with rage. You're not the one who is going to die, so of course you can speak so easily. Saying this, he ignored Meng Yu and activated the communication stone to begin transmitting. In just a short moment, a destructive aura swept across the heavens and the earth, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble violently. Then the space suddenly shattered, and a middle-aged man stepped out. The middle-aged man, like Wei Zhan, had golden hair and bore a striking resemblance to him, with a majestic radiance illuminating from behind him. The head of the Wei family, Wei Tianyuan. Wei Zhan looked at Wei Tianyuan with excitement. Father. Wei Tianyuan glanced at his son, slowly nodded, then looked at Su Chen. The moment he laid eyes on Su Chen, an unsettling feeling surged within him. His brows furrowed and a grave expression crossed his face. May I ask who you are? Su Chen suddenly interjected, Make your move. Boom. At this moment, Wei Tianyuan stomped his right foot heavily, transforming into a beam of golden light charging towards Su Chen. In fact, he had just wanted to resolve the matter peacefully, but Su Chen's words had already made everything clear, so he no longer hesitated and decisively took action. At that moment, Wei Tianyuan clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and then launched a fierce punch towards Su Chen. The terrifying force of his punch surged outward like a tidal wave, shattering the space within a radius of 1,000,000 units. The power of a single punch was so terrifying. Su Chen kept his left hand behind his back and slowly raised his right hand, then extended 2 fingers. Boom. A terrifying shockwave spread outwards, instantly reaching a distance of 1,000,000 units. At this moment, Wei Tianyuan's pupils suddenly constricted, for Su Chen had only used 2 fingers to block his full-powered punch. Suddenly, Su Chen's right hand clenched into a fist, and then struck Wei Tianyuan in the stomach. Wei Tianyuan's expression immediately twisted. In the next moment, he was sent flying, retreating to a distance of 1,000,000 units before he could stabilize his body, and at that moment his flesh could no longer withstand the force and began to crack. Wei Tianyuan's eyes were filled with horror, unable to believe it. A single punch had severely injured him. At that moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. In the distance witnessing this scene, Wei Zhan was already petrified with fear. He never expected that Su Chen would be so formidable. At this moment, he felt overwhelming terror. Meng Yu, on the other hand, remained calm, for she had witnessed Su Chen's terror. That sword intent was something she would never forget in her lifetime. Wei Tianyuan's expression was extremely grave as he stared at Su Chen, fear rising within him. At that moment, he suddenly ordered, "Kill him." With his command, the surrounding space suddenly shattered and countless terrifying powerful beings rushed out, including dozens of semi-emperor level experts. The terrifying aura surged into the sky, and their target was none other than Su Chen. Countless terrifying auras instantly locked onto Su Chen. Su Chen remained as calm as still water, extending 2 fingers and gently flicking them. Countless bloody heads shot up into the sky while the bodies of those powerful beings continued to fly forward. This scene was extremely shocking. Thud! Countless bodies and heads of powerful beings fell to the ground. At that moment, the surroundings were eerily silent. Wei Tianyuan's expression froze as he stared blankly at this scene. What had just happened left him dumbfounded. All the powerful beings of the Wei family had just disappeared. All gone. Wei Tianyuan's face turned ashen as if all strength had been drained from his body, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with despair and endless fear. At that moment, as if remembering something, he suddenly looked up, seemingly searching for a certain figure. But after scanning all around, he still did not see that figure. His face suddenly turned extremely grim as he roared, "Wei Zhan!" This roar instantly swept across a radius of 1,000,000 units, causing the entire space-time to tremble. Wei Tianyuan's eyes widened, his body falling backward, devoid of breath. He died with his eyes wide open. He never expected that he would be betrayed by his own son. Wei Zhan, who had long since fled far away, trembled violently, then knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Father, I am unfilial." After a long while, he wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. "But with my talent and strength, I will never be able to avenge you. And without the hope of revenge, how can I repay your kindness in raising me?" Saying this, he slowly stood up and said seriously, "Therefore today, I sever all ties with you as father and son. I will not seek revenge for my father's death. Farewell." With that, he ran off into the distance. Meanwhile, Su Chen withdrew his gaze, the corners of his mouth twitching. What a filial child this is. To be honest, he had never seen such a dutiful son before. Impressive. Suddenly, a sword aura tore through the fabric of space, charging towards Wei Zhan, and in the blink of an eye pierced through Wei Zhan's head. At this moment, Su Chen slowly looked towards Meng Yu. Seeing Su Chen's gaze, Meng Yu's heart tightened, and she quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "Senior." Su Chen looked at Meng Yu and calmly asked, "Are you satisfied?" Hearing this, Meng Yu's expression froze, and she awkwardly smiled, saying, "What do you mean, senior?" Su Chen's gaze was terrifyingly calm. "You do not like your fiancé, so you borrowed my hand to get rid of him, am I correct?" Meng Yu's delicate body trembled violently, a sense of suffocation enveloping her, and she hurriedly knelt on the ground, trembling. "Senior, I didn't." A sword-like cut through the air, and Meng Yu let out a scream as her right arm suddenly flew away, blood gushing out like a fountain. Su Chen calmly said, "Am I correct?" Meng Yu's face turned pale like a blank sheet of paper devoid of any color. Listening to Su Chen's repeated inquiry, she still shook her head. At that moment, her left arm also flew away, and her expression instantly turned extremely hideous, filled with immense pain. Meng Yu dared not hesitate any longer, crying out in pain, "Senior is right, I did indeed use you just now. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used you. Please spare me." Saying this, she looked at Su Chen in terror. She never expected that her little scheme would be discovered by. At that moment, she felt incredibly foolish for trying to play tricks in front of Su Chen. Truly foolish beyond belief. Su Chen took one last glance at Meng Yu before turning to leave. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Meng Yu felt a bitter pang in her heart. I could have left a good impression in front of him. She sighed, helplessly collected her severed arm, and vanished from the spot. In the lower realm at the Ziyun mountain range, in a hidden cave, Nangong Gyue sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly closed, and a divine light surrounded her. She had become a half-empire. Moreover, she was at the peak of half-empire, just one step away from becoming an emperor. At this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, and a terrifying power erupted from her, instantly turning the Ziyun mountain range into nothingness. The terrifying imperial might swept through this realm. Impossible. Suddenly, an unwilling voice echoed within Nangong Gyue's sea of consciousness. Nangong Gyue coldly said, "You ultimately failed." Saying this, she brought her 2 fingers together and slowly pointed them at her brow. The evil god panicked and hurriedly said, "No, no, no. I won't seize your body anymore. Moreover, I can be your master. Please don't act rashly." Nangong Gyue coldly replied, "Not needed." With that, she suddenly pressed her fingers hard against her brow. "No." The evil god roared in unwilling anger before completely dissipating within Nangong Gyue's sea of consciousness. Feeling her terrifying power, Nangong Gyue's lips curled slightly. "Su Chen, you surely didn't expect that I have already become a half-empire, did you? Just wait, I will find you. Once I find you, I won't kill you. I will turn your soul into a soul lamp, ensuring you can never be reborn." Saying this, she suddenly burst into laughter, and a terrifying aura shattered the very fabric of this. After a long time, she retracted her aura, coldly smiling. "But before I look for you, I must return to the Nangong clan. My dear father, what expression will you have when you see your daughter has become a half-empire?" In the celestial realm at the Nangong clan, Nangong Gyue walked expressionlessly into the entrance of the secret realm, and the moment she stepped inside, thousands of terrifying auras instantly locked onto her. The next moment, the space suddenly shattered and thousands of golden-armored experts emerged. Looking at the experts around her, Nangong Gyue calmly asked, "What are you all doing?" When these experts saw Nangong Gyue's face, their pupils instantly contracted, and they respectfully cupped their fists, saying, "Miss?" Nangong Gyue said, "I thought you all had forgotten about me." The experts replied in unison, "Dare not." Nangong Gyue looked at one of the experts and said, "Go call my father here." The expert frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then disappeared from the spot. A little while later, dozens of figures appeared in the void with Nangong Pu at the forefront. Nangong Pu stared at Nangong Gyue, his brows furrowed. "You still have the face to come back." Nangong Gyue coldly smiled. "I am also a member of the Nangong clan. Oh, why shouldn't I come back?" Nangong Pu narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. In the past, Nangong Gyue would not have dared to speak to him like this. How strange. Nangong Gyue self-deprecatingly said, "It's been many years since we last met. I thought father would miss me, haha, it seems I was overthinking it." Nangong Pu remained silent. Nangong Gyue stared at Nangong Pu and said, "You are getting old. Hand over the position of the clan to me." Nangong Pu's expression suddenly turned cold. "Do you know what you are saying?" Nangong Gyue nodded. "Of course I know." Nangong Pu fixed his gaze on Nangong Gyue, saying nothing. For some reason, he felt a sense of unease. Nangong Gyue calmly said, "Seeing your expression, it seems you are not prepared to hand over the position to me. In that case." With that, a terrifying half-empire aura swept out from her. "What?" Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Nangong Gyue had actually become a half-empire. At this moment, everyone was stunned, looking at Nangong Gyue with incredulous expressions revealing shock and confusion. How did she become a half-empire in just a few short years? Nangong Pu was even more dumbfounded. He never expected that his daughter had actually become a half-empire. At this moment, he felt as if he were dreaming. Feeling the gazes of those around her, Nangong Gyue smirked, staring at Nangong Pu. "Will you hand over the position?" Nangong Pu took a deep breath and coldly looked at Nangong Gyue. "Do you think that just because you have become a half-empire you can act recklessly?" With that, a half-empire aura erupted from him, as well a terrifying presence that made everyone in the venue feel suffocated. At that moment, behind Nangong Pu, the space suddenly tore apart, and Nangong Gyue burst out wielding a long sword. Without any hesitation, she decisively thrust her sword forward, and the terrifying power of the sword Dao swept out in all directions. Nangong Pu's expression was impassive, and he suddenly turned around, then unleashed a punch. Boom. 2 waves of terrifying power surged like a tsunami, shocking everyone and forcing them to quickly retreat from the area, stopping only after retreating 100,000 zhang. At this moment, both Nangong Gyue and Nangong Pu staggered back simultaneously. Looking at Nangong Gyue, Nangong Pu felt an immense shock in his heart. He initially thought that Nangong Gyue had just stepped into the semi-emperor realm, but he never expected that she actually possessed the strength of the peak of the 9th level of the semi-emperor realm. The peak of the semi-emperor, 9th level. How is this possible? Suddenly, an ear-piercing sword cry rang out, and Nangong Gyue appeared in front of Nangong Pu, then fiercely slashed down with her sword. As the sword was unleashed, thousands of sword intents intertwined, tearing apart countless spaces. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in shock. So strong. Nangong Pu dared not be careless. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and then he thrust it forward, unleashing a torrent of terrifying spear intent. At the moment the sword and spear clashed, a terrifying shockwave instantly spread out for 100,000 zhang. Some people could not withstand this overwhelming shockwave, and their bodies exploded on the spot. At this time, Nangong Gyue concentrated her thoughts, and countless terrifying sword chi appeared around her, then surged towards Nangong Pu like a rain of swords. Nangong Pa's pupils suddenly constricted. He dared not be careless. He shook his long spear violently, instantly forcing Nangong Gyue back. Then he let out a furious shout, and a terrifying force along with countless spear intents erupted from his body, shattering numerous sword chi at that moment. At this moment Nangong Pa suddenly vanished from his original spot and reappeared right in front of Nangong Gyue. His expression was cold, and he thrust his spear forward, instantly locking onto her with terrifying spear momentum. Nangong Gyue smirked. A mysterious power suddenly radiated from her body, flowing towards her long sword, which was instantly stained red. At that moment Nangong Gyue forcefully thrust her sword, and a mysterious, yet terrifying power suddenly surged from the sword. Bang! As a beam of sword light exploded, the surrounding space violently shattered. Nangong Pa was instantly knocked back repeatedly, and during his retreat his body began to crack, forming a web-like pattern. Nangong Pa was greatly alarmed. What is this power? At that moment a 10,000 zhang sword, chi carrying that mysterious power, slashed toward him. Nangong Pa's hair stood on end as a sense of crisis enveloped him. His expression suddenly turned ferocious, and then he tightened his grip on the long spear, thrusting it out fiercely, with terrifying spear intent shooting straight into the sky. Bang! Crack! A deafening explosion resonated, followed by the shattering of Nangong Pa's long spear, yet the sword chi did not dissipate and continued to slash down. Boom! Nangong Pa had no way to resist. The sword chi directly tore through his flesh, leaving only a trace of his soul. At this moment the entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they were witnessing as waves of shock surged in their hearts. Defeated. Nangong Pa was defeated. The fact that Nangong Pa would lose was something they never expected. At the same time, they were filled with confusion. How did Nangong Gyue gain such strength in such a short time? And what was that mysterious power? How could it be so terrifying? Nangong Pa himself was even more baffled. He was stunned. He was truly stunned. He had actually been defeated by his own daughter. At that moment Nangong Gyue suddenly appeared in front of Nangong Pa and directly grabbed his neck with one hand. With only his soul remaining, Nangong Pa finally panicked, looking at Nangong Gyue. He trembled, saying, "Gyue, the position of the clan head is yours. Don't do anything foolish. I am your father." Nangong Gyue coldly laughed. "You're truly disgusting like this." Bang! Saying this, she directly crushed Nangong Pa's soul. Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes. Nangong Gyue actually committed patricide, defying the heavens. At this moment Nangong Gyue looked at the strong members of the Nangong clan calmly, and said, "From today on, I am the clan head of the Nangong clan. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, everyone's faces instantly turned ugly. They certainly did not want a patricide to become. The elders of the Nangong clan were filled with regret. They regretted not intervening to save Nangong Pa earlier. The events had unfolded too suddenly, and before they could react, Nangong Pa was already dead. Nangong Gyue said, "You have witnessed my strength. If I become the clan head, the Nangong clan will undoubtedly become the strongest force in this immortal realm without exception." After listening, everyone fell silent. After a moment, a semi-emperor strongman stepped forward, clasping his fists and respectfully addressing Nangong Gyue, clan head. Seeing this, the people of the Nangong clan no longer remained silent, and they all clasped their fists, shouting in unison, "Clan head." Nangong Gyue's lips curled slightly. Her heart was still a bit excited. She had finally become the clan head of the Nangong clan. She looked up at the sky, her eyes cold. Su Chen. Su Chen was walking along a small path when suddenly a small fox fell in front of him. The little fox had snow-white fur and exuded nobility. To his astonishment, this small fox actually had 9 tails. This was a 9-tailed celestial fox. However, at this moment, the 9-tailed celestial fox was injured with blood continuously flowing from the corner of its mouth. Su Chen looked calmly at the 9-tailed celestial fox and gently picked it up. The 9-tailed celestial fox weakly glanced at Su Chen, showing no resistance, for it truly had no strength left. Su Chen gently stroked the 9-tailed celestial fox. "There are no 9-tailed celestial foxes in this pseudo-immortal realm. You come from the true immortal realm." The 9-tailed celestial fox looked at Su Chen in surprise, its eyes filled with confusion. How did this human know? Could it be that he also came from the true immortal realm? Su Chen smiled slightly. "Just follow me from now on." Upon hearing this, the 9-tailed celestial fox's face instantly turned ferocious, its eyes revealing hostility. Bang! Su Chen tapped the little fox's head, causing it to grimace in pain, its little paws hurriedly covering its head, looking at Su Chen with a face full of grievance. "This human is truly despicable, daring to hit me. But why does it hurt so much? It feels worse than all the injuries on my body combined." Su Chen laughed. "You actually aren't willing. Being by my side is your fortune, you know." The 9-tailed celestial fox stared at Su Chen with a resentful gaze, feeling quite dissatisfied. "Is following you a blessing?" "Nonsense. I am the nine-tailed celestial fox with the bloodline of a divine beast. What makes you think it's a blessing for me to follow you rather than the other way around? And who the hell wants to follow you? Haha, little fox, you can't escape now. At this moment, a woman walked over from a distance, her beauty unparalleled, like a celestial maiden from the heavens, exuding nobility in every move. Behind her were 6 elders, each radiating a terrifying aura. One of the elders was surrounded by an imperial light, his terrifying aura causing the space itself to boil. The nine-tailed celestial fox looked at the woman and her companions, its expression suddenly turning fierce eyes filled with intense killing intent. The injuries he sustained were all due to the woman and her group. The woman glanced at the nine-tailed celestial fox and Su Chen's arms raised an eyebrow, and then looked at Su Chen smiling. I discovered this little fox first. Su Chen calmly replied, he is mine now. Hearing this, the woman narrowed her eyes slightly and said, are you sure you want to do this? Su Chen replied nonchalantly, so what if I do? Impudent. At this moment, one of the elders stepped forward from behind the woman, the aura of a 9th-tier Saint King instantly enveloping the area, followed by a terrifying force pressing down on Su Chen. The entire world shook violently as the nine-tailed celestial fox's pupils constricted, its fur standing on end as a strong sense of danger surged over it. Buzz. Just then a sword's cry rang out, and with it the terrifying force was instantly torn apart. At that moment, the elder's head soared into the sky, blood gushing forth. At this instant, everyone fell silent, staring at Su Chen in shock. Was a Saint King just killed in an instant? So powerful. The nine-tailed celestial fox widened its eyes looking at Su Chen. Is this person really that strong? At first it had thought Su Chen was just a pretty boy, but it never expected him to possess such terrifying strength. It had misjudged him. The elder at the half-emperor level looked grave, his heart shaken. Because just now he had completely failed to see how Su Chen had made his move. He was a half-emperor. If even a half-emperor couldn't see how Su Chen acted, how terrifying must Su Chen be? He dared not imagine it. The woman's expression darkened, her eyes filled with apprehension. She knew she had encountered a formidable opponent today. Su Chen was definitely not someone she could handle. At this moment, she contemplated what to do next. She did not want to give up on the nine-tailed celestial fox. After a moment, she looked at Su Chen and smiled charmingly. My name is Feng Luo from the Fire Phoenix clan. Can we get to know each other? Su Chen gently stroked the nine-tailed celestial fox in his arms, remaining silent. Feng Luo didn't mind saying with a smile, I. At that moment, a ray of sword light sliced through the air, and Feng Luo's left hand flew off, blood gushing like a fountain. Feng Luo's face stiffened, and in the next moment her expression suddenly turned hideously fierce, a heart-wrenching scream resonating through the heavens and earth. Su Chen looked at Feng Luo and calmly said, one more word, and you'll die. Feng Luo clutched her empty left arm, her face filled with pain. Miss. The 5 elders behind Feng Luo changed their expressions, then furiously glared at Su Chen, their killing intent nearly becoming tangible. Stop. Just as they were about to strike, Feng Luo, enduring the pain, shouted loudly to stop them, but as soon as her voice fell, a ray of sword light swept across the sky. In the next moment, the heads of the 5 elders flew off, simultaneously, blood splattering. One of the heads rolled directly to Feng Luo's feet, and the owner of that head was none other than the half-emperor elder. A half-emperor was killed in an instant. Instant kill. The nine-tailed celestial fox was completely stunned. It suddenly looked up at Su Chen. Is this human really that powerful? Was a half-emperor killed so easily? A half-emperor? Is it that easy to kill one? This is absolutely absurd. Feng Luo stared blankly at the head, her mind a blank as she looked at Su Chen, an overwhelming sense of fear enveloping her. She trembled and said, why you? Who are you? At this moment she was truly dumbfounded. She never expected Su Chen to be so terrifying. What surprised her even more was that Su Chen was so decisive, killing all her people without a second thought. Couldn't he wait a moment? Su Chen ignored Feng Luo and gently patted the head of the nine-tailed celestial fox. The fox blinked and showed no anger, instead nuzzling against him. What had just happened made it completely understand that Su Chen was a ruthless person, and a very powerful ruthless person at that. This realization made it dare not show any disrespect to Su Chen, fearing that if it angered him, it would be killed. At this moment, a blade of sword energy slashed towards Feng Luo. Feng Luo was startled, her face turning pale in an instant, feeling that death was drawing closer. Who dares to kill my daughter? At that moment, an enraged roar echoed, and the next moment a ball of red light suddenly flew from between Feng Luo's brows. Just as this red light began to coalesce into a figure, the sword energy instantly erased it. I am gone. The ball of red light emitted a confused sound, then dissipated. The nine-tailed celestial fox said, was this person here to make a joke? The blade of sword energy pierced Feng Luo's brow, her eyes widening with regret and unwillingness and then her life force completely dissipated in this realm. Meanwhile, at the Fire Phoenix clan, in a resplendent hall, a middle-aged man clad in purple robes sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed, exuding a terrifying aura. The clan leader of the Fire Phoenix clan, Feng. In the next moment, Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a monstrous killing intent erupting from him, the terrifying aura instantly shattering the entire hall. All the powerful warriors of the Fire Phoenix clan turned their gazes to the hall, puzzled. What happened to the clan leader? Daughter. Feng's eyes were bloodshot, showing signs of losing control. He then transformed into a streak of light, leaving the Fire Phoenix clan. At that moment, dozens of half-emperor warriors pursued in the direction Feng had gone. Su Chen glanced in one direction, then returned his gaze to the nine-tailed celestial fox. The nine-tailed celestial fox, seeing Su Chen looking over, immediately displayed a flattering expression, softly calling out, "Master." After saying this, it continuously shouted in its heart. The dignified nine-tailed celestial fox actually submitted to a human. A disgrace. A disgrace. But there was no other way. I can't win. Damn. Su Chen smiled and said, "What happened to your earlier arrogance?" Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed celestial fox twitched its mouth. "Big brother, how dare I be arrogant in front of you now? If I get too arrogant, I'll have to meet my ancestors." However, he said on the surface, "Master, at first, I did not recognize what was good for me. Please do not be angry." Su Chen chuckled. "I see you are still a bit unconvinced." The nine-tailed celestial fox quickly shook its head. No, how could I be unconvinced? Master, please don't say such things." Su Chen smiled. "Is that so?" The nine-tailed celestial fox nodded seriously. Su Chen shook his head with a smile and said, "From now on, stay by my side." The nine-tailed celestial fox nodded and said, "All right." Su Chen smiled and gently stroked the nine-tailed celestial fox's head with his right hand. The reason Su Chen wanted the nine-tailed celestial fox to stay by his side was that he found it a bit boring to be alone, and having the nine-tailed celestial fox around would surely add some fun to his days. The nine-tailed celestial fox hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Master, do you not care why I appeared in this false immortal realm?" Su Chen replied calmly, "That is not important." "Aren't you afraid that I will bring you a lot of trouble?" the nine-tailed celestial fox asked. Su Chen shook his head, saying, "Whoever seeks trouble with me will be dealt with in an instant." Hearing this, the corner of the nine-tailed celestial fox's mouth twitched. "All right, you are impressive." Clearly, he felt that Su Chen was bragging. Seeing the skeptical look on the nine-tailed celestial fox's face, Su Chen merely smiled and did not elaborate further. "You bastard, how dare you stay here?" At this moment, an extremely angry voice resounded, and instantly a terrifying aura filled the space, followed by Feng breaking through the fabric of reality. He first glanced at Feng Luo's corpse, then turned his gaze to Su Chen, a towering killing intent radiating from him, causing the entire sky to shatter into pieces. Looking at Feng, the nine-tailed celestial fox gulped and trembled as it asked, "Master, can you handle him?" At this moment, he was in a panic. Su Chen smirked, saying softly, "Don't be afraid, he is just a nobody." Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed celestial fox covered its head, feeling a bit like crying. "Big brother, can you stop showing off? A peak half-emperor at the 9th level is a nobody. I can't believe you said that." Su Chen looked at the nine-tailed celestial fox and smiled. "Don't you believe me?" The nine-tailed celestial fox hesitated for a moment before nodding. Su Chen smiled and said, "Then just watch." "Bastard." Seeing Su Chen ignore him, Feng became even angrier, clenching his fist tightly and then launching a fierce punch at Su Chen. A dazzling punch radiated across the heavens, and a terrifying punch intent erupted from the punch's aura, instantly enveloping Su Chen and the nine-tailed celestial fox. The nine-tailed celestial fox was immediately terrified, its fur standing on end as fear and despair filled its eyes. "It's over. Am I going to die like this? I refuse to accept it." Su Chen smoothed the nine-tailed celestial fox's fur and said softly, "Don't be afraid." As he spoke, he looked at the punch, his eyes showing no sign of disturbance, and then slowly extended a finger pointing at the void. At that moment, an invisible and terrifying force instantly shattered the punch, and the punch simply vanished. Witnessing this scene, the nine-tailed celestial fox was completely dumbfounded, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. What kind of existence is he? He blocked that punch with just a finger. Unbelievable. At this moment, he was truly shocked. He had just personally felt the terror of that punch, yet it was so easily neutralized by Su Chen. Impressive. Feng, he was also stunned. My punch just like that disappeared. He stared at Su Chen, feeling an unprecedented gravity in his heart. This kid is strange. I cannot be careless. With this thought, a burst of red light erupted from his body, and in an instant his form began to change, transforming into a fire phoenix. At that moment, a hint of divine beast power began to emanate from him. When he transformed into his true form, the heavens and earth trembled, and thunder rumbled continuously. The terrifying aura shot straight into the clouds. Looking at Feng Yi in his true form, the nine-tailed celestial fox felt a heavy heart, yet there was still some confusion. For he noticed that Feng Yi's bloodline was not pure, lacking in comparison to the true Phoenix clan of the Immortal realm by an unknown margin. At this moment Feng Yi suddenly flapped his wings, and two terrifying tornadoes surged toward Su Chen, tearing apart everything in their path. Su Chen nonchalantly uttered a word. Scatter! Boom! As the word fell, the two tornadoes instantly dissipated into the void. Just then Feng Yi transformed into a red light and charged towards Su Chen with incredible speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. He then opened his mouth deep as an abyss and bit towards Su Chen. All of this happened in an instant. Kneel! Boom! At that moment, an overwhelming power pressed down on Feng Yi, causing him to kneel on the ground without any ability to resist. Seeing this scene, the nine-tailed celestial fox gasped, trembling uncontrollably. One word, just one word, made a peak half-emperor kneel. This is really absurd. The nine-tailed celestial fox looked at Su Chen, trembling as it said, Master, you weren't bragging, were you? Feng Yi was even more stunned at this moment. He felt as if millions of stars were pressing down on him. He tried to get up, but found it utterly impossible. At this moment he was truly dumbfounded. He looked at Su Chen in disbelief, his heart filled with fear. What kind of existence did his daughter provoke? Is this something that can be provoked? Su Chen looked at the nine-tailed celestial fox and smiled. When did I ever say I was bragging? The nine-tailed celestial fox was taken aback. It seemed Su Chen really hadn't been bragging, it was just his own misconception. The nine-tailed celestial fox awkwardly chuckled. Boom. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The space behind Su Chen suddenly shattered, and an old man stepped out. Without a hint of hesitation, the old man raised his hand and punched a punch containing terrifying power. Be careful! The nine-tailed celestial fox shouted in alarm. Su Chen remained expressionless and did not turn around. Poochie! Be careful! The nine-tailed celestial fox shouted in alarm. Su Chen remained expressionless and did not turn around. In the next moment his head fell from his body. At the same time, dozens of half-emperors suddenly appeared around Su Chen, all of them decisively unleashing their strongest attacks. Dozens of terrifying powers swept through the heavens and earth, and everything within a million-mile radius began to obliterate under the unbearable force. Their target was none other than Su Chen. Poochie! Suddenly they were suspended in midair, and in the next moment their heads flew off simultaneously. These half-emperors were all slain instantly. Slain. The nine-tailed celestial fox was left in a daze. Feng Yi's eyes were as wide as saucers. Half-emperors like ants. At this moment he was truly terrified. Half-emperors are no ordinary beings, yet they were still slain. How the hell do we fight this? How do we fight? Su Chen glanced at Feng Yi. In that moment Feng Yi felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. The next instant his expression suddenly twisted into a grimace, and he clenched his fists to resist, but at that moment a flash of sword light swept past his throat. Feng Yi's head instantly flew off. Instant kill. He had no capacity for resistance. The nine-tailed celestial fox's eyes widened in disbelief, and a wave of fear spread within his heart. What kind of existence is this? To kill a half-emperor as if he were a chicken. A big shot. A big shot indeed. No. I must hold on to this big shot's leg tightly. With this thought, the nine-tailed celestial fox hurriedly nuzzled against Su Chen, looking eager to please. Su Chen looked at the nine-tailed celestial fox and smiled, shaking his head. You little rascal. The nine-tailed celestial fox blinked, forcing a smile. Su Chen chuckled, then took out a pill and fed it to the nine-tailed celestial fox, causing its injuries to heal instantly. The nine-tailed celestial fox's eyes lit up, and it nuzzled against Su Chen again. This big shot is truly amazing. How infuriating. I didn't recognize the good at first. Su Chen gently patted the head of the nine-tailed celestial fox, smiling. What is your name? The nine-tailed celestial fox replied, Fox Xiaotian, you can call me Xiaotian Master. Su Chen nodded. Fox Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Master, don't you want to hear about my situation? If I stay by your side, strong foes will definitely come looking for trouble. Su Chen replied calmly, It doesn't matter, whoever comes will kill them in one sword stroke. Fox Xiaotian continued, Those strong foes are even more terrifying than the emperors. Su Chen said, Then he'll still kill them in one sword stroke. Hearing this, Fox Xiaotian felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. He dared not claim that Su Chen was bragging. After all, he had been slapped in the face for not believing before. But can Su Chen really kill beings more terrifying than the emperors? Fox Xiaotian still held a skeptical. In the days that followed, Su Chen took Fox Xiaotian around the immortal realm. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye a year had gone by. In the Tianyuan, Lin Fan stood in the void with his upper body bare, revealing countless horrifying scars that made him look extremely frightening. During this year, he had a miserable existence, basically being beaten every day. Whenever he fainted from the beatings, Luo Lan would feed him a pill, and then the cycle would continue, getting beaten, fainting, and being fed a pill over and over. It was truly miserable. However, despite his suffering, his strength had increased significantly, and within just a year, he had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the Holy King realm. Looking at Lin Fan, Nan Yun exclaimed, "This kid's cultivation talent is truly monstrous." Luo Lan nodded in agreement with Nan Yun's words. Jian Wuhan crossed his arms over his chest without speaking, but the shock in his eyes betrayed him. A year. Even among the proud and monstrous talents of the pseudo-immortal realm, few could break through to the peak of the 9th level of the Holy King realm in a year. Lin Fan's talent truly astonished the three. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was blood-red, and a blinding red light radiated from his entire being. At that instant, he gripped the bloodthirsty sword tightly, and a wave of murderous intent swept through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, Lin Fan suddenly disappeared from his original spot. Buzz! A terrifying sword cry reverberated, and a horrific sword intent surged outward, shaking the surroundings. Lin Fan had somehow appeared above Nan Yun, gripping the bloodthirsty sword tightly, and then he slashed down. This strike contained an extremely terrifying killing intent, and the residual force instantly shattered the space within 100,000 miles. Nan Yun's lips curled slightly. He took a step forward, and his right hand clenched into a fist with countless terrifying powers surging towards his right fist like a tide. Then he unleashed a punch, and a 10,000-foot fist radiance swept out from his fist. Boom. Crack. The terrifying punch directly shattered Lin Fan's sword strike. Lin Fan was taken aback and tried to retreat, but it was too late. He was enveloped by that fist radiance. Bang. A deafening explosion sounded throughout the entire Tianyuan. At that moment, Lin Fan, along with the bloodthirsty sword, was sent flying. During the flight, his body began to crack, blood seeping out, and finally, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Lin Fan gasped, feeling as if all the bones in his body had shattered. A bitter smile appeared on his lip. A half-emperor is truly terrifying. That last sword strike was with all his might, yet he still couldn't withstand Nan Yun's casual punch. Thinking of Su Chen made Lin Fan feel even more bitter. Why is it that killing a half-emperor is like killing a chicken for my master? Just how strong is my master? Can I become an existence like my master? At this moment, he felt his previous thoughts were laughable. Become an existence like my master? Ridiculous. How is that even possible? At that moment, Nan Yun and the others approached Lin Fan. Nan Yun looked at Lin Fan and smiled. "Kid, have you gotten a bit carried away with your newfound strength?" Lin Fan stared blankly at the sky, remaining silent. Seeing this, Nan Yun raised an eyebrow. "Oh, this kid's Tao heart hasn't shattered, has it?" Luo Lan hurriedly took out a pill and fed it to Lin Fan. His injuries healed instantly, yet even with his injuries restored, he continued to gaze at the sky in silence. Seeing this, Nan Yun was startled. This kid's Tao heart isn't really shattered, is it? At this moment, he truly panicked. If Lin Fan's Tao heart shattered, what would happen when Su Chen returned to find him? Giving up so soon? At that moment, a deep voice echoed. Luo Lan and the others turned to look, their expressions changing, and they quickly cupped their fists respectfully, saying, "Senior." Su Chen, holding Fox Xiaoyan, nodded at the three. Lin Fan stood up from the ground, looking at Su Chen with dim eyes, softly calling Master. Su Chen smiled. "Are you planning to give up?" Lin Fan remained silent, not speaking. Su Chen continued, "Think about it, you've only lived for a little over a decade." He pointed at Luo Lan and the others. "And they have lived for tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands of years. So it's normal that you can't defeat them. If you were given a few more years, I believe you would certainly be able to defeat them." After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Fan's expression changed slightly. He looked at Su Chen and asked, "Can I become an existence like Master?" Hearing this, Luo Lan and the others all looked at Lin Fan. This kid can't be serious, can he? Surpassing his master. Isn't that just a dream? Su Chen smiled. "As long as you work hard in your cultivation, it's possible." Lin Fan's eyes sparkled, and then a terrifying aura suddenly spread from his body, surging towards the heavens. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, and terrifying thunderclaps echoed throughout the entire world. Each rumble contained the destructive laws of lightning. If one were to be struck, they would likely perish on the spot. Thunder tribulation. Any being wishing to step into the realm of the semi-emperor must undergo a thunder tribulation. The higher one's talent, the more terrifying the tribulation they face. However, if they endure it, the heavenly Tao will bestow blessings, granting immense benefits to those favored. Looking at Lin Fan, Nan Yun was astonished. Is this kid really about to break through to semi-emperor so soon? Luo Lan remarked, "Lin Fan's talent is truly terrifying." Even the usually taciturn Jian Wuhan couldn't help but exclaim, "A prodigy." Ha ha ha. At that moment, Lin Fan grinned, fiercely stamping his right foot hard, soaring into the air. To everyone's shock, he charged directly into the thunderclouds. Seeing this scene, Luo Lan and the others were left dumbfounded. Are young people nowadays really this fierce? To confront the thunder tribulation heat-in, even they wouldn't dare. Su Chen looked up at Lin Fan, a smile creeping onto his lips. Not bad, not bad. Hu Shaodian lazily glanced at Lin Fan and then withdrew his gaze. Being the master's disciple, it's not surprising. Just then a massive bolt of lightning struck towards Lin Fan. Unafraid, Lin Fan gripped his bloodthirsty sword and thrust it forward with great force. Boom. The terrifying sword strike instantly tore apart the bolt of lightning. At that moment, countless terrifying bolts of lightning surged towards him. A glint of ferocity flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as a terrifying power filled with countless killing intentions erupted from him, weaving thousands of sword intents across the heavens. Countless bolts of thunder tribulation were instantly dispersed. At that moment, a surge of sword intent slashed towards the thunderclouds, the terrifying power of the sword path splitting the entire sky in half, truly frightening. As that bolt of lightning fell, the thunderclouds completely dissipated. Suddenly, a purple light shone down upon Lin Fan. The heavenly Tao bestows blessings. Lin Fan closed his eyes tightly. The next moment, the celestial energy around him surged like a tidal wave. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from him, containing imperial might. He had broken through to semi-emperor. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and the aura within him surged again, followed by another burst of terrifying energy. Second level of the semi-emperor realm. Lin Fan took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly. He grinned widely and vanished from his spot, reappearing in front of Su Chen, saying, "Master." Su Chen nodded and smiled. "Not bad." Lin Fan chuckled. "Thank you for the compliment, Master." Su Chen reminded him, "There are countless prodigies in this world. Do not become arrogant." Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Fan, who had been somewhat arrogant, immediately restrained himself. Indeed, there are countless prodigies in the immortal realm. It's impossible for him to be the only one breaking through to semi-emperor at this age. Lin Fan nodded heavily. "Understood." Su Chen smiled slightly, and then turned to Luo Lan and the others. Seeing Su Chen looking at them, Luo Lan and her companions immediately bowed respectfully. "Senior." Su Chen nodded, saying, "You can leave Tianyuan now." Luo Lan and the others were momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. "Can we finally leave?" Luo Lan stammered. "Senior, can we really leave Tianyuan?" Su Chen glanced at her and nodded. "If you are still worried, follow me." Saying this, he flew directly into the sky. Seeing this, Lin Fan hurriedly followed. Luo Lan and the others exchanged glances, excitement visible in their eyes. Without hesitation, they quickly followed suit. As they flew, they felt extremely tense, a bit anxious. After all, the restrictions and the imperial formation around weren't to be trifled with. However, throughout their journey, the restrictions and imperial formation did not attack them until they left Tianyuan, and they did not trigger. Outside Tianyuan, Luo Lan and her companions trembled with excitement, their expressions filled with joy. They made it out. They finally made it out. After a long while, Luo Lan and the others managed to calm their emotions and looked at Su Chen, saying in unison, "Thank you, Senior." They were truly grateful to Su Chen. Had it not been for him, they could never have escaped. Su Chen calmly replied, "You helped me teach this kid for a year, and I helped you leave. It was mutually beneficial, nothing to thank me for." Luo Lan shook her head, saying, "Senior, you can't say that. If it weren't for you, we would have never made it out. You helping us escape is akin to giving us a second life. Such a favor cannot be repaid simply by teaching Lin Fan for a year." "Exactly." Nan Yun and Jian Wuhan nodded, fully agreeing with Luo Lan's words. Su Chen smiled slightly, saying nothing. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at Nan Yun and said, "Senior Nan Yun, please fight me once more." Nan Yun laughed. "All right, this time I will suppress my cultivation to match yours." Saying this, he directly suppressed his realm to the second level of the semi-emperor realm. Lin Fan nodded and then appeared in the void. At that moment, a terrifying fist intent instantly enveloped Lin Fan. Gripping the bloodthirsty sword, Lin Fan thrust it forward. Boom. The terrifying shockwave instantly spread for tens of thousands of zhong, and at that moment Lin Fan and Nan Yun were both forced back. Lin Fan retreated for 10,000 zhong, while Nan Yun fell back 1,000 zhong. Nan Yun looked at Lin Fan, a hint of surprise in his eyes, then laughed. "Good kid." Saying this, he charged at Lin Fan again, appearing in front of him in an instant. Then he unleashed a punch, unleashing countless terrifying power from his fist, shattering the surrounding space. Lin Fan's eyes glowed red with excitement, unafraid, raising his sword for a strike. Boom. Lin Fan was sent flying back several thousand zhong, but his sword intent remained unshattered. He stood firm with his sword, his eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. Without a word, he suddenly vanished from his spot. Whoosh. The very fabric of this world was torn apart by a flash of sword light. In the distance, Nan Yun smiled, and suddenly a large blade appeared in his hand. At that moment, a terrifying blade intent rushed forth. The next moment, he slashed down with the blade. Boom. The sword intent and blade intent filled the entire sky. Crack. The sword intent shattered. Lin Fan was sent flying by the slash, stabilizing his body. He looked at the large blade in Nan Yun's hand somewhat astonished. Senior, are you a blade cultivator? Nan Yun chuckled. Yes, you were too weak before, so I didn't use it. But now that your strength has reached this point, I have no choice but to use it. Lin Fan smiled slightly, not saying anything further. At that moment, he vanished from his spot again, a flash of sword light slicing through the arena. Nan Yun also disappeared from his spot, the sound of a blade ringing through the heavens. A series of explosive sounds echoed through the heavens as the two battled for thousands of exchanges, yet still could not determine a victor. Watching the two fight in the sky, Luo Lan was astonished. Lin Fan is truly a prodigy. He just broke through to semi-emperor and possesses such strength, it's simply outrageous. Jin Wuhan quietly watched, saying nothing. It's so cold, my hands are freezing. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly distanced himself from Nan Yun, and then he slashed down fiercely with his sword. Just then a sword chi descended from the heavens, tearing apart everything, and in an instant it reached above Nan Yun's head. Nan Yun looked up sharply, and immediately he thrust out his blade as thousands of blade intents surged forth like a tidal wave. Bang! The sword intent was directly torn apart. At that moment, Lin Fan, unbeknownst to Wen, had already arrived behind Nan Yun, and then he slashed down. Nan Yun's pupils suddenly constricted as a wave of crisis surged into his heart. However, as a half-emperor who had lived for countless years, he reacted swiftly to such a surprise attack. In an instant, he turned around and swiftly positioned his large blade in front of him. Boom! The sword intent crisscrossed between heaven and earth, and Nan Yun was directly blasted away. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly appeared again, and then he thrust out his sword, the terrifying sword intent instantly enveloping Nan Yun. Nan Yun was greatly shocked as a terrifying force suddenly erupted from his body, shattering the sword intent in an instant. Lin Fan was sent flying by this terrifying force, soaring for several thousand zhang before stabilizing his body. He took a deep breath, then exhaled and looked at Nan Yun in the distance without saying a word. Nan Yun smiled faintly and said helplessly, I have lost. In the heat of the moment, he had directly restored his realm, so, in this battle, he indeed lost. Nan Yun looked at Lin Fan with a complex expression. You really are a prodigy. To be honest, he felt truly complicated at this moment. He had lived for countless years as a half-emperor, experiencing countless battles, and his combat experience was quite rich. Yet even so, he still lost to Lin Fan. How old is Lin Fan? Certainly under 20, yet he could defeat Nan Yun, which speaks volumes about his terrifying cultivation talent. Lin Fan shook his head and said, I know that if it weren't for Senior Nan Yun holding back, I definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat you. Through this battle, I also discovered many of my shortcomings, and I need to work even harder in the future. Hearing this, a hint of appreciation flashed in Nan Yun's eyes. Not arrogant or rash, well done. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Senior, let's go down. Nan Yun nodded, and then he and Lin Fan vanished from their spot, appearing on the ground. Luo Lan looked at Lin Fan and smiled, really impressive. The usually taciturn Jin Wuhan also nodded and said not bad. Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. This was all Senior Nan Yun holding back, otherwise how could I defeat him? Luo Lan smiled and said, you shouldn't be modest, a very few can defeat Nan Yun at your age. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan chuckled. Indeed, there were hardly any who could defeat Nan Yun at Lin Fan's age in the entire pseudo-mortal realm. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly said, all right, since you all have come out, my promise has been fulfilled. Xiao Fan, let's go. After saying this, he turned around with Hu Xiaotian in his arms and left. Su Chen was truly a carefree person, never clinging to people or matters, and very decisive, never hesitating. Lin Fan cupped his fists towards the three seniors. Farewell, seniors, may we meet again by chance. Watching Su Chen and the others leave, Luo Lan and the others remained silent for a long time. Nan Yun seemed to recall something and exclaimed, did you all notice a problem? Luo Lan furrowed her brows. Jin Wuhan also looked towards Nan Yun at this time. Nan Yun took a deep breath and said, when we just came out of the abyss, the heavenly Tao did not obstruct us. Have you thought about why it didn't? Upon hearing this, Luo Lan and Jin Wuhan fell silent. After a moment, Luo Lan's pupils suddenly constricted. She fears the senior. Jin Wuhan's face also showed shock. Nan Yun nodded gravely. What does it mean that the heavenly Tao fears Su Chen? It signifies that Su Chen's strength may be even more terrifying than they had imagined. The three remained silent for a long time. Luo Lan then said complicatedly, the heavenly Tao of this pseudo-immortal realm is among the top, even in the true immortal realm. Yet it still fears the senior. Just how terrifying is the senior's strength? I can't even bear to think about it. Nan Yun said, if you don't want to think about it, then don't. Existence like the senior is beyond our contemplation. Now that we have come out, let's properly plan for the future and never let it be like over 100,000 years ago. Luo Lan and Jin Wuhan nodded simultaneously. Jin Wuhan suddenly said, then I shall take my leave. If there are matters, contact me through the communication stone. After saying this, he transformed into a beam of sword light and vanished. Nan Yun and Luo Lan exchanged glances and nodded to each other before disappearing. Su Chen walked along a small path, gently stroking Hu Xiaoshan's back with his right hand. He didn't know when he had started to enjoy petting the fox. Sometimes he felt a bit out of sorts if he didn't. Lin Fan quietly followed behind Su Chen, gazing at the Hu Xiaotian in Su Chen's arms full of curiosity. Master, is this your pet? Hearing this, Hu Xiaotian immediately fluffed up, staring at Lin Fan with hostility in its eyes. Pet? Your whole family are pets. Have you ever seen a nine-tailed celestial fox as a pet? However, it seems that I indeed am a pet right now. With this thought, he sighed inwardly. Sleeping. Su Chen glanced at the Hu Xiaotian in his arms, and then looked at Lin Fan, smiling. This little fellow is one I saved by accident. Later, I thought it would be a bit lonely by myself, so I kept it around. Lin Fan nodded. I see. After watching Hu Xiaotian for a while, Lin Fan asked again, Master, where are we going? His tone seemed a bit apprehensive. He was afraid that Su Chen would again send him to face several half-emperors as he had before. In the past year, he had been wondering if he had offended Su Chen in some way. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how he had offended Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly. Don't worry, this time I won't bring you to get beaten. We're going to Qingzhou this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this time Master finally won't put me in a difficult position. After a moment, he asked in confusion, what are we going to do in Qingzhou? Su Chen replied, there is a force I established there called the Dark Sect. Dark Sect? Lin Fan frowned. It was the first time he had heard of this force. Su Chen nodded. Yeah, I established it out of boredom, but after it was built, I haven't managed it much. In reality, the truth was that when Su Chen first reincarnated into this world, he wasn't very powerful, so he quietly established such a force. However, he never expected that the system would directly upgrade him to max level, and after reaching max level, he lost interest in managing this force. Lin Fan nodded. I see.